Chapter 1. Madman, Immortal Emperor. Ah! In the dark dungeon, Su Mu suddenly opened his eyes, filled with pain and hatred. He was bound to a torture rack, two blood-stained iron hooks piercing his scapula, and four iron chains locked his hands and feet. On his abdomen, there was a horrifying wound. Even after using a large amount of medicinal powder to heal and prolong his life, blood was still seeping out. Pain repeatedly tormented him. However, no matter how strong the pain was, it could not compare to the hatred in his heart. He had exceptional talent since childhood, communicating with the world's vital energy at the age of 8, achieving the spirit movement realm. After the early death of his parents, he was valued by the clan leader Su Machin, who took him as an adopted son. After that, things escalated rapidly. By the age of 17, he condensed a 7th grade life palace. The 1st grade life palace was the weakest, and the 10th grade was the strongest. The strength of the life palace directly determined one's talent and future. The emergence of his 7th grade life palace shook Anqing City, making him not only the youngest in the life palace realm, but also the strongest. A year later, he was even invited to join the most powerful academy, the Martial Academy, within a radius of 1,000 miles, and his future looked bright. But all of this was destroyed half a month ago when his adoptive father, Su Machin, personally dug out his life palace to supply his adoptive brother, Su Yilong, with evil techniques, disregarding the consequences to allow Su Yilong to achieve a double life palace. Clang! Oh, you finally woke up? With the sound of the door opening, accompanied by mocking laughter, Su Mu looked up and saw a middle-aged man and a young man entering. Seeing the two, Su Mu struggled madly, the 4 iron chains clanking loudly. Why? Su Machin, for 10 years, I treated you like a real father. I did whatever you said. I sacrificed everything for you and your son over the years. Why did you still dig out my life palace for Su Yilong? Why? You were just a dog raised by my father, understand? If it weren't for your decent talent, I wouldn't have accepted you as an adopted son 10 years ago after obtaining the secret technique for seizing life palaces. Otherwise, as a side branch orphan, how can my father take you in? Su Yilong sneered, his eyes filled with triumph and disdain. 10 years. I waited for your life palace for 10 whole years. How much suffering have I endured during this time? Your life palace really surprised me. It's pure and powerful. After refining your life palace, not only did my cultivation increase dramatically, but I also achieved a double life palace, far surpassing your previous self. Now, I'm not only the #1 genius in Anqing City, but also the top prodigy across 3 cities within 1,000 miles. I'm about to replace you in the Martial Academy. Looking at the smugly laughing Su Yilong and the indifferent Su Machin, a self-deprecating smile appeared on Su Mu's blood-stained face, a smile filled with desolation. He understood. He finally understood everything. It turned out he had been used from the beginning to the end. All his efforts were just to make a wedding dress for others. It turns out that no matter how well I perform, even if I treat you like my biological father and give up the best resources, I am just a stepping stone for your biological son. Too bad your biological son is useless. Do you really think that digging out my life palace for him will truly make him a peerless genius? This fleeting vanity will eventually backfire on him, and he will end up with nothing. Su Machin, your retribution will come soon. Su Machin's and Su Yilong's faces turned ashen. Cultivating secret techniques comes with many restrictions and severe consequences, but they firmly believe that once they became powerful, they would definitely find a way to resolve it. Indeed, a wolf raised cannot be tamed, ungrateful wretch. You should be grateful to make way for my 2 sons. After saying this, Su Machin turned and left, never once showing a hint of compassion or shame. But Su Yilong did not follow him out. Sumu, you'll never see what happens to me in the future. By the way, it seems just 5 days ago was your big day, huh? What a pity. Your fiancée is a renowned beauty, a true goddess. Yunlu, Sumue's Harchuk. Before he could speak, Su Yilong continued with a sinister laugh. Oh, you know how we covered up after we captured you? Su Mu, defiled a virtuous woman, angered a powerful person. Your cultivation was wasted, and your corpse would be hard to find. Hearing this news, the Huang family immediately annulled the engagement to protect their reputation. Too bad your fiancée is infatuated with you and refuses to believe it. Not only did she insist on marrying you, but she even single-handedly confronted her family. But no matter how much she doesn't believe it, it can't compete with the words of my father and me. This is slander against me. This is slander. Junro, don't believe it. Sumway's tears rolled down. He had known Huang Junro. For 3 years they had cultivated together, faced joy, hardship, and suffering together. And their bond was deep. 6 months ago, he went to propose to the Huang family, and they agreed right away. Just 10 days away from finally being with Huang Junro, it was destroyed by Su Machin and his son, TSK. Do you know how heartbroken Huang Junro was when she returned? It pained me to see it. Why does she only like you? Why can't she see me? As Su Yilong spoke, he suddenly erupted in rage, staring at Su Mu and shouting, I can care for her, I can love her, I can do everything for her. Why won't she accept me? Why does she only have eyes for you? Umph. How could Junro like you? A thing worse than a pig or a dog. Su Mu disdainfully spat a mouthful of blood on Su Yilong's face. Su Yilong wiped the blood from his face, trembling with rage. You dare to spit on me? Bang! Ah! Su Yilong punched Su Mu in the abdomen. The medicinal powder fell off. The scabbed wound burst open immediately, blood splattered, and his insides were in excruciating pain. Su Mu, you have already become a waste. You two dogmen and women will not have a good ending. I'll tell you. After Huang Junro returned, she was heartbroken and is said to have gone mad. She has been missing for 5 days, and no one can find her. Ha! A woman who loves you so much has gone mad. Does it hurt your heart? Do you feel powerless? Beasts. Looking at the triumphant Su Yilong, Su Mu's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, struggling madly. Su Yilong, I will make you pay for your blood debts. Pay for blood debts? Do you think keeping you alive now is to spare your life? Su Yilong sneered disdainfully, taking out a dagger and playing with it in his hand, suddenly lunging to stab it into Su Mu's chest. Your heart is a 7-orifice exquisite heart, capable of learning all techniques and skills in the shortest time. Such a good thing being wasted on you. My younger brother has had a bad heart since childhood, and there happens to be a heart replacement technique in that forbidden skill. Keeping you alive now is just to take your 7-orifice exquisite heart for my brother. My brother has also waited for 10 years to obtain your 7-orifice exquisite heart like me. As he spoke, Su Yilong used the dagger to cut a huge wound on Su Mu's left chest, blood flowing profusely. Ah, you are just a dog raised by my father. What use is it for a dog to be so strong? You are blocking our way. Do you understand? Even if the consequences of the forbidden technique are severe, so what? It is much stronger than before, isn't it? Once we become powerful, these problems will be resolved one by one. I'll take your dantian, my brother will take your heart. Isn't that fair? Listening to Su Mu's screams, Su Yilong withdrew the dagger, excitedly licking the blood off it. In 3 days, my brother will come to take your 7-orifice exquisite heart. Enjoy these last 3 days. After saying this, Su Yilong laughed wildly and strode away. Watching his back, Su Mu was filled with rage, his eyes full of madness. Ah, I am unwilling. I, Su Mu, have lived my life without shame, with the talent of a genius. How can I become a stepping stone for some beasts? If you want to destroy me, I will make you pay for your blood debts. All those who deceive and humiliate me, I will kill without hesitation at any cost. Junro, please forgive me. I swear I will find you. I will spend my entire life repaying you and protecting you. In a roar, a mouthful of reverse blood surged up, and he spat it out. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in his forehead, for which a ray of light burst forth. Figured out, the light coalesced into a disheveled figure, its appearance unclear and extremely bizarre. You madman! Su Mu looked at the figure ahead, gritting his teeth and speaking. You finally dare to show yourself. Figured out? The phantom did not respond, still repeating those 3 words. Do I have any choice? Isn't this what you wanted? Mel immortal impulse. Chapter 2. The Chaos Opening Record. The phantom before him quickly solidified, and its aura grew stronger, even shaking the entire dungeon. Scattered white hair revealed a pair of sharp and insane eyes. The disheveled robe looked like that of a beggar on the street. No one would expect him to be the mad immortal emperor who caused turmoil across the universe 100,000 years ago. But the mad immortal emperor was not truly an immortal emperor, just a true immortal beneath the supreme immortal emperor, a true immortal who could cross the river of time and slay immortal emperors with a sword. Thus, the mad true immortal was honored as the mad immortal emperor, the only one in history to gain the title of immortal emperor as a true immortal. But it was also this title that provoked the dignity of other immortal emperors. Coupled with the mad actions of the mad immortal emperor, it completely enraged those immortal emperors, who ultimately united to suppress him, leaving only a wisp of his residual. Soul that I told you long ago, your 7th grade life palace is garbage. A dignified immortal emperor comes to help you cultivate, yet you refused out if you had agreed. Would you have ended up in this situation? The mad immortal emperor shook his head and said, Somos simply chuckled. Half a year ago, he awakened a wisp of the mad immortal emperor's residual soul due to a certain opportunity that he thought the mad immortal emperor would take over his body. But instead, he kept feeding him motivational talks and then wanted to dig out his dantian to cultivate the chaos. Opening record. At that time, he was full of ambition and had outstanding talent. He must have had a problem in his head to agree as a result. After refusing, the mad immortal emperor fell into a deep sleep, only waking up now, and he seriously suspected the mad immortal emperor did it on purpose. What should I do now? At this point, he had no choice. He only wanted revenge and to protect the one he loved. Now I will pass on the Chaos opening record to you. The first volume of the Chaos opening record is to use the dantian as a meridian. The mad immortal emperor's expression became serious. His residual soul couldn't last much longer, so he pointed at Su Mu's forehead. An array of brilliant light shot directly into his forehead. Su Mu's body suddenly stiffened as vast information surged into his mind. The Chaos opening record is an ancient immortal technique. This immortal emperor spent his whole life researching it, but before my grand aspiration could be realized, I perished. My heart is unwilling. I wish to create an immortal emperor and break the great Tao. The great Tao has 50. The heavens have 49, opening up 49 dark meridians. Each dark meridian is equivalent to a dantian and can contain infinite power. At that time, you will possess the potential of a great emperor. Open up 108 main meridians, enough to sever the river of time and dominate the ages. Kid, you're getting a bargain. Don't let me down. Su Mu suddenly opened his eyes, drenched in sweat, having understood everything after accepting the Chaos opening record. All of this is because I have a 7 apertures exquisite heart. The reason the mad immortal emperor chose him was because of the 7 apertures exquisite heart, which was very compatible with the Chaos opening record, and could even open up 2 more apertures, achieving the 9 apertures exquisite heart. 9 apertures exquisite heart, the heart of an immortal. Su Mu, this is the 18 stupas, which suppresses the souls of all the powerful beings killed by this immortal emperor. Each soul's power can fill 1 dark meridian, but act within your limits and do not be greedy. This immortal emperor's current strength is limited that I can suppress the 18 stupas for 3 years. Within these 3 years, you must continuously grow your strength to suppress the 18 stupas. Once you can't suppress them, any soul within the 18 stupas can tear you to pieces. Looking at the 18 stupa tower held by the mad immortal emperor, Su Mu was silent. 3 years was too short, but this was a path he had to take, and you must try to open dark meridians and devour the power of the souls within, so that suppressing them will become easier. After saying this, the mad immortal emperor's figure began to weaken and he appeared fatigued. As Su Mu was moved, the mad immortal emperor was not abandoning him, but was using his last strength to help him suppress the 18 stupa tower. Now this immortal emperor will assist you in opening the first dark meridian. Once successfully opened, you will merge with the 18 stupas and can devour 1 soul to gain supreme power and divine abilities. After saying this, the mad immortal emperor's figure dissipated, transforming into a ray of light that merged with the 18 stupa tower. The 18 stupa tower immediately shone brightly, shooting into Su Mu's forehead and merging with him. Zang zang zang. At the same time, a surge of power entered his body, shattering the iron chains and hooks. All his injuries rapidly healed, and a vein as thick as a thumb continuously condensed and expanded at the dantian. Su Mu fell to the ground. The pain from the expanding dark meridian made him scream uncontrollably, beads of sweat rolling down like beans in the face of betrayal and deep-seated blood feuds. What is this little pain? Su Mu pounded the ground with his hands, his eyes wide and filled with blood, enduring the immense pain. With a muffled groan, he directly fainted, his consciousness entering the 18 stupa tower. In a vast space, everything was white and hazy. Sumu gazed around in amazement. Is this the inside of the 18 Stupa Tower? This is the first level of the Stupa Tower. The voice of the mad immortal emperor suddenly sounded. Sumu turned his head in surprise and saw the mad immortal emperor, feeling delighted that he hadn't disappeared. The first level holds 5 divine sovereign souls. I can only help you suppress the Stupa Tower. Whether you can devour the divine sovereign souls depends on you. Divine sovereign souls, Sumu gasped. Those were powerful beings who mastered the power of the laws, capable of shaking the heavens. As expected of the mad immortal emperor, none of those he captured were nameless. If the first level is divine, sovereign level beings, then what about the 18th level? Sumu suddenly became alarmed, looking at the mad immortal emperor in shock. That's right, above the 18th level, the souls of immortal emperors are suppressed. I look forward to the day when you can devour the souls of immortal emperors. The mad immortal emperor nodded, eagerly anticipating that day when the souls of immortal emperors would be devoured. Sumu was incredibly excited upon hearing this. The thought of devouring the soul of a supreme immortal emperor who could suppress the ages made him ecstatic. Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, he could only think about it for now. The soul of a supreme immortal emperor could probably kill him with just a glance. Mad immortal emperor. Suddenly, a furious roar startled Sumu, and he turned to see a figure bursting out of the white mist, with eyes sharp as swords and a tall figure that seemed like a divine sword. Piercing through the heavens, the unrivaled sword sovereign, a sword path expert who once used the laws of the sword to slay everyone in a small world. The mad immortal emperor glanced at the unrivaled sword sovereign and spoke. Sumu couldn't help but gasp. A divine sovereign level expert was far more terrifying than he had imagined. As long as you devour his soul, you will form the first dark meridian, the sword meridian, and you will also gain his most core power. Mad immortal emperor, you have imprisoned me for a full 150,000 years. How much longer do you intend to keep me locked up? The unrivaled sword sovereign roared at the mad immortal emperor, but dared not approach. To an immortal emperor, a divine sovereign was like an ant. Unrivaled sword sovereign, let's make a deal. As long as you kill him, I will let you go. How about that? The unrivaled sword sovereign was stunned, turning to look at Sumu, doubt flashing in his eyes. Kill him. No matter how he looked at it, this was just a little brat without any cultivation. In his eyes, he was nothing but an ant, someone he could crush with a hand. This is what you said, the ecstatic voice shouted, charging towards Sumu. Sumu's expression changed drastically. This was a heavenly sovereign-level powerhouse, and just a glance made him feel an endless pressure. Chaos opening record. He quickly calmed himself, activated his technique, and instantly, the surrounding white mist was crazily absorbed into his body, greatly enhancing the power of the chaos opening. Record. The unfathomable sword sovereign looked at Sumu with a hint of surprise in his eyes, which was soon replaced by ruthlessness. He transformed his 2 fingers into swords, aiming directly at Sumu's forehead. I will go against the tide. No one can kill me. Not even you, unfathomable sword sovereign. Devour. Sumu raised his head and roared while a 7-colored glow erupted from his left chest. 7 apertures Ling Long Heart. The unfathomable sword sovereign's expression changed. He instinctively felt fear and retreated. The 7 apertures Ling Long Heart was not only a clear path of Tao, but also a restraint on the soul. But it was too late. A powerful sucking force rushed towards him, uncontrollably pulling him towards Sumu. What? What kind of technique is this? No, mad immortal emperor. Are you going to keep me for 150,000 years without letting me go? Let me go. Chapter 3. The Unrestrained Sword Technique. Amidst the powerful suction, the unrestrained sword master was torn apart in madness, transforming into a beam of light that directly merged into Sumu's body with a painful howl. At the dantian, a newly formed dark vein saw a surge of power flooding in, instantly mingling with the blood throughout his body, a small sword wandering within the blood. The first dark vein was officially opened. Technique. At the same time, a combat skill emerged in his mind, a technique painstakingly researched by the unrestrained sword master. The very technique that allowed him to slaughter entire small worlds. Hiss! Sumu suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp sword intent bursting forth. directly creating 2 holes in the opposite wall. Standing up, he resembled a treasured sword, soaring into existence. Sword intent. Su Mu focused inwardly on the small sword within the sword vein, his gaze piercing. Sword intent is the power coveted by sword practitioners. Those who possess it are unstoppable. Up until now, I have never heard of anyone possessing sword intent, which shows how difficult it is to achieve. If I can control this sword intent, I will be invincible. I just don't know what grade this unrestrained sword technique is, but the first move, Crossing Sin, is comparable to Earth grade combat skills, and the entire technique surely exceeds Heaven grade. Thinking of this, Su Mu's heart began to race. From what he knows, combat skills are categorized from strong to weak as Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. Now, possessing a technique that surpasses Heaven grade, how could he not be excited? If I could devour a few more souls. Kid, stop daydreaming and quickly cultivate to enrich your sword vein. Only then can you open the second dark vein. The voice of the mad immortal emperor echoed in his mind, as if seeing through his thoughts. Enriching the sword vein? Looking inward at the sword vein again, he saw that apart from that small sword, it was completely empty. How much power is needed to enrich the sword vein? When can I truly control the sword intent? The mad immortal emperor did not respond. He must have fallen back into slumber. It seems I can only explore this myself. Sitting down to cultivate, he began to madly absorb the vital energy from the world. Hiss! Su Mu abruptly exited his cultivation, his eyes wide with astonishment. The speed of his cultivation was more than 10 times faster than before. To think he was already a genius, and now, with a cultivation speed 10 times faster than a genius, how terrifying. The mad immortal emperor's words were indeed not false. The 7th grade Fate Palace was truly just garbage in front of the sword vein. The acquired double Fate Palace, which would backfire, was even more garbage. This is just the current effect, and it's only the benefit of one dark vein. To open all 49 dark veins, I can't even imagine. Su Mu continued to cultivate. Enriching the sword vein was the most important thing. 3 days later, enriching the sword vein with vital energy was completely useless. He needed Yuan liquid. Su Mu sighed with a bitter smile, finally understanding this, but condensing Yuan liquid was exceedingly difficult. Until now, he had only managed to condense half a drop. Of course, it's also because the cultivation environment here is too poor. I've reached the 8th level of spirit movement. Not having condensed a complete drop of Yuan liquid did not hinder his cultivation. The sword vein had completely replaced the dantian. These 3 days of cultivation had allowed him to restore his cultivation level directly to the 8th level of spirit movement. It's time to cultivate the unrestrained sword technique. Standing up, he casually picked up an iron rod to use as a weapon. Sword technique. The first move of the unrestrained sword technique cleanses all sins. Whoosh! The iron rod transformed into a sword, a flash of light streaking by, creating a hole the size of a bowl in the opposite wall. Sword chi. Sumo swallowed forth, astonished. With the enhancement of sword intent, he actually possessed sword chi. If this attack hit someone, who could withstand it? Sword technique. Continuously refining the first move, both sword intent and the unrestrained sword technique were forcibly seized from the unrestrained heavenly sovereign. To fully unleash their power, he needed to continue to work hard. Clang! As he was repeatedly honing the combat skill, the iron door suddenly swung open, and a graceful figure stumbled in. Young master, Xiao Qin? Su Mu initially thought it was Su Xianchuan, but upon closer inspection, it was the maid assigned to him by the family elder, Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin, what happened to you? Xiao Qin was covered in wounds, blood continuously flowing from her mouth. Su Mu rushed forward to support her, filled with heartache. It was evident that she had been injured by those guarding the dungeon. Young master, I finally found you. Xiao Qin looked at Su Mu weakly, her face filled with happiness. Seeing her like this made Su Mu even more pained. Xiao Qin, how did you find me? Young master, ever since you went missing, the elder has been sending people to search for you. The elder believes in your character and is convinced you would never do something so inhumane. The elder. A warm current flowed through Su Mu's heart. Among the entire family, the elder treated him the best. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become the top among the younger generation while giving all the resources to Su Machin and his son. Young master, when I burst in, I heard them say your dantian has been dug out. It's fine. My dantian has already recovered. Seeing Xiao Qin's anxious expression, Su Mu smiled to reassure her. Xiao Qin let out a sigh of relief. Then her face filled with rage. The recovery of his dantian proved that the digging out of the dantian was indeed true. The patriarch is simply inhumane. Young master has done so much for them. As she was filled with righteous indignation, several people suddenly rushed in. It's you. You little wretch. A cold shout rang out, and Su Mu turned to see a youth of similar age leading a group of people in. The youth bore some resemblance to Su Machin. He was Su Machin's second son, Su Xianchuan. Wretch, you actually managed to find this place and dealt with all the guards of the dungeon. I really underestimated you before. Su Xianchuan's eyes were filled with coldness. But after glancing at Xiao Qin, his eyes lit up with excitement, licking his lips. I never noticed this wretch before. Not bad in strength and not bad in looks. Su Mu, you really are fortunate. It's a pity your fiancé, he has gone mad. You won't enjoy her, nor will I. But your maid must be quite a treat. Su Xianchuan, you're seeking death. Su Mu stood up, his face cold, his eyes filled with killing intent. Young master, I'll hold them off. You find a chance to escape. Xiao Qin suddenly forced herself to stand, gripping her sword firmly to block in front of Su Mu. She had gone through so much trouble to find the young master. She absolutely could not let these people harm him. Too self-important. Su Xianchuan is needed, these danfili. Are the people I brought the same as those guards outside? Grab that wretch. After I'm done having my fun, she'll be yours. Sumo, orelaki. Before you die, you can still enjoy such a wonderful scene. A blazing fury surged in Su Mu's eyes. They came to dig out his heart and take his life. And now they wanted to defile Xiao Qin. They deserved to die. Young master, run. But before he could act, Xiao Qin pushed him aside and charged at them with her sword. Su Xianchuan merely raised his chin, and a burly man stepped forward, his strength at the pinnacle of spirit movement. Clang! In just one exchange, the sword in Xiao Qin's hand was knocked away. Oof. Then the burly man grabbed Xiao Qin by the neck. With her only at the 6th level of spirit movement, she had no ability to fight back. Rip off her clothes, let me enjoy a good view. Puff! Su Xianchuan's twisted and excited smile froze on his face as Xiao Qin stumbled back, and a severed arm fell to the ground. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the dungeon as the burly man clutched his severed arm, blood gushing uncontrollably. Did I allow you to touch her? Su Mu pulled Xiao Qin into his arms, coldly staring at the burly man, the iron rod in his hand dripping with blood. Su Xianchuan and the others' expressions changed drastically, their pupils constricting. Not using a knife, not using a sword, but with just an iron rod, he severed an arm. They didn't even see when Su Mu made his move. It was fast, clean, and decisive. You, how did you do that? Puff. Su Xianchuan's words came to an abrupt halt as a bloody iron rod pierced through the chest of the burly man. Anyone who dares to touch me will die. Chapter 4. Sword broken, life broken. Bang. The burly man fell to the ground, shocking Su Xianchuan and the others to the point of shuddering. You, how could you? Su Xianchuan's lips turned purple, his face even paler, as if he had seen that first genius return. Didn't you say my brother dug out your dantian? How could you possibly have such strength? It's fake. It must be fake. Kill him, kill him. Su Xianchuan was both shocked and terrified, shouting for the remaining guards to attack. The guards, staring at Su Mu, nervously swallowed their saliva, then steeled their courage to charge forward. In their view, the guard who had died earlier had only fallen victim to carelessness and not using weapons. Su Mu had lost his dantian, so he couldn't possibly have any cultivation left, just some brute strength. Since Su Mu had been training and hadn't had time to clean up, all his wounds were covered in thick blood scabs, so they couldn't see that he had fully recovered. When 5 late-stage spirit realm guards surrounded Su Mu, Xiao Qin's face suddenly showed panic. As she was very concerned about Su Mu's safety, her thoughts were the same as those of Su Xianchuan and the others. The strength Su Mu had just displayed was already frightening enough. After all, the idea of directly recovering the dantian and cultivation was too far-fetched. Young master, you must. Don't worry, they will all die here. Sumoria shur xiaochil. Then his gaze turned cold as he dropped the iron rod and picked up the burly man's sword. With the sword in hand, the inaccessible sword technique surged in his heart. Inaccessible sword technique, judgment of sin. The power of the transcendent battle skill began to truly manifest for the first time. As Su Mu waved his hand, sword energy shot straight at the guards. What is that? The guards' first reaction upon seeing the sword energy was confusion. And by the time they realized what it was already too late. That was sword energy. In one strike, 3 guards lost their heads. Sword energy. That was sword energy. The remaining 2 guards slammed on the brakes, staring at the 3 corpses, their faces turning pale with fear. How is that possible? How could he have sword energy? Wasn't his dantian dug out? Where did his cultivation come from? How could he still have such strength? Su Mu wouldn't give them time to be shocked, swinging his sword again and charging at them. Clang! This time, the 2 guards were alert and hurriedly raised their swords to defend, but it didn't change the outcome. Sword broken, life broken. Watching the 2 guards' heads and swords simultaneously break and fall to the ground, blood gushed out, and Su Xiangchuan felt his neck go cold, completely stunned by fear. Su Xiangchuan. After killing those guards, Su Mu turned to look at Su Xiangchuan, his eyes filled with endless killing intent. Now it's your turn. Su Mu you. Meeting Su Mu's terrifying gaze, Su Xiangchuan nearly lost his courage, pointing at Su Mu and trembling backward as if he had seen a ghost, stumbling and falling to the ground. You recovered your cultivation? Didn't my father dig out your life palace for my brother? He shouted in horror. There was only Su Mu in this dungeon. How could he have recovered? Is it really a ghost? This is all thanks to you and your father. Su Mu stepped towards Su Xiangchuan, the bloodied sword completely enveloping Su Xiangchuan in fear. Su Xiangchuan, you and your father are ungrateful. Without me, would you have today? If I hadn't saved you 2 years ago, you wouldn't be alive now. You still want to dig out my heart? Anyone who touches me deserves to die. No, you can't kill me. Seeing Su Mu had already approached, Su Xiangchuan fearfully raised his hand and shouted, If you dare kill me, my father will never let you go. Rest assured, your father will soon meet you. Su Mu sneered, placing the sword against Su Xiangchuan's neck. Don't kill me. I know where Huang Junru is now. Su Xiangchuan, as if grasping a lifeline, hurriedly spoke. Junru. Su Mu's heart was instantly stirred. He quickly shouted, Hurry and tell me, where is Junru now? If I tell you, will you let me go? Speak. I heard that Huang Junru was valued by a big shot in the Marshal Mansion and has been taken back to the Marshal Mansion for recuperation. Su Xiangchuan trembled in fear, quickly speaking, and then looked at Su Mu with hopeful eyes. I said it. Please, let me go. Brother Mu, this is all my father and brother's doing. It's not my fault. Brother Mu, you've always treated me like your own brother. I beg you, spare my life. Su Xiangchuan crawled up and cried, bowing to Su Mu for mercy. Don't call me brother. Hearing you say that disgusts me. I don't have a brother as vile as you. Su Mu turned the sword in his hand, and Su Xiangchuan immediately felt a chill at his neck. When he raised his hand to touch it, it was covered in blood. You don't keep your promises. He looked up in disbelief at Su Mu. Why didn't you let him go? Did I ever say I would let you go? You don't deserve to live. Su Mu looked at him coldly and kicked him to the ground. Junru, wait for me. I will go find you in the Marshal Mansion soon. Su Mu looked up through the door, gazing into the distance, as if he could see Huang Junru far away in the Marshal Mansion. After a moment, he returned to his senses and looked at the lifeless Su Xiangchuan, bending down to search him, retrieving several jade bottles. Xiaoqin. He turned and walked to Xiaoqin, who was staring blankly at Su Mu, clearly still in shock from the earlier scene. Xiaoqin, drink this bottle of medicine first. Your injuries will heal quickly. Su Mu opened one of the jade bottles and handed it to Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin jolted, finally coming to her senses, staring at Su Mu in a daze before taking the jade bottle and drinking it in one gulp. Her complexion immediately improved a bit. Young master, how did you get injured? After hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but ask, only now realizing the question. How had Su Mu, who was locked up here and had his dantian dug out, managed to recover, unless there was some divine being? Su Mu shook his head, signaling her not to ask more. Xiaoqin obediently nodded and stopped questioning. Young master, will you come back with me? The great elder has been waiting for you for a long time. Xiaoqin suddenly remembered something and hurriedly spoke. The great elder will definitely be very happy to know you are safe. Sumu pondered for a moment, a fierce light flashing in his eyes, then shook his head. Xiaoqin looked puzzled. Young master, the great elder can definitely protect you. No, Sumu still shook his head. The great elder could indeed protect him. But the result would be that Su Machin would retaliate crazily, and he didn't want to involve anyone who cared about him anymore. You go back and tell the great elder, don't make a fuss. The Martial Mansion will recruit students in half a month, and I will return then. There's still half a month before the Martial Mansion recruits students. He needed to break through to the Life Palace realm in this time and take down Su Machin. Xiaoqin hesitated, but eventually nodded silently. As long as the young master is fine, then nothing else matters. Sumu turned and picked up the sword from Su Xiangchuan. As it was the best quality sword here, reaching the mid-grade ordinary weapon standard, which was more than sufficient for now. He then searched for all the medicinal liquids on the others, as they would be needed for future cultivation. After finishing these tasks, the two of them walked out of the dungeon together, looking at the vast jungle ahead, and Sumu instantly confirmed his location. The inner perimeter of the Beast Mountain range. Su Machin, you really are willing to invest heavily. Building a dungeon in the Beast Mountain range is not easy. Su Machin and his son had gone to the extent of madness to dig out his dantian and heart. In half a month, he would definitely make Su Machin and his son pay the most tragic price and make them regret doing all of this. Young master, I'm leaving first. You must be careful. As Sumu watched, Xiaoqin waved goodbye reluctantly and left. The original liquid has actually increased. Before leaving, he took a look at the sword vein and found that the original liquid had increased by half compared to before, almost reaching a complete drop. Even the small sword had become stronger. Could it be that fighting fills the sword vein faster than cultivating and also enhances the sword intent? Sumuvuk Sapraust. It turned out he had been wrong all along. Fighting and killing was indeed the fastest way to cultivate. Chapter 5. A close call one day later. In the study of the Su family, Su Imocheng looked at the mangled corpse of Su Xiangchuan on the ground, his eyes filled with a red rage. Trembling with anger. Why did it end up like this? He stared at the steward who had brought back Su Xiangchuan's body, screaming madly, causing the steward to kneel on the ground, trembling in fear. Since Su Xiangchuan had been discovered, it was already the second day. The blood sent from the dungeon had attracted many beasts, and the corpses of the guards were almost completely devoured. If it were any later, there might not even be a scrap left of Su Xiangchuan. Brother, Su Yilong rushed into the study like a madman, seeing the disfigured Su Xiangchuan, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. Who killed my brother? Looking at the eldest son of the family head, who had now replaced Su Mu as the #1 genius. No one dared to speak up. Where's Su Mu? Su Yilong suddenly thought of Su Mu and shouted at the steward. The young master, Su. Su Mu has already disappeared. What? Disappeared? Su Yilong was taken aback, exchanging glances with Su Mo Cheng, both faces filled with hostility. It must be that old bastard, the great elder. He had favored Su Mu before. It had to be him. Su Mu was already crippled by them, locked up tightly. There was no way he could escape and kill Su Xiangchuan. It had to be the great elder's doing. That old bastard had never given up looking for him. Unexpectedly, he really found him. I will kill that old bastard and avenge my brother. Su Yilong roared, drawing his sword and charging out, but was stopped by Su Imocheng. Yilong, calm down. We have no evidence. The great elder must have discovered our actions after saving Su Mu. We absolutely cannot act recklessly. Is my brother just going to die for nothing? Su Yilong looked at Su Imocheng with bloodshot eyes. This was his own brother, not Su Mu's dog. Of course not. A cold light flashed in Su Imocheng's eyes. The pain of losing a son could not just end like this. You have not joined the martial academy yet. Once you tear your face with that old bastard, it will have a huge impact on you. The most important thing now is to quickly find Su Mu and kill him. Su Yilong fell silent, and after a moment, he nodded. What if that old bastard reveals this matter? Su Yilong felt worried. Once this matter was exposed, he would be ruined. He wouldn't dare. So Mocheng is knitted. Turned to look outside the door. If he dared to speak out, it would mean openly tearing faces with us. For the sake of the family, he wouldn't dare to go to war with me. Also, you have already become a genius of the Dual Life Palace. No matter what that old fool does, it cannot affect your future. Su Yilong nodded after hearing this. Even if the matter was exposed, so what? Talents of the Dual Life Palace are extremely rare. Perhaps the Martial Academy would make an exception to recruit him. Even if the Martial Academy doesn't recruit him, he could find another place and still rise. That old bastard definitely wouldn't bring Sumu back. It's very likely he is hiding in the Beast Mountain range to recover. A fierce light flashed in Su Imo Cheng's eyes, and a cruel smile appeared on his lips. Playing under the lamp's shadow with him? Is that useful? Send everyone out. Make sure to find Su Mu and kill him without mercy. Ilong, the most important thing for you now is to cultivate. Once you join the Martial Academy, kill that old fool to avenge Xiang Chuan. Bang! In the inner region of the Beast Mountain range, Su Mu wiped the sweat from his brow as he looked at the fallen Qing Feng wolf in front of him. For the past 2 days, he had not stopped for a moment, continuously fighting, and his cultivation had already broken through to the 9th level of Lingdong. He would soon return to the Ming Palace realm. He had already condensed 2 drops of Yuan liquid. Fighting was indeed the fastest way. Looking inward at the 2 drops of Yuan liquid in his sword vein, a smile involuntarily appeared on Su Mu's face. These 2 drops of Yuan liquid were the greatest achievement of his efforts over the past 2 days. There were only 13 days left, and he had to speed up. He opened a bottle of medicinal liquid and drank it, focusing on the core of the Beast Mountain range. After these 2 days, he had basically figured out how to condense Yuan liquid. The fastest way was still fighting. And fighting not only helped him condense Yuan liquid, but also helped him master sword intent. The second way was cultivation, but condensing Yuan liquid had very high environmental requirements. In places where the Yuan Qi was not abundant, it might take half a month to condense even a drop of Yuan liquid. The third way was to eat various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, or high-grade medicinal liquids and pills. And there were quite a few heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the core area of the Beast Mountain range. Continuous fighting combined with heavenly materials and earthly treasures would definitely be able to quickly increase the condensation of Yuan liquid, allowing him to break through to the Ming Palace realm at the fastest speed. In the depths of the Beast Mountain range, the beasts that could survive in this core area had strengths at least comparable to the Ming Palace realm of the human race, and some even matched the powerful beasts of the Transcendence realm. The core area was a forbidden zone for the weak. 1 hour later, as Su Mu passed by a giant rock, he faintly smelled a floral scent. This floral scent, could it be the purple flame flower? His heart stirred, and he turned around and jumped onto the giant rock, his gaze falling on a purple plant, his eyes instantly brightening. It really was the purple flame flower. The purple flame flower was a high-quality medicinal material that could be taken directly to enhance the toughness of the meridians and dantian by roasting them with flame fire. It also possessed very pure power, which was undoubtedly very tempting for Su Mu at this moment. As long as he ate that purple flame flower, he could definitely condense 3 drops of Yuan liquid, and his cultivation could also break through to the peak of the Lingdong realm. However, where there were purple flame flowers, there must be purple crystal beasts. The purple flame flower was a companion spiritual medicine of the purple crystal beast. Wherever there were purple flame flowers, there would be purple crystal beasts. The purple crystal beast was a very powerful beast with extraordinarily high defense. With his current strength, encountering a purple crystal beast would be very dangerous. Never mind, fortune favors the bold. Su Mu decided not to think too much. If he didn't see a purple crystal beast, he would pick it first. After securing it, he quickly turned to leave to avoid encountering the purple crystal beast. Purple flame flower? Brother Qi, that's the purple flame flower. Just as Su Mu jumped down from the giant rock, 4 people came out from the side, their eyes locking onto the purple flame flower in his hand, their eyes shining brightly. It really is the purple flame flower. Sumu. The 4 of them rushed over excitedly, but suddenly halted, looking at Su Mu with a face full of surprise. He is not dead? He is that lecher? One of the women was stunned, then looked at Su Mu with disgust, recoiling a few steps, as if merely being seen by Su Mu was a desecration. After a moment of astonishment, the 3 men began exchanging glances. The purple flame flower was a very rare medicinal material, even if they didn't use it themselves. Selling it would make them rich. But Su Mu was the #1 genius in the city before. Even if this lecher was lucky enough not to die, his cultivation had been crippled. What was there to fear? The leading young man sneered disdainfully. How could they miss something that was delivered to their door? The two men and one woman slightly nodded. Su Mu had angered strong figures due to his lewd acts and had been crippled and killed. This matter had long spread throughout Anqing City, and they had no need to fear a struggling waste. Zhang family members. The leader, whom Su Mu recognized, was a genius from the Zhang family named Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi arrogantly extended his hand towards Su Mu. Hand over the purple flame flower, or else die. After saying this, a killing intent appeared on his face. He didn't know how Su Mu was still alive or how he had the courage to come to the core area. But if he didn't hand it over, then he would die. A cold light flashed in Su Mu's eyes as he drew his sword. Kill him? It just depended on whether you had the strength. You dare to make a move? Zhang Qi and the others laughed. They were somewhat impressed by Su Mu's courage. No wonder he dared to come to the core area. He really was courting death, not cherishing his life. They would completely send him on his way today. Zhang Qi coldly shouted, and the four of them attacked together. Although any one of them could kill Su Mu, wouldn't it be more satisfying to torture him to death? Seeing them attacking together, Su Mu sneered. They really had a high opinion of him. Impassable de technique, divin punishment. Ding ding ding. In an instant, all his strength surged, with a low shout. He swung his sword horizontally, and Zhang Qi's four faces changed color. What a powerful force. Hiss. For people were shocked, as they were thrown out by a powerful force. Bang, 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 bang. Hiss. How could he be this strong? Wasn't he crippled? How does he still have such strength? Zhang Qi and the others got up, their right hands trembling, staring at Su Mu with horror. This kind of power shouldn't exist in Su Mu. Did he focus on his physical body after being crippled? Kill him. A fierce look appeared on Zhang Qi's face. No matter how strong Su Mu was, he had to snatch the purple flame flower. Roar. But before they could act, a loud roar erupted behind them, shaking the mountains and forests. On top of a boulder, a wolf-like demon beast appeared, its body covered in a layer of purple crystal. The purple crystal beast. Su Mu looked up and saw the purple crystal beast had entered a rage state. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to leave. A purple crystal beast, stronger than those in the Fate Palace realm, was enough to take Zhang Qi and the others' lives. Roar. The purple crystal beast's fury surged, its eyes locking on Zhang Qi and the others, fierce light shooting from its gaze. It had just gone to relieve itself. And the purple flame flower it had guarded for years had been stolen. This was too much of an insult. Chapter 6, let me do it. Roar. Zhang Qi and the others felt a chill run through them. Turning their heads to see, their faces instantly filled with terror. The purple crystal beast. Looking at the furious beast, their legs trembled and despair rose in their eyes. They had actually forgotten that wherever there was a purple flame flower, there would be a purple crystal beast. This was the end. The purple crystal beast was stronger than an ordinary Fate Palace realm. No, we didn't steal your purple flame flower. It was that bastard Su Mu who stole it. Go find him. The four were almost crying. They had done nothing wrong. So why were they being targeted? They hadn't gained anything and had instead become scapegoats. But clearly, the purple crystal beast wouldn't listen to their explanations. Fang Yi. Haven't you already broken through to the Fate Palace realm? You can kill it, the girl said, trembling. Only Zhang Qi was in the Fate Palace realm. The other three were in the late spirit movement realm, and only Zhang Qi could fight. Zhang Qi glanced at the girl and secretly cursed her as an idiot. He had just broken through to the Fate Palace realm, and his cultivation wasn't even stable yet. Was he supposed to fight a beast comparable to the second level of the Fate Palace realm? Was that asking for death? Run. Seeing Zhang Qi turn and flee. The other three were stunned, then startled, and began to run frantically. Roar. The purple crystal beast roared in anger. Furious about the purple flame flower it had guarded for years being stolen by those damned humans. Bang, bang. The purple crystal beast chased them madly, smashing through trees and boulders like they were nothing. Too fast, we can't escape. Zhang Qi and the others looked at the relentless pursuit of the purple crystal beast, filled with despair. At this rate, they would surely be killed. Su Mu, you bastard. Zhang Qi roared in rage. It was all Su Mu's fault. If he and T run so fast, the purple crystal beast wouldn't have targeted them. Making them take the blame was truly despicable, deserving of death. Che Sumo. Even if I die, I'll drag him down with me. The three nodded. It was all that bastard Sumu's fault. Still chasing me? While running. Sumu glanced back to see Zhang Qi madly pursuing him, frowning. Why were they still chasing him instead of running away? Had they lost their minds? Wanting to drag him down with them, they were not qualified. He glanced at the purple flame flower in his hand, swallowed it, and began to refine it while fleeing. With the support of the sword pulse, Zhang Qi and the others could not catch up to him. Bastard, bastard. Zhang Qi saw Sumu quickly disappear from sight and cursed angrily. Suddenly, a scream startled him, and he turned to see the purple crystal beast had caught up, directly killing one person. Another scream. The purple crystal beast killed another person. In front of the purple crystal beast, those in the spirit movement realm were no different from grasshoppers. Roar. Watching the purple crystal beast pounce toward him, Zhang Qi's expression changed, and he could only draw his sword to fight back. Clang, clang, clang. Bang. But he had just broken through to the Fate Palace realm and was no match for the purple crystal beast. He was sent flying after only a few exchanges. Watching the purple crystal beast come at him like a dark shadow, despair filled Zhang Qi's eyes. Sumu, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Just when Zhang Qi thought he was doomed, blood rain suddenly fell from the sky, the warm blood hitting his face and waking him up. Focusing his gaze, he saw the ferocious purple crystal beast had collapsed on the ground, and several figures appeared in front of him. Su family members. Zhang Qi trembled in fear, sinking back into despair. It was the Su family members who saved him, and they were all stewards. Just out of the wolf's den, he fell into the tiger's lair. What did you just say? The 6 stewards of the Su family looked down at Zhang Qi coldly. Originally, they were just passing by, but if Zhang Qi hadn't shouted, they wouldn't have intervened at all. Zhang Qi was stunned. They weren't here to kill him? Tell me, did you see Sumu? A cold light shot from the 6 stewards' eyes as they shouted. Zhang Qi was startled and quickly nodded. Yes, definitely here. A fierce light flashed in the 6 stewards' eyes. The family head hadn't guessed wrong. Where is he now? He ran that way. Zhang Qi pointed in the direction Sumu had fled, still dazed and completely unaware of the situation. Chase. The 6 stewards grabbed Zhang Qi and headed in the direction Sumu had fled, while another steward caught the girl, warning that if they dared to deceive them, they would die. It should be safe here. In a hollow tree, Sumu hid inside. Having completely lost the sound of the purple crystal beast, it should be safe now. The 4th drop of essence. He looked inward at the sword pulse, and to his surprise, just by swallowing it, he had condensed a drop of essence. The purple flame flower was indeed powerful. Refining the purple flame flower completely should allow him to condense the 7th drop of essence, but would take 10 drops to break through to the Fate Palace realm. Even without reaching the Fate Palace realm, he would be strong enough to rival it. Even if the purple crystal beast came, he had confidence in defeating it. Not in the Fate Palace, yet stronger than the Fate Palace. This was the power of the sword pulse. Starting to refine. The purple flame flower instantly intensified the burning of his meridians, the pain suddenly escalating several levels. But this pain was nothing compared to the deep-seated hatred. 7.5 drops. In the middle of the night, Sumu endured the pain, his eyes opening in surprise. He had underestimated the power of the purple flame flower, which almost allowed him to condense the 8th drop of essence. Now, he was only 2.5 drops of essence away from the Fate Palace realm. Bang! Shortly after, the hollow tree suddenly shook, as if struck by a heavy object. That scoundrel couldn't have run far. If he didn't refine the purple flame flower within an hour, it would be destroyed. He was definitely nearby refining it. Don't miss any caves or tree hollows. Bang! As shouts came from outside, the hollow tree shook again, then broke directly. Sumu's expression changed. As the upper half of the hollow tree fell, Zhang Qi appeared in front of him. Zhang Qi was startled when he saw Sumu. Then a look of wild joy appeared on his face. Sir, he's here. Haha, Sumu, I've finally found you. Swish, swish, swish. The Su family stewards quickly rushed over, surrounding Sumu completely. Looking at those familiar faces, Sumu's expression darkened as he slowly stood up and drew his sword. Sumu, we finally found you. Your life is quite tenacious, still alive until now. The sixth steward stepped forward with a cold smile, a sword appearing in his hand, murderous intent evident. Sumosnieth. These stewards were all lackeys of Sumachin. Since they had found him, there was no need for words. Sir, wait. Just as they were about to strike, Zhang Qi suddenly raised his hand to stop them, and the six stewards' expressions instantly turned cold. Sir, give me a chance. Let me kill him. Janu ki uriedli spoke. If he was misunderstood, it would be the end. The sixth steward frowned and then nodded. Fine. Let the Zhang family take action. If this matter is discovered in the future, they can shift the blame onto the Zhang family. Seeing the sixth steward agree, Zhang Qi was delighted and turned to look at Su Mu with a ferocious smile. Su Mu, did you not expect that I'm still alive? You almost got me killed by the amethyst beast and caused the death of my two clan brothers. Today, I will kill you to avenge them. If you seek death, who can you blame? Sumosnierd again. You want to kill me for stealing from you? But to kill me, you don't even have the qualifications. I don't have the qualifications? Zhang Qi's face twisted with anger. Just relying on brute strength, he dared to look down on him? Seeking death. He thrust his sword directly at Su Mu, thinking that killing a person with mere brute strength would be easy. Clang! In the darkness, everyone saw a flash of sword light, and the sword in Zhang Qi's hand was instantly shattered into two pieces. Hiss! Zhang Qi's figure froze, and looking at the broken sword in his hand, all the hair on his body stood on end. The sixth steward and the others looked at Su Mu with disbelief. A single sword severed the blade. Was he supposed to have his dantian dug out? How could his cultivation recover so quickly? How is this possible? Could it be just because of a purple flame flower? Chapter 7 Swordlight. He wasn't supposed to be crippled. How could he possibly cut my sword? Zhang Qi looked at the broken sword in front of him, doubting his life, but then his expression twisted again. I am in the Fate Palace realm. Even if he has recovered his cultivation, how could he possibly be my opponent? Deadly sword. Holding the broken sword, he continued to attack Su Mu with all his might, using a low-grade, yellow-tier combat skill. He didn't believe he couldn't kill a Su Mu who had just resumed cultivation. Seeing Zhang Qi continue to attack, a hint of disdain flashed in Su Mu's eyes. A low-grade, yellow-tier combat skill. You want to kill me? Whoosh! Just as Zhang Qi reached him, Su Mu suddenly turned, easily dodging the sword. Such speed. Zhang Gukayese pupils shrank. Is this the reaction speed of someone who has just resumed cultivation? Huh! Suddenly, a cold wind swept over, and the threat of death enveloped him. Zhang Qi dared not hesitate for a moment, and raised his hand to slash. However, this slash ended up severing his own hand. Looking at his arm falling to the ground, the sharp pain just beginning, a chill surged in his chest. I am in the Fate Palace realm. Zhang Qi looked down in disbelief at the sword that pierced through his chest, blood flowing from his mouth. He was in the Fate Palace realm. How could he die at the hands of someone who was crippled? Even Zhang Heng, the #1 genius of the Zhang family, will be trampled under my feet. Just you? Su Mu said coldly, pulling out the sword. Zhang Qi, with eyes full of resentment, fell to the ground, vitality rapidly fading. Brother Qi, seeing Zhang Qi dead, the Zhang family woman turned pale and covered her mouth, not daring to cry out. Su Mu, just as terrifying as before. The sixth steward and the others were completely stunned, their eyes filled with horror. Seeing Su Mu holding the bloody sword looking at them, they instinctively retreated in fear. The once genius Su Mu, they could only be trampled underfoot. He was crippled? Now they deeply questioned if his dantian was really dug out. How could he be as fierce as before, with the Fate Palace realm in his hands, unable to resist? The family head wouldn't lie to us about this. The young master has also achieved dual life palaces. The only possibility is that he has restored his dantian. Thinking of this only possibility, the sixth steward and the others felt bitter. Is this what genius is? No one can defeat him, and even if defeated, he can quickly rise again. Perhaps this is genius. The sixth steward looked at Su Mu, took a deep breath, and a trace of pity flashed in his eyes before quickly turning cold. Su Mu, your talent is truly admirable. Under your leadership, the family will surely prosper, but unfortunately, you have gone astray, defiling virtuous women. The family cannot tolerate you. Still using such ridiculous reasons to slander me. Is it meaningful? Su Mu sneered, a look of hatred flashing in his eyes. That old dog Su Mo Chang. I will definitely make him pay back tooth for tooth and ruin his reputation. Su Mu, young master, Elong has now become a dual life palace, his cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. Under his leadership, our clan will surely thrive. As a member of our clan, you should have the awareness to sacrifice for the family. The sixth steward said coldly, do you still not understand? Even if you are talented, can you compare to a dual life palace? Sacrifice for me? What a joke, a huge joke. Su Mu was furious. How could such words come from people like you? I have dedicated 10 years to the family, loyally serving that old dog Su Mo Chang for 10 years. What was the result? My dantian and heart were divided among his two sons. I have repaid all kindness long ago. To ask me to sacrifice, do they even qualify? Ungrateful wretches. The family head is your adoptive father. Without him, you wouldn't have today. The sixth steward shouted angrily. Su Mo sneered, giving intent rising. A few dogs are still barking here. The sixth steward's face showed anger. Su Mu's strangeness made him uncertain about taking him down. He wanted to use words to make Su Mu's emotions drop, losing some fighting power, but he didn't expect that Su Mu, at just over 10 years old, had such a resolute character. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame us. Attack! The sixth steward and the others unleashed their momentum, all in the third level of the Fate Palace realm. Watching them surround him, Su Mu quickly circulated his power, the small sword in the sword vein vibrating. Whoosh! Starfall kill. The sixth steward was the first to attack, directly using the family combat skill Starfall kill, a mid-grade yellow tier skill. He wouldn't make the same mistake as Zhang Qi. He aimed to kill Su Mu in one blow. However, in front of Su Mu, Starfall kill was no different from Zhang Qi's deadly sword. Unarmed sword technique crossing crime. Su Mu silently chanted in his heart, swinging his sword. A brilliant light appeared in the darkness. Light. The Zhang family woman stared in astonishment at the light. How could there be light? The sixth steward, seeing the sword light for the first time, had his pupils shrink. But his first thought was what kind of combat skill this was. He only knew sword energy, and a stronger sword light had exceeded his comprehension. Clang! The swords collided, sparks flying in the night, and the two figures crazily retreated. Hiss! What kind of combat skill is that? The sixth steward stomped two large pits into the ground. After stabilizing himself, his right hand trembled. The power of that sword was too terrifying. Sword light? After steadying himself, Su Mu looked at the sword in his hand, his eyes shining with excitement. He had actually unleashed sword light, and the power of sword light was far greater than sword energy. It seems that fighting against stronger opponents allows me to have more control over sword intent. Looking up at the sixth steward across from him, he excitedly licked his lips. You treat me as a stepping stone. Then today, you will become my sharpening stone. You now med swort technique. Seeing Su Mu daring to charge forward, the sixth steward's pupil shrank. And as he saw the sword light appear, his heartbeat slowed a beat. Su Mu, what exactly is this combat skill? You dare to hide combat skills, being disloyal and ungrateful to the family. Sumos combat skill truly thrived on him. If they had such a powerful combat skill earlier, they would have already stormed out of Anqing City. This scoundrel actually dared to hide it. Just you wretches, do you even qualify to possess my combat skill? Do you think that with this combat skill, you could defeat us? If you don't hand over the combat skill, we will make you wish you were dead. The sixth steward roared ferociously, joining forces with the other stewards to attack Su Mu. Even if Su Mu's strength was comparable to the third level of the Fate Palace realm, they were all in the third level of the Fate Palace realm, and they could definitely take him down. Clang, clang, clang. In the eyes of the Zhang family woman, sparks continued to fly in the darkness, figures flickering, and the fast speed even stirred up a fierce wind. Clearly, she could escape at this moment, but in the face of such a battle, her legs had gone soft, and she had no strength left to run. In the midst of the siege, the six deacons continuously tightened their encirclement, seemingly on the verge of victory. The 8th drop of elemental liquid was completed. The 9th drop of elemental liquid quickly began to condense as well. They could not kill him yet. Once I condense the 10th drop of elemental liquid and form my life palace, then they can die. Just when they thought victory was in sight, Su Mu was immersed in ecstasy. Chapter 8. The Life Palace is formed. He can't hold on for much longer. The 6 deacons continued their fierce assault on Su Mu, each wearing a victorious smile on their faces, not only because they could report back after killing Su Mu, but also because they could gain the martial skills from him. Su Mu, don't be stubborn. Hand over your martial skills, and we can leave you with a complete corpse. Su Mu kept counterattacking, ignoring them, as the 9th drop of elemental liquid was almost formed within his sword vein. Su Mu, if you remain obstinate, you will only suffer a fate worse than death. The 6 deacons continued to threaten, but Su Mu still did not respond. It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Don't hold back. First, chop off his hands and feet. Flying star kill. Wombing force. The several deacons used their martial skills again, attacking Su Mu from all directions, completely cutting off his retreat. The 9th drop of elemental liquid formed, the unrestrained sword technique. Activate. Su Mu roared in his heart, and the sharp sword struck horizontally, the sword light becoming even more intense. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew from the eyes of the 6 deacons, and then a tremendous force hit them, causing their expressions to change drastically. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With one sword strike, Su Mu sent all 6 deacons flying away. Hiss. The 6 deacons landed and staggered back several yards, staring at Su Mu in disbelief, gasping for air. His strength had actually increased again. How could he grow stronger the more he fought? Shouldn't one weaken with battle? The consumption should be getting more severe. They had already expended a lot. How could Su Mu become braver and braver? Almost at 10 drops, Su Mu licked the blood from the scar on his hand and charged forward with his sword. Watching Su Mu become more courageous in battle, the 6 deacons swallowed hard, and thoughts of retreat began to form in their hearts. If we don't kill Su Mu, the family head will definitely not let us off. Thinking of the consequences of returning defeated, they gritted their teeth and continued to attack. Clang, clang, clang. This time, the situation turned dramatically. It was no longer the 6 deacons pressing Su Mu, but rather Su Mu starting to press them. And he was getting fiercer. Is this still a genius? This is simply a monster. The 6 deacons found it increasingly difficult to fight, their shock growing. Is this still called a genius? After half a month, Su Mu had become even more of a genius than before, truly a monster. 10 drops of elemental liquid formed. Gather my life palace. Seeing the 10th drop of elemental liquid condensing in the sword vein, Su Mu attacked wildly while forming his life palace. Inside the sword vein, the 10 drops of elemental liquid began to move wildly, eventually merging together and rapidly expanding. In just a moment, the elemental liquid was about to expand to the entire sword vein, and its thickness was comparable to a thin film. The changes in the elemental liquid did not stop, beginning to condense into the shape of a palace with sharp angles. Life palace formed. Buzz. Su Mu's momentum underwent a qualitative change, and his strength skyrocketed. Feeling the rapidly increasing momentum from Su Mu, the 6 deacons hurriedly retreated, their faces losing all color. Life palace realm. The 6 of them stared dumbfounded at Su Mu, their lips trembling. He actually broke through to the life palace realm during battle. Is he even human? Su Mu continuously refreshed their understanding of martial arts, breaking through during a fight and shattering their worldview. Such a thing was simply unheard of and unseen. Previously, he was merely in the spirit movement realm, and now their hearts skipped a beat, swallowing hard. Su Mu had fought them for so long with only the spirit movement realm's cultivation, and yet he had even turned the tables on them. What kind of freak is this? Run, run. Suddenly, the 6 deacons trembled, turning to run in fear. The others reacted and fled in terror. If the spirit movement realm was that strong, with Su Mu now in the life palace realm, wouldn't killing them be as easy as killing chickens? They actually ran. The Zhang family girl watched in shock as the 6 deacons were scared away, her mouth agape in disbelief. Ami dreaming. This must be a dream. Returning to the life palace realm, it came naturally, but this time achieving the life palace realm felt intoxicatingly powerful. Run? Su Mu opened his eyes, looking at the fleeing 6 deacons, his eyes shooting out a fierce light. He had reached the life palace realm, and they still wanted to escape? Whoosh! Like a cheetah, He charged forward, leaving 2 craters in the ground. He coming. The 6 deacons turned back, their souls nearly leaving their bodies in terror. Split up and run. They decisively split up to flee, hoping for a slim chance of survival. But unfortunately, everything they did now was in vain. Judgment. Su Mu first charged toward the strongest of the 6 deacons, the sword light leaving the sword. Before he reached them, the attack arrived first. The 6 deacons' hair stood on end, and when he looked back, the sword light was blindingly bright. Sword light. An attack that left the body. He instantly understood that it was a sword light stronger than sword energy. Clang. He hurriedly raised his sword to defend, but the sword light pierced through his body, leaving a bloody hole, and his sword had been broken. Sword light. Before he died, he still murmured the word sword light, unable to understand why Su Mu, merely in the Life Palace realm, could unleash sword light. 6 deacons. The other deacons looked back in horror as they saw their comrade killed in an instant, nearly losing their minds in despair. Whoosh! Su Mu immediately changed direction and charged toward them, causing them to flee in a panic. In just a few breaths, screams erupted, and soon there was only 1 deacon left, and the last deacon was caught by Su Mu, trampled underfoot. Spare me. It was all Su Mo Chung who made us do it. This deacon trembled, begging for mercy, his eyes filled only with fear, devoid of any resistance. Young Master Mu, you're so strong. You can definitely lead the family to greatness. I support you as the family head. I will serve you. No matter how the deacon pleaded, Su Mu only shook his head coldly. The servant of that old dog, Su Mo Chung. Using you would only disgust me. Whoosh! With a swift strike, he severed the throat. Soon, Su Mo Chung, you should cherish your last moments. After dealing with them, Su Mu turned his gaze toward Anqing City, as if he could see Su Mo Chung back in the Su family. At this moment, Su Mo Chung, who was meditating in his study, suddenly shivered, inexplicably touching the back of his head. The weather isn't even cold. Su Mo Chung looked outside with a strange expression. Even at night, it wasn't cold. Why did he suddenly feel a chill? I wonder if they found that way, Su Mu. Su Mo Chung simply gave up on meditation, looking outside with a dark expression. As long as Su Mu was alive, he couldn't feel at ease. Chapter 9. Above the Life Palace. Su Mu glanced at the sword in his hand. Mid-grade ordinary weapons are truly quite useful. After fighting for so long, the blade had no scratches at all. Su Mo Chung really knows how to pamper his son. Previously, he had to fight for his life to obtain a low-grade ordinary weapon, and Su Mo Chung even called it gift. In the past, he didn't care about anything to repay the favor, but now thinking back, all that was fed to the dogs, it was truly worthless. He found over a dozen bottles of potions from the 6 deacons, and besides that, there was nothing else. They had entered the Beast Mountain range to kill, so they naturally came lightly armed. He packed all the potions into his bag, and then suddenly noticed the Zhang family girl, her eyes wide in surprise. He thought she had long fled, but unexpectedly she was still here, waiting to die. He walked toward the Zhang family girl with his sword, and she immediately trembled in fear, retreating to a tree and shaking uncontrollably. No, please don't kill me. The woman from the Zhang family was filled with terror, her mind now a blank slate. The power of Su Mu had completely overwhelmed her cognitive abilities, and all she could think about was surviving. You almost killed me at the Purple Crystal Beast place, and now you bring them to kill me? Spare you? Su Mu's face was indifferent as he raised his sword. There was no way he would let her go. Letting her escape would only bring him endless trouble. Don't kill me, please. I can serve you. I'm very skilled. The woman from the Zhang family suddenly grasped at a lifeline and began to remove her clothes. Under the moonlight, her flawless shoulders were exceptionally alluring, and coupled with her decent looks, she appeared even more enchanting. As long as you don't kill me, you can do whatever you want with me, she said nervously, fearing that Su Mu would treat her the same way he had half a month ago. Thud! The sword was icy cold, becoming even more frigid under the moonlight. The woman from the Zhang family trembled, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she looked up at Su Mu in disbelief. Why? She fell to the ground, unable to comprehend why Su Mu, who was known for his lewdness, would kill her without even touching her. After killing the woman from the Zhang family, Sumu chuckled to himself. After half a month of fermenting rumors, it seemed he had become known as a lecherous thief in everyone's eyes. The only way to wash away this shame was to kill that old dog, Su Mo Chung. He used his sword to cut open the woman's clothing, not out of desire, but to obtain the medicinal liquid on her. He needed it for 12 days of cultivation in the Monster Beast Mountains, and restorative and healing potions were essential. He found 3 bottles of medicinal liquid on her, along with a piece of parchment. A map? Sumu opened the parchment, and his eyes instantly lit up. There was indeed an ice spirit spring deep within the Monster Beast Mountains. It seemed Zhangqi and the others had come here, searching for the ice spirit spring. The ice spirit spring was an excellent place for cultivation, containing abundant primordial energy, and its extremely low temperature could continuously temper one's meridians, making it easier to break through to the Transcendence realm. Above the Fate Palace realm was the Transcendence realm, which literally meant to shed one's body and exchange bones, expelling all impurities from the body through 9 stages, allowing for a closer affinity with the world's primordial energy to break through to higher realms. The ice spirit spring could temper one's meridians, akin to washing the essence and refining the marrow, laying the firmest foundation for breaking through to the Transcendence realm. Not only had he broken through the Fate Palace realm, but he had also obtained the map to the ice spirit spring. This battle was truly worth it. He tucked the map into his clothes, packed his things, and immediately set off toward the location of the ice spirit spring. Meanwhile, 2 graceful figures entered the Monster Beast Mountains. Second miss, if you sneak out, the family head will definitely be worried sick. The eldest lady worked hard to find you. We should hurry back. Why are you nagging like an old woman? The second miss halted her steps, her delicate face flushed and cute, but her watery eyes were filled with anger, instantly transforming her from a neighborly little sister into a little demoness. What did you call him? That bastard drove my sister insane. And you still call him your master? The maid behind her quickly stepped back in fright, bowing her head in apology. I'm sorry, second miss, I misspoke. Su Mu betrayed the eldest lady, violated a good woman. He's just a lecher, a bastard. Hearing this, the girl nodded in satisfaction and continued deeper into the Monster Beast Mountains. My sister is infatuated with him. If that bastard weren't already dead, I would definitely tear him apart. Deep within the Monster Beast Mountains, Su Mu stood in a patch of grass with a map in hand, looking at the cold lake before him, his face filled with surprise. The ice spirit spring is actually this big. This could no longer be called a spring. It was more like a small lake, with water plants growing as tall as a person. With the cover of the water plants, it was much safer to cultivate here. What a blessing. Such a large ice spirit spring with no beast using it. It's truly a waste. He had encountered no dangers on the way to the ice spirit spring, and now, with this large body of water unoccupied by any beasts, Su Mu couldn't wait to strip off his clothes and leapt into the ice spirit spring. But immediately, he regretted it. Hiss, so cold. As soon as he hit the water, the bone-chilling cold made him want to jump back out. Freezing his face was nothing. Now, it was freezing his backside. He endured the piercing cold and quickly entered a cultivation state. Hiss, what grade should this Fate Palace be considered? At this moment, he had time to introspect his Sword Meridian, and looking at the Fate Palace that had expanded to occupy the entire Sword Meridian, he was shocked. Previously, he had condensed a 7th grade Fate Palace, but it only occupied half of his dantian. Now, however, the Fate Palace occupied the entire Sword Meridian. Moreover, the Sword Meridian was 3 times larger than his previous dantian. This meant that the current Fate Palace was 6 times larger than his previous 7th grade Fate Palace. The 10th grade Fate Palace only occupies 9/10 of the dantian. What grade is my current Fate Palace? 10th? Or even beyond the 10th grade? As he pondered, his heart began to race. Kid, your knowledge is limited. It seems this immortal emperor must enlighten you. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, and Su Mu was overjoyed. Madman, immortal emperor? You're not asleep? What? Do you wish for me to sleep? Then I'll go to sleep. The dissatisfied voice of the madman, immortal emperor, sounded, and Su Mu forced a smile. How could a ruthless person who had even killed an immortal emperor still argue with him? Forget it. I can't be bothered with you. I'll just wake up occasionally to impart some knowledge. The madman immortal emperor yawned lazily and said, "The Fate Palace is divided into 10 grades. This is the most basic understanding. Even a 10th grade Fate Palace can only cultivate to the dantian realm and cannot even reach the Fate and Image realm." Hearing this, Sumu fell silent. To say nothing of the Fate and Image realm, even the dantian realm felt distant from him. Above the 10th grade Fate Palace, there are even stronger Fate Palaces. To achieve the Fate and Image realm, one must possess an extraordinary Fate Palace that surpasses the 10th grade. Above the extraordinary Fate Palace is the Zune-level Fate Palace, which has the qualifications to become a celestial sovereign. Above there the Tian-grade Fate Palace, Saint-level Fate Palace, Divine-level Fate Palace, and Immortal-grade Fate Palace. Chapter 10. Huang Yun. Does having an immortal-grade Fate Palace mean you have the qualifications to become an immortal emperor? Sumu couldn't help but ask. This knowledge was something he had never encountered before, and the existence of so many powerful Fate Palaces was truly shocking. Not necessarily. The madman immortal emperor directly gave a negative answer. Not necessarily? Sumu's lips twitched. If even the strongest immortal-grade Fate Palace couldn't become an immortal emperor, then what kind of Fate Palace would be strong enough to become one? The Fate Palace only proves that you have a slight chance. In the 3,000 worlds, geniuses are as numerous as dust. But throughout history, how many have actually become immortal emperors? Sumu fell silent again. Those words were a bit disheartening, but they further ignited his fighting spirit. Cultivation is to go against the heavens, to challenge the impossible. But you're different. The madman immortal emperor suddenly changed his tone. Sumu couldn't help but smile. Was this a compliment? After that incident, you should know that a person can have 2 Fate Palaces or even 3. Some unparalleled prodigies that appear once in 10,000 years can possess multiple Fate Palaces across the upper, middle, and lower dantians. Multiple Fate Palaces across the upper, middle, and lower dantians. Sumu gasped in shock. How terrifying that would be. The outside world was much more frightening than he had imagined. So what about my Fate Palace? Your Fate Palace has now surpassed the extraordinary Fate Palace and reached the Zune-level Fate Palace. The madman immortal emperor immediately gave a definitive answer. Zune-level Fate Palace. Sumu took a deep breath. This was already quite impressive, but if a 6th grade Fate Palace was only Zune level, then the strongest immortal grade Fate Palace was truly unimaginable. Kid, are you not satisfied with having a noble Fate Palace now? Back in my day, I only had an extraordinary Fate Palace, Sumu said with a bitter smile. But the mad immortal emperor interrupted him immediately. Many strong practitioners didn't start with a powerful Fate Palace. They became stronger through relentless effort. The greatest strength of the Chaos opening record lies in its ability to strengthen the Fate Palace in the simplest way. Are you saying that my Fate Palace can be upgraded to an immortal-grade Fate Palace? Sumo exclaimed, enveloped in immense surprise. That's right. And once you open the 4-9 dark veins, each dark vein's Fate Palace can be upgraded to an immortal-grade Fate Palace. Sumu kept repeating this phrase in his heart, feeling the blood rush through him. First, I must hurry to open the 2nd dark vein, and then condense 100 drops of primal liquid to open the 2nd dark vein. After the mad immortal emperor's voice faded, he gradually fell silent, continuing to sleep. I will definitely do it. I will open the 2nd dark vein in the shortest time possible. Sumu clenched his fists. Even though he now had the mad immortal emperor's help and was cultivating the Chaos opening record, he was still far behind the talented prodigies in the outside world. He needed to put in 10, 100, or even 1,000 times more effort to ensure he wouldn't be trampled by others in the future. In this life, he would no longer be treated as a stepping stone by anyone. With focused cultivation, the primal energy from the ice spirit, Spring, continuously absorbed into the sword vein, while the cold air from the ice spirit, Spring, constantly tempered his meridians. After a day, the primal liquid in the sword vein had already condensed into 5 drops. After condensing the Fate Palace, the difficulty of condensing primal liquid had significantly increased. Sumu looked at the 5 drops of primal liquid and thought to himself, all 10 drops he previously condensed were used to form the Fate Palace, and now he had to start over. Yet, after reshaping the Fate Palace, The requirements for condensing primal liquid shot up. Even with such a good cultivation environment, he had only condensed 5 drops. These 5 drops of primal liquid were much more powerful than before. The primal liquid could not only fill the sword vein, but also provide him with stronger power, making him invincible in battle. He continued to cultivate. As long as he condensed 10 drops of primal liquid, his cultivation could break through to the 2nd level of the Fate Palace realm. On the other side of the Ice Spirit Spring, 2 graceful figures approached. "Miss, are you really going to bathe here?" "Cultivate. I'm going to cultivate here." Huang Yun glared at her maid, emphasizing repeatedly. The maid stuck out her tongue. "Is there a difference between cultivating and bathing? You stay here. If you dare to let anyone in, I'll make sure to beat you." "Yes, miss," the maid replied helplessly. Having not encountered a single shadow of a beast on the way here, it would be strange if someone came. Huang Yun nodded and took off her clothes, stepping into the Ice Spirit Spring. Hiss! The sudden cold made Huang Yun shiver, but soon she was immersed in the water with a look of enjoyment. My master was right. With the suppression of the Ice Spirit Spring, my cultivation will surely make rapid progress. While cultivating, the water around Huang Yun began to rise with gas, but this gas was not cold. It was hot steam. Huang Yun closed her eyes, her snow-white body becoming scorching hot, the steam continuously spreading, creating a terrifying temperature, causing the surrounding Ice Spirit Spring to rapidly warm up. I've reached the 2nd level of the Fate Palace realm. On the other side of the Ice Spirit Spring, Su Mu surfaced, his face filled with joy as he finally condensed 10 drops of primal liquid, successfully breaking through to the 2nd level of the Fate Palace realm. Now, even the 4th level of the Fate Palace realm is no match for me. I can even fight someone at the 5th level. Huh? Why has the water temperature risen? Su Mu suddenly frowned, keenly sensing that the temperature of the Ice Spirit Spring had increased, which would significantly reduce the effectiveness of his cultivation. The heat source was coming from the other side. Sensing a distinct heat source there, Su Mu swam over, parting the dense water plants, and saw someone cultivating in the Ice Spirit Spring, completely submerged in the water, with steam rising all around her. When did someone else arrive? Su Mu's heart skipped a beat. He had been so focused on cultivating that he hadn't noticed someone had come. Thankfully, it wasn't someone from Su Machin, otherwise it would have been trouble. Staring at the flushed face, Su Mu suddenly furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat familiar. Oh no, it's Yun. The next moment, he recalled who it was. She was none other than Jun Ro's younger sister, Yun. Huang Yun was only 2 years younger than Huang Junru, 16 this year, making her his little sister-in-law. What's she doing here? Su Mu felt extremely awkward and hurriedly pretended not to see, backing away. He had already been slandered by Su Machin as a lecher. If discovered now, he would truly never clear his name. Who knows when a young lady will finish cultivating? Outside the Ice Spirit Spring, Huang Yun's maid was wandering around out of boredom. In half a day, she hadn't seen a single shadow of a beast. The silence was unbearably dull. Close? The maid circled the Ice Spirit Spring repeatedly and suddenly spotted Su Mu's clothes in a nondescript spot, her gaze instantly sharpening. Men's clothes? How could there be men's clothes here? Could someone be peeping at the young lady bathing? The maid's face changed drastically, cursing herself for not noticing sooner, and hurriedly rushed back to shout, "Miss, bad news. Someone is peeping at you bathing." Chapter 11. Going Astray. Miss, bad news. Someone is peeping at you bathing. Just as Huang Yun was in a critical moment of cultivation, the maid's shout jolted her, destabilizing her mind. Her beautiful face instantly turned as hot as magma, and she spat out a mouthful of hot blood into the water, which immediately bubbled up. The cultivation method she practiced was extremely extreme. She had come here intending to use the Ice Spirit Spring suppression, but her mind was disturbed, nearly causing her to go astray. Damn it! Even though her body was severely injured, Huang Yun had no choice but to open her eyes. She wanted to see who had the audacity to peep at her bathing. Which lecher is it? On the other side, in the water plants, Su Mu's eyes widened as he made eye contact with Huang Yun, completely stunned. That was way too timely. If I had been just a moment later, I could have escaped. How could I be found out right at this moment? This is bad. Huang Yun must have clearly seen his face. Su Mu's heart wailed in despair. This is like falling in mud. It's not just embarrassing, it's a disaster. The first moment Huang Yiyun saw Su Mu, she was taken aback. Then disbelief crossed her face, and finally, she exploded in rage. Su Mu, you bastard, you're not dead. Her fury erupted. She didn't even care if she was dressed, charging out to slap Su Mu. You drove my sister mad, and now you dare peep at me? You lecher. Su Mu stared at Huang Yiyun rushing towards him, dumbfounded. This girl is too. Hearing Huang Yiyun's furious roar made him shiver. He bitterly smiled. I am innocent. I was cultivating well here. How would I know you would come? Naturally, he couldn't hit his little sister-in-law. He could only run first and explain the situation later if given the chance. Still trying to run? Huang Yiyun's eyes were filled with fury. You drove my sister mad. Peeped at me bathing, and now you want to escape? No way. With a splash, Huang Yiyun skimmed across the water's surface, quickly catching up to Su Mu. What the hell? How did she become so strong? Su Mu was momentarily dumbfounded. He hadn't seen much of Huang Yiyun before. He only knew she was playful and often hard to find, but he didn't expect her strength to be so impressive. Did Jun Ro ever mention her talent was this high? Seeing Huang Yiyun getting closer, Su Mu couldn't think too much and accelerated his escape. As long as he grabbed his clothes and ran to the deepest part of the mountain core, Huang Yiyun would surely stop chasing him. At that moment, Su Mu turned his head and saw Huang Yiyun spitting blood, her aura plummeting, and she fell directly into the water. Yiyun. Su Mu's expression changed drastically. He abandoned his escape and rushed to pull Huang Yiyun out of the water. It is so hot. Huang Yiyun was now fainting, but her whole body was burning hot, as if she were holding a piece of heated iron. Had she gone into a frenzy? How could this happen? What kind of cultivation technique was Yiyun practicing? Seeing Huang Yiyun's condition, Su Mu felt a chill run down his spine. The maid's shout just now had almost caused Huang Yiyun to go into a frenzy. It would have been fine if they had suppressed it from the beginning, but acting immediately led to her going into a frenzy. He had to protect her heart meridian first. Otherwise, it would be too late. Calming down to think, Su Mu immediately turned his hand and frantically extracted the cold air from the ice spirit spring. In an instant, a ball of icy mist gathered in his hand, with frost forming on his eyebrows. Yin, I'm sorry. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand and pressed it against Huang Yiyun's heart, injecting all the cold air into her heart meridian. Oof. Huang Yiyun let out a muffled groan, not waking up, but her complexion began to improve. Suddenly, a scream that pierced the sky startled Su Mu, and when he looked up, he saw the maid pointing at him in disbelief. He pressed his hand on the young lady. You pervert! Let go of the young lady. The maid furiously drew her sword and charged at Su Mu. Daring to defile her young lady was unforgivable. Clang! Su Mu looked up and directly pinched the sword with 2 fingers. The maid's strength was only at the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm, and she posed no threat to him at all. I'm saving your young lady. Do you want her to die? Su Mu explained helplessly, feeling a headache as things developed this way. Still trying to argue, the maid shouted angrily. Your hand is pressed against the young lady's chest. Is this still saving her? She tried to pull her sword again to attack, but the sword was like it was clamped by iron pincers, and despite her using all her strength, she couldn't move an inch. The maid was still desperately struggling. Even if she had to risk her life, she wanted to protect the young lady's innocence. But soon, her expression froze, staring at Su Mu in horror. Why you? You are young Master Su Mu. You're not dead. Was she seeing ghosts? Wasn't young Master Su Mu dead more than half a month ago? I'm not dead. I'm saving your young lady now. Calm down, Su Mu said helplessly, releasing the sword. The maid's face was pale and in shock. She subconsciously nodded and stepped back. But after a few steps, she realized something was wrong and immediately pointed her sword at Su Mu again. You pervert. You defiled a woman, betrayed the young lady, and now you want to defile the second young lady. You beast. Su Mu rolled his eyes. Why couldn't they communicate properly? Take a good look at your young lady. He was too lazy to explain and shouted. The maid looked down at Huang Yiyun's condition. Her face changed drastically, and she hurriedly dropped her sword. What's wrong with the young lady? How'd she end up like this? What should we do? If anything happens to the young lady, the head of the family will definitely be furious. The eldest young lady had just been found. If anything happened to the second young lady again. Stop. Step aside. If you keep shouting, Iyun will really be in danger. Sumu's forehead broke out in a sweat. The maid, looking panicked, hurriedly stepped back, her hands clasped over her heart, continuously praying. Young lady, you will be fine, you will be fine. Sumu shook his head and continued to condense the cold air into Huang Iyun's heart meridian. After repeating this several times, Huang Iyun's body temperature finally lowered. Her burning hot face turned pale, and she still looked very weak. Get a bottle of restorative medicine. He turned a glance at the location of his clothes and bag, which was too far away, and gestured to the maid. The maid fumbled to take out a bottle of medicine and handed it over. After Sumu opened the medicine and gave it to Huang Iyun, a bit of color returned to her face. All right, help Iyun put on her clothes first. Sumu wiped away the beads of sweat that had turned into ice and handed Huang Iyun to the maid, then went to get dressed himself. The maid looked at Sumu's back with uncertainty, then hurriedly carried Huang Iyun ashore. But before dressing her, she checked her thoroughly and, seeing that the young lady was still completely intact, let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Sumu didn't see this scene. Otherwise, he would have been extremely frustrated. What could he do in such a short time? After getting dressed, Sumu initially wanted to leave, but after thinking about it, he turned around and walked back. Huang Iyun was still heavily injured. It was too dangerous in the core area of the Monster Beast Mountains. On that side, Huang Iyun was gradually waking up. Young lady, you're okay. That's great. You scare me to death just now. The maid exclaimed joyfully when she saw Huang Iyun open her eyes, tears of joy streaming down her face. Huang Iyun saw the maid and smiled weakly, the scene from before flashing in her mind. Could it be that she had gone into a frenzy and imagined it? How could the dead come back to life? I'm fine, Xiao Huan. I think I saw Sumu just now. Huang Iyun spoke weakly, and at that moment, Sumu walked over, causing her to shout in shock. Sumu, imbisted. Chapter 12. Who doesn't deserve to live? Young lady, young lady. Seeing Huang Iyun rushing up to confront Sumu, Xiao Huan hurriedly pulled her back. Young lady, you're still injured. You absolutely mustn't make any more moves. Let go of me. Huang Iyun glared at Xiao Huan and shouted. But Xiao Huan refused to let go no matter what. Young lady, please calm down. Just now you were in a frenzy. It was young Master Sumu who saved you. What? Huang Iyun was stunned upon hearing this, glancing at Sumu before looking at Xiao Huan in disbelief. He saved me? Xiao Huan nodded eagerly and continued. You were in a very serious frenzy. If it weren't for young Master Sumu's timely rescue, you might already. Huang Iyun froze. It was indeed Sumu who saved her, but Sumu had driven her sister mad, betrayed her sister, and even spied on her while she bathed. Now, it was Sumu who saved her, making it very hard for her to accept. How did he save me? Huang Iyun suddenly recalled that she had been completely naked at that time, and her expression instantly turned cold. Xiao Huan opened her mouth, but suddenly didn't know how to respond. After all, everything was understandable in order to save someone, but the young lady might not think so. Iyun, let me explain. At this moment, Sumu could only speak up. I obtained a map from the Zhang family and learned that there was an ice spirit spring here, so I came here to cultivate. But after the cultivation, I found that the water temperature rose, and then Sumu took out the map, smiling bitterly. This was really too much of a coincidence. Seeing the map in his hand, Huang Iyun was once again stunned. So, it really was just a coincidence? But this was just too coincidental. All right, even if all of this can be explained, what about you defiling innocent women? My sister went mad because of you. Huang Iyun's expression turned cold again. This was something she could never forgive Sumu for. Iyun, this matter is complicated. I was framed, and if I were really that kind of person, would you still be safe here? Sumu took a deep breath, recalling the moment Su Machin dug out his dantian. And thinking of Jun Ro going mad because of him, hatred surged up wildly. Huang Iyun couldn't refute for a moment. She and Xiao Huan really hadn't suffered any violation. That might just be your temporary guilty conscience, feeling sorry for my sister, which is why you didn't do anything. What you did is already known to all. This was ultimately just Su Mu's side of the story, although she had begun to believe him somewhat. The fact that her sister had gone mad because of this was the most unforgivable thing for her. If it weren't for her sister going mad, she would never have gone astray and practiced that kind of technique, and there wouldn't be today's frenzy. Iyun, You will know the truth later. Can you tell me how your sister is doing now? When he asked about Huang Junru's condition, Su Mu's heart trembled. The person he felt most guilty towards in this life was Junru. You still want? Huang Yun immediately spoke angrily. But seeing the deep affection and pain in Su Mu's eyes touched the softness in her heart, and she closed her mouth, no longer speaking harshly. Maybe things aren't really like that. My sister is already at the Marshall Mansion, and strong experts are treating her, but we don't know the specifics. Her heart was filled with contradictions, but she still responded with indifference. Sumu nodded, relieved, his gaze firm. Junru, I will come to find you soon. There are no demon beasts around here. Iyun, you stay here to heal. I'll go first. Sumu said a sentence and turned to leave. To avoid Huang Iyun's misunderstanding, he had to leave first. Looking at Su Mu's solitary figure, Huang Iyun's indifference faded away. At this moment, she only felt the loneliness and pain emanating from Su Mu. Miss, does young Master Su really have his reasons? He has always been a very just person before. Xiao Huan spoke up from the side. Huang Iyun remained silent. This time she did not refute Xiao Huan, calling Su Mu young master. Miss, though, I don't know what happened. If young Master Su is truly wronged, then he is too pitiful, with only you believing in him. Xiao Huan looked at Su Mu, who was walking farther away, feeling a pang in her heart. Huang Yin bit her red lips, her expression gradually becoming complex. Miss, young Master Su is back. Suddenly Xiao Huan's exclamation brought her back to reality. Huang Yun looked up and saw Su Mu returning. Yun, soon you will know the truth. Su Mu walked back with a serious expression, leaving Huang Yun confused. What truth? Keep your lady hidden in the ice spirit spring. I didn't call you out. Absolutely do not come out. Huang Yun and her maid were stunned, both completely unaware of what was happening. Quick! Su Mu shouted sternly, and Xiao Huan jolted, hurriedly pulling Huang Yun to hide in the ice spirit spring. Clang! After they hid, Su Mu drew his sword and walked forward. What on earth is happening? Huang Yun and her maid hid behind the aquatic plants, peering through the gaps in the plants at Su Mu, full of doubts. Swish, swish, swish. Then they saw over a dozen figures springing out from the jungle, completely blocking Su Mu's path. Who are they? The two women gasped, now finally understanding why Su Mu wanted them to hide. They seemed to be from the Su family. Why did they want to kill young Master Su? Su Mu did something that cannot be tolerated by heaven and earth. It makes sense for the Su family to hunt him down. Huang Yun spoke coldly. Xiao Huan turned to look at her in shock, as if to say, Miss, do you really believe that? Seeing Xiao Huan's questioning gaze, Huang Yun snorted coldly. Even if Su Mu is wronged, and everything has its reasons, it cannot change the fact that Su Mu has seen her completely, and it is even possible that he has touched her. After all, she is an innocent young lady, and Su Mu is still considered her brother-in-law. Thinking of this, Huang Yun couldn't help but bite her red lips, but her gaze remained fixed on Su Mu. Su Mu, I really didn't expect that your dantian was dug out by the head of the family. Yet you can still rise and have killed so many of our stewards. Over a dozen people approached Su Mu, consisting of 12 stewards from the Su family and 3 elders. Su Mu narrowed his eyes. No wonder they didn't attack immediately when they found him. It turns out they discovered the corpses of the 6 stewards and came to gather people to eliminate him in one fell swoop. With a twist of the sword in hand, fine, let us resolve it all at once. That old dog, Su Mo Chung, really thinks highly of me, sending over 3 elders. Su Mu glanced back and spoke coldly. Su Mu, the family has raised you for so many years. You should understand that you should no longer live. The 4th elder stepped forward, his old face filled with malice. Here, there were no outsiders, and they didn't need to hide anymore. Oh, I shouldn't live? The Su Mo Chung father and son have the right to live? Su Mu sneered repeatedly. Would the Su family have developed to this point without him? A bunch of ungrateful people actually said he shouldn't live. How ridiculous. Chapter 13. Misunderstanding clarified enough. The 4th elder shouted angrily, and the other 2 elders stepped forward, their powerful aura pressing down on Su Mu. But Su Mu remained unmoved, even his expression not changing a bit. Could it be that his strength has truly recovered? The 3 elders felt a chill in their hearts. Before being crippled, Su Mu was at the early stage of the Fate Palace realm, capable of overpowering those at the 4th level of the Fate Palace realm. How on earth did he do it? The three of them looked at each other, disbelief rising in their eyes. He had only escaped for a few days and had fully recovered. Even if he could recultivate, it was impossible to achieve such terrifying speed. He must be killed. The three exchanged glances, murderous intent surging. Su Mu was too strange. If Su Mu does not die today, then it will be them who die. Sumu, the head of the family, is ultimately your adoptive father. How dare you be ungrateful and insult the head of the family? The fourth elder continued to shout angrily, while signaling for everyone to hold nothing back and ensure Su Mu could not escape. I have long severed all ties with that old dog, Su Mo Chung, when he dug out my dantian and had Su Elong fuse with my 7th grade Fate Palace. All favors were repaid, Su Mu shouted coldly. If it weren't for me finding a way to escape, my heart would have already ended up in Su Xiangchuan's hands. Then you should give your 7 apertures exquisite heart to the second young master. The second young master has waited and cultivated for 10 years just to obtain your 7 apertures exquisite heart. Yet you killed him. Hearing this, Su Mu was directly angered to laughter. Su Xiangchuan should be given a heart swap after 10 years of hard cultivation? What kind of nonsense is this? No wonder he is that old dog's servant. He has truly taken shamelessness to the extreme. Su Mu, since you are so stubborn, then I can only send you on your way. The fourth elder glanced at the more than a dozen stewards behind him, seeing they were ready, and waved his hand, shouting for everyone to attack together. They would not discuss any martial ethics with Su Mu, nor would they talk about any feelings, if they did. Su Mu would not have ended up in such a situation. Incapable soit technique. With a twist of his sword, a fierce light shot out from Su Mu's eyes. The 3 elders were all at the 6th level of the Fate Palace realm, and there were more than a dozen stewards at the 3rd level of the Fate Palace realm or above. This battle would surely be a bitter fight, but fearless. He would sweep through everything. Young Master Su, behind the aquatic plants. Xiao Huan watched as Su Mu charged forward towards the 4th elder and the others like a moth to a flame, her heart racing. It turns out young Master Su was wronged. Miss, did you hear? Young Master Su was wronged. Xiao Huan said to Huang Yun, both pained and excited. Huang Yun seemed to be in a daze, staring at Su Mu, who was amidst the chaos. I knew young Master Su could not be that kind of heartless and ungrateful person. It's all the head of the Su family. He is just a beast. Young Master Su was so good to their father and son, giving them everything good. At that time, he wanted to buy a set of jewelry for the young lady, but could not afford it, and could only make one for her by hand. Young Master Su was so good to them, yet they dug out his dantian and even wanted to take young Master Su's heart for his younger son. It's simply inhumane. In the end, they even slandered young Master Su as a shameless lecher. What kind of pain and torment has young Master Su endured in the past half-month? Women are inherently emotional creatures, and coupled with Xiao Huan's young age and kind nature, she began to cry as she spoke, feeling so heartbroken that if she had the strength, she would have wanted to rush out and defeat those shameless scoundrels. Huang Yun listened, her expression complex. I really misunderstood him, she muttered, filled with regret. Thankfully, she did not make a major mistake. Otherwise, she would regret it for a lifetime. Miss, don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. It's the head of the Su family who is too despicable. Right now, the most important thing is how we can help young Master Su. Xiao Huan hurriedly comforted upon hearing Huang Yun's murmurs. Huang Yun was suddenly startled, her expression turning anxious and worried. Su Mu had risen again after being crippled. Even if he hadn't been crippled, his strength was only at the early stage of the Fate Palace realm. How could he possibly fight against so many people? The Su family has 3 elders and more than a dozen stewards. Miss, what are you doing? Seeing Huang Yun wanting to rush out, Xiao Huan was alarmed and quickly held her back. Miss, your injuries haven't recovered yet. Going out will only drag down young Master Su. Huang Yun struggled for a moment, but fell silent, because this was the truth. Right now, she couldn't even match up to someone at the Fate Palace realm, let alone face even a spirit realm practitioner. But watching Su Mu surrounded by the people from the Su family, her heart began to feel increasingly tormented. My sister went crazy, and only then did I realize that I couldn't do anything. Now Su Mu is in danger, and I still can't do anything. I am truly useless. My fists are tightly clenched, my nails digging into my flesh, as I continuously blame myself for being too playful in the past. It was only after my sister's incident that I remembered the importance of strength. But when she practiced that technique, she found that she still couldn't do anything. If only her master had let her practice the technique back then, everything wouldn't have turned out this way. Miss, look, just as she was engulfed in deep self-reproach, Xiao Huan suddenly exclaimed in her ear. When she focused her gaze, she saw Su Mu breaking out of the encirclement, a radiant light showing in his hand. Sword light. My God, how could he have sword light? Immediately, the horrified voices of the four elders rang out, and Huang Yiyun trembled, staring at Su Mu in shock. Sword light. Miss, what is sword light? Xiao Huan asked, her face full of confusion. She had only practiced for a short time and hadn't yet come into contact with truly powerful forces. Every practitioner has their own preference for weapons. Some practice swords, others practice knives. Regardless of the type of weapon used, if one cultivates deeply, they can generate a warrior's aura. Sword practitioners can cultivate sword energy, thus becoming sword cultivators. Once one becomes a qualified sword cultivator, the deeper their understanding of the sword, the more they can cultivate sword light. Xiao Huan listened to this knowledge that she had never encountered, feeling a bit dazed, and instinctively asked, Miss, is a sword cultivator very powerful? Is a sword light very strong? Very strong. Huang Yiyun nodded affirmatively. Her eyes filled with shock as she looked at Su Mu. With sword energy, challenging higher levels is easy. With sword light, one can surpass 2 or 3 realms, and no one can stop it. Hiss. After hearing this, Xiao Huan took a deep breath, thinking that this sword light was terrifying. How did Master Su Mu achieve this? Huang Yiyun shook her head, knowing only that Su Mu could cultivate sword light at such a young age, truly deserving to be called a genius of the sword path. After rising again, he seemed even more of a genius. She thought to herself, feeling an inexplicable sense of admiration. Su Mu, what kind of fortuitous encounter did you have to be able to cultivate sword light? On the opposite side, the 4 elders looked at Su Mu in terror and shouted. In the past, when Su Mu was a genius, his sword energy was still lacking. How could he have cultivated even stronger sword light in just a few days? Incredible. Chapter 14. A surge of energy, none of your business. Su Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. The dozens of strong opponents were pressing him too hard, injuring him significantly, but now he felt every drop of blood in his body boiling. Just from this battle, he had already condensed 3 drops of essence, and he would soon break through to the 3rd level of the Fate Palace. However, that was not the greatest benefit of this battle. The most significant benefit was that his comprehension of the unfettered sword technique was deepening continuously. He could now attempt to use the 2nd form of the unfettered sword technique, the world-querying strike. Everything is born anew. Only the strongest can emerge. The world-querying strike has power that can rival heavenly tier martial skills. Just a little more. Su Mu thought of the power of the 2nd form of the unfettered sword technique, his heart surging with excitement, but he was still a bit short. He hadn't fully grasped the 1st form, the sin-transcending strike. However, this battle would definitely allow him to unleash the 2nd form. Su Mu, you actually hid such powerful abilities. The family head did not kill you in vain. You have been unfaithful and disloyal to the family from the beginning. The 4 elders' faces trembled as they angrily scolded. Do you think I would let you ungrateful ones use these things? You are not worthy. Swish. Seeing Su Mu charging at him, the 4 elders' faces darkened. Selfish and greedy. The family head was right not to have killed him. Then you shall be buried with your possessions. Whirlwind slash. The 4 elders swung their sharp sword. A green shadow slicing through the air, and a distant sound suddenly rang out, as serene as the sound of a bamboo flute, calming people's hearts. The whirlwind slash was a battle skill he had obtained from a fortuitous encounter, ranked in the upper tier of the yellow grade. This battle skill could grant the practitioner peace of mind, allowing them to unleash their strongest power. However, this battle skill had significant side effects, severely consuming mental energy. The fact that he was willing to use this battle skill meant he was already fighting for his life. Su Mu felt the power of the 4 elders' battle skill, and his heart sank. He knew this move would be difficult to take head-on, so he immediately chose to evade. Clang! A sword struck an attendant, sending him flying, and Su Mu turned to face the other two elders. "Where are you hiding?" The four elders saw Su Mu's intention to dodge and gritted their teeth, shouting angrily as they rushed to pursue him. However, it wasn't difficult for Su Mu to evade their attacks. First, his strength was continuously growing during the battle. Second, there were too many of the four elders, and each of them wanted to kill him, easily creating a situation where they would block each other's swords. After all, they were not an army, and their cooperation and synergy were not that high. Clang! Amidst the pursuit of the four elders, Su Mu had already killed 3 attendants with the strength gained from the battle. "You scum!" The four elders saw 3 attendants die at Su Mu's hands, their eyes nearly bursting with rage. How could so many strong ones be counter-killed by Su Mu? It was a disgrace. Seizing an opportunity, he slashed down at Su Mu's head, thinking this time he wouldn't be able to dodge. Clang! Su Mu immediately countered with a slash, both of them retreating violently. Swish! The four elders steadied themselves, looking at Su Mu, who had been forced back further with disbelief. It seemed he had the upper hand, but using the whirlwind slash was meant to kill Su Mu in one strike. Seeing the incredulous expression on the four elders' faces, Su Mu sneered coldly, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and turned back to continue killing those attendants. One surge of energy leads to decline, old man. Don't you understand this basic principle? When the four elders used the whirlwind slash, he realized that the cost of using it was certainly not small and couldn't be sustained for long. As long as he avoided the sharp edge and delayed time, he could weaken the four elders' attack power. It proved that his thoughts were correct. Cries of agony rang out again. The four elders snapped back to their senses, and upon looking, they saw 2 more attendants had died at Su Mu's hands. "What are you doing?" The four elders roared angrily at the 2 elders. "Are you 2 just decorations? How could you let that bastard kill 2 more attendants?" The 2 elders smiled bitterly upon hearing this. They didn't want Su Mu to kill anyone either, but as soon as Su Mu faced them, he wouldn't fight, but would turn and attack those attendants. They couldn't even react in time. The four elders, his strength has increased. One elder spoke up, identifying the main reason. If Su Mu's strength hadn't increased, how could he escape them to kill the attendants? What? His strength has increased? The four elders were shocked, looking at Su Mu in disbelief, unable to comprehend it. After being suppressed for so long and suffering so many injuries, how could his strength still increase? By now, Su Mu was covered in wounds. While they weren't severe, they were enough to be a burden. Additionally, having fought for so long must have severely drained him. How could his strength still grow? But as he looked down at the sword in his hand, he fell into confusion, recalling the earlier exchanges with Su Mu. He indeed felt Su Mu's strength had increased. Something he couldn't deny. His strength had at least increased by 30%. What kind of monster is this? Looking back at Su Mu, he now seemed so unfamiliar. Was this still that once genius of the 7th grade Fate Palace? This was a monster. The four elders, we can't delay any longer. If we wait any longer, his strength will become even more formidable. The shouts of the 2 elders brought the 4 elders back to their senses. The 4 elders' eyes suddenly sharpened. Su Mu was indeed too strange, but the more strange he was, the faster they needed to kill him, or else it would be their deaths. Forget everything else. If we don't kill this child, no one will be able to go back. The 4 elders shouted angrily, pulling out a pill and swallowing it with a fierce look. The 2 elders' faces changed drastically upon seeing this, and after a moment of struggle, they both resolutely took out a pill. Master Su Mu is just too powerful. After the water grass incident, both the master and servant were stunned. Previously, they were filled with worry, but upon seeing Su Mu comprehend the sword aura, they felt a little more at ease. However, when they saw Su Mu being pinned down by over a dozen people and yet managing to kill 5 of them, they were truly dumbfounded. Amidst the shock, they couldn't help but feel joy. Su Mu's victory was what they most hoped to see. Pills? Miss, what are they taking? Is it a Dan medicine? Xiao Huan exclaimed upon noticing the movements of the 4 elders. Pills? Not good. A hint of doubt flashed in Huang Yiyun's eyes, and then her expression changed drastically. They are taking forbidden drugs. Forbidden drugs? Xiao Huan looked puzzled. This was yet another novel piece of knowledge. Huang Yiyu nodded. her face serious as she spoke. Forbidden drugs are actually a type of poison, generally having two effects. One is that they can instantly restore a person's state to its peak, and the second is that they can temporarily enhance strength. But regardless of which effect it is, taking forbidden drugs comes at a heavy price. The lighter consequence is serious injury, while the heavier could mean a fall in cultivation or even complete destruction of one's foundation. They must be taking the second type of forbidden drug. Chapter 15. Dream your dream. So powerful? Then isn't Su Mu in danger? Xiao Huan's face changed dramatically, watching Su Mu with growing anxiety. Miss, what should we do now? This feeling of being helpless and unable to do anything was driving Xiao Huan almost mad with worry. Huang Yun remained silent, her eyes filled with determination. She didn't want to be powerless. She didn't want to be unable to help. She had to do something at all costs. Oomph. Hearing a muffled grunt, Xiao Huan turned around to see Huang Yun's face, which had just regained color, turned pale again, with bright red blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Miss, Xiao Huan exclaimed, hurriedly embracing Huang Yun, but quickly withdrew her hand due to the heat. Miss, what happened to you? Xiao Huan's face changed suddenly. Could it be that she had gone into a frenzy again? It's nothing, just be careful and hide here, don't get discovered. Huang Yun gritted her teeth and spoke with difficulty. If they were discovered, they would truly become a burden to Su Mu. Xiao Huan nodded blankly, completely unaware of Huang Yun's current condition. It seemed she wasn't in a frenzy, but the situation didn't look good either. Taking forbidden drugs? Another steward has been killed, and there are only half of the stewards left. Su Mu turned to see the actions of the three elders, frowning deeply. Taking forbidden drugs could enhance their strength by at least 30% or even up to 50%, which was not good news for him. What are you all still standing there for? After taking the forbidden drugs, the fourth elder shouted, his face already turning a shade of purple, his momentum unstable and very strange. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 stewards hesitated, but after glancing at the corpses of the 6 stewards, they immediately made up their minds, each taking out a pill and swallowing it. They really are willing to risk it all, even their own lives. I don't know whether to say you're loyal to that old dog, or just foolish, Su Mu said coldly as he swung his sword. Foolish? The fourth elder's eyes flashed with cold light. At this moment, he dared to be so arrogant. You will know soon enough. Qing Feng Xiao, the fourth elder roared. This time he truly aimed to kill Su Mu in one strike. Block his path. At the same time, to prevent any surprises. Tell the others to hold off for now. If he can't kill him in one strike, then deliver a thunderous blow. A long flute sound echoed, and the fourth elder transformed into a blue shadow, charging towards Su Mu with lightning speed. This time, Su Mu had nowhere to hide. Incompréhensible soit technique. Su Mu's face was grave as he gathered all his strength and swung his sword. Clang! Bang! The ear-piercing sounds of collision erupted, and Su Mu's figure was sent flying like a cannonball, only stopping after crashing into a tree. Finish him! The fourth elder's face was weak, but he raised a sinister smile and shouted. The other 2 elders and the 6 stewards all wore victorious smiles, rushing towards Su Mu. It's over, it's over. Xiao Huan saw this situation. Her vision went black, and she nearly fainted in despair. Huang Yun's body trembled. She tried several times to rush out, but was stopped by her rationality. Not enough, not enough. Rushing out now would be suicide. Su Mu, you must hold on. She continuously shouted in her heart. If she rushed out now, it would be sending herself to death, but if Su Mu could hold on for a little longer, she could step in to help. No more waiting. But seeing the 2 elders and 6 stewards already charging in front of Su Mu, Huang Yun's eyes turned blood red, as if 2 flames had ignited, and she burst out from the water grass. If she waited for Su Mu, he would be doomed. Stop right there, she shouted as she drew her sword, which instantly became hot and blazing, like a fiery sword. Huang Yun's words startled the 4th elder and the others, making them turn around in unison. There's someone. Who is it? When they focused their eyes, they saw it was just a 16 or 17-year-old girl rushing towards them, and they were all stunned, followed by exclamations. Huang Yun, how could she be here? Although they had seen Huang Yun rarely, their impression was quite deep. Both Huang Yun and Huang Junru were the pride of the heavens, and their beauty was top-notch. hard to forget. After a moment of shock, the fourth elder frowned at Huang Yiyun, noticing her skin turned red and her body exuding a fiery sensation. Even her sword was glowing red. "Fourth elder, be careful," a steward shouted in alarm. The fourth elder came to his senses and scoffed disdainfully. "Just a little girl. How strong could she be?" Plus, Huang Yiyun was known for her playful nature, so she couldn't possibly pose a threat to him. "Huang Yiyun, you came just in time. Your sister the young master couldn't have, but you are quite suitable to be the young master's concubine." The fourth elder raised his hand and swung his sword, grinning wickedly. "Dream on." Clang! Huang Yiyun shouted, fiercely chopping at the fourth elder. The two swords clashed, producing sparks like hammers striking hot iron. Seeing Huang Yiyun right in front of him, the fourth elder's expression changed drastically, his old face twitching with a hint of pain. How could she have such strength? Although not as terrifying as Su Mu, it was enough to shake him. "Huang Yiyun, the young master will definitely like you. I was wrong before. You are qualified to be the young master's main wife." The fourth elder sneered. Huang Yiyun's strength amazed him, especially at such a young age. Her future achievements would definitely not be weaker than her sister, Huang Junru. Bah! Huang Yiyun spat directly at the fourth elder, flipping and attacking again. Clang, clang, clang. Continuously attacking. The fourth elder responded with ease, and the more he fought, the more delighted he became. Today he could not only kill Su Mu, but also bring back a beautiful genius for the young master. The family head and the young master would surely reward him handsomely, and perhaps even help him remove the consequences of taking the forbidden drugs. Old fool. Huang Yiyun knew her strength was insufficient. At most, she could buy time for Su Mu, but this old fool had insulted her several times, and she was determined to make him pay. Swish! Seizing an opening, she immediately thrust towards the fourth elder's heart, but the fourth elder reacted with incredible speed, hurriedly dodging. Seeing she was unable to kill the fourth elder, Huang Yiyun decisively turned and struck at the fourth elder's thigh. Hiss! There was no penetrating sound, only the sound of searing fire, accompanied by a plume of black smoke rising. The fourth elder staggered back in pain, looking down to see a severe burn on his thigh. Bitch! The pain of the burn was more intense than being stabbed with a sword, and the fourth elder was enraged, swinging his sword fiercely at Huang Yiyun. Clang! Puffed! The fourth elder's furious strike was something Huang Yiyun could not withstand, and she was sent flying, spraying blood. Yiyun! Su Mu had just wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth when he saw Huang Yiyun being sent flying while trying to help him, and his anger erupted instantly. Old fool! You dare to harm Yiyun. I will take your life. He couldn't protect Junru, but could he not protect Yiyun? Chapter 16. The emergence of the incomprehensible sword technique. You dare to speak arrogantly when you're about to die? Take care of yourself first. The two elders and 6 stewards turned to look at Su Mu with fierce expressions and were ready to attack. The fourth elder disdainfully glanced at Su Mu and charged towards Huang Yiyun. With those elders and stewards, Su Mu could handle the situation. He just needed to subdue Huang Yiyun. Seeing the fourth elder rushing towards Huang Yiyun, Su Mu's eyes nearly burst with rage. He ignored the elders and stewards and directly swung his sword. The inability sword technique was unleashed. A sword strike released a flash of white light, resembling the first creature born when chaos began to separate. As the white light intensified, a destructive force swept through the surroundings. In the chaos, the two elders and 6 stewards saw the fallen leaves on the ground stir and instantly rise into the air, a feeling of desolation rushing to their hearts. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. Whoosh! Before they could comprehend what was happening, Su Mu's figure vanished from their sight, and upon closer inspection, they could only see a shadow. Hiss! What kind of combat skill is this? The hearts of the 8 people skipped a beat, realizing it was a different combat technique, one whose power was far beyond what Su Mu had used before. At this moment, they all forgot to attack. When they regained their senses and looked up, they saw a dazzling white light. It was as if the world was collapsing and everything was perishing. Clang! In an instant, the weapons in the hands of the 8 shattered. The white light swept past them, and their figures froze. A gentle breeze blew, and all was silent. Su Mu's figure flickered and appeared behind them. What was that combat technique? The 8 muttered their last words, collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from their necks as they quickly breathed their last. Huang Yun, you are about to die. Stop struggling. My young master is a genius from the Dual Life Palace. By following him, you will enjoy all the glory and wealth. The fourth elder grinned as he saw Huang Yun stagger to her feet, still wanting to fight him. Bah, dream on. That kind of scoundrel like Su Yilong is worthy? Huang Yun spat disdainfully, taking a deep breath to retrieve a jade bottle, intending to recover. Snap! But the fourth elder flicked a stone, shattering her medicine bottle. You can act tough now, but it won't be long before you agree. The fourth elder sneered. Huang Yun's defiance was insignificant in his eyes. No matter how tough someone is, he had all sorts of cruel methods to make them obedient. Hearing this, Huang Yun suddenly thought of the torment Su Mu might have endured, and a chill ran through her heart. But she still raised her sword. If she was scared off this easily, she might as well commit suicide. Just as she was about to attack, Huang Yun's beautiful eyes suddenly widened in disbelief as she looked behind the fourth elder, and then her eyes sparkled with joy, seeing the change in her expression. The fourth elder was momentarily stunned, then sneered dismissively. Little girl, I've walked more roads than you've crossed bridges. Do you think you can scare me with this trick? Don't waste your effort. Haven't you heard? Su Mu is probably already dead, with not even a whole corpse left. His overwhelming confidence made him too arrogant to even turn around. Huang Yun smiled in astonishment, then sneered. He truly didn't know where his confidence came from. But old man, your time is up. The fourth elder mocked as he approached Huang Yun, but suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. An intense sense of danger making the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. What's going on? He turned around abruptly and saw Su Mu swinging his sword down at his head. He is not dead. Staring at Su Mu in disbelief, his heart screamed in terror. But he immediately dismissed his thoughts. He realized that Su Mu's strike was stronger than any attack he had made before. You want to kill me? You're not worthy. He roared as he swung his sword up, not believing that Su Mu could defy the heavens today. However, his sword cut through nothingness, and his entire body instantly turned cold. Bang! Su Mu landed heavily beside the fourth elder, creating a large pit in the ground. Old man, your master will soon follow you to the afterlife. With a cold remark, he effortlessly took the sword from the fourth elder's hand. The fourth elder had no more movement, his wide eyes filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand why. In the blink of an eye, he could no longer even touch Su Mu. In the next moment, a red line appeared on his forehead, spreading downward. Then blood gushed forth, and the fourth elder was split in half, collapsing to the ground. Huang Yun saw this bloody scene and immediately felt unwell. After a strange expression, she felt her stomach churn and nearly vomited. Good sword. Su Mu examined the sword he had acquired. Its quality was at least that of a top-grade ordinary weapon, much better than Su Xianchuan's sword. Yun, how are you? He quickly put away the sword and looked at Huang Yun with concern. I'm okay. Huang Yun managed a weak smile, but as soon as she finished speaking, she collapsed to the ground. Yun. Su Mu hurried over to support Huang Yun. The familiar heat hit him, causing his hands to tremble. She's gone berserk again. Yun, why'd he go through this? Su Mu spoke with pain. Just now. He had only been brewing the second form of the inability sword technique and wasn't trying to lose. Huang Yun had gone berserk again to help him. I want to allow myself to do nothing. Huang Yun smiled as she spoke, then fell into a coma. Miss. At that moment, Xiao Huan rushed over. Seeing Huang Yun unconscious, she immediately began to cry. Miss, what happened to you? Miss, please don't scare me. Young Master Su Mu, you must save the miss. Please, you must save her. Xiao Huan looked at Su Mu with pleading eyes. He had saved the miss once, and she believed he would have a way this time. You go deal with those corpses, otherwise we will attract many demon beasts. I will think of a way. Su Mu took a deep breath, picked up Huang Yun, and headed towards the ice spirit spring. Xiao Huan hurriedly nodded, feeling a bit relieved as she watched Su Mu carry Huang Yun into the ice spirit spring, then turned her gaze back to the battlefield. Seeing the corpses, including one that was not whole, her face instantly turned pale. She swallowed nervously, feeling a bit nauseous, but she had to muster her courage. She knew the consequences of attracting demon beasts. Hiss! In the ice spirit spring, Su Mu employed his old trick, absorbing a large amount of cold air into his palm, causing him to shiver. After injecting the cold air into Huang Yiyun's heart pulse, not only did it have no effect, but it was also repelled by the scorching power. What kind of cultivation technique is this girl practicing? Normal techniques can't turn a person into a furnace, but he couldn't think about that anymore. He increased his efforts to absorb the cold air, hoping that the more he absorbed, the more he could suppress the scorching power within Huang Yiyun. After absorbing a large amount of cold air, Su Mu's entire body was covered in ice, and even his hand movements became stiff. Bang! He forcefully injected the cold air into Huang Yiyun's heart pulse, and this time it had an effect. Huang Yiyun's complexion improved somewhat. Seeing this, Su Mu breathed a sigh of relief and crazily absorbed more cold air. But before he could finish, Huang Yiyun's complexion once again turned terrible, her face red as if burned. Chapter 17. Lucky Star, how could this happen? Su Mu panicked, not bothering to continue absorbing cold air, and immediately injected the cold air he had already gathered into Huang Yiyun's heart pulse. But it was futile. This is bad. What to do now? With such high temperatures, if this continues, Huang Yiyun's heart pulse will definitely be destroyed, and then it will be too late to save her. Senior. Senior. He kept calling out to the mad, immortal emperor in his heart. Only the mad, immortal emperor could help now, while he continued to frantically absorb cold air, hoping to protect Huang Yiyun's heart pulse until the mad, immortal emperor responded. Senior. He kept calling out, but the mad, immortal emperor remained silent. Su Mu was already burning with anxiety. If he didn't wake up soon, Huang Yiyun would really be finished. A chill surged into Huang Yiyun's body again, only slightly effective. Gritting his teeth, Su Mu simply dove down with Huang Yiyun, hoping that the cold below would be stronger enough to suppress the fire within her. As they continued to descend, Su Mu gradually became alarmed. The ice spirit spring was incredibly deep. They had already gone down over 10 zhong. Yet there was still no bottom in sight. At the same time, he could feel the cold becoming noticeably denser. Continuing down, they reached a depth of 100 zhong, where they could no longer go deeper. It was all ice. Su Mu shivered from the cold. If not for the 8 drops of essence he had condensed from that battle, which had further increased his strength, he wouldn't have been able to endure such depths. At this point, the consumption of energy was terrifying, and he had to maintain the turtle breathing technique. If an ordinary person from the Fate Palace realm came down here, they would either freeze to death or suffocate. Unable to go any deeper, this should be enough to suppress her, right? Su Mu looked down at Huang Yiyun and saw that her face was finally not so flushed. He breathed a sigh of relief. He needed to hurry. He could stay here for quite a while, but Huang Yiyun could not. Currently unconscious, she couldn't operate the turtle breathing technique, and even if he performed artificial respiration, it wouldn't work. Channeling his energy, he began to madly extract the cold air, continuously pushing it into Huang Yiyun's heart veins. Still not enough? All her meridians were severely burned. Su Mu's expression darkened. Although there was plenty of cold air here and Huang Yiyun's condition had improved, it was only superficial. The fire within her was still raging, burning her meridians. Senior, senior. He constantly called out to the crazy, immortal emperor in his heart while trying to think of a solution. There seems to be something below the ice layer. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a faint orchid-colored glow beneath the ice. Although it was weak, something definitely existed below. After hesitating for a moment, he swung his fist to attack the ice surface. Perhaps the thing below was hope. Bang! Glub glub. His fist struck the ice surface. Bubbles surged upward. But the ice showed no signs of damage, under the immense water pressure and resistance. Even an ordinary ice surface would be impossible to break through at the late stage of the Fate Palace realm. Bang! Bang! But Su Mu was unwilling to give up, continuously striking the ice surface. Seeing no effect, he simply drew his sword to attack. No form sword technique, gro sing sin. Ding! The ice surface finally showed signs of damage, but it was still far from enough. No form sword technique, asking the world. Boom! The power of this heavenly tier battle technique was indeed overwhelming. The indestructible ice surface was directly blasted into a small hole. Su Mu felt a surge of joy. The hardest part was over, and once there was a breach, it would be much easier. Boom! He struck again with his sword, and the entire ice surface trembled. The ice that even the Transcendence realm would find difficult to deal with was actually creating a hollow. Bubbles surged upward continuously. At the same time, a powerful suction force rushed toward him, pulling both him and Huang Yiyun beneath the ice layer. Beneath the ice layer, there was actually no water. Below the ice surface was a free fall. Upon landing, he smelled the fresh air and was taken aback. Looking up at the ice layer, after some water entered, it froze again, sealing the hole completely. Truly miraculous. He sighed inwardly, but there was no time to ponder. He quickly glanced around and saw that beneath the ice surface was actually a small world, filled with various ice-blue plants, seemingly all medicinal herbs. Sumu had not studied medicinal herbs or pills, so he could only barely recognize one or two types, but it was enough to surprise him. Ice spirit grass. Nordkeith. Just recognizing these two types of plants could fetch an exorbitant price outside. They were excellent herbs for refining meridians. As he strolled closer, he finally discovered the source of the orchid-colored glow. He saw ahead several long crystalline structures as thick as arms, spreading out from a mass and emitting waves of cold air. Ice spirit essence. Su Mu's breath hitched. He remembered that ice spirit essence had appeared once in Anqing City, selling for a sky-high price even in the size of a palm. Yet there were so many here. A large mass of ice spirit essence, if sold, would absolutely be worth more than 3 years of harvest for the entire Su family. Yiyun is saved. However, this was not the time to think about getting rich. Saving her was the priority. He rushed to the ice spirit essence, the overwhelming cold directly covering him in frost, instantly turning him into an ice statue. Such intense cold could definitely protect Yiyun's heart veins. Shattering the ice on his body, he placed Huang Yiyun in front of the ice spirit essence, and the cold instantly froze her entire being. Then Su Mu channeled his energy, drawing the cold air and continuously pushing it into Huang Yiyun's body. The heart vein was protected. Finally, he had saved Huang Yiyun's life, but soon another problem arose. If the fire within Yiyun was not eliminated, once the cold air suppression was gone, it would rush back into her heart veins, burning all her meridians. Su Mu gritted his teeth. He had only one choice now, which was to draw out the fire from Huang Yiyun's body. Using both hands, he extracted the cold air with his right hand while pulling out the fire from Huang Yiyun's body with his left. Hiss! On one side was extreme cold. On the other was intense heat. The two forces clashed violently within his body, and the feeling of being caught between ice and fire tormented him. I've already endured the pain of having my dantian excavated. How could this pain be anything? Su Mu threw his head back and roared, venting the pain from his body. Why did the essence suddenly increase by a drop? This so fast. Amidst the suffering, Su Mu suddenly discovered that a drop of essence had inexplicably appeared in his sword vein. Another drop was forming. Such speed. In the blink of an eye, the second drop of essence was already formed. This speed was even faster than during the bloody battle. To save someone, it turned into an opportunity for him. I'm about to break through. As he was filled with surprise and wonder, the 20th drop of essence had already been condensed. Without much effort, his cultivation had smoothly broken through to the 3rd layer of the Fate Palace realm. Such a rapid speed was something he had never dared to imagine before. The cold continued to torment his meridians, and the fire was constantly striking. The clash of these two extreme forces felt like a battle happening at all times. Understanding the reason for the rapid condensation of essence, Su Mu looked at Huang Yiyun, whose complexion was gradually improving, and his eyes brightened. Yiyun, you truly are my lucky star. Chapter 18. Ice and Fire Heavenly Sovereign. Without Huang Yiyun, he would not have recklessly come down. Without the conflict between her fire and cold, he would never have achieved such results. Calling her his lucky star was not an exaggeration. Watching the increasing amount of energy in his sword vein, the torment of ice and fire was becoming a source of enjoyment for Su Mu. As long as it could double his strength, no amount of pain was anything but enjoyment. 30 drops of essence. I'm about to break through again. After half a day, he had condensed another 10 drops of essence, and the surging momentum directly scattered the surrounding cold air. 4th layer of the Fate Palace realm. Refreshing. Breaking through 2 realms consecutively, Su Mu felt exhilarated. Even during his previous 7th grade Fate Palace phase, he had never experienced such a smooth breakthrough. This was not just a speed surpassing. The sword vein was 6 times that of his previous 7th grade Fate Palace. And breaking through one realm required energy that was more than 6 times that before, coupled with the difficulty of condensing essence. Breaking through a realm now was 10 times more challenging than before. Yet, under such difficulty, he could still break through consecutively. How could that not be exhilarating? Likewise, his foundation was now 10 times more solid than before. So even a rapid breakthrough would not lead to unstable foundations. Iyun's condition has improved. Now he could no longer extract any fire from Huang Iyun's body, and Su Mu reluctantly stopped. If he continued, Huang Iyun would either be killed by the fire or frozen to death by him. Huang Iyun had not yet awakened, but her condition had stabilized. He picked her up and placed her at a distance, then continued to sit cross-legged in front of the ice spirit essence to cultivate. Even without anger, the extreme cold can accelerate cultivation. The Martial Arts Academy is about to enroll students, and naturally, one cannot miss out on such favorable conditions. Kid, why are you in such a hurry to call for me? Don't you know that I expend a lot of energy every time I wake up? The lazy voice of the mad immortal suddenly rang out. Su Mu was speechless upon hearing this. Now that he didn't need you, you woke up. Huh, you kid, have you made a breakthrough? Did you suddenly switch 2 realms? Before he could speak, the mad immortal exclaimed. Su Mu couldn't help but smirk. It's not often that something could shock the mad immortal. After recounting the process to the mad immortal and asking if he could find out what cultivation method Huang Iyun was practicing, and if there was a way to effectively reduce the chances of her going mad in the future. The mad immortal sighed. So that's how it is, kid. You have quite a fortune. Running into such good luck in this cursed place is truly a stroke of luck. Do you think I know everything? I can't directly check her situation. I don't know. The mad immortal then spoke impatiently, and Su Mu could almost picture him rolling his eyes at that moment. But you should know something, right? Senior, you could even kill immortal emperors before. To you, they are nothing. Isn't this a trivial matter for you? Oh, you're really flattering me now. The mad immortal sneered dismissively. Su Mu pursed his lips. Whether he appreciated it or not was another matter. All right, since you put it that way, I'll reluctantly think about it. Listening to the mad immortal, Su Mu rolled his eyes. Even a figure who could kill immortal emperors couldn't escape the usual norms. That girl must have practiced some kind of hasty fire-type cultivation method. I can't be sure which one it is, but I can guarantee that the fire-type method she practices is definitely top-notch, capable of maximizing her cultivation speed and allowing her strength to soar. Su Mu nodded. He had seen how Huang Iyun injured the 4th elder with a single sword strike, which was indeed impressive. However, without restraint, she will only end up burning herself. Kid, you can save her for a while, but you can't save her for a lifetime. Right now, it's impossible for her to change her cultivation method. The most important thing is to find her a method of ice-type cultivation, with the 2 methods complementing each other. She will not only be free from life-threatening dangers, but can also advance further. Senior, can you teach me an ice-type cultivation method? Su Mu's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked. You think too highly of yourself. I only have this little bit of soul power left. Do you want me to disappear completely? The mad immortal immediately scolded him irritably. Su Mu's lips twitched. It was just a cultivation method. Was it that serious? However, upon reflection, it made sense. The mad immortal was now just a remnant of soul, and whether he could remember anything was another matter. Even if he could remember, it would consume a lot of soul power. Otherwise, how could the mad immortal have fallen into slumber after teaching him the chaos opening the heavens technique? Kid, this matter can only rely on you. You are in an environment with many cold-type spiritual plants, right? Just refine all those spiritual plants into medicinal liquid and have her take it regularly. Also, you can take the medicinal liquid yourself. It will greatly accelerate your cultivation speed. Su Mu nodded. The mad immortal continued, but this is not a long-term solution. You need to open up a second dark vein as soon as possible. There is an ice sovereign on the 1st floor of the Buddhist tower. As long as you devour his divine soul, you will obtain an ice-type cultivation method. Ice sovereign. Su Mu's gaze became firm. This was not only for Huang Iyun, but also for himself. There is also a fire sovereign on the 1st floor. If you could devour both, with the fusion of ice and fire, your strength will greatly increase. The Mad Immortal's tone suddenly became serious. Once the powers of the two great sovereigns are fused, it would be the moment Su Mu's strength explodes. Ice and fire power. Su Mu's heart raced upon hearing this. He had already felt the terrifying growth brought about by the clash of ice and fire today, whether for cultivation or strength. I can't hold on much longer. Remember to find more materials or pills to restore my soul in the future. Otherwise, next time you really won't be able to wake me up. The Mad Immortal's voice suddenly became very tired, and after saying this, he fell silent. Soul-restoring materials and pills. A determined light flashed in Su Mu's eyes, deeply engraved in his heart. He continued to cultivate in front of the ice spirit essence, waiting for Huang Yiyun to awaken. A day later. Cough, cough. Huang Yiyun awoke amidst a series of dry coughs, her cough pulling at her internal organs, causing her intense pain all over. I'm not dead. Struggling to open her eyes, she saw only a misty landscape before her, confusion filling her gaze. Where is this? Yiyun, how are you feeling now? Su Mu's voice rang in her ears. Huang Yiyun turned her head to see Su Mu walking over, looking at her with concern. Looking at Su Mu, Huang Yiyun's expression suddenly became complicated. She knew that she had once again been saved by Su Mu. Thank you. She managed to sit up with difficulty and said a word of thanks. Apart from gratitude, she didn't know what else to say. Su Mu waved his hand nonchalantly and helped Huang Yiyun sit properly before turning to look at the plants around them. The cultivation method you practiced is too extreme. If this continues, you will only end up burning yourself. Huang Yiyun remained silent, knowing this was true, but she had no other choice. But don't worry, I've already found a solution. Su Mu then spoke, and Huang Yiyun suddenly looked up at him, her eyes filled with disbelief. What? What did you say? Chapter 19. The third style of the unattainable sword art. Huang Yiyun was filled with shock. Where a master handed her the cultivation method, they had repeatedly advised her to be gradual. Otherwise, she would end up burning herself. Once she went mad, no one could save her. At most, she could prolong her life. To completely solve this issue, even if her master came, there might not be a good solution, let alone Su Mu, who was only at the Fate Palace realm. Yet, Su Mu had not only saved her twice, but also knew how to resolve her cultivation issue, which was truly unbelievable. What kind of fortuitous encounter did he obtain? Swallowing hard, she realized that ever since she met Su Mu, everything had seemed so incredible. He must have gained unimaginable opportunities. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve this. Unable to help but compare, she suddenly discovered that her own little bit of fortune was nothing compared to Su Mu's. Do you see those herbs? They are all cold-type herbs. As long as you refine them into medicinal liquid and take them regularly, it will suppress the fire within you. However, to completely solve your problem, you must have an ice-type cultivation method, but I'll find a way for that later. After hearing Su Mu's words, Huang Yiyun nodded blankly. She still hadn't recovered from the shock. I only brought 5 bottles of medicinal liquid down this time, so I can only take 5 bottles back up. I hope it can last you for a while. Su Mu said, taking out 5 medicine bottles. He hadn't thought much about it at the time and had only brought that much down. Can we go up and come back down again? Huang Yiyun finally came to her senses and asked in confusion, thinking that this way they could bring more cold-type medicinal liquid up. Su Mu shook his head and glanced at the ice spirit essence, realizing that it had already shrunk to half its size. If they went up, it would really be impossible to come back down. The ice layer is supported by those ice spirit essences. Now that half of them have been consumed, once we go out, the water will immediately flood this place, and we won't be able to take anything. Moreover, we didn't bring the jade box, so the herbs cannot be preserved. We must quickly finish what we need to do now. Huang Yiyun nodded, understanding. By the way, we will have to stay here for quite a while. What about Xiao Huan? She must be worried sick. Su Mu suddenly frowned. They would have to stay here for several more days, and it would be a waste not to use up these herbs. After such a long time, Xiao Huan would definitely be anxious. I have a way to notify Xiao Huan. Su Mu immediately raised an eyebrow and looked at the ice layer. How would he notify her without going up? This half of the jade pendant is the same as the other half, which is on Xiao Huan. As long as I input vital energy into the jade pendant, Xiao Huan will know that I am okay. Huang Yiyun raised her hand to pick up the half of the jade pendant on her chest and smiled as she spoke. Sumu looked at the half of the jade pendant with a hint of amazement in his eyes. He hadn't noticed it before and didn't expect it to have such an effect. All right, then you notify Xiao Huan, and I will go prepare the medicinal liquid. Also, finish drinking all these medicinal liquids and clear the bottles. Huang Yi nodded, watching Su Mu's busy figure turn around, and couldn't help but smile. At the ice spirit spring, Xiao Huan had finished dealing with the corpses, her body stained with a lot of blood. She crouched by the water's edge to wash the blood off her clothes. After waiting for more than a day without seeing any movement from the bottom of the water, she was already anxious. How is my lady? Has young Master Su cured her? My lady, you must be fine. You will definitely be fine. Buzz, as she prayed in her heart. The jade pendant on her chest suddenly emitted a faint glow. Xiao Huan looked down at the pendant, and her eyes instantly sparkled with joy. My lady is fine. That's great, my lady is fine. Under the ice surface, Su Mu was pulling up medicinal herbs. Since it was impossible to start a fire here, he could only extract the medicinal liquid using the most primitive method of pounding. Huang Yiyun drank a bottle of restorative medicinal liquid. Her complexion improved, but she still couldn't move. She gazed at Su Mu's busy figure, somewhat entranced. Huang Yiyun couldn't take cold medicinal liquids before her injuries healed. So most of the extracted medicinal liquids were used by Su Mu himself. Time flew by, and 7 days passed. Only one day was left before the Martial Arts Academy's enrollment. Su Mu exited his meditation, exhaling a breath of cold air, and his aura surged, causing ice shards to fall all over his body. He had reached the 6th level of the Life Palace realm. Slowly standing up, his straight body resembled a divine sword, unsheathed, unstoppable. During these 7 days, he not only broke through 2 realms, but also comprehended the 3rd style of the unfathomable sword technique, just 1 step away from being able to use it. The 3rd style of the unfathomable sword technique, returning to the sect. The essence of returning to the sect is very simple. All swords return to the sect. The power of the 3rd style of the unfathomable sword technique directly rivals mid-tier heavenly battle techniques, truly invincible. I have begun to truly touch the sword intent. Now, I just need to fight, he murmured, knowing that while practicing here was certainly enjoyable, the mystery of the sword lies in combat and killing. One can never truly master the subtleties of the sword by just practicing in isolation. As long as I comprehend the sword intent, I can use the 3rd style, returning to the sect. Even if I do not make any breakthroughs in cultivation, I can still kill anyone below the transcendence realm. Viling su moes sharpaura. Huang Yun also exited her cultivation. Her injuries had mostly healed 3 days ago, and after using cold medicinal liquids to suppress the fire energy, her cultivation went smoothly. Looking at Su Mu, who stood tall like a sword, her gaze became somewhat fixated, unwilling to look away. Yun, we should leave. Sumo glanced around. Realizing that the ice spirit essence and cold spiritual plants had nearly been exhausted, it was time to go. Huang Yun was momentarily stunned, slowly standing up with some reluctance. Are we really leaving? I feel a bit reluctant. Tomorrow is the enrollment day for the Martial Arts Academy, right? I want to participate. Huang Yun spoke slowly, her gaze becoming determined. She must go to the Martial Arts Academy to find her sister. Su Mu smiled and nodded, looking at the ice layer above, which had thinned considerably. His eyes narrowed. Now he could break through the ice layer without a sword. Can I call you brother? Just as she was about to move, Huang Yun's voice rang out, somewhat timid and anxious. Su Mu turned his head in surprise to look at her. Huang Yun hurriedly added, my sister hasn't married you yet, so it's not right for me to call you brother-in-law. I can't let you take advantage of me, so I can only call you brother. Su Mu was taken aback and smiled. Did it really need such an explanation? Sure. Get ready. The water flow impact will be very strong. Seeing Su Mu not, Huang Yun's face broke into a radiant smile, then quickly restrained it, gripping the 5 medicinal bottles tightly and looking solemnly at the ice surface. Bang! Su Mu's legs bent, charging toward the ice surface like a human cannonball. After a blast, the ice spirit spring poured down. The pressure of the entire pool of ice spirit spring was absolutely terrifying. Relying on any cover was almost ineffective, and the best method was to charge through. Follow me. Infatigable sword technique, Aris. Su Mu shouted, swinging his sword directly into the oncoming spring water. with Huang Yun closely following. Chapter 20. Martial Arts Academy Enrollment. Splash. The sharp sword pierced through the water curtain, rising upward. Xiao Huan had been waiting at the top for nearly 9 days, already anxious to the point of desperation. She had gone down into the ice spirit spring more than once, but she didn't have such strong power. Each time she dove down, she had to come back up before reaching halfway, or else she would freeze to death or suffocate. Just as she was about to dive into the water again, a sudden splash of water hit her, making her shiver. Before she could wipe the water off her face, she saw 2 figures rushing out from the ice spirit spring, landing in front of her one after another. "Young Master Su, my lady." Seeing the 2 familiar figures, Xiao Huan exclaimed, then rushed towards Huang Yun, crying with joy as they embraced. "My lady, you're fine. That's great, I was so worried." Looking at the weeping Xiao Huan in her arms, Huang Yun helplessly glanced at Su Mu, then comforted Xiao Huan. Xiao Huan had grown up with her since childhood, and their bond was deep. They were about the same age, and her emotional resilience was not very strong. All right, I'm fine now, aren't I?" While soothing Xiao Huan, she understood very well how anxious Xiao Huan must have been all these days. As Xiao Huan's emotions gradually stabilized, she wiped her tears and looked at Su Mu, kneeling in front of him and bowing her head. "Young Master Su, thank you for saving my lady's life multiple times. This great kindness, Xiao Huan will never forget. Get up. Yun is my sister. Saving her is only natural." Su Mu hurriedly helped Xiao Huan up, a kind smile on his face. Even a maid could be so sincere. Compared to Su Mo and his son, no, they weren't even qualified to compare to Xiao Huan. "Young Master Su, I also want to apologize. We believed the rumors before and imagined you to be that kind of person." Xiao Huan stood up, her face full of regret. "It's all in the past." Su Mu shook his head. Huang Yun and Xiao Huan were naturally justified in being angry upon hearing those slanders. He wouldn't fuss over it too much. "Brother, I suddenly remembered that I haven't apologized for so long, and I came out to apologize," Huang Yun said. But before she could finish, Su Mu raised his hand to stop her. "Yun, the remaining 5 bottles of medicinal liquid can sustain you until 3 months later. During this time, you must remember to act within your capabilities and never act recklessly again." Huang Yun obediently nodded. "Then let's go." Looking at Su Mu's pure eyes and decisive back, a hint of disappointment surged in Huang Yun's eyes, and she forced a smile to follow him. "Brother, we need to meet with the family first. We'll leave now." After successfully reaching the outskirts of the mountain range, Huang Yun had to part ways with Su Mu. Although the enrollment was the next day, her father must be extremely worried since she had been away for so long, and she needed to return quickly. "Be careful on your way." Su Mu nodded and waved. Huang Yun's expression stiffened slightly. Then she smiled and bid farewell to Su Mu. "My lady, wait for me." After leaving the Demon Beast Mountain Range, Huang Yun quickened her pace, while Xiao Huan chased after her, gasping for breath, her eyes filled with exhaustion. Huang Yun gazed ahead, her heart in a mess, and only realized she had left Xiao Huan far behind when she heard her voice. "My lady, why are you in such a hurry? It's not even dawn yet." Xiao Huan, catching up, was already panting heavily. When she looked up and saw Huang Yun silently gazing at the Demon Beast Mountain Range, her expression couldn't help but change. "My lady, where have you and young Master Su been all these days? I couldn't find you at all." "We've been at the bottom of the lake," Huang Yun replied absent-mindedly, not explaining too much. "The bottom of the lake? You stayed down there for so long?" Then she realized this wasn't the main point. A sly glint flashed in her eyes as she asked, "Miss, so you've been with young Master Su Mu these days? Didn't anything happen between you two?" Huang Yun turned to look at Xiao Huan. Seeing her playful gaze, her pretty face flushed red, and she directly knocked her on the head. "What are you thinking? Do you want something to happen between us? Once he marries my sister, he'll be my brother-in-law. What are you imagining?" Xiao Huan playfully stuck out her tongue. "Brother-in-law? The young lady probably hasn't been this close to young Master Su Mu, right? Though that's because of saving someone." "Miss, I see you're quite reluctant to part with young Master Su Mu. If you say any more, I'll seal your mouth." Huang Yun glared at Xiao Huan in feigned anger and turned to leave. At that moment, her charming face was already flushed, but her eyes were filled with complexity and entanglement. "Hey, miss, wait for me." As dawn broke, the rising sun cast its light over Anqing City, where a massive arena at the center was already packed with people early in the morning. Looking at the empty high platform in front of the arena, the crowd surrounding it was already filled with excitement. The Martial Academy finally opened for recruitment. It only recruits once every 2 years. And this time, I must enter the Martial Academy. Once in, unimaginable resources will be available, and cultivation can progress by leaps and bounds. Did you know? All 5 departments of the Martial Academy are here for this recruitment. In the past, only 3 departments would come. Need I say? All departments of the Martial Academy came together because of that extraordinary talent, Su Mu. All 5 departments wanted to join. When Su Mu was mentioned, everyone fell silent, disdain showing on their faces as they spat on the ground in contempt. Don't mention that trash. He tarnished the reputation of our entire city by harming good women. If he weren't already dead and buried, I'd definitely give him a few stabs. Now, the 5 departments of the Martial Academy are all focused on Su Yilong. It's said he is already a dual-life palace genius, a rarity in hundreds of years. The Martial Academy is probably going to fight over him. The Su family is truly fortunate, first producing Su Mu, and now another Su Yilong. The Su family has arrived. As the crowd discussed, Su Machin and Su Yilong rode in side by side, with Su Yilong full of vigor and arrogance, completely ignoring the thousands gathered ahead. His arrogance seemed normal to the crowd. After all, since the establishment of Anqing City, there has only been one dual-life palace genius. And Su Yilong has the right to be proud. Su Machin wore a gentle smile, feeling the spring breeze. His son's strength brought him unprecedented status, and during this time, various forces have been sending gifts to curry favor with him, leaving him floating with joy, even neglecting to care much about Su Mu's life or death. The Zhang family has also arrived. Another major family in Anqing City, the Zhang family, made their entrance, but compared to the commotion caused by the Su father and son, their arrival did not stir much interest. Zhang Heng, the first genius of the Zhang family, had been overshadowed by Su Mu in the past, let alone the stronger Su Yilong. This time, in front of the Su family, the Zhang family clearly didn't stand a chance. The Huang family has arrived. The last major family in Anqing City, the Huang family, immediately caused quite a stir as the incident involving Su Mu had made the Huang family quite famous. I heard Huang Junru has already entered the Martial Academy. The Huang family truly turned misfortune into fortune. Huang Junru is indeed a true beauty, but unfortunately, she's too infatuated. I wonder if she can be cured in the Martial Academy. Is it worth it to drive herself crazy over a piece of trash? The Huang family probably doesn't have much hope this time. Apart from Huang Junru, there are no outstanding geniuses left in this recruitment. No one can shake Su Yilong. Chapter 21. The first round of assessment. Leading the Huang family is a middle-aged man with graying hair, who, after dismounting, walks with an imposing presence. He is the head of the Huang family, the father of Huang Junru and her sister. The head of the Huang family seems to be in a good mood. The crowd was surprised. Since the incident with Su Mu, the Huang family's activities had decreased significantly, and their head had rarely appeared outside. Now he seemed to be in good spirits. Of course, he must be in a good mood. His eldest daughter has entered the Martial Academy. Although it's not on par with Su Yilong's dual-life palace, she got in without assessment. Her future is secure. Isn't that his younger daughter? She's so beautiful. The crowd's attention shifted to Huang Yiyun behind, their eyes lighting up. The head of the Huang family really knows how to raise daughters. Both of them are so pretty. She hasn't even fully grown yet. Once she does, she'll definitely be even more beautiful. It's a pity, though. Huang Yiyun has always been playful. I heard her talent is decent, but she's wasted her time. The crowd shook their heads, muttering that the Huang family would surely be a mere backdrop today. The Martial Academy people have arrived. Everyone's gaze immediately turned to the high platform, where 5 individuals sat down with imposing presence, each exuding an extraordinary aura that inspired respect among the crowd. Those 5 are the mentors of the Martial Academy, and they are quite young, truly talented. Why haven't they arrived yet? The recruitment is about to start. Huang Yiyun looked around anxiously in the crowd, but still couldn't find Su Mu. Her heart grew anxious, fearing she might miss the recruitment if he didn't show up soon. Ian, what are you looking at? Seeing his daughter's strange behavior, the head of the Huang family couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Huang Yiyun hurriedly denied it, as if caught red-handed. Huang Shuren stared at her for a moment, helplessly shaking his head. Neither of his daughters allowed him to rest easy, especially this youngest one, who was playful and had gone missing for nearly half a month. After returning, she seemed like a different person, diligently practicing and no longer causing trouble, which left them both happy and worried, even questioning if something had happened to his daughter during her disappearance. She wouldn't have encountered any danger, would she? That shouldn't be the case. Huang Yun ignored her father's current thoughts, her mind a chaotic mess. With his strength, unless the top 3 elders of the Su family or Su Machin personally took action, no one could do anything to him. Not seeing Su Mu for a long time had made Huang Yun anxious, to the point where she called Xiao Huan over to check on Su Mu's situation. Yun, why did you call Xiao Huan over? Huang Shuren grew more and more confused, unable to help but ask, but Huang Yun seemed not to hear, her eyes fixed on the crowd. This girl, could it be she's fallen for someone? Huang Shuren's brows gradually furrowed. He couldn't remember Huang Yun having such a close friend. Junru suffered so much because of emotions. Yun must be kept in check. If I find out who it is, I'll break both of his legs first. Huang Shuren snorted coldly, a trace of fierce anger appearing on his face. Yun was about to join the martial academy. She absolutely couldn't be delayed by emotions so early, no matter who it was. Ladies and gentlemen of Anqing City, our martial academy's recruitment is officially starting. Seeing that the time was almost up, one of the mentors of the martial academy stood up and spoke loudly. The rules for the martial academy recruitment are as follows. Anyone under the age of 25, of good character, and at least at the Fate Palace level can participate. Those who meet the criteria and wish to join the martial academy, please come to the arena. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as the words fell, dozens of figures jumped out from below the arena, with the first ones to come up being young members of small families and loose cultivators, all landing in the center of the arena. Ilong. Su Machin looked at Su Ilong, who slightly nodded in response. With a leap, he shot toward the arena like a cannonball. Get out of the way. Su Ilong leaped directly into the crowd, showing no regard for the dozens of participants in the recruitment. The dozens of people saw Su Ilong charging towards them. Their faces changed in unison, and they began to dodge, but some couldn't escape in time and were directly kicked aside by Su Ilong. So domineering. The Dual Life Palace is powerful, but they really look down on us too much. Dozens of people were still in shock, staring angrily at the few who were injured by Su Ilong. Su Ilong merely glanced at them dismissively. After all, he was a genius from the Dual Life Palace. Why should he care about a bunch of worthless people? What did you say? How dare you insult the young master? The talented youths from the Su family, who had followed behind, immediately cursed at those people. They were just the children of small families and scattered cultivators. How dare they express dissatisfaction towards their young master? The dozens of people were frightened and took a few steps back, not daring to speak, their hearts filled with hatred towards Su Ilong and his group. Seeing them retreat in fear, the young talents from the Su family wore victorious smiles, looking at Su Ilong with awe. With the young master here, they could dominate the martial house. Compared to Su Mu, he was simply scum. Huang Yun, accompanied by her family's geniuses, jumped onto the platform, glaring at Su Ilong, then turned to look at the 5 mentors of the martial house, only to see them acting as if they had seen nothing, further fueling her anger. The 5 mentors were supposed to only recruit individuals of good character, right? How could they allow Su Ilong to act so arrogantly and even injure people? Is everyone here? Let us start the assessment. But the 5 mentors ignored Huang Yun and announced the assessment on their own. You guys. Huang Yun was furious. Was this a double standard? Just because Su Ilong was a genius from the Dual Life Palace? The only female mentor among the 5, seeing Huang Yun's hatred, shook her head in pity. She was too young, and all this talk of fairness and justice was just lip service, but she liked Huang Yun's spirit. Huang Yun. At this moment, Su Ilong had already set his sights on Huang Yun, intending to humiliate her publicly. You'll regret this. The first round of the assessment was to test strength. Whoever could knock down the Copper Man would pass the first round. As soon as the words were spoken, the staff below the platform brought up 10 Copper Men and placed them on the platform. The assessment begins. Su Yilong stepped forward. and the other Su family geniuses followed closely. No one dared to compete with them for the first batch of assessments. Huang Yun saw that everyone was afraid of Su Yilong and couldn't hold back her anger. She charged straight at the 10th copper man, glaring at Su Yilong. Others may fear you, but I don't fear a scum like you. You scumbag, I'll make sure to deal with all your sisters sooner or later. Seeing Huang Yun daring to provoke him, Su Yilong cursed inwardly, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. He switched places with a disciple from the Su family and moved directly next to Huang Yun. What are you trying to do? Huang Yun felt a surge of vigilance, but Su Yilong merely smiled coldly and threw a punch at the copper man. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, and the copper man was sent flying before it could even strike. Not good. Huang Yun's face changed drastically. Su Yilong's punch was aimed in her direction, and the copper man came rushing towards her. Bang! Caught off guard, Huang Yun could only raise her arms to defend herself, and she was knocked flying by the charging copper man. Despicable. Huang Yun struggled to get up, her hands nearly broken, staring at Su Yilong with fury. Oops. I used too much strength, my apologies, Su Yilong said apologetically, but the arrogant smile on his face showed no trace of remorse. Su Yilong, you're going too far. Huang Yun could no longer hold back, shouting as she rushed forward to attack. Huang Yun, this is an assessment. Su Yilong stepped back, shouting, Do you dare to attack me? If I break you, don't blame anyone. As soon as these words were spoken, Huang Shuren's heart sank. But it was too late to stop her. Su Yilong had already started to act. Su Yilong, if you dare to touch her, I'll take your life. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed across the arena, and a figure rushed towards the platform. Chapter 22, Sensation. Su Yilong actually knocked the copper man, flying with a single punch. To defeat a copper man, one needed at least 1,000 pounds of strength. This was terrifying. The scene of Su Yilong knocking the copper man flying shocked everyone. His strength was at least over 5,000 pounds. The 5 mentors of the martial house were stunned, then their faces filled with excitement. As expected of a genius from the Dual Life Palace, he must join my academy. Why should he join your academy? The second academy is his best choice. All right. Stop arguing. Su Yilong belongs to my 3rd academy. The 5 mentors stopped paying attention to the events on the platform and began to fight over Su Yilong. Huang Yun was knocked away. Damn, Su Yilong was so shameless. This was clearly revenge. It's over. Is Su Yilong really going to use ruthless means on her? The crowd below the platform saw Huang Yun being knocked away, then saw her charge back up, hearing Su Yilong's words, and they were all startled. Was he really going to cripple Huang Yun under such obvious revenge? Too shameless. But like Huang Shuren, they could only watch in anger, unable to stop it. Only the mentors of the later stages of the transformation realm in the martial house could intervene. Su Yilong, how dare you? Suddenly, a loud roar rang out across the venue, startling everyone. They looked up to see a figure charging towards the platform. Who is that? Su Yilong also heard the roar, but he sneered. Who could stop him now besides the mentors of the martial house? It's him. Huang Yun was stunned upon hearing this. Then her face filled with joy. However, in that moment of distraction, Su Yilong had already reached her. Huang Yun regained her senses, her face turning pale. At this moment, she had lost the chance to defend herself. Bang! Just when she was in despair, a gust of wind rushed towards her, blowing her hair back. Looking at the solid back in front of her, Huang Yun's heart dropped, filled with intense joy and emotion. He saved me again. Who? Su Yilong's expression darkened, roaring angrily. Who dares to ruin my plans? When he focused and saw who it was, his face changed drastically, horrified as if he had seen a ghost. You, Sumo, you're still alive. Su Yilong was so frightened that he retreated, shaking his head and blinking, fearing he was hallucinating. But looking at Su Mu again made him jump in fright. He was still alive. Those worthless people. Su Mo stood up abruptly, his face turning extremely ugly. He had sent so many strong people out, even elders, and still couldn't kill a worthless person. Simply the worst of the worst. This is bad. With Su Mu appearing, wouldn't he all the things he to be exposed? Damn it. It was bad enough that he didn't die. But he returned at this time to ruin his son's reputation. Truly an ungrateful wolf. Sumu. That is Su Mu. Isn't dead? How did he come back to life? The appearance of Su Mu caused an uproar, like thunder striking, causing the scene to explode. Even the 5 mentors of the martial house stopped arguing, looking at Su Mu in disbelief. Sorry for being late. Su Mu coldly glanced at Su Yilong and then turned to Huang Yiyun with an apologetic look. Not late, not late. Huang Yiyun, still in shock, hastily shook her head and smiled. Su Mu nodded, then looked around at the astonished crowd, taking a step forward, causing dozens of people on the platform to retreat in fright. In their eyes, Su Mu seemed even more terrifying than Su Yilong at this moment. Su Mu, am here. Taking a deep breath, he announced to everyone. His imposing presence captivated Huang Yiyun. The crowd was shaken, swallowing hard and unable to regain their senses. The arena fell silent. Su Mu, is that the scum who has harmed innocent women? Suddenly, one of the mentors from the martial house spoke up, snapping the crowd back to reality, and thousands of people glared angrily at Su Mu. This trash is still alive. The disgrace of Anqing City. He has been surviving all this time. How dare he return, a beast unworthy of living in this world. The condemnation of thousands of people even made the platform tremble. Su Yilong, shaken by the wave of curses, returned to his senses, watching the cold smile slowly appear at the corner of Su Mu's mouth. Even if he wasn't dead, what of it? Now everyone wished for his death. Even if you're not dead, so what? You can't join the Wu Mansion. The Wu Mansion won't recruit someone with such poor character as you. Even if you're not dead, you're now a dual life palace. Su Mu, what do you have to compare with me? Su Mo Cheng saw this situation and let out a long breath, a sinister smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It seems that Su Mu has no chance to explain himself. Even if he had a chance, so what? Just relying on his mouth? Su Mu, how dare you come back? Suddenly, someone erupted in anger and charged onto the stage. The head of the Huang family. The crowd gasped in surprise and then looked on with glee. No one probably hates Su Mu more than him. Su Mu let down his daughter and even caused her to go mad. If it were me, I would have been the first to stomp on that trash. Seeing Huang Shiren rush up, Su Mu frowned. Huang Shiren could be considered his future father-in-law, and he didn't want to make a move. But now it was unavoidable. Dad! But before he could act, Huang Yiyun had already blocked him. Get out of the way. Huang Shiren was in a fit of rage. Even his daughter's obstruction was useless. Dad, he was wronged. Get out of the way. Huang Shiren could no longer hear anything. Seeing it was no use, Huang Yiyun simply closed her eyes and let her father come at her. Su Mu had saved her several times. Even if it cost her life, she wanted to prove Su Mu's innocence. Even if it meant dying, she wouldn't hesitate. Unfilial daughter. Huang Shiren saw he was about to hit Huang Yiyun and had to forcibly withdraw his power and rush to the other side. Huang Yiyun's eyelashes trembled. Hearing her father's labored breathing, she opened her eyes and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Turning to see her father was pale from forcibly withdrawing his power, an expression of guilt appeared in his eyes. Yiyun, what are you doing? Huang Shiren glared angrily at Huang Yiyun. If he hadn't stopped in time, you would have died. Do you know that? Please forgive your daughter. Huang Yiyun silently apologized in her heart. She had to do this, as she was the only one who could prove Su Mu's innocence. Everyone listen to me. Su Mu was wronged. He has never done anything heinous. Huang Yiyun seized the moment to shout to everyone. All of this was a slander by Su Mo Cheng and his son. A month ago, they teamed up to capture Su Mu, forcibly digging out his dantian and life palace, allowing Su Yilong to refine it, which enabled Su Yilong to achieve a dual life palace. Su Mo Cheng even maliciously wanted to dig out Su Mu's heart for his younger son. Fortunately, the elder of the Su family believed in Su Mu's character and never gave up on saving him, finally rescuing him half a month ago. This is the truth. Huang Yiyun spoke all at once. The part about the elder's rescue was told to her by Su Mu. Su Mu didn't want people to suspect his adventures, so he let the elder take the blame for everything. As her words fell, the arena fell silent, all faces filled with disbelief. Nonsense. Chapter 23. Heavyweight Turnaround. Su Yilong panicked upon hearing this, and Su Mo Cheng also panicked. However, he was the head of the family, experienced and seasoned, and had seen all kinds of situations. He immediately charged onto the stage and shouted angrily. Nonsense, Huang Ian. Have you forgotten how your sister went mad? Right from the start, he poked at Huang Ian's sore spot, and upon hearing this, Huang Ian instantly became furious. Wasn't he at you who drove her mad? You are the real culprits. If it weren't for you persecuting Su Mu, how could my sister possibly go mad? Huh. Then let me ask, where did you hear about this? Seeing Huang Ian's eyes bloodshot with anger, on the verge of losing her mind, Su Yilong immediately shouted, and Huang Ian was stunned, unable to help but glance at Su Mu, feeling a bit flustered. Once she said it was Su Mu who told her, who would believe her? Let me guess, it was Su Mu who told you, right? Before Huang Ian could calm down, Su Yilong continued to suppress her verbally, leaving her momentarily speechless. Everyone saw that this was merely Su Mu's one-sided story. Justice resides in everyone's hearts. Huang Yun hadn't recovered her senses when she suddenly realized that her speaking time had been seized by Su Yilong, instantly making her so furious she felt like her lungs might explode. She opened her mouth immediately, but Su Yilong wouldn't give her a chance to speak. Turning to look at Huang Shiren, head of the Huang family, your daughter has been so seduced by Su Mu, with Su Mu's superb skills in seducing women. Perhaps Su Mo Chang hadn't finished speaking, but he gave Huang Shiren a meaningful look. Without him finishing, Huang Shiren's hair stood on end in anger, and he turned to glare at Su Mu, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. Sumo, beast. He shouted angrily and directly attacked Su Mu. He caused his eldest daughter to go mad and defiled his youngest daughter. Yun is only 16, so that's it. I almost believed it. Huang Yun is so young, yet can stoop to such actions, almost becoming his sister-in-law. He is simply worse than a beast. The crowd immediately believed Su Mo Chang's words again, spitting at Su Mu. If Huang Shiren hadn't already attacked, they would have rushed up to slaughter Su Mu. Su Yilong breathed a sigh of relief, secretly giving a thumbs up to Su Mo Chang, truly his father. This reaction ability is unmatched. Now Su Mu won't even have a chance to speak. They didn't even need to act themselves. It was truly a bloodless victory. Father. Huang Yun's expression changed, and she hurriedly rushed to hug Huang Shiren. Unfilial daughter. Huang Shiren looked down at Huang Yun, who was desperately trying to block him, his eyes filled with rage, wishing he could slap her to death. Why are both of my daughters so useless? Old dog, bullying a girl like Yun is no skill at all. Su Mu looked at Su Mo Chang, furious, still so despicable. Bullying Huang Yun, who was too young to react. You shameless old thing. Su Mo Chang grinned, too lazy to respond. Just a dead person, wasting his breath. A cold light flashed in Su Mu's eyes. Old dog, do you think he was prepared? Today, I will make you infamous. Head of the Huang family, everyone. I have evidence that is enough to prove the cold-blooded malice of Su Mo Chang and his son. He shouted loudly, but no one listened. Su Mu didn't need them to listen. He turned to look towards the Su family. Stop. A figure was leaping towards the stage from a distance, holding someone in hand and charging onto the stage while shouting. The elder. Seeing this person, Su Mo Chang and the others were stunned. And Huang Shiren was also taken aback. The elder of the Su family? The crowd below the stage stared at the white-haired old man who appeared, then gasped in disbelief. Could it really be that there were hidden circumstances? Old thing. After a moment of being stunned, Su Mo Chang and his son erupted in anger. Old bastard, you dared to come and cause trouble after killing Xiang Chuan, the great steward. But when they saw the person the elder was holding, their faces changed drastically. Although the great steward had been beaten to a pulp, they recognized him at a glance. Everyone knew the great steward was their trusted aide, and they handled affairs through him. Now it was truly over. Su Yilong panicked, looking to Su Mo Chang for help, hoping he could turn the tide again. Su Mo Chang had his head down, his face dark, and he was also at a loss, unless he killed the great steward to keep him silent forever. But wouldn't he doing so prove their guilt to everyone? This is our family's great steward, who has always handled matters for Su Mo Chang. I'm sure everyone knows him, right? The elder nodded at Su Mu, turning to the crowd and saying. Everyone slightly nodded. Those who came here were all prominent figures in Anqing City. How could they not know the Su family's great steward? Now, let him tell everyone the truth. The elder threw the great steward out, and the great steward fell, dazed and unable to speak. Su Mo Chung realized this was a good opportunity and quickly spoke up. Say, Su Mu assaulted women. Isn't this slander by Su Mo Chung. But the elder wouldn't give him this chance and directly shouted at the great steward. Yes, yes, the great steward replied weakly. Isn't it true that Su Mo Chung dug out Su Mu's dantian and had Su Long refine it to achieve a dual life palace? Yes. Is Su Mo Chung still planning to dig out Su Mu's heart to use for his son, Su Xiangchuan? Yes. The grand elder didn't ask further, glancing at Su Mo Chung with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He had endured for nearly a month. Could he still let you turn white into black? The truth is already clear to everyone. Everyone in the arena fell silent. The truth is clearer than ever. Old beast, Su Mo Chung and his son looked at the grand elder, their hair standing on end with anger. It was always this old beast who ruined their good deeds. I should have killed him back then. Su Long stared at the grand elder, his face twisted with rage. Grand elder, how can your forced confessions be trusted? Su Mo Chung forced himself to calm down. If they didn't find a way out, they would be finished. Seeing Su Mo Chung still struggling, the grand elder smiled confidently. If he allowed you to turn the tables today, then all his years would have been in vain. Su Muqing, the life palace you and Su Long condensed was only a 6th grade life palace. Why did it become a dual life palace after Su Mu's incident? Su Mo Chung narrowed his eyes. He had long thought about how to respond to such a question. This is the heart method of the fusion life palace found in your room. How do you explain this? The grand elder took out a book of heart methods and shouted. Su Mo Cheng's expression instantly froze. If this isn't enough evidence, would you dare let Su Long test the life palace? His other life palace is definitely a 7th grade and may still be unstable. Su Muqing stared at the guide, lowering his head, afraid to respond, his face turning extremely ugly. He understood that at this point, they had completely lost. Everyone in the arena changed their expressions, their gazes turning to contempt and disdain towards Su Mo Chung and his son. Chapter 24. We will not recruit trash. It turns out Su Mo Chung and his son are such people. Su Mu has been loyal to them for 10 years. Bah, scum. Su Mu is a 7th grade life palace genius. How hard have they made him suffer for their own sake? Yet they even dug out his dantian and wanted to dig out his heart. Just thinking about it sends chills down one's spine. They actually did it. They even slandered Su Mu as a lecher. How could they say that? An old beast gave birth to 2 little beasts. They are all beasts. Get out of Anqing City. Anqing City cannot accommodate 2 beasts. Instantly, the public opinion reversed. The truth is unmistakably clear. And everyone spat at Su Mo Chung and his son, even throwing whatever they could find at them. Su Mo Chung was hit by sticks and stones. Not daring to lift his head, he understood that his life was over. Bang! Su Long raised his hand to swat away the thrown objects, glaring at the grand elder with extreme ferocity, daring to ruin his reputation. Old thing, I will make sure you die in pieces. Su Long is despicable and vicious, unworthy of joining the martial house. At this moment, the only female instructor in the martial house stood up, looking at Su Long with disgust, directly announcing, "Great!" Huang Yian jumped up with joy upon hearing this good news. Not only had Su Mu cleared his name, but Su Long also got his comeuppance. Scum! Even hearing this news, Su Long's expression became even more twisted, and he looked at the female instructor of the martial house with killing intent in his eyes. Now that he is a dual life palace, so what if the martial house doesn't accept him? He can live freely anywhere, definitely better than that way Su Mu. Su Mu, this time you have some ability, but you have lost your whole life. I am a dual life palace. Su Long turned to Su Mu and shouted viciously, then directly turned to leave. Su Mu's eyes flashed with cold light. Wanting to leave? Dream on. Silence. Suddenly, a loud shout resonated throughout the venue, shocking everyone. The crowd looked up in awe at another instructor of the martial house who stood up. This instructor was a senior instructor from the 1st Academy, the strongest in strength at the peak of the rebirth realm. Su Yilong, you have passed the first assessment. Go down and rest. What? Go down and rest. The crowd erupted in disbelief, looking at the academy instructor in shock. How could they let such a beastly person join the martial house? Su Yilong also turned in shock, then smiled unexpectedly, turning his head to look at Su Mu with pride. It seems the martial house instructors have very sharp eyes. See? This is the treatment of a dual-life palace genius. Why? Huang Yun was the first to get angry and indignant. Su Yilong was so overbearing and violent, injuring people, and now that the truth is out, Su Yilong is nothing but a beast. Why is he still allowed to join the martial house? Doesn't the martial house only recruit people of good character? Why let such scum join the martial house? Are you questioning the martial house? The first academy instructor glared at Huang Yun angrily, the aura of the peak rebirth realm directly pressing towards her, making her face turn pale. Those who question the martial house will have their qualifications for the assessment revoked. Huang Yun was furious. If she weren't looking for her sister, who would care about a filthy place like yours? But as soon as this was said, nearly everyone participating in the assessment fell silent. They didn't want to jeopardize their chances of joining the martial house for the Su family's issues. Yun, don't be impulsive. Su Mu shook his head at Huang Yun. He was also angry, but from that incident he had already understood that this world speaks with strength. Brother. Huang Yun looked at Su Mu's face in disbelief. Don't you want revenge? Just let that scum live freely? Rest assured, even if they want to recruit Su Yilong, they won't have that chance. Su Mu's eyes flashed coldly. Then he turned to look at Su Yilong. Su Yilong, you dug out my dantian and fused my life palace. If I don't take revenge, I, Su Mu, have lived in vain. Do you dare to fight me, regardless of life or death? Humph. Su Yilong sneered disdainfully. A waste dares to challenge him? Waste if you want to challenge me. Fine, as long as you pass the assessment, I will give you that opportunity. He doesn't have the qualifications to participate in the assessment. At this moment, the first academy instructor shouted angrily, looking at Su Mu with cold light in his eyes. He was determined to recruit Su Yilong today. But Su Mu coming out to ruin Su Yilong's reputation was shameful for his academy. How could he let Su Mu get away with it? What a pity. You don't even have the qualifications to challenge me. Waste. Su Yilong laughed triumphantly, his smile sinister, emphasizing the word waste. Su Mu, as the victim, arriving late is understandable. We should give him a chance. At this moment, a voice rang out, making the first academy instructor's face instantly darken. He turned to look at the female instructor from the 5th Academy, narrowing his eyes. Was it worth it to oppose him for a waste with a dugout dantian? The female instructor glared back defiantly. They were willing to recruit Su Yilong, but she liked Huang Yun, and she also found Su Mu pleasing to the eye. More importantly, she couldn't stand an instructor suppressing someone from a small place. Since the 5th Academy is willing to recruit trash, so be it. The 1st Academy instructor coldly said as he sat back down. If you want to protect that waste, go ahead. Let's see who will be the one to laugh later. The other 3 Academy instructors looked displeased. They really couldn't understand why the 5th Academy instructor wanted to protect a waste. What benefits could this bring? You instructor, you are embarrassing the martial house. You can rest assured, we absolutely will not compete with you for a waste. What if he participates in the assessment? He won't even pass the assessment. The instructors from the 3 academies sneered. Tian Yu's eyes brimmed with anger. She is embarrassing the martial house? You are. Recruiting scum like Su Yilong only tells everyone that the martial house is a filthy place. Sumu, donte disappointment. Turning to look at Su Mu. She had a bit more hope in her heart. Everyone only focused on Su Mu's dantian being dug out. But she clearly remembered that Su Mu had rushed over to block a blow from Su Yilong. You need to prove to everyone that true genius cannot be defeated. She now only hoped Su Mu would pass the assessment and slap everyone in the face. As for the rest, she didn't dare to think about it. Waste. It seems you have a slight chance to challenge me. Don't you thank the kind-hearted instructor from the 5th Academy? Su Yilong sneered at Sumo, then disdainfully laughed and waved his sleeve as he left the arena. A waste. He didn't take him seriously at all. How dare he be so arrogant after being ungrateful? Huang Yun was so infuriated by Su Yilong's attitude that she was jumping with anger, while Su Mu's face was cold. The more arrogant he was now, the more miserable he would be later. First, they had to participate in the assessment. Huang Yun glanced at Su Mu and then nodded. The assessment was the priority, and she couldn't truly give up looking for her sister for a piece of trash. Su Mu, I saw Huang Yun turn around to continue the assessment, while Huang Shuren looked at Su Mu with a complicated expression, not knowing what to say. Uncle, you are not at fault. Su Mu shook his head, knowing what Huang Shuren wanted to say. Huang Shuren sighed heavily. When he announced the annulment of the engagement, it was out of helplessness, as the entire family opposed it. And, as the head of the family, he couldn't ignore the family's feelings. He turned to look at Su Machin and his son, his eyes flashing with killing intent. It was because of those two beasts that his daughter went mad and almost caused him to kill Su Mu. Su Mu, can you do it? At this moment, the Grand Elder walked up, looking seriously at Su Mu. Chapter 25, A Punch to Obliterate. The Grand Elder was somewhat uneasy, and all he could do was help Su Mu clear his name. Don't worry, Sumo smiled confidently. After leaving the Monster Beast Mountains, he had directly found the Grand Elder to conspire about all this, which was why he came so late. However, he had not revealed his strength in front of the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder took a deep breath and nodded slightly. He had always chosen to believe in Su Mu. In his eyes, Su Mu had always been a good child who valued emotions and righteousness. And now, he still believed in Su Mu. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion attracted everyone's attention, and they saw the bronze man in front of Huang Yun being sent flying. Hiss! Huang Yun's strength? Is this strong? She's not much weaker than Su Yilong. Everyone was shocked. Su Yilong had initially sent the bronze man flying with one punch and had knocked Huang Yun out, leading them to think that Huang Yun's strength wouldn't be that great. But unexpectedly, she was so powerful. In contrast, other assessors were still fighting with the bronze man, and the gap in strength was simply not small. Huang Junru was indeed a daughter of a genius. Unexpectedly, her sister was also so impressive. This strength must be at least the third level of the Life Palace realm. How could the Huang family produce such daughters? Huang Shuren turned around and was stunned to see Huang Yun defeat the bronze man. When did this girl become so strong? In his memory, Huang Yun had always been playful and hard to find, and as a father, he didn't even know what level of cultivation she had. But unexpectedly, today she gave him a huge surprise. He couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, no matter how Huang Yun did it. Now both daughters were so outstanding, enough to comfort him for a lifetime. The mentors from the four main academies showed a hint of astonishment and exchanged incredulous glances. Such high talent? At such a young age, with such strength, this was enough to rank among the top in the martial academy, and they must recruit her into their academy. Those who had previously wanted to kick Huang Yun out were now having second thoughts about her. As for their desire to recruit Su Yilong, that was not conflicting. Su Yilong was so outstanding that even if they hated him, it wouldn't last long. Tian Yue's eyes sparkled with surprise. She had indeed not misjudged her. She then turned to look at Su Mu, feeling a bit anxious, hoping he wouldn't let her down. Huang Yun exhaled a breath of turbid air and sweetly smiled at Su Mu, as if saying, I performed well, right? Su Mu nodded affirmatively. Although Huang Yun had experienced several setbacks in the Monster Beast Mountains, she had also benefited. Her meridians had been strengthened, and her cultivation had increased significantly. Brother, that bastard Su Yilong sent the bronze man flying with one punch. You must be stronger than him and crush his arrogance. Huang Yun suddenly spoke angrily, wanting everyone to see who the real genius was. Su Mu nodded slightly. He would not hide his strength, not for anything else, but to let the Martial Academy understand how wrong their choice was. After that batch of people finished testing, they stepped forward. Seeing Su Mu step out, those who had not yet been assessed unconsciously made way. No matter what, Su Mu was once the #1 genius of Anqing City. Regardless of whether that was past glory, his tenacity earned them respect. Su Mu made his move. Would he be able to defeat the bronze man? Impossible, right? Su Mu had his dantian dug out for a month. Even if he could recover, everything would have to start over. Even with his previous foundation, he would probably only be at the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm. This statement plunged everyone into silence. Su Mu's genius era had already passed. Now, Su Mu could be considered a waste, and even if he could practice again, what would it matter? The damage to his dantian meant he would never be able to condense a 7th grade life palace again. He would never have hope for a comeback in this lifetime. Among the 5 mentors of the martial academy, only Tian Yue was paying attention, while the other 4 mentors looked on with disdain. Instead, Su Yilong was focused, stating intently Aitsumu. Although he had reached the dual life palace, he wouldn't consider himself successful until he killed Su Mu. As long as Su Mu was alive, he would remain his nightmare. Waste, I want to see how capable you really are. Father, what about those deacons and elders? Suddenly remembering those elders and deacons who had chased after Su Mu, where had those wastes gone? Su Machin shook his head, also fixated on Su Mu. Looking at the bronze man in front of him, Su Mu raised his head and scanned the 4 mentors of the martial academy, then glanced at Su Machin and his son, and unleashed a straight punch. Boom! In an instant, a violent explosion shook the arena, directly hurting everyone's eardrums. At that moment, everything was silent. Wow! Hiss! The next moment, the mentors on the high platform stood up in shock, and Su Machin and his son had their eyes bulging. Everyone present looked at Su Mu, dumbfounded. The bronze man before Su Mu had completely disappeared, leaving only a pile of debris. It shattered. People murmured. A punch smashed the bronze man. Is this something a human can do? Su Machin and his son found it hard to swallow, turning stiffly to look at each other, both seeing the horror and even fear rising in each other's eyes. My goodness, this kid is terrifying. The Grand Elder was so scared he shivered all over, mumbling as he pulled out his beard without realizing it. Awesome. Huang Yiyun excitedly waved her fists. This was enough to crush Su Yilong completely. Huang Shuren's mouth trembled continuously. His mind was blank, unable to say a word, his eyes completely occupied by Su Mu's figure. He seemed to see that genius who overshadowed the 3 cities' return. When he achieved the 7th grade life palace, it was under the exploitation of resources by Su Machin. A thought suddenly popped into his mind. Perhaps Su Mu's talent was not just a 7th grade life palace. He could condense a 7th grade life palace only because of a lack of resources. Did we underestimate him? The 4 mentors of the martial academy almost bit their tongues in pain, thinking, had they all been slapped in the face by this waste? Is this the real genius? Tian Yue covered her red lips in shock, staring with wide eyes. The mature and alluring woman now appeared somewhat cute. Su Mu withdrew his fist, looked up at the martial academy mentors, and said indifferently, "Did I pass the assessment?" The 4 mentors' hearts skipped a beat. If he hadn't passed, then no one present could pass. This statement made them doubt that Su Mu was mocking them. Congratulations, you have passed the assessment with flying colors. In the end, it was Tian Yue who joyfully jumped up to announce. At this moment, everyone gradually regained their senses. Su Yilong had only sent the bronze man flying, while Su Mu had obliterated the bronze man with 1 punch. How terrifying was his strength? People couldn't help but compare Su Yilong and Su Mu in their hearts. And after comparing, they smiled knowingly. Su Mu was the true genius. A scum like Su Yilong would forever be trampled underfoot. Just a piece of trash, in front of a real genius, means nothing. Su Yilong heard the mocking of the crowd, his expression twisted with rage, his head shaking as he stared fiercely at Su Mu. Su Mu, why are you still alive? Why did you come back? Why do you always have to overshadow me? Chapter 26. The Palace of Fate. Su Yilong had completely lost his mind, yet he did not understand that Su Mu was not merely overshadowing him, but utterly crushing him. Yilong! Su Machin suddenly shouted, waking Su Yilong from his stupor. You are a genius of the Twin Life Palace. Others may be talented, but they are just fleeting moments. Only you can reach the peak of martial arts. Su Yilong's eyes brightened. Yes, he was a genius of the Twin Life Palace. No matter how powerful Su Mu was, he could never surpass him. Su Mu felt Su Yilong's gaze, turned to look, and saw him still prideful. He withdrew his gaze, still not awakened. Soon, he would shatter all your illusions. The assessment continues. Tian Yue stood up to announce, appearing very happy at that moment. The 4 mentors were startled by Tian Yue's words, turning to look at her with mixed expressions. Earlier, they had supported Huang Yiyun, a genius, and now Su Mu, an unparalleled genius. It was simply spot on. At this moment, they all began to regret their previous choices. No matter how powerful he is, it's just a fleeting moment. Can his future compare to that of the Twin Life Palace? A mentor from the Second Academy sneered, while the other three mentors nodded in agreement, certainly unwilling to admit they had misjudged. Tian Yue cast a glance at them, a hint of a cold smile at the corner of her mouth. Still stubborn, huh? Brother, you are amazing. After Su Mu stepped down, Huang Yun exclaimed excitedly with starry eyes, happier than if she had shattered the bronze man herself. Huang Shirun looked at Su Mu with a beaming smile, just as he had when looking at his son-in-law before, satisfied no matter how he looked at him. In his heart, he had long stopped comparing Su Yilong with Su Mu. Su Mu was upright, loyal, and unyielding. What qualification did Su Yilong have to compare with Su Mu? But when he saw Huang Yun's excited expression, his smile suddenly faded, replaced by a strange look. This girl, she wouldn't be reminiscing about how she anxiously waited for the previous results, would she? His eyelids twitched. This brat. Looking at Su Mu again, he was already gritting his teeth. The rest of the people went up for the assessment in batches, but everyone had long lost interest in watching. Even if the later candidates performed excellently, they could not create significant waves, no matter how outstanding their performance was, under Su Mu's single punch that shattered the bronze man. It all seemed dull and flavorless. As the last batch finished their assessments, the first round of evaluations officially ended. Congratulations to everyone for passing the first round of assessment. Those who passed can join the Marshall House. The first round of assessments eliminated more than half of the participants, leaving fewer than 40 on the stage. The first Academy mentor scanned the successful candidates and spoke loudly. Su Mu and Huang Yun, such outstanding geniuses, felt indifferent. But the younger members of small families and loose cultivators were particularly excited upon hearing this. Seeing the excitement of those people, the first Academy mentor's lips curled into a barely perceptible cold smile. The first round assessed strength. Passing meant that their power was up to standard, and their realm was firmly above the Palace of Fate, not forcibly raised. This also proved that their talent and potential were not too bad. But do not think that this means you can rest easy. Whether you'll be doing miscellaneous work in a Marshall House or getting further training depends on the second round of assessment. Now, we begin the second round of assessment. Boom! As the first Academy mentor finished speaking, the staff below the stage struggled to lift a stone tablet and place it heavily on the stage. This was the Fate Stone, which could measure everyone's Palace of Fate grade. Anyone with a grade above 5 could enter the Marshall House for further training. What if it's below grade 5? Someone couldn't help but ask curiously right after the first Academy mentor finished the introduction. The first Academy mentor smiled meaningfully but did not answer. All you need to do is channel your strength into the Fate Stone, and it will immediately reveal your Palace of Fate grade. Begin the test. The people on the stage looked around, hesitating about whether to be the first to test, when suddenly someone stepped forward. Zhang Heng. As they looked at the young man in white stepping out, the crowd showed a hint of surprise. Zhang Heng stared at the Fate Stone, his face slightly gloomy, his hair fluttering in the wind, his jaw gradually tightening. I am the first genius of the Zhang family. Zhang Heng roared in his heart. He was originally a genius, destined to be the center of admiration. Yet he had been crushed to the ground by Su Mu, Su Yilong, and Huang Yun, resulting in no one paying attention to him. Not even the 5 mentors had glanced his way. He was unwilling. He wanted to be the first to step out, to prove his strength to everyone, to show that he, Zhang Heng, was also a genius not to be ignored. Bang! He raised his hand and slapped the Fate Stone, which immediately lit up with a soft glow, and a number gradually emerged. Grade 6, top-level Palace of Fate. The first Academy mentor announced loudly upon seeing this, his eyes flashing with a hint of surprise. It seemed there were other geniuses besides Su Mu and the other two after all. Below the stage, many people were confused upon hearing the announcement from the first Academy mentor. Is there a ranking even within the same grade of Palace of Fate? Of course. Even within the same grade of Palace of Fate, there can be distinctions. Zhang Heng's Palace of Fate is just a step away from grade 7, someone explained, while also looking down on those who were ignorant. Zhang Heng is quite impressive. He is only a tiny bit worse than the previous Su Mu. Zhang Heng is so powerful. I didn't even notice him before. With Su Mu's strength, he must have restored his Palace of Fate. I just wonder what grade his Palace of Fate is. The crowd discussed, all their eyes turning to Su Mu, filled with curiosity. Zhang Heng looked up, seeing that the martial house mentors were finally paying attention to him, and his lips curled up. But upon hearing the discussions of the crowd below, his expression instantly fell. He suddenly turned to look at the people below the stage, his expression twisting. It turned out that before, they really had overlooked him. Now that they had noticed him, why were they still focusing on Su Mu? Why did he always have to be Su Mu's foil? Su Mu, why do you always have to overshadow me? Looking at Su Mu, he felt the same thoughts as Su Yilong. Seeing Zhang Heng glaring at him with hatred, Su Mu simply shifted his gaze away. Why is he looking at him like that? Is everything his fault? Get lost. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Everyone turned to look and saw Su Yilong domineeringly walk up to the Fate Stone, directly pushing aside the second person who was going to test. So domineering. Scum is still scum. The crowd once again spat in disdain. But Su Yilong didn't care at all. He wanted to prove to everyone that he was the true genius. And Su Mu didn't even have the qualification to carry his shoes. Bang! As Su Yilong's palm struck down, the crowd immediately fell silent. No matter how much they despised Su Yilong, they could not change the fact that they were very concerned about his twin life palace. After all, it had been years since such a one had emerged. The Fate Stone lit up with a soft glow, revealing 2 numbers. Su Yilong, Twin Life Palace. Grade 6 Palace of Fate plus Grade 7 Palace of Fate. He really became a Twin Life Palace. The other was indeed a Grade 7 Palace of Fate. He had truly fused with Su Mu's Palace of Fate. As the first Academy mentor finished speaking, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Chapter 27. Huang Yiyun's Talent. Su Mu looked at the number 7 on the Fate Stone. A murderous intent surged. That was his Palace of Fate. Watching his own Palace of Fate inside him, he felt it was no less painful than having his own child snatched away and flaunted in front of him. Su Yilong ignored the unfavorable comments and instead raised his head proudly, then looked at Su Mu. See? My twin life palace. Are you envious? Arrogant and shameless. The crowd was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. Then they were all enraged. They had never seen such a shameless and arrogant person. Unfortunately, they could not pose any threat to Su Yilong at all. Truly shameless. Huang Yun was furious and cursed, feeling a surge of hatred not only for Su Yilong's shamelessness but also for herself. If she hadn't been so playful over the years and had dedicated herself to hard training, Su Yilong wouldn't have been so arrogant. The 4 martial arts academy mentors nodded in satisfaction at Su Yilong. Even if one of his life palaces wasn't very high in rank combined, they were comparable to a 9th grade life palace. Next, the remaining 30 or so people exchanged glances, their eyes all fixed on Su Mu. Ever since Su Mu had smashed the bronze man with a single punch, they had been eagerly anticipating what kind of talent he possessed and to what extent his life palace had been condensed after his recultivation. After provocatively glancing at Su Mu, Su Yilong stepped back. Following his father's advice, he completely disregarded Su Mu. What did it matter how powerful Su Mu was? Even if Su Mu condensed a 9th grade life palace, he couldn't compare to him. The Martial Arts Academy mentors were not mistaken. The 2 life palaces combined could only be compared to a 9th grade life palace. But don't forget, life palaces can be upgraded later. No matter how strong one life palace is, it is still just one palace, while both of his can be trained and upgraded. This is a gap that a single life palace can never make up for. Seeing Su Yilong confidently return, Su Machin nodded in satisfaction. But then his gaze caught the Grand Elder, and he suddenly sensed something was off. I have already burned the heart method. How did that old thing find it? How could he possibly keep such a powerful heart method from merging life palaces? As soon as Su Yilong succeeded, he would immediately burn it. Did the Grand Elder find it? That old beast. He was instantly furious, his chest heaving. It turned out he had been tricked. The Grand Elder glanced at Su Machin, and seeing his strange expression, withdrew his gaze. He didn't know why Su Machin was so upset, but he had indeed tricked Su Machin by taking out the heart method. This was a strategy devised by Su Mu. Under his aggressive aura, Su Machin would definitely not have the mental capacity to think of these things. Now that it was all successful, it didn't matter how Su Machin thought. Seeing that Su Mu showed no intention of moving, a genius from the Su family stepped up to the Life Palace stone, looking somewhat awkward. Previously, he had been a fervent supporter of Su Yilong. But after Su Yilong's character was exposed, it made him very uncomfortable. 5th grade Life Palace, intermediate. 5th grade Life Palace, already failing to stir any waves. 5th grade Life Palace, top tier. 5th grade Life Palace, intermediate. 4th grade Life Palace. As people continue to test, those who tested 4th grade Life Palaces immediately changed their expressions. They clearly remembered what the first Academy mentor had said. Below 5th grade Life Palaces, there would be no good days in the Martial Arts Academy. Watching the person leave with a mournful face, the others could only shake their heads in pity and continued testing. 6th grade Life Palace, beginner. 6th grade Life Palace, intermediate. 5th grade Life Palace, top tier. The testing for the 30 or so people quickly concluded, and almost no one could surpass Zhang Heng, with the strongest being one rank lower than Zhang Heng. This gave Zhang Heng a bit more confidence. At least in this assessment, he could rank 4th. Only Huang Yiyun and Su Mu had not tested yet. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the two of them, their breathing unconsciously quickening. They knew the main event was about to begin. "Brother, I'll go test first," Huang Yiyun said to Su Mu, knowing that this heavyweight bombshell should be saved for last. Su Mu nodded, and Huang Yiyun walked up to the Life Palace stone, taking a deep breath before striking it. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on the Life Palace stone. Even the 5 mentors couldn't help but feel nervous at this moment. 7th grade Life Palace, top tier. Hiss, just a tiny bit short of an 8th grade Life Palace. She's really not weaker than her sister at all. Upon seeing the number that appeared on the Life Palace stone, everyone couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Another heavenly beauty. Such a genius must join our academy. The mentors from the top 4 academies immediately became excited. Such a talent could not be missed. Tian Yue was also delighted, but when she saw the excited 4 mentors, her expression stiffened. If Huang Yiyun joined the 5th academy, the pressure would probably be significant. The Martial Arts Academy was divided into 5 academies. Although they seemed to treat each other equally, there were still distinctions in strength. The top 4 academies were stronger than the 5th, which was just hanging on at the bottom. Huang Yun looked at the 7 on the Life Palace stone, pouting a bit unhappily. She could have condensed a stronger Life Palace, all because she was too playful. Seeing her sullen expression as she stepped back, Zhang Heng's face immediately changed. A top-tier 7th grade Life Palace, and she was still unhappy? Isn't that enough to crush him? Does she need to completely crush him to be happy? Why is it always me who gets hurt? Zhang Heng looked up at the sky, silently shedding tears in his heart. Brother. Huang Yin walked up to Su Mu with a gloomy expression, kicking at non-existent pebbles. You've done really well, Su Mu said with a faint smile, comparable to his previous self, though he could have broken through to an even higher level before. Receiving Su Mu's information. A smile finally appeared on Huang Yiyun's face, but Huang Shiren could only shake his head. This girl has made even her father feel inferior. She's so strong, yet still looks like this. What does that make others think? Does it mean others don't deserve to live? It's my turn. Su Mu took a deep breath and walked toward the Life Palace stone. Brother, you can definitely crush Su Yilong. Huang Yiyun cheered from behind, and those words instantly made a cold light flash in Su Yilong's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Su Mu. Huang Yin's 7th grade Life Palace posed no threat to him, but as Su Mu stood before the Life Palace stone, the audience fell silent, all eyes fixed on him, no one daring to look away. As Su Mu raised his hand, everyone's hearts tightened. Su Mu, you can definitely surpass your previous self. The Grand Elder was the most anxious, feeling guilty for not being able to protect Su Mu when he got into trouble. He hoped that Su Mu could be reborn. Bang! A palm struck the Life Palace stone, and everyone present held their breath. Su Yilong widened his eyes, fearing he would miss a detail. The Life Palace stone began to emit a faint light, and Tian Yue slowly stood up, slightly opening her mouth, ready to announce Su Mu's Life Palace grade as quickly as possible. The faint light continued to glow. Chapter 28. The assessment ends. The faint light continued. People gradually noticed something was wrong. Why hadn't the Life Palace grade appeared yet? Could it be that he hadn't condensed the Life Palace? Everyone shook their heads in denial. How could Sumu have not reached the Life Palace realm after smashing the Bronze Man with a single punch? In this situation, Sumu himself was also bewildered, completely unaware of what was happening. Sumu, test again. Tian Yuuf frowned and reminded him. Sumu nodded and once again infused his power into the Life Palace stone. Everyone watched intently, but the Life Palace stone still only showed faint light with no other reactions. What on earth is happening? 2 times with the same strange situation caused the crowd to start to stir. Even the 5 mentors were confused. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Could the Life Palace stone be malfunctioning? Tian Yue quickly jumped down from the high platform to check the Life Palace stone, but she couldn't find any problems no matter how hard she looked. You, come over and test once. She randomly called someone over to test, and that person approached, and the Life Palace stone accurately provided the test result. Now Tian Yue was completely baffled. What on earth is going on? Could it be that Su Mu's Life Palace was too high level, causing it to not register? The crowd generally had a good impression of Su Mu and began to offer a guess leaning toward him. But upon hearing this, the mentors immediately disagreed. The Life Palace stone is a treasure of our martial arts academy. Since its use, it has never made a mistake. It can test dual Life Palaces, even triple Life Palaces, and even a 10th grade Life Palace can be tested accurately. Hearing this, Sumu suddenly realized that the Life Palace stone could only test up to a 10th grade Life Palace. His Supreme Life Palace far exceeded 2 grades above a 10th grade Life Palace, so the Life Palace stone definitely couldn't register it. So what is actually going on? Upon hearing the martial arts mentor's explanation, everyone was confused. The mentors from the top 4 academies exchanged glances, huddled together to discuss for a while before reaching a conclusion. The Destiny Stone will only fail to test under one circumstance. As the mentor from the first academy spoke, everyone immediately perked up their ears, fearing they might miss something. At this moment, Su Yilong was also intently focused, his fists clenched so tightly that his palms were sweating. The situation was fraught with uncertainty. He could not accept Su Mu surpassing him, as that would become a nightmare for him throughout his life. There was a previous case where a mentor encountered this situation, and he had personally told me that if the Destiny Palace is below the 3rd grade, the Destiny Stone will not be able to test it. Below the 3rd grade, the crowd was stunned, and then they suddenly turned to look at Su Mu, their eyes filled with disbelief. A person who exploded the Bronze Man with one punch, and his Destiny Palace turned out to be below the 3rd grade, which means it could only be a 2nd grade or even the worst 1st grade Destiny Palace. That was a trash Destiny Palace that was utterly useless. Haha, a Destiny Palace below the 3rd grade? That's a waste. Suddenly, a wild laugh erupted as Su Yilong jumped up in delight, looking at Su Mu with eyes full of satisfaction and disdain. It's already impressive enough to recondense a Destiny Palace. A trash Destiny Palace is still a Destiny Palace, right? Huh. Seeing Su Yilong's arrogance, the crowd fell silent, not daring to refute him. Since ancient times, the victor is king. It had become a fact that Su Yilong had completely crushed Su Mu. But he had indeed exploded the Bronze Man with one punch. Moreover, Su Mu had only been at the early stage of the Destiny Palace realm when he wasn't crippled, right? The crowd could not accept this. It simply did not make sense. Sir, the test results of the Bronze Man have come out. The Bronze Man that Su Mu had exploded had been under examination, and the results were just released. Quick, tell us. The mentor from the first academy's expression changed, hastily speaking. According to our tests, the Bronze Man had previous damage and multiple old cracks, and the one exploded by Su Mu was precisely the one that Su Yilong had sent flying. The analysts immediately revealed a result that pointed directly at Su Yilong. So, are you saying that Su Mu exploded the Bronze Man because Su Yilong had already crippled it? Su Mu merely took advantage of the situation? The expressions of the crowd changed. If that were the case, Su Mu exploding the Bronze Man was not impressive at all. All the credit would go to Su Yilong. It turned out that the strongest person was Su Yilong. Then, wouldn't Su Mu really only have a Destiny Palace below the 3rd grade? What are you still doubting? Do you really think Su Mu's recovery and cultivation can be that impressive? A bronze man that was already crippled by Su Yilong. Even I could explode it with one punch. Exactly, just think about it. If your arm is broken and reattached, can it still function as well as before? Instantly, the tone of the conversation shifted, and most people began to believe that Su Mu had only condensed a trashed destiny palace. How could this happen? Huang Yun bit her red lips, her face pale. She could not accept this result, and it absolutely could not be the case. Brother, you must tell them that your destiny palace is strong, that you are stronger than Su Yilong. Tunning Dosumo. She did not want those people to continue defaming him. Su Mu's expression slightly changed. Then he shook his head. Would telling them that he had a supreme-level destiny palace make any difference? With the martial house and the remains of the bronze man as evidence, would anyone believe it? From the first Academy mentor's previous statements about the accuracy of the Destiny Stone, it could be inferred that these people only knew that Destiny Palaces were divided into 10 grades, at most being aware that there were dual Destiny Palaces and triple Destiny Palaces. But they had no idea that there were even stronger transcendent Destiny Palaces above the 10 grades, like the Supreme-level Destiny Palace. In his previous state, they would not have known at all, so saying it would only lead them to think he was talking nonsense. The fact that the bronze man was exploded because of Su Yilong could only prove the analyst's rashness. The bronze man had been used for assessment tests, and over the years, it was impossible for it not to have scars and cracks. To conclude that it was Su Yilong's credit just because he had sent it flying was purely laughable. However, there was no need to explain any of this. After all, he could now join the martial house, and the initial goal had already been achieved, which also had another advantage. Su Mu turned to look at Su Yilong, seeing his utterly arrogant demeanor. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was just conducive to him killing Su Yilong, right? The assessment is over. After Su Mu was classified as a waste, he instantly received much less attention, and the martial house mentor directly announced the end. Huang Shirun and the Grand Elder looked at this result, their mouths agape in helplessness, finally shaking their heads and sighing. However, unlike before, they were not disappointed in Su Mu. The Destiny Palace determines future achievements, but don't forget, Destiny Palaces can be upgraded later. With Su Mu's tenacious character, they firmly believed that his future accomplishments would definitely not be low. Tian Yue looked at Su Mu with a complex expression, sighed, and walked back to the high platform. On the high platform, after a few mentors exchanged glances, their eyes all fell on Su Yilong. The assessment was over. Now, it was time to divide the students. They all wanted to recruit Su Yilong into their respective academies. Su Yilong, are you willing to join my first academy? You will receive the best resources here. Su Yilong, what my first academy can offer, my second academy can match, and even provide more. Su Yilong, join my third academy. Feel free to ask for anything you want. In my fourth academy, there are plenty of resources. Su Yilong, if you join the fourth academy, you can get anything you desire. Immediately, the mentors from the top 4 academies frantically competed for Su Yilong, offering all kinds of enticing conditions. Seeing the 4 mentors so fiercely vying for Su Yilong, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Regardless of a person's character, as long as they have high talent and strong strength, they will always be sought after. Tian Yue sat there as the mentor of the 5th Academy, remaining silent, as she truly had no confidence to compete for Su Yilong, and at the same time, she did not want to recruit a waste, lest it bring disaster to her 5th Academy. Facing the tempting conditions offered by the 4 mentors, Su Yilong wore a proud and smug smile, but in the end, he shook his head. Chapter 29. One matter remains unfinished. Su Machin saw the 4 Academy mentors competing for his son, overwhelmed with joy, his face almost glowing. But when he saw Su Yilong shake his head, his entire head suddenly buzzed. Refused? The 4 mentors, upon seeing Su Yilong shake his head, had their excited expressions instantly solidify. Was he rejecting them? They offered such good conditions, and he rejected them? Rejecting them all? Was he trying to join the 5th Academy? The 4 mentors abruptly turned their heads, glaring at Tian Yue, their expressions turning fierce, silently questioning if she was going to compete for their recruit. Where would that leave their face? Tian Yue, seeing the four's fierce gazes, was completely stunned, not understanding what was happening for a moment. Su Yilong actually rejected them. Did he want to join the Fifth Academy? The conditions of the Fifth Academy were not that good. What was Su Yilong thinking? Even the onlookers below the platform were baffled, completely unable to comprehend what Su Yilong was trying to achieve with his actions. Su Yilong, do you want to join the Fifth Academy? The mentor from the First Academy turned and glared at Su Yilong, the displeasure written all over his face. Su Yilong still shook his head, and the four mentors frowned in unison. If not, what did that mean? Su Machin let out a breath of relief. As long as it wasn't that, he would support whatever Su Yilong wanted to do, as long as it wasn't refusing to join the martial house. Mentors, I still have unfinished business. Please give me some time. After I finish my matters, I will make my choice. Su Yilong spoke, and the four mentors were taken aback for a moment before looking up in realization, their gazes all landing on Su Mu. There was only one thing left unfinished, which was the life and death battle initiated by Su Mu. How ruthless! The crowd gasped. Su Yilong was too ruthless. Su Mu had just risen, and after having his dantian damaged, he still wanted to kill him, continuing to step on Su Mu to rise. This was truly vicious. The Grand Elder and Huang Shirun's expressions changed drastically. With Su Mu's Destiny Palace being below the third grade, how could he possibly be Su Yilong's opponent? Su Machin's mouth curled into a sneer, nodding appreciatively at Su Yilong, eliminating the root of the problem. Well done. Su Mu, the life and death battle. Let's begin. Su Yilong drew his sword, pointing it at Su Mu. No. The Great Elder and Huang Shirun stepped forward in unison to intervene. Su Yilong looked at the two with a cold glint in his eyes. The life and death battle was proposed by Su Mu himself. I didn't force him. The faces of the Great Elder and Huang Shirun turned pale, and they were at a loss for what to do, as the life and death battle was suggested by Su Mu first. Su Mu, you have no chance to regret now. Be a man and stand up to fight. Su Yilong sneered at Su Mu, saying this was a choice he made himself, so he couldn't blame him. Great Elder. Uncle Huang, this is my choice. Let me end it. Su Mu stepped forward and slowly spoke. Su Mu, you mustn't give up on yourself. The Great Elder and Huang Shirun were anxious. Su Mu's behavior at this moment appeared to them as self-destructive, as if he had gathered a trash life palace and was giving up. As long as they could stop him, he still had a chance to rise. However, they couldn't express this to Su Mu, only feeling anxious. Thank you for your concern, elders. The path I chose, I will walk to the end. Su Mu forced a smile, which appeared to others as if he was delivering a farewell speech. Asumuvokto fetsusulok. Huang Shirun closed his eyes and shook his head with a sigh, while the Great Elder clenched his fists, hating himself for not being able to protect such a good child multiple times. Su Mu, if you have any last words, now is the time to say them. Otherwise, you won't have the chance later. Su Yilong looked at Su Mu with arrogance, as if he already controlled Su Mu's life and death. Su Mu remained silent, only a cold light flashing in his eyes. Su Yilong's words had given him a sense of vigilance. Rejecting the martial house's invitation was not just to show off. There was a deeper purpose. Su Yilong had not yet made a choice, and the four mentors would think they still had a chance. If anything unexpected happened, they would definitely help Su Yilong, which meant Su Yilong had put himself in an invincible position. It must be said that Su Yilong was very clever. Mentors, this is my life and death battle with Su Yilong. Please do not interfere. However, Su Mu had a countermeasure and spoke first to the four mentors. The four mentors sneered disdainfully upon hearing this. If you want to die, they would have to be crazy to interfere. Rest assured, this is between the two of you. We absolutely will not intervene. What is this guy doing? The First Academy mentor hammered down the decision, while Tian Yue was anxious. Wasn't this cutting off his own retreat? Like the Great Elder and Huang Shirun, she did not underestimate Su Mu because he was from the Trash Life Palace. Instead, she thought highly of Su Mu, believing he would definitely achieve something in the future, but now, everything was over. Have you finished? Are you ready to die? Su Yilong sneered, and his momentum suddenly exploded. Life Palace Realm, 9th level. Hiss. Feeling Su Yilong's momentum, Everyone couldn't help but gasp. No wonder he could almost explode the bronze man with one punch. This cultivation was terrifying. Even the 5 mentors were shaken. So young and with such cultivation, he could rank among the top in the martial house. And this was just the beginning. The 4 mentors' hearts burned with excitement. This was only a month since Su Yilong achieved dual life palaces, and he would only grow stronger, possibly reaching the pinnacle of the martial house. Su Mu's expression changed slightly. Dual life palaces were indeed powerful, but this only fueled his resentment. Everything Su Yilong possessed was taken from him. Qin, Xian transformation. Su Yilong sneered arrogantly, swinging his sharp sword and directly using his battle technique. This time, he aimed to kill Su Mu with one strike, cutting off all future troubles. Qin, Xian transformation. Seeing Su Yilong use the battle technique, Su Mu's eyes filled with hatred. This battle technique was something he had fought hard to bring back from outside. Familiar, right? This is the high-grade yellow-level battle technique you brought back at the cost of your life, just a bit shy of the mysterious level. You probably haven't even looked at it much, yet now I have completely mastered it. Huh? Su Yilong laughed wildly. He had always stepped on Su Mu to rise, and now the stepping stone could die. It's a pity. You can only use this one last time. Su Mu gritted his teeth and said this, drawing his sword. Bang! The momentum erupted like an arrow leaving the bow, charging towards Su Yilong. At the same time, everyone felt his cultivation. Life Palace Realm, 6th level. Everyone was moved and couldn't help but swallow hard. Before being crippled, Su Mu was only at the early stage of the Life Palace Realm. Yet after being crippled, he was close to the late stage. Truly a son of a genius. It's a pity, a trash Life Palace. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Even if Su Mu's Life Palace was slightly stronger, it wouldn't be much better than Su Yilong. This level of cultivation made the martial house mentors look sideways. In terms of cultivation, Su Mu was much stronger than Su Yilong. After all, Su Mu was several years younger. But they immediately sneered in disdain. What did it matter how high his cultivation was? It could only be said that he relied on previous foundations and some fortunate encounters. Ultimately, it was just a fleeting moment. The great elder and Huang Shuren felt their hearts ache. Would such strength come to such an end? Huang Shuren's gaze suddenly caught Huang Yiyun, who was staring at Su Mu and Su Yilong, yet her face showed little worry, her expression changing. Chapter 30, Ignoring. This girl, isn't she very concerned about Su Mu? Huang Shuren felt strange, although he was unhappy that Su Mu wanted to take away his 2 daughters. It seemed that Su Mu had completely lost that opportunity now. But Huang Yiyun's performance was too strange. Shouldn't she be anxious? Could it be that despair had taken over her heart? That would be good. Nodding slightly, Huang Yiyun had worked hard to improve herself. If Su Mu died and caused too much psychological turmoil, it would all be in vain. But what he feared most was that Huang Yiyun would go crazy like her sister. Huang Yiyun sensed her father's gaze, looked back, and saw Huang Shuren withdrawing his gaze. A flash of confusion in her eyes, but she didn't think much of it and continued to focus on the battlefield. In her heart, Su Yilong would absolutely not be Su Mu's opponent. Su Mu, you do have some skill. Even with your dantian dugout, you can still cultivate to this level. It seems you have another opportunity. Su Yilong's eyes flashed with surprise, but his attack did not cease. Truly enviable. Too bad it's about to end. Unfatomable sword technique, grossing sin. Su Mu roared in his heart, and a sword directly met Su Yilong. Clang! The first move of the unfathomable sword technique unleashed the sword energy. Su Yilong, sensing the sudden increase in momentum, focused his eyes to see a wave of energy forming at Su Mu's sword tip. But he did not care much and continued to strike fiercely with his sword. No one could save Su Mu today. Except for Huang Yiyun, no one noticed the sword energy at Su Mu's sword tip. Clang! The attacks clashed, and the 2 figures exchanged places. Blood was already seen on the stage. The 4 mentors of the martial house coldly smiled and shook their heads in disdain, while Tian Yue could no longer bear to watch this scene and close her eyes. With a 3-realm gap in cultivation, he still dared to clash head-on with Su Yilong. Did he think he wasn't dying fast enough? Su Yilong was injured. Damn, I can't be seeing things, right? The one injured is actually Su Ilong. Suddenly, a wave of uproar erupted from below the stage. The four mentors of the martial house changed their expressions, staring at the stage in disbelief. And the blood on the stage was so glaring. That blood was not Su Mu's. How is this possible? Su Mo Chang was directly shocked to stand up. How could the one injured be his stronger son? This makes no sense. Unfathomable sword technique coming to the world. The great elder and Huang Shuren's faces revealed disbelief and surprise, but Su Mu did not give them much time to accept it. He swung his sword again. Su Ilong stared blankly ahead. At this moment, he had not yet come to his senses. He couldn't believe that he had actually been injured by Su Mu. But the imminent killing intent behind him made his face change drastically. Suddenly turning his head, he saw Su Mu charging forward with his sword. How could I possibly lose to a useless piece of trash like you? Su Ilong's expression suddenly turned ferocious as he roared and swung his sword. Sun Extinguish. Yet another high-grade yellow-tier combat skill. The tip of Su Ilong's sword pointed at the sun, condensing a dazzling black light, resembling a fallen sun. Su Mu's gaze was cold. Over the years, he had risked his life for Su Machin, but in the end, the elder secretly gave him a mid-grade yellow-tier technique, while Su Ilong already had 2 high-grade yellow-tier combat skills. That old dog took everything that should have belonged to him and gave the best to Su Ilong. Though yellow-tier combat skills were nothing in his eyes, feeding his belongings to a dog was a disgrace that he must wash away. Break, he shouted, and the sword light shone brightly, directly overshadowing the light of Sun Extinguish. That was sword light. Hiss. This time, the Martial Arts Academy instructors finally saw Su Mu's attack clearly and recognized the sword light, instantly feeling a chill throughout their bodies. The sword light was only a step away from true sword intent. How did he comprehend sword light at such a young age? Everyone present who could recognize the sword light was horrified, especially the strong ones above the Transcendence realm, who felt not only shock but also shame. They had not comprehended sword light even after breaking through to the Transcendence realm. Yet a teenager had done it. They felt like they had lived their lives in vain. How did he achieve this? The 5 martial arts instructors swallowed hard, all of them in the late or peak stages of the Transcendence realm, only now comprehending sword light. While Su Mu, at just over 10 years old, was on the verge of comprehending sword intent. It was simply rubbing their faces in the dirt. They exchanged glances, all of them swallowing hard. It seemed that aside from his life palace, Su Mu was a prodigy in every aspect. This white-eyed wolf, how could his talent be so high? Su Machin's mentality was about to explode, feeling extremely unbalanced. Why did such high talent have to be in that white-eyed wolf, and not in his own son? Sword light. Su Ilong was equally horrified, but he had no time to be shocked because Su Mu had already charged in front of him. Clang! Sparks flew in his eyes. A tremendous force struck, making Su Ilong's hand tremble, and his tiger's mouth tore open, blood splattering. Puffed. With a single sword strike, Su Ilong's left arm was severed. A miserable scream pierced the sky, waking everyone up. Su Ilong had his arm chopped off. Seeing Su Ilong clutching his severed arm and screaming, everyone was once again horrified. Su Ilong, you dug out my dantian, ungrateful, and monopolized my 10 years of effort. Today, I will make you return it all. Su Mu's face was stained with Su Ilong's blood, his eyes revealing a fierce light, looking extremely violent at this moment. As soon as Su Ilong fell to the ground, Su Mu raised his sword and thrust it towards Su Ilong's chest. Without the slightest hesitation. No, stop. The instructors from the first 4 academies were so scared they almost lost their souls. All thoughts of shock and disbelief were thrown aside as they rushed down to save Su Ilong. Not good. Tian Yue's expression changed drastically at the sight. With 4 instructors joining forces, it was no longer just to save Su Ilong. Su Mu might lose his life because of this. A life-and-death battle cannot be interfered with. He immediately charged down to block the 4 instructors. Get out of the way, the 4 shouted, seeing Su Mu's sword already half a foot away from Su Ilong's heart, their eyes almost bulging out in urgency. Get lost. The 4 didn't hesitate to attack Tian Yue. Her face turned pale instantly, as she was the weakest among the five. How could she withstand the four's attack? But glancing at Sumu, she had no choice but to brace herself. Bang! Tian Yue was hit on the left shoulder, directly sent flying, blood spraying everywhere. Clang! At the same time, the sound of swords clashing rang out. The four instructors focused and saw Su Machin appear in front of Su Mu, blocking his attack. The four let out a sigh of relief, then turned to glare fiercely at the injured Tian Yue. If Su Yilong really died at Su Mu's hands, they would hold her accountable. Old dog, Sumososu Mohin, hatred boarding out. Wide-eyed wolf, you dare to kill my son. I will take your life. Su Machin's eyes were bloodshot as he roared and charged directly at Su Mu. Su Machin, you dare. Stop. The elder and Huang Shuren's expressions changed. Su Machin was a Transcendence Realm strongman, and although he was only at the first level of the Transcendence Realm, he was definitely not someone Su Mu could contend with. But it was too late for them to intervene. Tian Yue covered her left shoulder, looking at them helplessly. She couldn't even stand now, while the four instructors acted as if they were blind, completely ignoring her. Chapter 31. Return to the clan. Old dog, you also have the right to kill me. Su Mu roared, the sword in his hand dancing directly, unleashing two moves. Atone, question the world. Although he hadn't gained any strength from fighting Su Yilong, the extreme resentment and hatred now allowed him to directly squeeze out his own potential, seamlessly connecting the two moves of the unfathomable sword technique. Sun Extinguish. D. Su Machin also roared and attacked with all his strength. Since Su Mu dared to sever his son's arm, he would take Su Mu's life. Kill him, kill him. Su Yilong, clutching his severed arm, had a face full of rage. He believed that with the Transcendence Realm's power, Su Mu would surely die. Clang! Boom! The two swords clashed, shockwaves sweeping out in all directions. It was equivalent to a battle between two Transcendence Realm fighters. The raging aura making it hard for everyone on the stage to stand steady. Little beast! Su Machin roared in rage. The stone slab beneath Su Mu's feet cracked, but he firmly blocked Su Machin's attack. Bang! But the difference in strength was too great. Su Mu finally couldn't hold on any longer, and his feet exploded into two pits as he was sent flying off the stage, crashing down and creating pit after pit until he slammed into the wall and finally stopped. The spectators below were already terrified and scattered when they saw Su Mu flying down, watching him create a large hole in the wall behind him. Their eyes filled with horror. A lethal strike from the Transcendence Realm was actually blocked. The sixth level of the Life Palace realm blocked a strike from the Transcendence Realm. Everyone was dumbfounded, even their hearts trembling. Bastard, I will slaughter you. While everyone was stunned, a roar echoed. Looking up, they saw Su Yilong actually charging down with his sword. They were once again dumbfounded. Su Yilong had lost an arm. How was he still so vigorous? Yilong. Su Machin's eyes were bloodshot. Only he knew why Su Yilong could still attack now. It was because he had taken forbidden drugs. Originally, the forbidden drugs were meant to save Su Yilong's life, but due to his arrogance and disdain, he hadn't even had the chance to use them. Unexpectedly, to take revenge, he disregarded the consequences and consumed the forbidden drugs. Su Mu, you should die. Su Machin turned to glare at Su Mu, directly shifting his hatred onto him. If it weren't for Su Mu, how could his son have taken forbidden drugs? Su Machin and his son charged toward Su Mu. It should have been a scene of father and son working together, their strength unbreakable. But all the onlookers only felt disdain. The upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked. Two shameless bastards. Two beasts. The elder and the others were enraged, their eyes turning blood red, and they immediately moved to attack. Huang Yan also looked on with blood-red eyes, but the heat in her eyes was not from blood vessels, but rather from high temperatures, like flames. No one is allowed to intervene. Suddenly, Su Mu roared, causing the elder and the others to pause, looking at him in disbelief. Huang Yun's body trembled as she saw Su Mu staring intently at her. The heat in her eyes instantly cooled down, a trace of pain appearing on her face, and blood began to flow from the corner of her mouth. Seeing that Huang Yun had calmed down, Su Mu finally withdrew his gaze, looking at the charging Su Machin and his son, and raised his sword again repeatedly reciting the unfathomable sword technique in his heart. Unfathomable sword technique, third style. Return to the clan. With a roar in his heart, a fierce aura swept out. The surrounding spectators felt as if their faces were being cut by knives, and blood streaked across their faces. They couldn't help but reach up to touch their faces, instantly revealing expressions of pain, and upon extending their hands, they were horrified to find them covered in blood. Immediately, Su Mu's momentum surged, and in an instant, it felt as though time stood still in the world. Everything returned to tranquility. Ding, ding, ding. Everyone's spirits were stirred, and upon focusing their gazes, they saw over 100 transparent swords appear before Su Mu. What is that? How could there be so many swords? As everyone was bewildered, the 100 transparent swords rushed into the sword in Su Mu's hand. The fierce sword, intense sword. Su Mo Chung and his son had not even approached when their clothes were sliced open with over 10 cuts, and their hair was severed, drifting away in the wind. What kind of battle technique is this? This beast actually had hidden skills. Su Mo Chung and his son were horrified and even more enraged. Su Mu's previous 2 moves were already incredibly powerful, and now this move was even more powerful than they could imagine, proving that Su Mu had always possessed such formidable battle skills without ever informing them. No wonder he handed over the Qing Xian transformation. Su Mo Qing suddenly understood why Su Mu had submitted the hard-earned Qing Xian transformation. It turned out he had something even stronger and better. Truly a wolf in sheep's clothing. The father and son, filled with violent rage, charged fiercely at Su Mu. That is not good. The instructors from the first 4 academies looked at Su Mu with confusion in their eyes, and after a while, suddenly realized that Su Mo Chung and his son had already reached Su Mu, their faces changing drastically. That is sword intent. Retreat quickly. That is the strongest sword intent. The 4 shouted anxiously. Sword intent is something that cannot be matched by those in the transformation realm. Charging in is just seeking death. However, it was already too late. As Su Mu's sword fell, Su Yilong was split in half even from 2 feet away. The sword had not yet arrived, and the man was already dead. This is the power of sword intent. Whoosh! After eliminating Su Yilong, Su Mu turned to slash at Su Mo Chung, unleashing the full power of the return to origin move onto him. Yilong! Su Mo Chung saw Su Yilong dead and roared in despair, going completely mad when he saw Su Mu charging at him. I want you to pay with your life. Clang! But then the sound of a broken sword rang out, instantly stripping away Su Mu's qualification to pay with his life. The return to origin combined with sword intent was unstoppable, directly severing his sword. Just as the sword was about to cut across Su Mo Cheng's neck, Su Mu suddenly changed the angle of the sword and stabbed it into Su Mo Cheng's dantian. Bang! The sword pierced through Su Mo Cheng's abdomen, and at the same time, Su Mu tilted his head, causing Su Mo Cheng's broken sword to stab into the wall behind him. How could this be? Su Mo Cheng's face was filled with disbelief. Why did he not kill Su Mu? How could Su Mu kill him? Bang! Then Su Mu kicked Su Mo Chung away, the sword drinking blood, droplets falling along the sword edge. Ah, beast, I will kill you, I will kill you. Su Mo Chung struggled after landing, but his dantian had been pierced. His cultivation completely destroyed, and with his severe injuries, it was already a struggle to stand up, let alone attack. Old dog, it's over. Take a last look at your son. Su Mu spoke coldly. He chose to destroy Su Mo Cheng's dantian to make him feel the pain he had experienced that day. The unforgettable agony. Killing is merely the lowest form of revenge. Yilong. Su Mo Chung suddenly came to his senses, turned to look at Su Yilong, and saw him split in 2, rushing over with blood tears streaming from his eyes. Su Mu took a deep breath. His revenge was finally avenged. Yunwu, wait for me. I can find you soon. Yilong. Su Mo Chung wailed while holding Su Yilong's corpse, and Su Mu walked over and chopped off Su Mo Cheng's head with his sword. He turned to look at the spectators around. Upon seeing him glance over, they all stepped back in fear. The current Su Mu was like a god of death. Seeing their fearful eyes, Sumu couldn't help but smile bitterly. Were they all afraid of him? He was not like this before. But various events made him realize that if people offend me, not killing them will only lead to further offenses. Only decisive killing can make one stand in this world. Chapter 32. Enrollment continues. The arena was silent. Everyone looked at Sumu standing with his sword, their throats moving awkwardly. He really killed Su-Imo Chung and his son. The great elder and Huang Shuren were in disbelief. Sumu had grown too terrifying, even more so than before being crippled. Brother, invincible. Huang Yun's face broke into a smile, proudly lifting her head. Who would dare to underestimate her brother now? Cough, cough, but then a sharp pain struck her heart, and she hurriedly took out a bottle of cold medicine to suppress the heat in her body. But even though her body was heavily injured, her mood was still beautiful. Sword intent. He comprehended sword intent. The 5 instructors of the martial house were still in extreme shock. They had not comprehended sword intent. Yet a teenager in his teens achieved it, and even in the Fate Palace realm. Truly a monstrous talent. Do we really make the wrong choice? The instructors from the first 4 academies couldn't help but feel confused, and regret began to grow in their hearts. I, Zhang Heng, was left speechless, cursing in my heart. Before, Sumu was just a step above me, but now he has become so perverse? Does he still have the possibility to surpass Sumu in the future? Surpass what, damn it? Zhang Heng cursed in his heart, silently shedding tears. As long as he wasn't left too far behind, he would be grateful. This battle actually allowed me to condense 10 drops of essence liquid. Sumu looked inward at his sword veins, immediately overjoyed. The gains from this battle were simply abundant. The life and death pressure from Su-Imo Chung allowed him to directly comprehend the 3rd form of the inescapable sword technique, and he also comprehended sword intent, and unexpectedly, there was a 3rd surprise. His body shook, and his cultivation directly reached the 7th level of the Fate Palace realm. It seems that fighting on the edge of life and death is the fastest way to break through. The wonderful feeling of becoming stronger made Sumu lick his lips. But then he bitterly smiled. This feeling of having one foot in the gates of hell is not pleasant. And who knows, one careless mistake could really lead to death. And then everything would be gone. You dare to commit murder in public. Suddenly, an instructor from the first academy pointed at Sumu and shouted angrily, his expression fierce. No matter how high Sumu's talent is, he is still just a trash in the Fate Palace. How can he compare to Su Yilong? Su Yilong's death was a huge loss for them, and for the entire martial house. Life and death battles are either you die or I live. Am I wrong to kill him? Sumu looked up at the instructor, his eyes cold. You interfered in a life and death battle and even injured a colleague. Don't you feel ashamed saying this? Su-Imo Chung teamed up with his son to kill me, and you didn't even make a sound. Are you blind, or has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Even facing the martial house instructors, Sumu directly cursed. You. The instructor from the first academy was so furious he couldn't speak, pointing at Sumu with trembling fingers. How outrageous! He had been an instructor for so many years and had never had anyone speak to him like this. Sumu was not wrong. At this moment, Tian Yue stood up, pressing her shoulder, took a bottle of medicine, and coldly looked at the 4 instructors. In a life and death battle, no one should interfere. Yet you stepped in to obstruct. This is a violation of ethics and public morals. As instructors, should you not be ashamed but instead take pride in it? Facing Tian Yue's scolding, the 4 instructors' faces turned ugly, but they could not refute. If someone else scolded them, they would have already acted. But Tian Yue was also an instructor and truly had the qualification to scold them. Moreover, since Su Yilong was already dead, if they did not protect their reputation, they would end up with nothing. But in their hearts, they had completely begun to hate Tian Yue, seeing that they had all fallen silent. Tian Yue did not speak again, regardless of their attitude towards her. She was still a member of the martial house and had to think about the reputation of the martial house. The actions of these 4 instructors had already been disgraceful enough. Enrollment continues. The instructors from the first 4 academies shot a glance at Tian Yue and Sumu, their gazes shifting. Now that Su Yilong was gone, they still had to compete for new students, as new resources were directly related to the strength of the departments. In the next moment, their gazes inadvertently fell on Su Mu, but quickly shifted away. If they were to recruit Su Mu, it would truly be a slap in their own faces, not to mention they would never recruit him. In the eyes of the Su family's elder, they still saw hope for Su Mu's rise, but they scoffed at it. They did not deny that a Fate Palace could upgrade, but it also depended on what kind of Fate Palace it was. For someone like Su Mu, who had a Fate Palace below the 3rd rank, there was simply no hope. In this world, aside from those who could truly defy fate, who could upgrade their Fate Palace all at once. Being able to upgrade it by 2 ranks was already the limit, and 2 ranks only reached the 5th rank, still trash. They did not believe Su Mu was that exceptional person who could defy fate. Moments later, the 4 of them all focused their attention on Huang Yun, as she was the only new student worth competing for now. Huang Yun, how about joining my first academy? Huang Yun, my second academy is quite suitable for you. Think about it. Obviously, their enthusiasm and effort in recruiting Huang Yun were not as strong as when they were recruiting Su Yilong. Huang Yun didn't even change her expression upon hearing this. The 4 mentors felt a bit awkward. Their playing conditions now seemed too cheap compared to when they were recruiting Su Yilong. It would be strange if Huang Yun was impressed. Huang Yun, as long as you join the first academy, you can choose whatever you want. The first academy mentor gritted his teeth and chose to bleed a little. After all, it wasn't just them recruiting. Other mentors were also recruiting. If they were outdone, it would be embarrassing, and the mentor resources they could obtain in the future would also decrease. Whatever you want, my second academy can provide. My third academy is definitely the most suitable for you. Whatever conditions they can offer, my third academy can too. After they finished speaking, Huang Yun still showed no reaction, not even glancing at them, but turned to look at Su Mu, who had stepped onto the arena. Brother, which academy will you join? I will join whichever academy you choose. The 4 mentors from the first 4 academies turned to look at Su Mu in shock, their expressions all changing. Tian Yue was even more nervous. The choice was now in Su Mu's hands, and his word could directly determine the recruitment success or failure of all 5 academies. What to do? The mentors from the first 4 academies were filled with turmoil. It seemed they had no choice but to recruit Su Mu now, but wouldn't that be slapping themselves in the face? Especially in front of so many people. But if they didn't recruit him, aside from Huang Yun, they wouldn't be able to recruit any members of the Huang family either. And with Su Mu's popularity, even others might choose not to join their first 4 academies. Damn! The mentors from the first 4 academies lowered their heads, unable to stop cursing inwardly. They had never been so passive before, and they had never felt so embarrassed because of a single young man. Did we really have to recruit him? Not recruiting him was not an option. If they did not, they wouldn't be able to report back, and they knew how terrible the next situation would be. That kid definitely wouldn't join us. We would probably have to beg him to join. Wouldn't that be groveling? The mentors from the first 4 academies couldn't accept this. Just how high had their heads been before, and now they had to bow so low. Chapter 33, Freedom of Choice. In fact, Su Mu was not that bad. The mentors from the first 4 academies began to discuss among themselves, reflecting that Su Mu was not that unworthy after all. Yes, look, Su Mu's Fate Palace was dug out before, right? And he has risen again. Even if it's a trash Fate Palace, he still managed to kill someone in the Transcendence realm with it. Don't forget, he comprehended sword intent at the Fate Palace realm. I think we can recruit him. The more they spoke, the more they felt Su Mu was a rare talent. But they were mostly comforting themselves, finding a way out. Su Mu. After a while, the first academy mentor raised his head, putting on a smile that was uglier than crying, and said, "Are you willing to join my first academy? The resources in our academy can definitely satisfy you. Su Mu, as long as you join the second academy, whatever you want, we will try our best to satisfy you." The second academy mentor also forced a smile and spoke. "Su Mu, our third academy can also provide you with generous resources. My fourth academy can provide as well." Seeing that the first 4 academies were starting to compete for Su Mu, the audience below the arena couldn't help but exclaim. This change in attitude was too drastic, and the speed at which the Martial Academy changed its face was indeed impressive. Were they not just slapping themselves in the face? Did the officials of the Martial Academy no longer care about their dignity? The crowd couldn't help but start discussing among themselves. If they didn't recruit Sumu, most students would be unable to join. But face? Can it be eaten? Someone immediately laughed and said. But his laughter was directed at the mentors of the first 4 academies. The expressions of the mentors from the first 4 academies were disgusting to them. The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement, then looked at Sumu, their expressions tightening with tension. Which academy would Sumu choose? The first 4 academies were the strongest. He could only choose one without holding grudges, right? Just as everyone was curious, Sumu didn't even look at those mentors. Instead, after taking a healing potion, he looked at Huang Yun and reproached, "You can't be so impulsive next time." He had only brought 5 bottles of cold-type potions, and with the one he had consumed at the bottom of the ice spirit spring, he could only last 3 months. Now that Huang Yun had drunk 1 bottle, it immediately reduced his time by half a month. Huang Yun pouted in dissatisfaction. "I sent it because I was worried about your safety? Is that my fault?" "Got it." Sumu replied sullenly, shaking his head. He really had no way with this sister. Damn, giving face and not wanting it. The mentors from the first 4 academies were furious to see that Sumu didn't even acknowledge them, gritting their teeth in anger in front of so many people. This was an insult to them. At this moment, Sumu finally turned to look at them and said, "Are you talking to me?" The mentors from the first 4 academies were nearly driven to madness by Sumu's words. Were they talking to anyone else? Do you think they want to lower their conditions? Fine. But they also saw Sumu's intentions. He was dissatisfied with the conditions. All right, then they would raise the conditions. Once you join them, you'll have a hard time in the martial academy. Sumu, you are very strong. Our first academy welcomes your joining. Whatever you want, we can try our best to satisfy you. Our second academy can give you anything you want. We can too in the third academy. As long as you join our fourth academy, you can choose any resource. The mentors from the first 4 academies spoke one after another. Were these conditions enough? Sumu heard these conditions and pondered, seeming to consider. Seeing him like this, the mentors from the first 4 academies couldn't help but smirk coldly. Hurry up and agree. As for whether they would deliver, that was just their word. Tian Yue had been silent on the side, looking at Sumu's face, which had turned pale. Their 5 academies were always weak and could never offer such good conditions like the first 4 academies. She really had no confidence or qualification to compete with the first 4 academies for Sumu. I made up my mind. After pondering, Sumu raised his head and looked at the mentors from the 5 academies. Seeing Sumu looking at them, the mentors from the first 4 academies all smiled. This was how it should be. I choose the 5th academy. Finally, Sumu's gaze fell on Tian Yue, and his loud voice echoed throughout the venue, instantly silencing the crowd. Tian Yue was startled, her face filled with disbelief, trembling as she spoke. Sumu, are you really going to join our 5th academy?" Tian Yue could hardly believe it. Sumu had rejected such good conditions from the first 4 academies and chose her instead. She even felt like she was dreaming. "Mentor, don't you welcome me?" Sumu shrugged and smiled. Having fought for his life against Su Yilong, he had seen what the first 4 academies were like. He could fight for resources himself, but he wouldn't do anything that disgusted him. Not to mention, the mentors from the 5th academy had sincerely helped him. Welcome. Tian Yue was still in a daze, stuttering as she spoke, and only then did a joyful smile appear on her face. "Sumu, our 5th academy welcomes your joining. Joining the 5th academy, I guarantee you will have opportunities for further study." Tian Yue patted her chest and promised, extremely excited. "Sumu, what do you mean?" The mentors from the top 4 academies could no longer hold back, erupting in anger as they pointed at Sumu and shouted, "You dare to play us?" Sumu sneered, "So what if I play you? Do you really think I don't know your little schemes?" Seeing Sumu's disdain, the mentors from the top 4 academies were almost driven mad. They were being played around by a young kid. "Mentor, I also want to join the 5th academy." As Sumu joined the 5th academy, Huang Yun immediately followed suit. Welcome. Tian Yue's eyes lit up. Although she was usually full of charm at this moment, she was as happy as a little girl. "The 5th academy welcomes your joining." Seeing Huang Yun truly follow Sumu to join the 5th academy, the mentors from the top 4 academies turned red with anger, but then their bodies went weak. It was over. This recruitment was completely finished. Every 2 years, they had lost to a young man. How satisfying. Su Mu was so domineering. The crowd below the arena let out a long breath as they watched Su Mu play the mentors from the top 4 academies around, secretly giving him a thumbs up. We still have a chance. The mentors from the top 4 academies gritted their teeth, their eyes locking onto Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng was the strongest new student aside from Huang, Yiyun, and Su Mu. Is it finally my turn? Zhang Heng felt a wave of emotion as the 4 mentors' gazes fell on him. Had he finally caught their attention? He had been standing there for so long without anyone noticing him. He was almost covered in dust. Zhang Heng, are you willing to join my first academy? Zhang Heng, are you willing to join my second academy? But Zhang Heng's face immediately fell. Is this it? All repeating the same line? Are you parrots? Also, why were there no conditions for him? Was he really that far behind Su Mu? After feeling sorry for himself for 3 seconds, Zhang Heng turned to look at Su Mu and Huang Yiyun, gritted his teeth, and made his choice. I am willing to join the first academy. Choosing the head, not the tail. Choosing the first academy was definitely the right choice. After all, he would not join the 5th academy. He didn't want to live under Su Mu's shadow again. That would be a nightmare. Zhang Heng, you won't regret your choice. The mentor from the first academy smiled slightly, but he wasn't too happy. The rest, freely choose your academy. The remaining new students didn't even get the treatment Zhang Heng received. They could choose freely. The 30 or so new students smiled bitterly. This was the gap. I will join the 5th academy with Su Mu. Immediately, a new student stepped forward and directly chose the 5th academy. Today, Su Mu proved himself through actions. Regardless of whether or not he was disabled, he could still become the #1 among the younger generation. Who wouldn't want to follow such a strong person? Moreover, they were disgusted by the actions of the top 4 academies. With their average talent, joining the top 4 would certainly lead to a life of hardship. Even if the 5th academy had fewer resources, it would definitely be easier than living in the top 4 academies. At the same time, they firmly believed that Su Mu would lead them to greatness. What did you say? The first new student to freely choose the 5th academy made the mentors from the top 4 academies glare at him. Was this all because of Su Mu? What charm did Su Mu have to make you follow him so eagerly? Chapter 34. Huang Junru's news the mentors from the top 4 academies absolutely could not understand how great Su Mu's influence was among the younger generation in Anqing City. The new student didn't care about that. He walked directly to Su Mu and greeted him warmly with cupped fists. Su Mu smiled and then glanced at the mentors from the top 4 academies. It seemed his appeal was still there. This time, your recruitment in the top 4 academies is definitely going to fail. Welcome to the 5th academy. Tian Yue smiled even more happily. This time the harvest was too great, but all of it had to be credited to Su Mu. I also want to join the 5th academy with Su Mu. I want to follow Su Mu to the 5th academy. I also want to join Su Mu. One by one, the new students all joined the 5th academy. Out of more than 30 new students, only 12 joined the top 4 academies. On average, each academy could only get 3 students. The rest all rushed to join the 5th academy because of Su Mu. This was definitely the worst recruitment in the history of the top 4 academies. The mentors from the top 4 academies were almost driven mad, their hatred for Su Mu deepening. Looking at Tian Yue, who was smiling widely, the mentors from the top 4 academies were almost furious enough to explode. Su Mu, thank you. Tian Yue secretly thanked Su Mu. This time, the 5th academy had recruited a total of 23 new students, plus Su Mu and Huang Yiyun. That made 25. This was an unprecedented harvest for the 5th academy. Su Mu was simply their benefactor. Su Mu smiled and didn't say much. If he had to say something, he could only say that those who chose to follow him to the 5th academy today would definitely not regret it in the future. All new students joining the martial academy, you now have 15 minutes to say goodbye to your families. This should have been announced by the mentor from the 1st academy, but Tian Yue declared instead. The mentor from the 1st academy could only suppress his displeasure. After all, Tian Yue had recruited so many new students. All the new students began to say goodbye to their family and friends, and Su Mu also turned to walk in front of the Grand Elder. Young Master. At this moment, Xiao Qin jumped up, looking at Su Mu with a happy face. Su Mu affectionately patted Xiao Qin's head. She had been watching from below the stage. and he had seen her. Grand Elder, Xiaoqin, after I leave, take care of yourselves. The family depends on you. Sumu took a deep breath and said, after getting rid of the tumor that was Su Machin and his son, he had almost wiped out Su Machin's direct lineage, and the family would return to its original state. Don't worry, I'm still in good health. You can go to the Martial Academy with peace of mind. The Grand Elder patted his chest and smiled broadly, his eyes filled with satisfaction toward Sumu. On the other side, Huang Yiyun was saying goodbye to her father. Huang Shirun turned and looked at Su Mu with uncertainty, sighed helplessly, and walked toward Su Mu. Sumu. Su Mu turned to look at him. Uncle, what instructions do you have? Yiyun is joining the Martial Academy with you this time. She has a somewhat flamboyant and willful personality, so you must take good care of her. Huang Shirun looked deeply at Su Mu, hoping Su Mu could understand his underlying meaning. Uncle, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of Yiyun. Su Mu smiled lightly. He didn't think too much about it. In his eyes, Huang Yiyun had always been just a little sister. Huang Shirun frowned, unsure if Su Mu truly didn't understand or was pretending not to understand. He shook his head helplessly. With both of his daughters joining the Martial Academy, he couldn't manage them anymore. All right, take care of yourself as well. I leave Yiyun to you. Huang Shirun sighed, patted Su Mu's shoulder, turned back, and spoke a few words with Huang Yiyun before handing her some things. 15 minutes later, all the new students had said goodbye to their families and left with the Martial Academy. Go! Everyone rode off on horseback, and not everyone could own a demon beast mount. Taming a demon beast as a mount was extremely difficult, and even the Martial Academy might not be able to manage it. On the road, Sumu could constantly feel the unfriendly gazes of the mentors from the top 4 academies on him, but he ignored them. They probably didn't dare to act against him. He focused on studying the unfathomable sword art and sword intent. The sword intent was still just a preliminary touch. He couldn't say he had mastered it yet. Once he truly mastered it, Su Machin and his son would definitely be left with nothing. He had not fully grasped the third form of the unfathomable sword art either. The power he had previously displayed was still less than 1/10 of its true power, and it needed further honing. Sumu looked sharply in the direction of the Martial Academy, realizing that to fully master the sword intent and integrate the third form of the unfathomable sword art, he needed to engage in constant battles, whether it was the sword intent or the return to the sect, which was comparable to high-grade heavenly techniques. The true power was beyond imagination. Go! After determining his cultivation goals, Su Mu spurred his horse on and caught up with Tian Yue. Yue mentor. Tian Yue turned her head, pulled the reins, and slowed down. Is there something you need? Tian Yue looked at Su Mu with great care, like a big sister. Before they set off, she had also told Su Mu her name. Yeah, my fiancé. He has joined the Wufu. Do you know where she is now? Su Mu asked directly. This was what he wanted to know the most. You have a fiancé, E? Tian Yue looked at Su Mu in astonishment. Planning to get married at such a young age? Although this was not surprising. The more talented a person was, the less likely they were to rush into marriage. Su Mu was only in his teens, which was truly an exception. What is your fiancé's name? Huang Junru. Huang Junru. Tian Yue looked thoughtful. At this moment, Huang Yiyun also caught up, looking at Tian Yue with anticipation. It had been confirmed that her sister was taken away by a strong person from the Wufu, but they had no idea which strong person took her away or where she was taken. Seeing Tian Yue frown in deep thought, both Su Mu and Huang Yiyun became tense. You aren't talking about that crazy girl who was saved by the Lord of the Wufu 20 days ago, are you? Tian Yue glanced at Huang Yiyun, realizing something, and exclaimed, The Lord of the Wufu? Both Su Mu and Huang Yiyun couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She was actually saved by the Lord of the Wufu, so Junru's safety was completely assured. However, she is not currently in the Wufu. Her situation is quite serious, and she has been taken out by the Lord to find a way to treat her. Seeing the two excited, Tian Yue continued, shaking her head and sighing. As a woman herself, she couldn't help but feel heartbroken and regretful for Huang Junru's madness. When will the Lord bring Junru back? Where are they now? Su Mu asked eagerly. Having finally received accurate news, he had to find Huang Junru. You really cared deeply for her. If she knew, she would definitely be very happy. Seeing Su Mu's concern, Tianya couldn't help but smile. She always appreciated those who were loyal in love. But rest assured, the Lord will definitely be able to cure your fiancé. As for how long it will take to return, at least a month, at most half a year. Sumu frowned. This time frame was somewhat beyond his expectations, but there was nothing he could do but wait. Sumu, why did your fiancé end up like that? Tianya asked curiously. How could such a beautiful and talented girl end up like that? Sumu did not speak. His mood instantly became heavy, filled with heartache and rage. Now he just felt that Sumo and his son should die a quick death. They should be cut into 1,000 pieces. Seeing Sumu's ugly expression, Tianya shook her head and did not pursue the matter, instead encouraging him. Sumu, you must work hard to cultivate. You must defy the heavens and change your fate and protect your wife well. Do not let her suffer any more harm. I will. I definitely will. Sumu's eyes were filled with determination as he looked towards the direction of the Wufu. Junru, I have come to find you. From now on, I will never let anyone harm you. I will protect you with my life. Wait for me. Wait for me. Chapter 35. What are you doing? The Wufu is located at the central position of the three major cities, Anqing, Dingping, and Linwu. The mutual support from these three cities has made the Wufu even more prosperous, to the point that it is a well-known existence throughout the entire empire. Everyone traveled for a day and a night, finally arriving within the Wufu's territory the next day. On the way, Sumu and the others did not encounter any dangers. In this area, no one dared to act recklessly in front of the Wufu, except for bandits. Bandits wouldn't be interested in a group of newcomers and had no need to. The Wufu covers nearly 50,000 acres, comparable to a small city. With such a large area, the facilities are complete, including teaching areas, training areas, cafeterias, and so on. The group went directly to the enrollment office of the Wufu. All newcomers need to go through the enrollment office to complete the procedures before officially becoming Wufu students. The enrollment office is a grand hall, especially in height, designed to instill a sense of awe in the new students. When Sumu and the others entered the enrollment office, seeing such a tall building just for enrollment, they naturally felt a sense of reverence. The large hall was divided into 5 areas, corresponding to the 5 academies. Who is Sumu? Who is Sumu? Just as Sumu and the others entered the enrollment office and hadn't had time to take in the surroundings, an old man rushed over, looking at them with excitement. Sumu and the others couldn't help but twitch their cheeks. Who is this old man? Tianya looked at the old man's forehead with a black line. Usually not caring about things, but now he was excited. Couldn't he dress up a bit before coming out? This is our dean. She introduced to Sumu and the others helplessly, having sent a message to the dean in advance for safety, which caused this scene. But it was still fortunate. If she hadn't sent the message, the dean might have been sleeping there today. Dean? Sumu and the others looked at the dean of the 5 academies, almost doubting their lives. He was completely different from the strong figure they had in mind. Who among you is Sumu? The dean didn't care about these things and continued to search the crowd with his gaze. I am Sumu. Sumu stepped forward awkwardly, and the dean's eyes lit up as he rushed to Sumu, shaking his hand vigorously with a face full of admiration. Truly a talented young man. I heard from Yeya that you comprehended the sword intent at such a young age and helped our 5 academy recruit so many students. You are simply a benefactor of our 5 academy. Hearing this, Sumu smiled awkwardly and exchanged glances with Huang, Yiyun, and the others. How did it feel like the 5 academy was in a dire state? Don't worry, although our 5 academy is not that strong, we have fewer people, and the resources allocated to each person are much more than those in the first 4 academies, so you don't need to worry about future cultivation. The dean seemed to see through Sumu's worries and hurried to reassure him. Sumu nodded. That seemed to make sense. Welcome everyone to join the 5 academy. The dean, excited, looked up at the crowd behind Sumu and said loudly, Yeah, explain the detailed process of this enrollment. The dean, unable to contain his excitement, turned to Tianya and asked, genuinely curious about what had happened in the meantime. Tianya then recounted the entire process to the dean. Dual Life Palace? A forcibly achieved Dual Life Palace? After hearing this, the dean frowned in contemplation, then shook his head and said to Tianya, You did very well. People like Su Yilong should not be recruited into the Five Academy. Tian Yi's lips twitched. It was easy to say, but she needed the opportunity to recruit students. If Su Yilong were alive, he wouldn't even look at the Five Academy. Dean, what do you mean by that? She still looked puzzled at the dean. There is no true method to achieve a dual life palace after birth. What exists are just some crooked paths. The dean narrowed his eyes, no longer looking like a playful old man, finally showing a bit of a strong person's demeanor. On the surface, Su Yilong has become a dual life palace, but in reality, he is of little use, and there are no benefits. Mainly, people like Su Yilong, who are ungrateful, should not be recruited. They would tarnish the reputation of the Wufu. Tianya's lips twitched again. This was equivalent to saying nothing, but the latter part was indeed reasonable. The first 4 academies were too excessive, even interfering in life and death battles. She angrily spoke up, and the dean immediately smiled coldly. Aren't they getting their comeuppance? Sumu, I still have to thank you. Without you, how could our 5 academy recruit so many people? The dean sighed, noting that aside from the time when the Wufu was first established, recruitment had become increasingly scarce, and by the time it got to him, it was like lying flat. He didn't expect Su Mu to bring him a pleasant surprise. Dean, do you have any rewards? Su Mu suddenly raised his eyebrows and winked at the dean. Rewards? The dean's expression immediately changed, taking a few steps back, flipping his face faster than flipping a book. None. Su Mu looked at the dean with his mouth open. You old man. Bang. What are you doing? You only recruited 3 people. Useless. Only 2 were recruited. Only 5 people? Why has our academy ever been so ashamed? Suddenly, the sound of slapping the table and cursing erupted, startling Su Mu and the others, who turned to look. They saw the admissions office of the 4 main institutes, where all 4 deans were slapping the table and cursing, their faces twisted in anger as they looked at the few new students. The 4 main institutes had deliberately delayed their arrival due to the low number of new students, fearing they would be scolded, but unexpectedly, they were still berated, and their mentors were thoroughly humiliated. Haha, well said, well said. The dean of the 5th institute clapped his hands in delight, finally enjoying the spectacle from the 4 main institutes, feeling a sense of relief. Su Mu and the others had a dark line appear on their foreheads again, and Tian Yu rubbed his forehead, saying, Dean, please don't voice your inner thoughts out loud. The dean of the 4 main institutes glared coldly at the dean of the 5th institute, knowing his temperament, and could only watch him gloat. Dean, it's not that we didn't do our job properly. We could have recruited a genius from the Dual Life Palace. All 4 mentors kept complaining, and when the 4 deans heard this, they were shocked. A genius from the Dual Life Palace. What's going on? Seeing that the dean's attention had finally shifted, the 4 mentors secretly breathed a sigh of relief, directing their anger at Su Mu. It's all his fault. We could have recruited that genius from the Dual Life Palace. But he killed that genius. The 4 of them only mentioned the outcome without discussing the process at all. How outrageous. How could you let this happen? The 4 deans were furious. That was a genius from the Dual Life Palace, a rarity that appears only once every few years. Dean, it's not that we didn't manage it. That kid is too despicable, pretending to be weak and then using a life and death battle to kill that genius. Such a vile and despicable person actually got into the Martial Institute. The 4 deans were directly enraged and turned to glare at Su Mu and the others. Does the 5th Institute want to stir trouble? Which scoundrel is it? It's him, Su Mu. The 4 mentors pointed at Su Mu in unison, their lips curling into sinister smiles. They couldn't do anything to him. Surely the dean could? Apart from the head and deputy head of the institute, the dean held the greatest power. All the grievances along the way could finally be settled. Sumu. The 4 deans looked at Su Mu, their faces turning stern. The Martial Institute never recruits individuals with bad character. How could such a person join the Martial Institute? How is my brother of bad character? Why can't he join the Martial Institute? Huang Yun was so angry that she stepped forward to confront the 4 deans. The 4 mentors were simply tumors, maliciously slandering Su Mu while completely ignoring the process. The ones with bad character should be them. As deans, how could they be so unjust? The 4 mentors' expressions changed upon hearing this, and they glared at Huang Yun with rising hostility. You little girl, you dare speak to the dean like that? The four deans were even angrier. Who did she think she was to speak to them like that? You old fools! Why are you glaring at me like that? Just as the coldness rose in Su Mu's eyes, the dean of the Fifth Institute spoke casually, stepping forward to shield Huang, Yun, and Su Mu behind him. You can't even manage your own people and dare to meddle in my Fifth Institute? If you all want to test your bones, today I'll help you loosen them. The dean of the Fifth Institute held his head high, looking arrogant. Not convinced? Then let's fight. Chapter 36. Just like that, so overbearing. The faces of the deans of the four main institutes turned ashen, and they glared at the dean of the Fifth Institute, gritting their teeth in anger. He was the most shameless and unreasonable one in the entire Martial Institute. Why are you glaring at me? Do I have flowers on my face or something? The dean of the Fifth Institute was simply acting unreasonable, but this very demeanor caused Su Mu and the new students to have a transformative perception of him. Who wouldn't like an old man who protects his own? There were few new students with backing, and having a protective figure like the dean of the Fifth Institute made them feel secure. Even Su Mu found the old man somewhat likable. Old man, you want to protect that scoundrel? The faces of the four deans twisted with anger, even if they didn't want to provoke Hua Lingfeng. They had to think about their reputation. Scoundrel? Bah! Hua Lingfeng spat at the four of them. A perfect arc of ancient phlegm that not only turned the faces of the four deans dark, but also disgusted Su Mu and the others. You don't even know the whole story and are here gossiping. You must be truly senile. Hua, old man, can't you speak properly? The four deans were so furious that they cursed, daring to wish them dead. Yue, tell them what happened. Hua Lingfeng rolled his eyes and gestured for Tian Yue to explain. Tian Yue nodded, looking at the four mentors with disdain. No wonder they had been silent all the way. They were just waiting to cause trouble at the academy. Shameless little people. For deans. Don't be deceived by those little people. Here's what happened. Tian Yue recounted the entire incident, and by the end, the expressions of the four mentors had turned extremely ugly. They had initially wanted to shift the focus, but ended up losing out. So Su Mu condensed sword intent at such a young age? It's just a pity that his life palace is too trashy. That Su Yilong truly died without regret. The staff of the four main institutes gasped in disbelief as they looked at Su Mu. The four deans couldn't help but show surprise in their eyes when they looked at Su Mu, which eventually turned into regret. They had never seen such a monstrous genius in their lives, but it was a pity that his life palace was too poor, wasting such high sword talent. Nonsense. They immediately turned their anger toward the four mentors, daring to fool them and use them as pawns. How bold. Dean, spare us. The four mentors hurriedly bowed and trembled in fear. We'll deal with you after the admissions are done. The four deans waved their sleeves and snorted coldly. Upon hearing this, the four mentors breathed a sigh of relief. If they were only to be held accountable afterward, then they were in the clear. The four main institutes were the strongest. How could they let the Fifth Institute laugh at them? This matter would surely blow over. What they could think of, Hua Lingfeng could see right through. He raised an eyebrow, thinking that they could just let go like this. You four old fools. You think you can just let this slide after being fooled by your own people? Hua, old man, admissions are the priority. Do you want to disrupt the admissions process? The dean of the First Institute coldly shouted, directly accusing him. But Hua Lingfeng was clearly not one to be trifled with. He chuckled and said, disrupt the admissions? I wouldn't dare. But those four dared to slander my student, and that is slandering my Fifth Institute. With a fierce gaze, Hua Lingfeng charged directly at the four mentors. Hua, old man, you dare. The four deans glared in shock, not expecting Hua Lingfeng to actually strike, but it was too late to stop him. Bang, 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 bang. There were four muffled thuds, and all four mentors were knocked flying, crashing into the wall and falling to the ground, not even making a sound as they fainted. Hua, old man, you actually dared to hit our mentors. The four deans were furious, their hair standing on end as they glared at Hua Lingfeng. They deserved it. Hua Lingfeng defiantly glared back, even provocatively waving his fist. I hit them today. If you want to test your luck, I don't mind loosening your bones too. The faces of the four deans turned ashen, but they truly didn't dare to fight back. Hua Lingfeng was acting recklessly, but they had many students and couldn't afford to cause chaos. Moreover, the deputy head wouldn't turn a blind eye. If they were labeled as disrupting admissions, it would be a loss. Old bastard, The four could only curse angrily as they turned and walked back. Seeing them retreat, Hua Lingfeng arrogantly snorted twice before returning. Dean, that was tough. Tian Yue approached with a smile and gave him a thumbs up. Hua Lingfeng shot her a look, fearing that she would stir up more trouble. Thank you. Dean, seeing Hua Lingfeng looking over, Su Mu raised his hand in thanks. This really vented his anger. Apart from being a bit unconventional, he actually liked this cute old man a bit. It's a small matter, small matter. From now on, you're all students of my 5th Academy. If anyone dares to bully you, I will definitely stand up for you. After saying this, Hua Lingfeng glanced at the first 4 academies. Everyone present knew exactly who he was speaking to. Yes, Dean. More than 20 new students grinned, their backs straightened. Having such a dean was truly a blessing. If only this dean were a bit cleaner. This cute old man, Huang Yiyun, couldn't resist, but if he were a bit cleaner and didn't stare around, he would be perfect. The 12 disciples who joined the first 4 academies looked at the confident Su Mu and the others, their hearts filled with mixed feelings and envy. They were starting to regret their choices. The 4 mentors who were knocked away were quickly taken away by the staff for treatment. More new students were arriving, and it wouldn't be good if they saw this. Wow, the 5th Academy's dean is really fierce. When they checked the injuries of the 4 mentors, they couldn't help but gasp. At least 4 ribs were broken, and their internal organs were severely injured. They definitely wouldn't get up from bed for 3 months. Sumo. Hua Lingfeng walked up to Su Mu and suddenly spoke with a serious expression. Dean. Su Mu was unaccustomed to this sudden seriousness and cupped his fist in greeting. Su Mu, your ability to comprehend sword intent at such a young age proves your extraordinary talent. Even if your fate palace is a bit lacking, you can still reverse your destiny through hard work. Hua Lingfeng baited Su Mu's shoulder, encouraging him seriously. He truly admired Su Mu's character and talent and hoped to see him create a miracle. Su Mu was moved, a warm current flowing through his heart, and he nodded earnestly. I will not disappoint the dean's expectations. Hua Lingfeng nodded, then turned to look at Huang Yiyun, his eyes suddenly sparkling. Little girl, your talent is also quite impressive. Moreover, I see that your physique is somewhat different. A 7th grade fate palace is definitely not your limit. Come, let me check your body. Seeing Hua Lingfeng walking towards her, Huang Yun immediately hid behind Su Mu like a startled bird. This old man is being inappropriate again. Tian Yue rolled her eyes helplessly. The more than 20 new students saw Hua Lingfeng's lecherous look and also rolled their eyes. What kind of immortal dean had they encountered? Not checking? Then forget it. Next time, Hua Lingfeng saw Huang Yiyun avoiding him, waved his hand nonchalantly, and turned to sit at the desk to take a nap. Yiyue, you handle their enrollment procedures. I need to rest. Huang Yun saw Hua Lingfeng close his eyes and finally breathed a sigh of relief, making a face at him. Old man, so inappropriate. Sumu couldn't help but smile bitterly. This old man really had a lecherous look that was quite infuriating. Special physique? He glanced at Huang Yiyun behind him, feeling a slight chill in his heart. Hua Lingfeng could see at a glance that Huang Yiyun's physique was different. His insight was truly sharp. Chapter 37. Guan Yifei, this old man, is probably much stronger than those 4 deans. Su Mu pondered, glancing at the 4 deans. Although they looked cleaner and more cultured than Hua Lingfeng, their strength was likely inferior to him. From the fact that Hua Lingfeng could knock down 4 mentors without them daring to speak out, one could see the difference. Sumo, come over. I'll help you with your enrollment procedures. Tian Yue spoke, her face showing helplessness. This was a task she had to do herself. Su Mu retracted his gaze and went over to handle the paperwork. While they were processing their enrollment, 4 groups of people entered the admissions office, all led by academy mentors. They had rosy faces and were followed by at least 30 new students, all newly admitted to the martial arts academy. The mentors from the first 4 academies felt their earlier gloom dissipate upon seeing this large group. Aside from the situation in Anqing City, they had still gained quite a lot. The last group that entered only had a sparse 10 or so people, and the 4 deans looked disdainful. What the hell? Suddenly, a surprised exclamation made Tian Yue and the others turn around. They saw a beautiful woman with an oval face and a proud figure staring at them in disbelief. Yue, are all these new students you recruited? Guan Yifei looked at Su Mu and the others in disbelief, then glanced back at the sparse 10 or so people behind her instantly feeling a sense of discomfort. As fellow mentors of the Fifth Academy, why was there such a big difference? Seeing Tian Yue nod, Guan Yifei hurriedly squeezed in, her face full of curiosity as she looked at her. How'd you do it? What tricks did you use to recruit so many new students? Hurry up and teach your sister, Guan Yifei whispered in her ear, making Tian Yue's face turn red. The new students watched these two charming and proud female mentors, all unconsciously swallowing their saliva. They were all in their teens or 20s. How could they handle such stimulation? Even Sumu couldn't help but stare. After all, he was only 18. If he didn't have feelings for beautiful women, that would be a problem. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Sumu's waist, and he gasped, turning to see Huang Yiyun glaring at him. Good looking? Good looking. Sumu trembled, looking at her in confusion. What is wrong with looking at a beautiful woman? Is it right to do this to your sister? Huang Yiyun said with an air of righteousness. Sumu fell silent, but quickly realized something was off. Wait, why are you so concerned about this? Shaking his head, he decided not to look. Huang Yiyun finally released him, glanced at Guan Yifei and the others, puffed out her chest. Am I not good-looking too? Seeing this, Sumu couldn't help but smirk. Don't puff up. You can't compete with them. Sister Yifei, what are you saying? Tian Yue said shyly. Guan Yifei's tone sounded just like she was asking for secrets in a girl's room, with so many people watching. Seeing Tian Yue's awkward demeanor, Guan Yifei's lips curled up, as if she enjoyed this feeling. Sigh, Yue, you're really amazing, unlike your sister, who can barely recruit a few. Guan Yifei said with a face full of disappointment. At this moment, Hua Lingfeng, who had been dozing, suddenly seemed to be energized, his eyes snapping open and landing directly on Guan Yifei. Yifei, you're back. He wiped his mouth. This time, he was drooling even more. Old man, if you keep staring, I'll poke your eyes out. Unlike Tian Yue's helplessness, Guan Yifei immediately raised her eyebrows, provocatively extending 2 fingers as if she really intended to poke Hua Lingfeng's eyes out. With such a temper, no wonder you can't get married. Hua Lingfeng scoffed, which immediately made Guan Yifei glare at him. But before she could speak, Hua Lingfeng closed his eyes again to continue napping. The new students watched the two, a line of black lines appearing on their foreheads. Yue, these are the new students I recruited from Dingping City. You helped them with the enrollment procedures. Guan Yifei directly handed those new students over to Tian Yue, who could only nod helplessly. But yeah, although you recruited many new students this time, I didn't do badly either. I recruited a genius with a 7th grade Fate Palace. Guan Yifei suddenly stood proudly, her figure becoming even more eye-catching. That young man, Wei Zhuo, is only 20 years old, but his cultivation is already at the 6th level of the Fate Palace. He is worth 10 of them. The new students from the 5th Academy were moved, following Guan Yifei's gaze to see a young man standing there, his back straight, with a somewhat pale and sinister complexion. Wei Zhuo noticed them looking over, proudly raised his head, and even took out a folding fan to wave it. The new students of Anqing City exchanged a glance, but said nothing. The genius of the 7th grade Life Palace indeed had the capital to be proud. Unable to resist, they looked toward Sumu. In comparison, the talents of Dingping City were numerous, having recruited over 100 this time. Anqing City had further declined. Previously, it was thanks to Sumu that Anqing City gained some fame. People couldn't help but sigh that among the 3 major cities, Anqing City had the fewest talents. But there was nothing they could do about it. Luckily, there was Sumu before, whose dominance in the 7th grade Life Palace overshadowed the geniuses of the other 2 cities. The other 2 major cities also had 7th grade Life Palace geniuses, but that was their limit. If Sumu had resources back then, he might not have stopped at the 8th grade Life Palace. By the way, did you recruit any outstanding geniuses this time? Seeing Tian Yue was silent, Guan Yifei nudged her with a rich smile. What is the use of having so many recruits? A single 7th grade Life Palace genius, like her, is worth more than your 20-some. Yes, Tian Yue nodded silently, while handling the enrollment procedures. Who? How talented is he? What is his strength? Guan Yifei raised an eyebrow, intrigued, but with a proud look in her eyes. She absolutely didn't believe Tian Yue could recruit a genius better than Wei Zhuo. He comprehended sword intent. Tian Yue, glanced at Su Mu, and continued handling matters. Comprehended what? Guan Yifei scoffed, nodding. I knew it wouldn't be anything impressive. But the next second, her expression changed dramatically. Yue, what did you just say? Sword intent? He comprehended sword intent before the age of 25? Is there really such a monstrous person? Seeing Guan Yifei's incredulous expression, Tian Yue shook her head, wondering why she had to seek out suffering. His strength is that he already killed a 9th-level Life Palace realm and a rebirth realm before coming here. What the heck? Is he even human? Guan Yifei was completely petrified. In the distance, Wei Zhuo's arrogance instantly vanished as he looked at the 20-some new students from Anqing City with a frozen expression. How could such a monstrous person come from Anqing City? Wei Zhuo gritted his teeth in frustration. He joined the 5 courtyards to be at the top. How could he let someone overshadow him? Besides Sumo, there can't be anyone like this in Anqing City. As soon as he thought of this, Wei Zhuo spotted Su Mu among the crowd, his gaze sharpening. He is not dead. Chapter 38. Are we fighting? Su Mu had overshadowed the 3 cities, even though the same 7th-grade Life Palace had no rivals. Who would dare ignore his achievements? But seeing Su Mu standing there well, Wei Zhuo's first thought was disbelief, followed by a ghostly feeling. Wei Zhuo. Su Mu looked directly at Wei Zhuo, a faint smile appearing on his lips. He had fought for the Su family, roamed for resources, and Wei Zhuo was once his defeated opponent. After 3 months, your cultivation has improved by 2 realms, he said as he walked in front of Wei Zhuo with a light smile. Hearing this, Wei Zhuo's expression twisted. It's all thanks to you. 3 months ago, he was at the 4th level of the Life Palace realm, while Su Mu was only at the 2nd level. Yet he had been completely crushed. He had no power to fight back, neither in strength nor in combat skills. Su Mu had forcibly crushed his genius heart, which he could never accept. It was a lifelong shame. So over the past 3 months, he had been working hard to break through, which naturally led to rapid progress. Su Mu, I knew you weren't dead. How could you just die like that? I haven't defeated you yet. Wei Zhuo's eyes burned with fighting spirit. He didn't care why Su Mu hadn't died or about the rumors. He only wanted to defeat Su Mu and wash away his shame. Secondly, he had dealt with Su Mu before and knew what kind of person he was, so he had always scoffed at those rumors. Su Mu raised an eyebrow. Apart from being arrogant and flirtatious, Wei Zhuo was quite a decent person. Come on, we must have a fight today. Wei Zhuo turned and took a few steps, changing his folding fan directly into a sharp sword. Su Mu shook his head helplessly. He really didn't want to make a move. With Wei Zhuo's personality, if he lost to him again, it would probably become a shadow over his life. Maybe not. What, are you scared? Wei Zhuo's gaze turned cold, a sneer curling on his lips as he tried to provoke Su Mu. Are they going to fight? Guan Yifei came back to her senses, glanced at Tian Yue, and pouted in displeasure. You were definitely just fooling me. If there really was such a monstrous genius joining the martial house, it would definitely be in an uproar. Not like it is now, so calm. I'd rather watch them fight. Wei Zhuo, let them see who is the best. Guan Yifei excitedly waved her fists, wanting them to see who is truly strong. Seeing Guan Yifei like this, Tian Yue smiled slightly. Are they really going to fight? Your mentor is seeking out suffering. But why is your student so eager for it too? Sister Yifei, you'd better not let them fight. She couldn't help but remind her, really, don't seek out suffering. Not fighting? Why? Guan Yifei instantly became displeased, turning to Tian Yue with a teasing tone. Yue, are you afraid your student will lose? It's okay. If you're worried about your student, just let him surrender. Surrender? Sumo Wud said in. You must be thinking too much. Sister Yifei, are you sure you want them to fight? Of course. Guan Yifei held her head high. It's still not too late to surrender now. Sister Yifei, then your genius probably won't be able to hold on. Tian Yue shook her head sympathetically. Guan Yifei frowned. What do you mean? The person I'm talking about is him. What him? Guan Yifei was momentarily confused, and when she understood, she jumped in shock, turning to look at Su Mu in disbelief, her lips trembling. He's the one who comprehended sword intent and killed someone in the rebirth realm? Such a young monster? Tian Yue nodded. Guan Yifei turned to look at her in disbelief, then turned to Huang, Yiyun, and the others, only to see them nodding at her with a sympathetic look. Oh no, this is bad. Seeing so many people confirming it, Guan Yifei was directly shocked, rushing over to stop it. Wei Shuo, stop right now. If you don't want to die, stop now. As Wei Shuo was about to strike, he saw Guan Yifei rushing over, his brows instantly furrowing, and he ignored her, continuing to stare at Su Mu. This was his glorious battle, and no one could stop him. Are you crazy? Stop. Seeing Wei Shuo actually about to act, Guan Yifei was startled and rushed over to block him. Director Guan, what do you mean? Wei Shuo spoke very displeased, glancing at Su Mu, signaling him not to think of escaping this opportunity. What are you fighting for? Are you seeking death? Guan Yifei lowered her voice. Wei Shuo became even more displeased upon hearing this. He wasn't seeking death. Among these new students, who could kill him? Do you know who he is, and you still want to fight? Wei Shuo looked at Guan Yifei as if she were an idiot, as if he didn't know who Su Mu was. Aren't you just stating the obvious? He increasingly felt that Guan Yifei was big-chested and brainless. He is the one who comprehended sword intent and killed someone in the rebirth realm. And you still want to fight him? With so many people watching, aren't you afraid of embarrassment? Guan Yifei, seeing Wei Shuo's face getting worse, got angry too. If it weren't for her own face, she wouldn't bother with him. That guy, comprehended sword intent, killed in the rebirth realm. Wei Shuo immediately laughed, pointing at Su Mu. Don't joke around. 3 months ago, Su Mu was only at the second level of the Life Palace realm. Seeing Guan Yifei nodding seriously, Wei Shuo's smile instantly vanished as he turned to look at Su Mu, taking 2 steps back. Are you kidding? It's only been 3 months, and he has become this monstrous? Is he even human? Wei Shuo, are we still fighting? At this moment, Su Mu added the final blow, and instantly, the flesh on Wei Shuo's face twitched irregularly. Fight someone like you? Why would I seek death when I'm living just fine? Su Mu smiled and turned to walk back, not wanting to embarrass Wei Shuo any further. Gula Wei Shuo looked at Su Mu's back, swallowed hard, and stared blankly at Guan Yifei. Instructor Guan, what is going on here? No matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't understand why Su Mu had suddenly become so powerful. Guan Yifei rolled her eyes directly. How would she know? Seeing that she couldn't answer, Wei Shuo had no choice but to look at the new students from Anqing City, only to find them looking at him with a mocking expression, making him feel so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole to hide in. But in order to figure out what was going on with Su Mu, he had to muster the courage to ask. Hiss. He actually went through all that. After hearing the account from a new student from Anqing City, Wei Shuo gasped in shock. What Su Mu had experienced was simply terrifying. Looking back at Su Mu, he felt a new sense of admiration. Su Mu, even though I don't know what kind of adventures you encountered, I will definitely not lose to you. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and vowed that he would catch up with Su Mu's pace. The enrollment was still ongoing, and soon the new students from Linwu City arrived, with more than 200 this time. In comparison, Anqing City's few new students seemed pitiful. Sister Guan, Sister Yue, a pure beauty in her 20s, walked over dejectedly, followed by 8 people. The new students from the 5 academies all focused their attention on this instructor, their eyes lighting up. 3 instructors, each with their own charm, fiery, elegant, and pure, were all present. Su Mu looked at the pure instructor and couldn't help but glance at Hua Lingfeng, a strange smile appearing on his face. They're all female instructors, each with their own strengths? This old guy's taste is quite discerning. Chapter 39, New Student Benefits. Sister Siqing. Seeing the downcast Gu Siqing, Tian Yue and the other girl both moved and went to comfort her. Sister Siqing, you worked hard this time. Take a rest first. Sister Siqing, you must be tired from coming back from so far. Have some water. Seeing them comforting her, Tian Yue even handed over a water bottle. Gu Siqing smiled wryly as she took the water bottle. How many new students did you recruit, sisters? Tian Yue and the other girl exchanged glances but did not speak. Gu Siqing had recruited only 8 new students in the bustling Linwu City among the 3 major cities, and they couldn't bear to discourage her. Sister Guan, you recruited so many new students? You're amazing. Gu Siqing glanced around and saw Su Mu and the others totaling 40, exclaiming, needless to say, most of these new students must have been recruited by Guan Yifei. Guan Yifei opened her mouth, her face full of embarrassment, looking at Gu Siqing with resentment. I came over to comfort you, but why are you hitting me instead? Let's help them with the enrollment procedures first, Tian Yue said, seeing Guan Yifei's frustrated expression, holding back a smile. Watching the two turn away, Gu Xiqing looked puzzled, somewhat at a loss. The new students looked at Gu Xiqing. Their lips twitched, thinking how pure and simple she really was. Tian Yue was busy, and with the new students recruited by Gu Xiqing, there were a total of 48 new students, and processing their enrollment took quite some time. In the end, it was Gu Xiqing who came to help, which alleviated her burden. Guan Yifei, however, ignored it and strolled around like a bystander, eventually staring at the enrollment office of the top 4 academies, feeling both angry and helpless. She wondered when the 5th academy would be able to rise. In the top 4 academies, any academy had more than double their number of new students. Even with Tian Yue bringing back so many, the 5th academy's rise seemed like a distant dream. Guan Yifei couldn't help but glance at Su Mu again, then shook her head. Having comprehended the sword intent, he was indeed a genius, but after learning that Su Mu's life palace was below the 3rd rank, she felt disappointed. Wei Zhu, it all depends on you now. Finally, her gaze fell on Wei Zhu. He was the only one who could lead the 5th academy to rise. All done. After a busy hour, all the enrollment procedures for the new students were finally completed. Tian Yue took out palm-sized ancient bronze tokens and distributed them to Su Mu and the others. This is your school badge. The Martial Mansion is quite open-minded and does not stick to clothing, but you must keep the badge on you at all times. If you lose it, you must replace it immediately. After distributing them, Tian Yue spoke very seriously. Su Mu and the others nodded and kept the badges safe. Welcome to the Martial Mansion's 5th Academy. The 3 girls, Tian Yue, stood in a row, speaking loudly as they held a simple welcoming ceremony for Su Mu and the others. The loud voices even woke Hua Lingfeng, who had been dozing off. He lazily opened his eyes, mumbled a few words, and went back to sleep. Welcome, welcome, he muttered. The 3 girls turned to glare at him. Your welcome is worse than not saying anything. It ruins the atmosphere. Joining the Martial Mansion, everyone will receive a new student benefit, and this benefit is only available once. So don't miss it. Tian Yue continued, and the new student's eyes immediately lit up. Is it about picking purple orchid flowers? Someone spoke up, and Tian Yue nodded in affirmation. What purple orchid flowers? However, most new students didn't know what this new student benefit was about. What were purple orchid flowers? Do you know why the Martial Mansion recruits students every 2 years? It's because of these purple orchid flowers. Someone explained immediately. Purple orchid flowers grow on a back mountain of the Martial Mansion and mature every 2 years. They can be consumed directly to cleanse the impurities in the meridians, increase cultivation speed, and greatly enhance the chances of breaking through the rebirth realm. Consuming more than 3 can even directly break through a realm. That's amazing. Uninformed, new students gasped upon hearing this, their eyes shining brightly. That's right, purple orchid flowers are a benefit exclusive to new students of the Martial Mansion. Only we can go pick them. Although the effects diminish significantly after 3, we can sell the purple orchid flowers we collect to others and make a fortune. The new students were already excited, realizing they had to seize this excellent opportunity. Purple orchid flowers, Su Mu murmured, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Gathering essence liquid is becoming increasingly difficult. These purple orchid flowers are a great choice. If I pick more, I could get rich. Moreover, this new student benefit was also related to the competition among the 5 academies. The new student continued, and the others listened with curiosity. When picking purple orchid flowers, the 5 academies will conduct a ranking. The ranking directly reflects the strength of this year's new students. This is our first honor battle after joining the Martial Mansion. In the end, the Martial Mansion would also count the number of purple orchid flowers picked by each person, and if someone ranked first, the Martial Mansion would reward them with an opportunity to enter the Chaotic Wind Cave for cultivation. The Chaotic Wind Cave? What kind of place is that? The new students' expressions changed from serious to curious. They thought their hopes of surpassing the top 4 academies were slim, but they were very curious about this Chaotic Wind Cave. The Chaotic Wind Cave is an excellent place for cultivation, where only outstanding senior students usually have a chance to enter. The longer you cultivate in the Chaotic Wind Cave, the more significant the enhancement to your strength. The new student scratched his head after finishing, knowing only that much. But that was enough to make all the new students look forward to it, and even Su Mu was no exception. The resources needed for a Supreme Life Palace are immense. The chaotic wind cave can greatly accelerate my cultivation. This first place must be mine. A fierce light shone in Su Mu's eyes as he looked at the people from the top 4 academies, a cold smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. He would crush the so-called pride of the top 4 academies. What the student said is correct, but purple orchid flowers grow on cliffs, and picking them is very risky. So everyone should not be greedy, Tian Yue interjected. The 5th academy had always been at the bottom, so she didn't have high expectations. She would be satisfied if each person could safely pick 1 purple orchid flower. She thought this way, but Su Mu and Wei Zhu did not think so. They exchanged sharp and determined glances. This time, the first place is definitely mine. Wei Zhu secretly swore in his heart, turning to look at Su Mu. Su Mu had condensed a trash fate palace, which was both good news and bad news for him. The good news was that he could quickly surpass Su Mu. But the bad news was that Su Mu was no longer qualified to be his opponent. Su Mu, this might be our last showdown, don't disappoint me. But for now, he still regarded Su Mu as his strongest competitor. Let's crush the 5 academy. We must show them our strength. Today, they won't even be able to pick a single purple orchid. I want them to see no purple orchids at all. Suddenly, loud roars erupted from the first 4 academies, causing the new students of the 5 academy to change their expressions. Turning around, they saw the new students from the first 4 academies looking at them provocatively. What do they want? Are they planning to team up against us? The new students of the 5 academy turned pale. Nearly 400 from the first 4 academies made them feel like they stood no chance. Tian Yu and the other 2 also changed their expressions, looking at the 4 deans, who had expressionless faces, while the mentors from the first 4 academies wore cold smirks. They are retaliating. How despicable! The 3 were filled with rage. Unable to compete with their deans, they actually incited a group of new students to take revenge on them. How lowly. What should we do? The 3 exchanged glances. Once they were on the back mountain, they could only watch helplessly, and the new students of the 5 academy would be in dire straits. Su Mu, Wei Zhu, what do you think? At that moment, Hua Lingfeng slowly opened his eyes and leisurely looked at Su Mu and Wei Zhu, who were the strongest among the new students of the 5 academy. Wei Zhu remained silent, his brows tightly furrowed. The alliance of the first 4 academies was a deadly blow to them. Dean, what do you think? Su Mu's lips curled into a sly smile, retorting. It seems this dean wants to stir things up. Do whatever you want. I, this old man, will cover for you. Hua Lingfeng sat up straight, smiled, and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 40. The mantid trying to block a car? Su Mu smiled. He was increasingly satisfied with this dean. Although he was somewhat unorthodox, he was getting stronger every time he handled serious matters. If others don't offend me, I'll 1T offend others. But if you dare to bully me, I'll 1T let you off easily. Hua Lingfeng stood up, scanning all the new students with an imposing gaze. This statement instantly gave those new students a bit more confidence. So what if the first 4 academies teamed up against them? They would never give up. They would fight for what they deserved. The 3 girls, Tian Yu, looked at Hua Lingfeng with satisfied smiles. This old fellow had finally started to get serious. But before they could be happy for long, they saw Hua Lingfeng sit down again, crossing his legs and continuing to doze off. This old man. The 3 girls gritted their teeth in anger, but it was already commendable that Hua Lingfeng came out to encourage the new students. After all, new student benefits were off limits for any dean or mentor. Wei Zhu, it depends on you this time. Guan Yifei looked at Wei Zhu, who in her eyes was the most capable person to lead the new students of the 5 academy. Wei Zhu smiled bitterly in his heart, but could only nod. He joined the 5 academy to become its top person, and with Guan Yifei placing her hopes on him, he naturally had to perform better. Su Mu, this time it all relies on you. Tian Yu had high hopes for Su Mu, who had comprehended the sword intent and even killed those in the rebirth stage. In her eyes, Wei Zhu was definitely inferior to Su Mu. Don't worry, Yu. Su Mu nodded. If the new students from the first 4 academies dared to act against them, he would definitely make them regret it for life. Guan Yifei turned to Su Mu, her eyes flashing with a hint of unusual light. silently sighing in her heart. She wanted to have confidence in Sumu, but his talent was really. This time it all depends on you too. As a mentor, she still treated them equally, not excluding Sumu and placing her hopes on both Sumu and Weijua. Sumu nodded, but Weijua felt somewhat displeased. It was inevitable that he would surpass Sumu, and this time was just the beginning of that complete surpassing. Sumu, just watch. I am the hope of the 5 Academy. I am the first person of the 5 Academy. Weijua turned to look at Sumu, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Okay. Sumu nodded. Since Weijua wanted to be defeated by him again, he naturally agreed. Let us go. Guan Yifei turned to the new students, raising her arm and calling out. All the new students left the admissions office and set off towards the back mountain. Tian Yu and Gu Siqing followed at the back, their gazes sharp. Although they seemed easygoing, they dared to fight anyone who tried to bully their students. The new students from the first 4 academies looked at the new students from the 5 Academy passing by, their lips curling into disdainful sneers. If you're not afraid of death, then just wait. Let's go. The new students from the first 4 academies all set off, but did not rush to compete with the 5 Academy. The maturity period of the purple orchids was tonight, and until they were fully mature, no one could go up. On the back mountain, the new students from the 5 academies looked at the towering peak hundreds of feet high, watching the blazing sun slowly set in the west. Every one of them was gearing up. The first 4 academies would never let the 5 Academy go first, while the 5 Academy had to rush ahead. Otherwise, they would truly see no purple orchids at all. Finally, the sun set and the night fell. In the darkness, one by one, young people walked out of the Martial Academy, heading toward the back mountain. These people were all exceptionally strong, the weakest being at the peak of the Fate Palace realm, and the strongest even at the mid-stage of rebirth. These were all senior students from the Martial Academy, coming to observe the competition among the new students. Another year of new student benefits had passed in the blink of an eye. It was hard to believe that 2 years had already gone by. I remember when I didn't know anything, and almost fell while picking the purple orchids. How nostalgic that time was. The senior students came to reminisce and looked at the hundreds of new students with a sense of nostalgia, also observing them with the perspective of someone who had been there. Have you seen that boy from the first academy? He asked my younger brother and almost became an 8th grade Fate Palace. That's my cousin. I hope he can achieve good results. My cousin has always been spoiled at home. She better not mess up this time. These senior students came not only to reminisce, but also because there were relatives and friends among the new students, specifically to watch their performances. Some new students, seeing their cousins or relatives, felt encouraged, but they didn't get distracted to greet them. They focused intently on the back mountain, as picking the purple orchids was about to start. Time's up. Charge. Guan Yifei timed it perfectly, and as soon as the time was up, she shouted loudly, Charge! The new students from the 5 academies charged like fierce tigers toward the back mountain, fighting for the purple orchids, for first place for chaotic wind caves. Get lost. Do you 5 Academy still want to pick purple orchids? Get out of here. A group of trash. How dare they pick purple orchids? As soon as Su Mu and the others rushed out, the disciples from the first 4 academies immediately intercepted them, and they attacked directly, injuring people on the spot. This is too much. The new students from the 5 Academy were enraged. Could they be bullied at will? Bang bang. As soon as they fought, the gap between the 5 Academy and the first 4 academies instantly became apparent. Dreams were dreams, and reality was harsh, apart from Anqing City being an exception. The strongest new students from the other 2 cities all joined the first 4 academies, not to mention they were working together. The 5 Academy simply couldn't hold them off, and in one exchange, they were directly knocked down the back mountain. Get lost. You 2 get down. Sumo, Huang Yiyun, and Weizhuo were also targeted, but they were not easy to deal with either, and they fought back fiercely, knocking the disciples from the first 4 academies down the back mountain. But in the end, among the 48 new students from the 5 Academy, only Su Mu and the other 2 remained standing on the back mountain. Charge! The new students from the 5 Academy, who had been knocked down the mountain, glared at Su Mu and the other 2, gritting their teeth and charging up again, but they were immediately knocked down again, this time even unable to stand. This is too much. The fury in Guan Yifei's eyes erupted. while Tianyu and you were so angry that tears were about to fall. But they couldn't intervene. This was an internal struggle among the new students. How dare the 5th Academy compete for the Xylem flowers? The older students watched, applauding. They looked down on the 5th Academy, and none of their friends or family had joined it. Sumu watched as the new students from the 5th Academy were knocked down again, anger igniting in his eyes. The top 4 academies were being so oppressive. If they didn't do something, the 5th Academy would be left kneeling, and it would only embolden the other 4 academies, causing him endless trouble. Now is not the time to stand by idly. Sumu, let's just take care of ourselves, Weijua said, seeing Sumu turn around. Dreams are good, but the reality is harsh. The top 4 academies are just too strong. We can barely maintain our own status. What, are you afraid? Sumu turned to look at Weijua. Am I afraid? I just don't want to affect our competition, Weijua denied, pouting. It won't affect anything. I want to gather more Xylem flowers. I want to make sure they can't see a single one. Sumu's lips curled into a wicked smile, his eyes flashing with fierce light. Weijua was tempted. If they knocked these hundreds of people down, how many more Xylem flowers could they gather? Prosperity was right in front of them. Just the 2 of us? Weijua then expressed uncertainty. But there are over 200 of them. Sumo nodded, channeling his strength. So what if there are over 200? Let us do it. All right, then I'll go crazy with you. Weijua gritted his teeth and turned to charge down alongside Sumu. And me. Huang Yun also jumped over. Her Huang family members had also been knocked down. So how could she not care? The 3 exchanged a smile, took a step forward, and directly blocked the disciples from the top 4 academies. What do they want? The first disciple from the top 4 academies rushed forward, looking back, while the others below looked up at Sumu and the others, their gazes icy. Did they really want 3 people to block over 200? And they had to deal with the ambush from over 100 more behind them. Were they crazy? The actions of Sumu and the others were undoubtedly reckless. Everyone at the foot of the mountain changed expression, and Guan Yifei and the others were stunned, unable to believe that Sumu and his friends were so audacious. They were like a mantis trying to stop a car. All the older students looked on with disdain, arms crossed, watching Sumu and the others seek their own demise. Chapter 41. One man holds the pass. The new students from the top 4 academies, blocked by Sumu and the others at the foot of the mountain, gradually raised cruel smiles. These 3 must be the strongest in the 5th Academy, right? If we crush them, we will completely crush the entire 5th Academy. Sumo barely escaped lastima. And now he had gathered a trashy life palace and still dared to be arrogant. Let us send him on his way, especially toward Sumu. The new students from the 4 academies were even more ferocious. At Sumu's peak, even those 3 realms higher than him were crushed, dimming all the geniuses from the 3 major cities. Sumu had finally been weakened. Their chance for revenge had come. Looks like you will have to bear more pressure, Weijua said with a smirk, glancing at Sumu, who shrugged. These people had once been beneath his feet, and now it was the same. How about we have a competition? Whoever knocks down more people wins. Weijua proposed, not wanting to defeat Sumu in the future. That wouldn't be called victory. He wanted to defeat him at his strongest. Sure, Sumu readily agreed to Weijua's competitive spirit. They were currently fighting for fairness for the 5th Academy, and such a contest was the most meaningful. I want to join too. Huang Yun chimed in excitedly. Weijua frowned. This was his competition with Sumu. Why was she getting involved? I absolutely want to lose to you. Huang Yun held her head high, looking directly at Weijua. Weijua rolled his eyes. Little girl, are you saying that to me? How dare you treat us as competition? Seeking death. Hearing the conversation of the 3, the more than 200 new students below were directly enraged and all charged towards Sumu and the others. The 3 girls from the 5th Academy watched, their hearts in their throats. Guan Yifei stared hard, while Tianyu and Yu closed their eyes in despair, truly not daring to look any longer. Mountain shaking fist, purple cloud palm. Weijua and Huang Yun shouted inwardly as they charged at the 200+, knowing that anyone participating in the new student benefits couldn't use weapons, or they would lose their qualification, so they could only use fist techniques and palm techniques. Incomparable sword technique. Sumu's fingers turned into swords as he killed his way up. Unlike Weijua and Huang Yun, who had better cultivation resources. He had only 2 sets of sword techniques from the beginning. One was common among the Su family disciples, and the other was given to him by the elder. However, neither had the power of the incomparable sword technique. Bang! Bang! Wei Zhuo charged in, knocking down 2 people with 1 punch, while Huang Yun was equally unyielding, sending one flying with a palm. Wei Zhuo looked at Huang Yun in surprise, seeing she was only at the 3rd level of the Life Palace realm. His astonishment grew even more. The person she just sent flying was at the 4th level. What are you staring at me for? Do you think I'm weak? I'm at the peak of the 7th grade Life Palace. Huang Yun glared proudly at Wei Zhuo and continued attacking. The peak of the 7th grade Life Palace. That statement dealt a heavy blow to Wei Zhuo's mind. He had originally thought his only rival was Su Mu, and that defeating Su Mu would allow him to dominate the 5th Academy. He didn't expect a random little girl to pop up with a talent half a level higher than him. Suddenly, a scream startled him. He instinctively knocked back one person and turned to see Su Mu's fingers, like swords, piercing directly into a new student's shoulder. With this one jab, the shoulder blade wouldn't just break, it would shatter. Hiss! A chill ran down his spine. No wonder he had comprehended the sword intent. His fingers were sharper than the sword edge. Bang! 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 Su Mu's overwhelming strength put pressure on Wei Zhuo, who had to grit his teeth and exert all his strength to keep attacking. He wouldn't allow himself to lose to Su Mu. Bang! Uft! A heavy punch to the waist made Wei Zhuo spit out blood, but he was already in a blood frenzy, ignoring his injuries. Retaliating with a punch that sent his opponent down the mountain. Continuing the assault, suddenly he punched air, stumbling and almost falling off. Looking up, he realized there was no one in front of him. Scanning the area, he saw that all over 200 people had been knocked down the mountain. Wei Zhuo looked at the more than 200 people below, confusion filling his eyes. He remembered he had only knocked about 50 down. How could? He abruptly turned to Su Mu, and in the night, the blood covering him was glaring. His fingers dripped blood under the moonlight. Wei Zhuo's eyes widened. Swallowing hard, turning again to look down the mountain, only to see over 100 people covered in blood, barely able to stand. A wave of panic rose in his heart. I lost. His mouth was filled with bitterness. At this moment, he finally understood. He had lost. And it was a complete defeat. Looking around, the foot of the mountain was silent. Everyone except the new student stared up at the mountain in shock. Too ruthless. Who was that new student? Over 100 people, and not a single one could withstand even one move from him. They were all incapacitated on sight. Truly, one man holds the pass, 10,000 cannot open it. This year's new students actually had such a terrifying person. They watched Su Mu's battle clearly. The older students, apart from being shocked, felt immense pressure. They had a premonition that they would soon be surpassed by that new student. Gu Yifei's mind was blank, while Tian Yu and Yu opened their eyes, continuously swallowing hard to suppress their shock, turning fingers into swords. Is this the power of sword intent? How did Sister Guan attract such a powerful genius? Gu Xiqing still believed that most of the new students were brought in by Guan Yifei, including Su Mu. Brother, here. On the mountain, Huang Yun took out a handkerchief and handed it to Su Mu, a smile on her face. Although she had only taken down 30 people, seeing Su Mu display his might made her very happy. Su Mu took the handkerchief, first wiping the blood off his face, then cleaning the thick blood from his fingers. Yun, I will wash this handkerchief and return it to you. After putting the used handkerchief away, he turned to look at the more than 100 new students on the mountain with a cold gaze. When they saw Su Mu looking over, the new students felt a chill run down their spines. He was still so terrifying. The ones who could rush to the front were the strongest cultivators, and their goal was to pick more purple orchids and take the first place. So they naturally wouldn't spend too much energy on driving away the disciples of the 5 courtyards. However, facing Su Mu, they could only feel fear. When Su Mu raised his hand again, his fingers turned into swords, and the more than 100 new students immediately trembled in fear. We won't stop you from coming up. We're all going to pick purple orchids. The new students immediately rushed up the mountain, not daring to look back. More than 200 people were no match for Su Mu. They didn't have the courage to oppose him. Isn't it better to live well? Su Mu put his hand down. A warning was enough. The ultimate goal was for the disciples of the 5 courtyards to be able to come up and pick the purple orchids, and he needed to pick them too. So he couldn't waste too much time. All disciples of the 5 courtyards, come up. He turned and shouted at the new students of the 5 courtyards, who had already been scared silly. They looked at Su Mu with eyes full of admiration. Long live the senior. The senior is mighty. They excitedly stood up and rushed towards the back mountain, regardless of age, all calling Su Mu senior. In this batch of new students, the senior must be Su Mu. Chapter 42, Explosive Fierce. Seeing the new students hold Su Mu in such high regard, Huang Yiyun's smile deepened. Su Mu, this time I lost. Wei Zhuo took a deep breath, turned to Su Mu, and cupped his fists in acceptance of his defeat, but his gaze remained resolute. But don't celebrate too early. This time I will definitely take first place. We should hurry to pick the purple orchids. Su Mu smiled slightly, tilted his head, and turned to rush up the mountain. He couldn't let those more than 100 people get ahead. Stop! Just as the 3 of them moved, a loud shout came from below the mountain. Turning around, they saw all the mentors from the top 4 courtyards glaring at them angrily. Su Mu, you hurt people as soon as you made your move. They are all your fellow students. What a vicious method you have. They have been injured by you to such an extent that they have lost their qualifications to compete for benefits. You are simply heartless. With such malicious thoughts and ruthless methods, you are not worthy to join a martial academy. The mentors from the top 4 courtyards all targeted Su Mu, and only Su Mu. They still wanted to save face. After all, 3 people blocking more than 200 was already a great humiliation, and they had no face to speak further, so they could only direct their anger at Su Mu, who had acted ruthlessly. Of course, there's also the fact that Su Mu was the easiest to target. Su Mu had caused a martial academy to miss out on a dual life palace genius. And since he had condensed a trash life palace, no one in the entire martial academy would help him except for the 5 courtyards. Shut up. Before Su Mu could speak, the hot-tempered Guan Yifei stood up, pointing at the mentors from the top 4 courtyards and scolding them. A bunch of shameless things. Is it allowed for you to join forces to deprive the new students of the 5 courtyards of their benefits? But it's not allowed for our new students to thwart your conspiracy? Are we only allowed to be bullied by you and not allowed to fight back? What kind of nonsense is this? He's ruthless? Look at you, despicable and shameless. It's already good that I haven't killed all of you. You just like to bully the weak, right? Bullying a new student is nothing to brag about. Come on, I'm right here. If you have the guts, come at me. I'll accompany you to the end. While scolding, Guan Yifei rolled up her sleeves, truly ready to fight. Even Tian Yue and Gu Siqing had cold gazes, quietly gathering their strength. Once they moved, they would definitely strike hard. The mentors from the top 4 courtyard were so scolded by Guan Yifei that they couldn't lift their heads, leaving the older students dumbfounded. This woman was too fierce. Aren't you going to treat their injuries? In the distance, the 4 deans couldn't help but speak up, their hearts filled with anger. They had really lost all face today. The mentors from the top 4 courtyards could only lower their heads and hurriedly went to treat the injuries of those new students. Umph. Guan Yifei snorted coldly, raising her head and glaring at all the people from the top 4 courtyards, then turned to look at Su Mu on the mountain, shouting, Su Mu, don't pay attention to those scum. Just go ahead and pick the purple orchids. It would be best if you could get first place and completely crush them. Su Mu couldn't help but smile. Guan Yifei had a personality similar to that of the 5 courtyards leader. When she didn't make a move, she was fine, but when she did, she would go all out. Also, I like your personality. If you can get first place, I'll reward you with a kiss. What? This statement not only stunned Su Mu, but also left everyone present dumbfounded. This woman was this fierce. Umph. At this moment, a cold snort rang in his ears, and Su Mu could already feel the murderous intent next to him, quickly pretending not to hear and rushing up the mountain. Huang Yiyun shot a glare at Guan Yifei, then turned and followed. Wei Zhuo curled his lips, shaking his head as he looked at Su Mu's back. This guy had just joined the martial academy and had already caught the attention of the mentors. He called himself charming, but suddenly being surpassed in his area of expertise was truly making him speechless. Sister Guan, are you really going to give a kiss? Gu Siqing asked dazedly. Her appearance was pure, and she was the most conservative person internally. Guan Yifei's openness made it hard for her to accept. What kiss? Guan Yifei turned her gaze back to look at her, puzzled. Gu Siqing opened her mouth, only to forget what she was about to say. Seeing Gu Siqing's speechless expression, Guan Yifei finally realized what she had just said, smacking her head in annoyance. She was truly overwhelmed by a surge of blood and had said such things in front of so many people. Even though she was hot-tempered and open, she couldn't help but cover her face at this moment. Seeing her awkward expression, Tian Yue and Gu Siqing couldn't help but laugh. They rarely saw Guan Yifei like this. I've been wise all my life, Guan Yifei lamented in her heart, but then steeled herself, hands on her hips, and declared, I said it, so what? But it must be after he gets first place. If he can get first place, what's wrong with me giving him a kiss? I'm not an old cow eating young grass. I like women, you know? Tian Yue and Gu Siqing exchanged glances, looking at Guan Yifei with strange expressions. They hadn't said you were an old cow eating young grass. You really didn't need to explain. After Guan Yifei finished speaking, she realized she had said too much. A hint of panic flashing in her eyes, but she quickly forced herself to calm down. However, many male mentors felt uncomfortable, looking at Guan Yifei's fiery figure. Their hearts were not at ease. Among all the mentors, Guan Yifei was definitely the most popular. She was beautiful and had a hot body. Who would want to have her? But over the years, no one had succeeded in pursuing Guan Yifei. And now she was saying in front of so many people that she wanted to give a kiss to a new student. This made them feel even more uncomfortable. Were they really inferior to a new student? Was it just because the new student was fierce? The purple orchids grew on the mountainside and liked to grow in the crevices of rocks, so the highest yield was on the cliffs. Yun, let's split up the search. That way, we have a better chance. Watching Wei Zhua head off in another direction, Su Mu turned to Huang Yiyun and said, the more than 100 people from the top 4 courtyards had already rushed ahead. If they didn't split up, their chances of picking the purple orchids would be even smaller. Huang Yiyun nodded, turning to choose a direction to leave, but as she left, she slipped something into Su Mu's hand. Looking at her back, Su Mu opened it to find half a jade pendant, and the shape of the pendant was exactly the same as the one Huang Yiyun was wearing. Huang Yiyun had never taken off the jade pendant around her neck, and this half of the jade pendant should belong to Xiao Huan. She tucked the pendant into her bosom and chose a direction to rush towards. On the south side of the back mountain, there was a cliff over 200 zhang high, occupying half the height of the peak, reaching straight to the top. But what was most eye-catching was not the height of the cliff, but the clusters of purple, 6-petaled flowers growing on the cliff face. Those flowers were the purple orchids. So many purple orchids. Ha, they're all mine. With so many purple orchids, it naturally attracted many people, and over 30 individuals began to climb the cliff. The lower purple orchids had already been picked. The higher up the cliff, the harder it was to pick the purple orchids, and the higher the location. The denser the purple orchids were, becoming sparse only at the peak. However, none of the new students chose to rush to the top to pick the purple orchids from above, partly because they could not use any weapons as assistance. To go from top to bottom, they could only make vines by hand, which was time-consuming and labor-intensive. The most important point was that people's hearts were unpredictable. If someone cut the vine while descending, the height of over 200 zhang was enough to shatter bones. It was clearly not worth it for just a few purple orchids at the peak. So many purple orchids. Su Mu's figure stabilized as he appeared beneath the cliff, his eyes brightening at the dense purple orchids above. If he could pick all these purple orchids, he would definitely secure first place. Chapter 43. Breaking Through the Clouds. At the foot of the mountain, everyone was watching Su Mu. Whether they hated him or cared for him, their eyes never left him. In contrast, Wei Zhua, another genius from the 5 academies, was not even noticed. No one knew where he was, nor did anyone care to find out. He was indeed lucky. But being so far behind, he wouldn't even get a single purple orchid. Unless he could fly. The mentors from the top 4 academies mocked him coldly, and the older students also did not have high hopes for Su Mu. Guan Yifei and the other 2 girls showed their reluctance. Su Mu was indeed too far behind. It wasn't he those trash. Guan Yifei turned to glare at the mentors from the top 4 academies, gritting her teeth in hatred. Suddenly, she realized that their real intention in targeting Su Mu might not be to make him suffer, but to let him fall behind, preventing him from influencing the remaining students from the top 4 academies. A bunch of shameless people, but hating them now was useless. Turning to look at Sumu, she murmured, "Sumu, you must fight back." Unknowingly, she had shifted her greatest hope from Weizhua to Sumu. The mentors from the top 4 academies felt Guan Yifei's gaze, turned back to look, and a cold smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. No matter how strong Sumu was, being so far behind, it was absolutely impossible for him to compete with them. On the mountain, Sumu looked at the over 200 zhang high cliff, his expression serious. Such a high cliff meant he not only had to compete with those 30-plus people, but also had to ensure he didn't fall, which was no small feat. He raised his right hand, and the small sword within his sword vein spun wildly, the sword intent surging forth. Puff! He pressed his hand against the rock wall, using his 5 fingers with strength, as if he were pinching tofu, and they directly sank into the rock wall. A smirk crept onto Sumu's face. Sword intent was indeed a good thing. He looked up at the purple orchids on the cliff, his eyes gleaming, and with a strong push of his right hand, he shot upwards. Puff! His speed began to slow, and Sumu grabbed the rock wall with his left hand, exerting force to soar upward. Watching Sumu soar up the cliff like an eagle, he was quickly about to overtake those 30-plus people, and those at the foot of the mountain gasped. The sword couldn't even penetrate, yet his fingers went in so easily. His fingers were even sharper than a sword. Hiss! Such terrifying sword intent. Some people couldn't help but raise their hands to look at their own 10 fingers. Imagining inserting them into the steel-like rock wall was simply unthinkable. This new student was terrifying. The older students looked at Sumu, swallowing hard. Just this one move had frightened them, as they had all participated in the new student benefits and knew the hardness of the rock wall. He was simply a freak. Again, it was sword intent. Guan Yifei and the other 2 girls trembled in their hearts. They saw various incredible displays of sword intent in Sumu. The 30-plus new students who were almost halfway up the cliff were already panting heavily. They could only rely on the protruding stones on the rock wall to ascend, which was very tiring, and they were already exhausted. But they didn't dare to rest long. No one wanted to be outpaced. So they just took a few breaths and continued climbing. Whoosh! The person at the bottom felt a gust of wind rush past his ear, causing him to lose his balance and quickly grab the stone to stabilize himself. Where did that wind come from? He almost fell. This person, still shaken, looked up and froze. What the hell? He saw Sumu, like an eagle, breaking through the clouds. This person hurriedly blinked, afraid he was seeing an illusion. Upon focusing again, Sumu had already shot up another 3 zhang. How'd he do that? His teeth were chattering. Wow, where did that wind come from? What the hell, Sumu? Damn, is he taking off? Next, the 30-plus people above watched Sumu directly surpass them, all dumbfounded, even forgetting to climb. Puff! After surpassing them, Sumu plunged his left hand into the rock wall, waved his right hand, and 5 purple orchids were in his grasp. 3 for himself, 2 to sell for a profit, and this was just the beginning. Swish! He tucked the purple orchids into his waistband, swayed his body, moved sideways, and swept his right hand again, another 3 purple orchids in hand. 8 in total. The 30-plus individuals below saw this, and their eyes turned red. They had worked hard to climb for half a day and had only picked 1 or 2, with some not even getting one, while Sumu had just picked 8. This was unbearable. If it didn't act now, it would all be Sumu's. However, they all wisely chose to avoid Sumu and went to the other side of the cliff to pick. They believed they didn't have the ability to compete with Sumu. 3 purple orchids are mine. One person looked at the 3 clustered purple orchids in front of him, his eyes shining. If he could pick them, he would be set. Swish! Just as he was about to reach the purple orchids, a shadow flashed before his eyes, and in the next second, the purple orchids disappeared before him. Where are the flowers? This person jolted awake, suddenly looking up, only to see Sumu holding the purple orchids, leaving gracefully. Damn it! Give me back my purple orchids! This person yelled angrily, wanting to chase, but taking a glance down the cliff, a chill ran down his spine, and he clung tightly to the cliff wall, afraid to move. Oh, my purple orchids! A roar erupted, and this person turned to see a new student from the 3rd Academy, following in his footsteps. The purple orchids that were about to be his were snatched by Sumu. This person immediately smiled with schadenfreude, but soon he couldn't smile anymore. Sumu was now their common enemy. That bastard had already picked 36 purple orchids. Damn it, he took at least 10 from us. The 30-plus people looked at Sumu, who was effortlessly moving on the cliff, furious to the point of madness, but they could only watch with envy and jealousy. If they dared to have any crooked thoughts about Sumu on this cliff, they would fall and be shattered to pieces. Picking even one orchid was a victory. They could only choose to race against time with Sumu. No matter how strong Sumu was, he was just one person. If they fought hard for time, they could still pick purple orchids. After a quarter of an hour, the crowd at the foot of the mountain stared at Sumu in shock as they saw him jump down the cliff, holding a large bundle of purple orchids. Feeling dry-mouthed, 93 orchids. Trembling, they uttered this number. He was almost at 100. Since the establishment of the Martial Arts Academy, Sumu was the first to nearly reach 100, right? A mentor murmured, and the others swallowed hard. What the mentor said was true. Sumu was indeed the person who had picked the most purple orchids since the establishment of the Martial Arts Academy. Who could compete with such a freak? Under the age of 25, being able to comprehend sword aura is already a top-tier genius. And being able to comprehend sword light is an existence that is 1 in 10,000. To comprehend sword intent before the age of 25 is truly a prodigy. Not to mention someone like Sumu, who comprehended sword intent at just 17 or 18. So far, he is the only case of sword intent genius the Martial Arts Academy has received. The new students hanging on the cliff, looking down at Sumu, are almost going crazy. In their last desperate attempt, only about 10 of them managed to pick a purple orchid, and there are only about 140 purple orchids on the entire cliff, most of which have been harvested by Sumu. Only a little over 20 of them picked purple orchids, and none of them picked more than 3, with 8 people not even touching a single purple orchid. Let's not forget, this is the result of them getting there first. Otherwise, they might not have had the chance to observe the purple orchids up close. Chapter 44. No Sumu, imbécil. I will never forgive you. You made it so I couldn't even pick a single purple orchid. You heartless thing. With the purple orchids picked clean, those people had no choice but to come down, each one cursing at Sumu's back, wishing they could directly curse him to death. Sumu, holding the purple orchids, was about to leave, thinking that not breaking 100 was a bit unsatisfactory. Hearing the curses behind him, he paused, and his gaze turned cold. Am I too merciful? Turning to look at those people, he had made over 100 lose their eligibility for benefits, and they still dared to curse at his back, treating him like a good person. Upon meeting Sumu's icy gaze, those people immediately fell silent and couldn't help but step back. Sumu, what do I do? You robbed us of our purple orchids, and now you want to take action against us? A few people bravely cursed. Picking purple orchids is all based on ability. If you can't pick them, you can only blame your lack of skill. Sumu found this laughable. Can their incompetence really be blamed on him? If my strength was insufficient today, let alone picking purple orchids, I probably wouldn't even have the qualification to stand here. The crowd was speechless. If Sumu didn't have the strength to knock 100 people off, he definitely wouldn't even have the chance to look at the purple orchids. Rob? Aren't you all trying to rob all the purple orchids from our 5 academies? Sumu continued, moving closer to those people, and they retreated again upon seeing him. You reminded me. The rules for benefits don't seem to specify that robbing is prohibited. Sumu grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. However, this smile appeared to those new students like a demon revealing its fangs. Are you really going to rob the purple orchids from our hands? The new students who picked purple orchids quickly hugged the ones they had, while the 8 who didn't pick any found themselves relieved. If Sumu dared to rob, they wouldn't be the targets. Sumu didn't speak, only continued walking. Was he joking? What did one do? He had already picked so many. Did he still dare to forcibly take them? This was absurd. If he dared to rob, the Martial Arts Academy would have no place for him to stand. The mentors from the top 4 academies saw Sumu's actions and jumped up in shock, immediately cursing and almost going crazy. Those new students had already picked very few purple orchids, and if they were robbed, they would end up with nothing. Oh, so it's okay for you to rob us. But not for us to rob you. Guan Yifei's voice rang out just in time, causing the mentors from the four top academies to turn and glare at her, as if she enjoyed opposing them. When have we ever robbed you? One mentor from the first academy shouted indignantly. Robbed? What a joke. Guan Yifei laughed in anger. Didn't you just rob us earlier? You want the new students from the 5 academies to not even think about seeing a purple orchid? Isn't that robbery? That mentor from the first academy was immediately so furious he couldn't speak. You think we have no place to stand? Do you think our 5 academies are just for show? Guan Yifei pressed on. And besides, what rules did Su Mu violate? Where's the rule that says he can't rob? The faces of the mentors from the 4 top academies turned pale. This rule originally benefited them. The small 5 academies were absolutely not capable of robbing them, and they never thought to modify this rule. But they never expected a freak like Su Mu to emerge. And now all the new students from their 4 academies were going to suffer. Dean, they had no choice but to turn their gaze to the 4 deans. If this continued, the 5 academies would be the biggest winners of this new student benefit. If they didn't stop it, the 5 academies would rise. Dean, we must be cautious. Dean, think of a way. They wailed, pleading with the 4 deans, but the 4 deans remained silent. The rules were like this. They were just deans and didn't have the authority to change the rules. They could only suggest modifications to the lore in the future, but by then, it would be too late. He really dares to rob. How outrageous. Does he want to go against the top 4 academies to the end? The older students saw that Su Mu really dared to act and were furious, jumping up and cursing. It was one thing before, but now it was as if he was shitting on the heads of their 4 academies. Moreover, among those people were their friends. How could they tolerate it? Damn it. I want to destroy that beast. Some older students gritted their teeth in anger, wishing they could rush up and take down Su Mu, but they didn't have the courage. If they dared to step onto the back mountain, they would immediately be expelled from the martial arts academy. Internal competition among new students was one thing, but the martial art academy would never allow outsiders to intervene. Bastard. Su Mu, you will face retribution. More than 20 people were knocked down by Su Mu, each one sitting on the ground watching the purple orchids being taken away, wailing endlessly. But when Su Mu glared at them, they immediately shut their mouths. Compared to the purple orchids being robbed, they wanted to live more. 141. Su Mu, with a cluster of flowers he could barely hold, grinned as he left. Today was definitely a night of sudden wealth. In the corner, the 8 people who hadn't picked a single flower trembled as they watched Su Mu. They had escaped disaster due to their lack of gains, but to them, Su Mu had become a monster. Well done. Ha! Guan Yifei watched Su Mu leave with the purple orchids, jumping up in joy, clapping her hands in delight. Since becoming a mentor of the 5 academies, she hadn't felt this good before. If it weren't for the unsuitable occasion, she would have wanted to celebrate extravagantly. Tian Yue and Gu Siqing unconsciously straightened their backs. Su Mu's bold act had directly lifted the spirits of the entire 5 academy. The mentors from the 4 top academies looked at Su Mu, gritting their teeth in hatred, but more so in helplessness. Among all the new students, no one could suppress Su Mu anymore. Their only hope was for this to end quickly, or more new students would suffer. What do you want to do? At the bottom of the cliff, Su Mu suddenly turned back, startling the 30 or so people. What more could he want after robbing all the purple orchids? Su Mu walked straight toward the chubby guy, sizing him up from head to toe, nodding in satisfaction. The chubby guy felt uneasy under Su Mu's gaze and defensively hugged himself, thinking this guy couldn't possibly have a special hobby, right? Oh no, please. As Su Mu reached out his hand towards him, the chubby guy immediately shook his head and screamed. He was still young. He hadn't. Sizzle, sizzle. Su Mu directly ripped off a piece of clothing from the chubby guy, making it into a bundle, and after putting all the purple orchids inside, he slung it over his back, feeling much lighter. Looking at the curled-up chubby guy, Su Mu smirked and turned to leave. The chubby guy, still shaken, watched Su Mu leave and secretly wiped away a tear, thankful that he had only had his clothes taken. After watching Su Mu's actions, Guan Yifei's mouth twitched. Then she shivered. Luckily, it wasn't what she had thought, or it would have been disgusting. Sister Guan, it seems Su Mu is in first place now. Suddenly, Gu Siqing's weak reminder rang in her ears, and Guan Yifei's expression froze in an instant. Chapter 45, Who is the First? What first? Guan Yifei's eyes darted around, filled with panic. Yes, with so many, he must be the first. This time our fifth academy is making a name for itself. Ha ha. Ha ha. She laughed, but anyone could hear the awkwardness in her voice. Sister Guan, Su Mu is so amazing, truly a model among the new students. When we go back, we must tell the senior students about his achievements, so they can strive to catch up and learn from Su Mu. Gu Xiqing spoke up, but Guan Yifei hurriedly raised her voice to interrupt her. Gu Xiqing, feeling helpless, pouted and looked disdainfully at Guan Yifei, as did Tian Yue. Seeing their disdainful gazes, Guan Yifei's eyes twitched, and she immediately got angry, puffing her cheeks up. So you want to see me make a fool of myself, huh? Don't look at me like that. I keep my word. When he comes down, I'll fulfill my promise. Tian Yue and Gu Xiqing rolled their eyes, clearly not believing her intentions. With that look they were giving her, Guan Yifei was about to go mad from anger. You two naughty girls, just wait for me. Half an hour later, as the purple orchids were all picked, the new student benefits ended, and the people on the back mountain began to descend one after another. Su Mu was the first to come down the mountain, carrying a bag full of purple orchids. In the past half hour, he had only picked over 40 more flowers, as other places had basically been cleaned out by other new students. He couldn't just go and steal from the places the other students from the Fifth Academy had picked. The more than 40 purple orchids he had were mostly from areas others couldn't reach. 186 flowers, not bad. Su Mu patted the burden on his back, feeling satisfied as he jumped down the back mountain. At the bottom of the mountain, over 100 new students were glaring at Su Mu with resentment, unable to move, watching helplessly as he returned loaded with flowers. Su Mu didn't even glance at them and walked straight to Guan Yifei and the others. Seeing Su Mu approach, Guan Yifei's eyes showed a bit of panic, and she instinctively avoided his gaze. 3 mentors. After reaching the 3 girls, he unloaded his bag. Tian Yue and Gu Xiqing looked at Su Mu with smiles full of satisfaction, while secretly nudging Guan Yifei with their elbows, reminding her to keep her promise. Guan Yifei's face was stiff, biting her teeth and hesitating to move. Sister Guan, if you wait until they all come down, there will be even more people watching. Tian Yue whispered to her. Guan Yifei turned to glance at the new students coming down one after another, biting her silver teeth, steeling herself, and turned to face Su Mu. Mentor Guan. Su Mu was taken aback. Is there something? Poof. Before he could react, Guan Yifei quickly kissed his forehead, leaving Su Mu stunned. Seeing Su Mu's dazed expression, Guan Yifei, who had originally felt shy, suddenly experienced a strange sense of conquest. Is this what it feels like for an old cow to eat tender grass? The way Su Mu looked when he was stunned was simply adorable in her eyes, and she even instinctively licked her lips, feeling an urge to go further. Oomph. Then she touched her mouth, tossed her head proudly, and swaggered away. Su Mu watched Guan Yifei's unrecognizable stride and felt as if he had been taken advantage of. She really kissed me. Damn. Seeing that Guan Yifei had actually kissed Su Mu, those male mentors and even the senior students were gnashing their teeth, glaring at Su Mu, filled with hatred not just for him, but also intense jealousy. The new students from the Fifth Academy had already come down their steps light. Since Su Mu had subdued the new students from the first 4 academies, no one dared to target them anymore, and they all had some level of gain. Seeing Huang Yiyun bouncing over, Su Mu quickly wiped his forehead, afraid that this girl would complain to her sister later. Brother, I picked 6. Huang Yiyun announced her achievement in front of Su Mu, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. 6 purple orchids, she could sell 3 of them. Su Mu nodded in appreciation. And then he saw Wei Zhui swaggering over, holding a dozen purple orchids in his hand. This harvest was definitely top-notch. Not bad. I picked 13 purple orchids. How about you? How many did you get? Wei Zhui said boastfully, casting a disdainful glance at the 6 purple orchids in Huang Yiyun's hand. Huang Yiyun's excitement was instantly dampened by Wei Zhui's words, and she glared at him in displeasure. Only 13? That's impressive. My brother definitely picked more than you. Wei Zhui sneered, sizing up Su Mu, and seeing he had not a single purple orchid on him, he became even more arrogant. Being tough with your words is useless. Su Mu, you didn't pick even 1 orchid, did you? I did, Su Mu replied with a faint smile. while Guani Fei next to him covered her face and shook her head. Wei Zhua, can you stop embarrassing yourself here? Are you itching for a beating? You picked some? Where are they? Wei Zhua sneered, shrugging. Don't just talk tough, show the flowers. Are you too embarrassed to take them out? He wasn't stupid enough to think Su Mu hadn't picked any. He just assumed he was too ashamed to show them. Su Mu didn't respond but pointed to the bag beside him. Wei Zhua frowned at the sight of the bag. A bag? Then his eyes widened in shock. That big bag could it be filled with? Inside the bag, there are purple orchids. Wei Zhua stared at Su Mu in disbelief, struggling to speak. Su Mu nodded affirmatively, and Wei Zhua stumbled back 2 steps, his pupils shrinking at the sight of a huge bag. How many purple orchids could be in that big bag? 50? 100? Or 150? Wei Zhua's throat moved. Had he lost? So badly? The mentors from the first 4 academies looked at the new students' harvests, their faces dark enough to drip water. A bunch of useless fools. The first spot in this chaotic wind cave must belong to Su Mu. They originally planned to pile all the purple orchids picked by their academy's new students onto one person to secure the first place. But the total number of purple orchids from all 4 academies combined didn't even reach 100. Su Mu alone had gathered over 140 flowers from a cliff. How could they compete? Unless all 4 academies combined forces, they couldn't surpass Su Mu, but that was impossible. Although the first 4 academies despised the 5th academy, they were in competition with each other and would never allow any academy to benefit. The deputy head is here. The mentors from the first 4 academies were startled. With the deputy head's arrival, they had even less chance to cheat. In the distance, a white-haired elder stepped forward, his silver hair reflecting light under the moonlight. He leaped forward, appearing before everyone in an instant. Everyone turned to look at the imposing white-haired elder, their eyes filled with awe. The deputy head, a peak powerhouse of the martial arts academy. Deputy head, all the mentors, deans, and senior students respectfully clasped their fists. The deputy head nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the more than 100 new students from the first 4 academies, who could barely stand, and his brow furrowed slightly. Then he spoke calmly. The Martial Arts Academy welcomes the joining of all new students. I believe everyone has gained a lot from this new student benefit. The Martial Arts Academy has always been fair and just, and will heavily reward those who perform excellently. All new students, please report the number of purple orchids you have picked. The first place will receive an opportunity to enter the Chaotic Wind Cave for training. After speaking, the deputy head naturally turned his gaze to the first 4 academies, as the first place has always been produced by them. But as he looked over, all the members of the first 4 academies were strangely silent. Chapter 46 credits, the deputy head frowned. Why is it like this? Did the new student benefits fail? That shouldn't be the case. The first 4 academies have always been the strongest. Could it be that the 5th academy has taken the first place this time? Turning to look at the new students from the 5th academy, he couldn't help but chuckle. There were barely 50 of them. How could they possibly win first place? Which new student from the first academy picked the most purple orchids? The first academy was silent, and not a single person spoke. With their results, saying it out loud would just be humiliating. But the deputy headmaster has spoken, and a freshman finally steeled himself to step forward. Deputy headmaster, I picked the most. 18 purple orchids. The deputy headmaster nodded. This result is not bad, although it's not as good as usual, but it's still respectable. How about the second academy? Deputy headmaster, I picked a maximum of 16. That is acceptable. And the third academy? Deputy headmaster, I picked the most, which is 15. Barely passable. The deputy headmaster turned to the 4th academy, his eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. Perhaps the 4th academy would have the best result this time. And the 4th academy? Deputy headmaster, I picked 19. Compared to the first 3 academies, the first freshman of the 4th academy spoke his results with relative ease. Although he couldn't compare to that freak Su Mu, at least he was the top in the first 4 academies. The deputy headmaster nodded. Now that is a decent result. Finally, he looked at the 5th academy, sweeping his gaze over the new students, stopping at Wei Zhua, his eyebrows raised slightly. The 5th academy has indeed recruited a good freshman this time. And the 5th academy? A faint voice spoke up. 13 purple orchids hardly qualify for first place. This question is merely a formality. As the deputy headmaster saw Su Mu step out and clasp his fists, He immediately frowned and glanced at Wei Zhua. Why didn't you come out? Where are your purple orchids? Somewhat displeased, he spoke. I've never seen such an oblivious freshman before. Does he think this is a joke? This is a matter that determines the quota for the chaotic wind cave. My purple orchids are here. Sumu smiled faintly, pointing to the bundle behind him. Realizing this method was somewhat inappropriate, he simply walked back, took out the bundle, and opened it in front of the deputy headmaster. As the bundle opened, the tightly packed purple orchids immediately spread out, falling all over the ground. The deputy headmaster's eyes widened at the sight of a whole bundle of purple orchids. His expression instantly stiffened. Fortunately, he had held a high position for many years. Otherwise, he might have been overwhelmed by so many purple orchids. Deputy Headmaster, I picked 186 purple orchids. Deputy Headmaster? Deputy Headmaster? Seeing the Deputy Headmaster remain unresponsive for a long time, Sumu looked puzzled and called out, Is the Deputy Headmaster really startled by just this many purple orchids? That's impossible. The Deputy Headmaster snapped back to reality, his eyes fixated on the pile of purple orchids, filled with disbelief. Since the establishment of the Martial Arts Academy, no one has ever achieved this result. He murmured to himself, increasingly astonished. If you remember correctly, the record for the most purple orchids picked since the establishment of the Martial Arts Academy was 98, just too short of breaking 100. And this freshman not only far exceeded the highest record, but was also on the verge of breaking 200. How'd he do it? The deputy headmaster couldn't help but swallow hard, realizing he was seeing such a powerful freshman for the first time. 186. Wei Zhua looked at the pile of purple orchids, completely despairing. He had once again been crushed by Sumu. Brother is amazing. Although Huang Yun was also shocked, she felt more joy. What's your name? The deputy headmaster took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and stared at Sumu as he asked. Aim Sumu. Sumu clasped his fists. Sumu, you did very well this time, not only taking first place, but also breaking the record of the Martial Arts Academy. Congratulations. You have earned a chance to enter the Chaotic Wind Cave. With your student ID, you can directly enter the Chaotic Wind Cave to cultivate. Thank you, Deputy Headmaster. A smile appeared on Sumu's face. Cultivating was not a problem now. He was truly looking forward to a place only accessible to senior students. I hope the purple orchids and the Chaotic Wind Cave will allow me to continuously break through my realm. The deputy headmaster nodded and smiled kindly at Sumu before turning to leave. After the deputy headmaster left, everyone felt the pressure on them ease. Instructor, it's all that bastard Sumu's fault. We didn't get a single purple orchid. What are we going to do in the future? Instructor, I didn't even get a single purple orchid. I'm falling behind others by a large margin. Now the 5th Academy is going to surpass us. The wounded students from the first 4 academies suddenly looked miserable. They had never even touched a purple orchid. Originally, those who were unlikely to encounter purple orchids should have been the people from the 5th Academy, but it turned out to be them. Now, seeing Sumu's bountiful harvest, they felt even more despondent. Those who picked many should take out the purple orchids to share. The instructors spoke to those who had harvested a lot. The new student benefits only came once every 2 years. If they missed this time, they would have to wait another 2 years, which was equivalent to falling behind others for 2 years. 1 purple orchid is worth 300 silver coins, and 3 purple orchids equal 1 credit. Of course, they wouldn't let the new students who took out purple orchids suffer losses. So expensive? Sumu raised his eyebrows upon hearing this, his eyes sparkling as he looked at his more than 100 purple orchids. They were worth over 50,000 silver coins. Silver coins were very valuable. An average person could only use copper coins. Generally, 3 silver coins could feed a family of 3 for a month. And 300 silver coins would suffice for an ordinary family of 3 to eat for nearly 10 years. In Anqing City, a bottle of healing medicine only costs 10 to 50 silver coins, and 1 purple orchid is worth 300, making it extremely valuable. What is the use of credits? Sumu turned to look at Guan Yifei and the others, and Tian Yue explained, in the Martial Arts Academy, those who contribute or excel academically can earn credits. With credits, you can exchange for anything you want within the Martial Arts Academy. More importantly, you can use credits to exchange for opportunities to enter various cultivation locations. To enter the chaotic wind cave, you need 10 credits for one cultivation session. Tian Yue looked deeply at Su Mu, constantly hinting at the importance of credits. Hearing this, Su Mu was taken aback. If that's the case, credits are worth much more than silver coins. It takes 10 credits to enter the chaotic wind cave for one cultivation session, while the first place in the first 4 academies barely collected fewer than 20 purple orchids, which is not even enough for a single opportunity to enter the chaotic wind cave for cultivation. As expected, entering the chaotic wind cave for cultivation is a privilege reserved for senior students. Then my purple orchids can be exchanged for almost 6 opportunities to enter the chaotic wind cave for cultivation. Somos hartraced. Even senior students wouldn't dare to be so extravagant. This is what it means to be rich. After the first 4 academies divided the purple orchids, they realized it was not enough. The expressions of those instructors turned ugly again as they looked toward the 5th academy. If they wanted their academy's new students not to fall behind, they needed at least 1 purple orchid each. To achieve this, they would have to buy from the 5th academy. The total yield of purple orchid from the back mountain was only about 500, and the 5th academy had over 300. If they wanted to buy, they could only buy from Su Mu, who had harvested the most. But after Su Mu had injured over 100 of their new students and rubbed them into the ground, they turned around and wanted to shamelessly buy purple orchids. This was akin to sticking their faces out for Su Mu to hit. Chapter 47. Not selling. Not selling at any price. Instructors, you must think of a way. Those new students without purple orchids didn't care about such things. Compared to saving face, they were more concerned about not wanting to fall behind for 2 years. The instructors gritted their teeth in anger, but there was no way. They couldn't just watch their students fall behind. Most importantly, they couldn't let the 5th academy surpass them. That was absolutely intolerable. Sumo. Each of the first 4 academies sent out an instructor, steeling themselves as they approached Su Mu, their faces grim as they shouted at him. Su Mu glanced at them and ignored them. Why should he put on a serious face for anyone? Seeing that Su Mu was unresponsive, the 4 instructors' chests heaved in frustration. This feeling of having their warm faces pressed against a cold but was unbearable. But looking at the hopeful faces of the new students, they had no choice but to speak up again. Su Mu, we want to buy purple orchids from you. Buying purple orchids? Only then did Su Mu turn his head to look at them. We'll offer 300 silver coins for each orchid, and 3 orchids for 1 credit. The instructors from the first 4 academies stated the previous price, and after saying it, a confident smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. They were convinced that this price was absolutely something a new student couldn't refuse. Su Mu sneered. You think you could buy my purple orchids at this price? Are you dreaming? Apart from Wei Zhuo and Huang Ian, he is the only one with purple orchids for sale in hand, and only he can satisfy your needs in the top 4 academies. Do you think you can buy them at this price? Treating him like a child who's easy to fool? Or is he out of his mind? This is a seller's market. 600 silver coins, 2 flowers for 1 credit. Su Mu coldly stated a price, buy it or not. You're raising the price. The 4 mentors were furious. Not only had the value doubled, but the credits required were excessive. This was clearly extortion. Su Mu nodded yes, he was raising the price, so what? He had the capital. If you don't want to buy, you can find another seller. With so many senior students here, they should be very interested in the purple orchids. Seeing Su Mu looking over, the senior students were momentarily taken aback, and their expressions became somewhat unnatural. They had come not only to see their friends and relatives perform, but also to purchase purple orchids. They hadn't used enough of them initially and could still use 1 or 2. Although Su Mu was raising the price, the quantity was large enough to satisfy them, and they could definitely accept this price. The expressions of the mentors from the top 4 academies changed. Glancing at the interested senior students, they all lowered their heads. Filled with struggle, the scene fell silent, and the 3 girls, Guan Fei and others, looked at Su Mu, their breathing quickening. If all the flowers were sold at this price, Su Mu would truly become rich overnight, especially the credits, which would allow those senior students to look up to him. What is wrong with the Trash Life Palace? As long as there are enough credits to continuously enter good cultivation places, even a Trash Life Palace can grow rapidly. Guan Fei thought to herself, perhaps Su Mu could really lead the 5 academies to prosperity with the trash life palace. No one's buying? Then I'll pack up and leave. As the mentors from the top 4 academies remained silent, Sumu, seeing that the senior students also did not rush to buy, simply began to pack up the purple orchids. The senior students immediately panicked, looking at the 4 mentors. If you won't buy, we will. Just say something, so it doesn't seem like you are bullying the new students. Buy, we will buy. Seeing Sumu really about to leave with his bundle, the mentors from the top 4 academies hurriedly raised their hands to shout. Sumu raised his eyebrows. Why didn't you say so earlier? How many do you want to buy? I want 20 flowers. The mentor from the 3rd academy gritted his teeth as he spoke, his heart bleeding. That's 12,000 silver coins, 10 credits. I want 30 flowers. I want 20 flowers. The other mentors from the 3rd academy chimed in one after another, and the senior students listened, their eyes starting to shine. The total purchase from 4 academies was only 90 flowers. They still had a chance to buy. What huge profit! The new students from the 5th academy looked at Sumu enviously, almost drooling. Wait a minute. Just as the mentors from the top 4 academies were preparing to make a deal with Sumu, a voice interrupted them. Looking over, they saw Hua Lingfeng lazily walking over, seemingly just waking up. Guan Yifei and the 3 girls immediately showed displeasure upon seeing Hua Lingfeng. Look at the academy head. Who has been watching all this time? You're just coming now, having missed so many important moments. Not bad, Sumu. You really give me face as the head of the 5th academy. Hua Lingfeng voked up to Sumu, looking at the pile of purple orchids with a much calmer reaction than the deputy head, constantly nodding in praise. Sumu shrugged slightly, then lowered his eyes to see Hua Lingfeng's shoe heels sticking out, unable to help but smile. He must have rushed over without even putting on his shoes properly. Seeing Sumu staring at his shoes, Hua Lingfeng quickly pulled his feet back, a hint of embarrassment appearing on his face. This guy has such a sharp gaze. These purple orchids, we want to sell to them. Hua Lingfeng waved his hand and said decisively. The 4 mentors stared wide-eyed. Not sell to them? Why not? What right do you have to not sell to them? Oh, Hua, what do you mean? The 4 academy heads in the distance could no longer hold back. They accepted that Sumu had made their new students suffer so much they tolerated the open robbery and even the price increase, but now Hua Lingfeng, a head of an academy, openly opposed them, cutting off their new students' last hope. They could no longer tolerate it. What do I mean? Not selling. Didn't you hear? Hua Lingfeng raised his head, extremely arrogant. Old Hua, our offered price is already very fair. If you want to raise the price again, no one will want it. The 4 heads were very angry, thinking Hua Lingfeng would raise the price again, and they said coldly. Now the senior students were getting anxious. Does this mean they wouldn't be able to buy purple orchids at all? Who said I wanted to raise the price? Am I that kind of person? Hearing this, the faces of the 4 heads twitched in anger. Who else could be that kind of person? Sumu, I'll take these purple orchids. Hua Lingfeng waved his hand grandly. The 5th academy still had many senior students who hadn't even used purple orchids. We'll use these flowers ourselves. Don't worry. You want to lose out. We'll take them at the same price as just now. Sumu nodded slightly. He naturally had no objections. Hua Lingfeng, are you crazy? How many credits does your 5th academy have? If you give all your credits to him, do you not want to continue running the academy? The 4 heads were almost driven mad by what Hua Lingfeng said. Money is one thing. Being a head of an academy wouldn't lack this little money. But credits are the rarest thing. Buying them all means Hua Lingfeng would have to give out over 90 credits. Is this a desire to fight until both sides are hurt? Our 5th academy may have few credits, but we also have few people. Hua Lingfeng, however, didn't care at all, acting like a newly rich person, extremely extravagant. I have so many credits that I can't even distribute them. Unlike you who hoard money like miserly misers, I was just worried about not having a place to give my credits. Sumu, in addition to the credits for buying the purple orchids, I'll reward you with 10 extra credits as a reward for your first place. Sumu's eyes lit up. This is great. He could enter the chaotic wind cave again. After speaking, Hua Lingfeng glared at the 4 heads, looking as if to say, what can you do about it if I have money? Chapter 48. Senior students excited. Sumu, take the purple orchids and let us go back to the 5th academy. Hua Lingfeng waved his robe and left gracefully. Sumu shouldered his bundle and followed. while Huang Yiyun hummed at the top 4 academies, bouncing along behind Sumu. This old guy finally did something right. The 3 girls, Guan Yifei and others, were very satisfied with Hua Lingfeng's performance, and their steps back became lighter. Wei Zhua, however, stood there in a daze for a while, staring at the purple orchids in his hand, his eyes gradually shining. He only needed 3 flowers for himself, but could sell 10. Then he could earn 6,000 silver coins and 5 credits. Instantly, his terrible mood from losing to Su Mu improved significantly. He quickly collected the purple orchids and hurried to catch up with Su Mu and the others. Damn it! Hua Lingfeng, I won't let this go. The 4 heads left in anger, their faces a mix of green and purple. The senior students looked at the backs of Hua Lingfeng and Su Mu. Their expressions twisted with anger. If they couldn't buy purple orchids this time, they might never use them in their lives. They couldn't wait another 2 years. The greatest effect of purple orchids was during the Life Palace stage, and after surpassing the 3rd level of rebirth, their usefulness would be minimal. After 2 years, they would no longer be able to use them. 5th Academy, if you have a good time in the future, I'll share your surname. The senior students left in fury, leaving only the new students and mentors from the top 4 academies. Mentors, we don't even have a single purple orchid. What should we do? Mentors, the 5th Academy is really going to surpass us now. Those severely injured new students were despairingly wailing. They were truly out of purple orchids now. Shut up. The mentors had serious faces, angrily scolding. Take them back to the dormitories. The martial arts department arranged independent dorms for the 5 academies. When Su Mu and the others arrived at the dormitory, looking at the tall and spacious courtyard in front of them, which even had a rockery and spring water inside, they were momentarily stunned. This is the dormitory? It's much larger than I imagined. The environment is just too good. It's exactly the environment I've always dreamed of. Hearing the exclamations of the new students, Hua Lingfeng couldn't help but smile. He enjoyed seeing the naive expressions of these new students who had never seen much of the world. Just as he was about to enter the dormitory, he saw 3 dark shadows flash past him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Guan Yifei and her 2 companions had rushed into the courtyard first. Hua Lingfeng was taken aback, and his expression suddenly changed. This is bad. These 3 girls are up to no good. He hurriedly rushed forward to stop them, but it was already too late. All students below the mid-stage of the transformation realm came out. The dean is giving out free purple orchids. Guan Yifei and her 2 companions cupped their hands around their mouths and shouted loudly into the courtyard. Hua Lingfeng rushed in and suddenly came to a screeching halt, stumbling as he did so. What? The dean is giving out purple orchids? No way, I must have misheard. Oh my, is this really happening? The dean finally had a conscience. Lights began to flicker on in the 2 layers of dormitories, and students hurriedly opened their doors. Some male students even rushing out in just shorts, not even fully dressed, leaning over the railing in disbelief as they looked towards the courtyard entrance. It's over. It's really over. Seeing those students acting like they were on adrenaline, Hua Lingfeng despaired as he rolled his eyes. His wallet was definitely not going to survive this. When Guan Yifei and her companions saw his desperate expression, they couldn't help but smirk. They knew very well what kind of person the dean was, usually so stingy. Yet this time he was being extravagant enough to buy all of Su Mu's purple orchids. They felt something was off. Oh man, now that we shout. No matter what tricks you use, it won't work. Guan Yifei confidently looked at Hua Lingfeng, knowing that the tens of thousands of silver coins plus over 100 credits were as good as in their pockets. Mentor Guan, what'd you just say? The dean is really giving us purple orchids for free? Mentor Yu, we didn't mishear, did we? The older students rushed down to Guan Yifei and her companions, all with incredulous expressions. Of course, this time we won first place in the new student welfare, which made the dean extremely happy. So he has to distribute benefits to everyone. Dean, right? Guan Yifei smiled and turned to look at Hua Lingfeng, who could only pinch his nose and reluctantly admit it. There was no way around it. He had been set up by these 3 girls. What? We won first place? 3 mentors? How is that possible? It's the middle of the night. You can't be joking with us. When the older students heard that their 5th academy had actually won first place in the new student welfare, their reactions were even more intense. In their memories, the 5th academy had never won first place before. I'm not kidding you. The credit for us winning first place goes entirely to him, Guan Yifei proudly announced, pointing at Sumo. His name is Su Mu, the first-place student of this year's new students. He comprehended sword intent at a young age and even killed a transformation realm expert before coming here. Hiss! The older students looked at Su Mu, all gasping in shock, their eyes filled with astonishment. So young, to be this powerful at such a young age, what a prodigy. Our fifth academy is going to thrive. After the older students marveled, they became excited and rushed towards Su Mu. Hello, Junior. My name is Wang Renjia. Just call me Brother Jia from now on. Junior, you're so young and already this impressive. How did you cultivate? Junior, you're so handsome. Do you have a partner? How about me, your senior sister? Watching the overly enthusiastic seniors, Su Mu felt stiff, especially as their comments became more and more outrageous. Why were they even asking about life matters? Standing to the side, Huang Yun's face visibly darkened. All right, save the enthusiasm for later. All your purple orchids are in Su Mu's hands. It wasn't until Guan Yifei came over that she helped Su Mu out of the awkward situation. The older students retreated, all looking at Su Mu with shock and curiosity, especially those female students whose eyes were practically glowing with excitement as they stared at Su Mu, making him lower his head in silence. Sumu, let us take out the purple orchids and distribute them to everyone. Guan Yifei smiled and said, and Su Mu unpacked his bundle, keeping 3 for himself before handing the rest to Guan Yifei. Hiss, so many. The older students saw a full bundle of purple orchids and gasped once more, their eyes lighting up, forgetting their shock. Quick! Guan Yifei exchanged glances with Tian Yuyue, and the 3 of them swiftly divided the purple orchids into 3 portions to distribute to the older students in need. Hey! Hua Lingfeng was dumbfounded. Raising his hand in pain, he felt like his heart was bleeding. That was 110,000 silver coins, plus 10 credits awarded to Su Mu, totaling over 101. 5 credits. Just like that, it was gone. Thank you, mentors. Thank you, mentors. The older students, having received their long-desired purple orchids, expressed their gratitude excitedly. Don't thank us. You should thank Su Mu and the dean. Guan Yifei said cheerfully, not seeking credit for herself. Thank you, Junior. Thank you, Dean. The older students' voices of gratitude echoed. But for Hua Lingfeng, the pain in his heart only grew. Mr. Guan, I also have 10 extra purple orchids. At this moment, Wei Zhua smiled brightly as he took out 10 purple orchids, already envisioning the 6,000 silver coins and 5 credits beckoning to him. 3 mentors. I also have 3 extra purple orchids. Huang Yun stepped forward as well, holding out her 3 purple orchids. Hua Lingfeng watched as the 13 extra purple orchids appeared, clutching his chest as he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 49. Different treatment, all right. Let us have them all. Seeing that Wei Zhua and Huang Yun were willing to part with their purple orchids, Guan Yifei and her companions were naturally pleased. In an entire 5th academy, there were far too many who had never used purple orchids, and even 300 purple orchids could be fully utilized. After handing over the purple orchids, Wei Zhua excitedly rubbed his palms together and turned to look at Hua Lingfeng, his eyes sparkling with dollar signs. Huang Yun didn't react much, as she only had these 3. Dean, it's already so late. Su Mu and the others have been on the go and have worked hard for the honor of the 5th academy. They need to rest. After distributing the purple orchids, Guan Yifei said to Hua Lingfeng. Upon hearing this, Hua Lingfeng let out a cold snort, clearly urging him to hurry up and pay Su Mu. Am I really going to delay my students' money? He scoffed at Guan Yifei's words, but raised his hand to reach into his pocket. Yet he took a long time to pull anything out. Dean, Guan Yifei crossed her arms and glared at Hua Lingfeng, displeased. Are you still trying to renege on the debt at this point? Tian Yuyue and her companion also stepped forward, eyeing Hua Lingfeng with ill intent. If you don't give it now, don't blame us for taking matters into our own hands. Hua Lingfeng's lips twitched. He steeled his heart and could only take out a gold card to hand to Su Mu. Here is a total of 110,000 silver coins. The gold card is a universal card issued by the Empire, backed by the Empire's credit. When the amount is large, transactions are generally made directly with a gold card. and transfers can also be made directly between gold cards, which is very convenient. Thank you, Dean. Sumu received the gold card with a beaming smile. This was truly the first large sum of money he had ever received. Huh. Sumu's smile suddenly froze. The gold card was gripped tightly by the dean, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't take it back. Shameless old man. Slap. Guan Yifei immediately raised her eyebrows and went up to slap Hua Lingfeng's hand, causing him to wince and let go. You dare hit the dean. Hua Lingfeng rubbed his hand in pain and glared at Guan Yifei, but his gaze was still fixed on that gold card, feeling heartache. Guan Yifei snorted coldly, too lazy to speak. Sigh, Sumu, hand over your school badge. While Hua Lingfeng was lamenting his lost fortune, he could only resign himself to fate. Sumu handed over his school badge, and the dean took out his dean's token. When the two touched, the school badge was returned to Sumu. When Sumu took back his school badge, he saw that it now had an imprint. 102. 102 credits. The dean was quite generous with the credits, directly compensating with a whole number. This is enough to visit the chaotic wind tunnel 10 times. Dean, seeing Sumu earning a fortune, Weizhua looked eagerly at Hua Lingfeng. Dean, what about my money and credits? Hua Lingfeng was instantly irritated by Weizhua's impatience for money and casually threw a pouch of coins at him, very straightforwardly. Bring the school badge. You bring your school badge too. He also tossed a pouch of coins to Huang Yiyun, took their school badges, and credited them. Weizhua excitedly received his school badge, but his expression froze when he saw the number on it. He quickly opened the pouch, and it was filled with shiny gold coins, but looking at these coins, his expression completely changed as he took them out and counted them repeatedly. Dean, this amount is wrong. Weizhua looked up at the dean in a daze. Not only was he short on credits, but he also had half the money. What's wrong? Count it carefully, Hua Lingfeng said coldly, his face stern as he looked at him. Weizhua's eyes twitched. He had counted 3 times, and it was just 30 gold coins. Shouldn't it be 6,000 silver coins, which would be 60 gold coins? I was buying at the normal price. In an instant, Weizhua understood. His mouth agape as he looked at Hua Lingfeng, feeling foolish. After all this, he hadn't earned anything, and he only got 3 credits, and a third of those credits were directly deducted. Dean, you can't do this. Weizhua glanced at Sumu, crying out, you can't be so unfair. If you don't want to sell, then go get the purple orchids back and return my money, Hua Lingfeng said coldly, snorting as he waved his sleeve, turning to leave. Watching Hua Lingfeng's back, Weizhua was almost in tears, but there was nothing he could do against the dean's strong-arm tactics. What good would it do to not sell? Huang Yiyun received 9 gold coins and 1 credit, feeling no significant disparity. As long as Sumu earned, she was fine. All right, it's late. I'm going to assign dormitories. Guan Yifei smiled as she spoke, raising an eyebrow at Sumu. How about it? Did your sister do well? Seeing Guan Yifei giving him a look, Sumu couldn't help but smile, raising a hand to touch his forehead. Guan Yifei's smile immediately vanished as she shot him an angry glance before turning away. Male students come with me, female students follow Minnerguan. Tian Yu led Sumu and 30 male students toward the dormitory on the left, while Huang Yun took 18 female students to the dormitory on the right. The dormitory was arranged with males on the left and females on the right. On normal days, don't sneak into the female dormitory. If caught, it will be heavily punished. Tian Yu was explaining the rules in front, and the new students couldn't help but turn a look at the female dormitory, their eyes shining. The dormitory in the middle is where the 3 of us mentors live. If there's an emergency, just call out. Hearing this, the male students' eyes sparkled even brighter. They could live with 3 beautiful mentors? How happy is that? Is this the benefit of joining the 5th Academy? Mentor Yu, are there only the 3 of you in the 5th Academy? Sumu detected something unusual and asked. Yes, there are currently only the 3 of us, but we believe that in the future, there will definitely be more mentors. Tian Yu paused, turning to nod at Sumu. It was a pity that in such a large 5th Academy, there were only 3 mentors, but no one was willing to come. However, she believed that with Sumu around, the 5th Academy would surely thrive in the future, and more mentors would be willing to come and teach. The new students were originally supposed to stay on the 1st floor, but due to many vacancies in the 5th Academy dormitory, Tian Yu decided to arrange all of Sumu's group on the 2nd floor. Senior, I'm going to rest. After the new students respectfully greeted Su Mu and went inside, Su Mu was aware that without him, they wouldn't be where they were now. They all remembered this kindness. Senior, I'm also going to rest. You should get some rest early. Su Mu nodded to each new student until only he and Wei Zhua were left. Their dormitory was arranged at the very back, which was also closest to the mentors' dormitories, a kind of care for them. Wei Zhua, you stay in this dormitory. Wei Zhua nodded, opened the dormitory door, and went in without a word. He wouldn't acknowledge Su Mu as a senior. Su Mu only smiled faintly, not caring. Su Mu, you stay here. Mentor Guan's dormitory is right across from you. Tian Yu smiled meaningfully, pointing to a dormitory diagonally across. Mentor Yu, I'm going to rest first. Su Mu smirked, opened the dormitory door, and went in. The dormitory was a double room, with 2 beds and basic living supplies for 2. This was the advantage of the 5th Academy's dwindling talent. Basically, everyone could enjoy an independent dormitory. Su Mu sat cross-legged on the bed and immediately took out 3 purple orchids. I hope this can help me break through a realm. 3 purple orchids could help an ordinary cultivator increase a realm, but he possessed the sword vein and a supreme-level life palace. Whether these 3 purple orchids could help him increase a realm was truly uncertain. Chapter 50, Gathering, Leaderboard. 1 purple orchid went down, and the taste was sweeter than he had imagined, requiring little chewing, just like a hint of honey sliding down his throat. Not bad. Umph. Just as Su Mu was admiring the taste of the purple orchid, he suddenly felt a massive force erupting within him, like a prehistoric beast, crashing wildly against all his meridians. In other rooms, all the new students were awake, not resting, all consuming purple orchids to enhance their cultivation. They all had pained expressions, and some even cried out in agony from the unbearable pain. In contrast, Su Mu's expression barely changed, compared to having his dantian dug out or opening his sword vein. This was nothing. 2 drops of essence liquid had condensed. After refining 1 purple orchid, Su Mu frowned slightly. One only produced 2 drops. To break through a realm with 3 purple orchids was simply impossible. I really made full use of the purple orchids. All the medicinal effects have been absorbed. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Because of the sword vein, he didn't waste a single bit of the purple orchid's medicinal effects. Others would waste at least 30 to 40%. However, even with so much waste, others could still break through a realm. But he could only condense 2 drops of essence liquid. It truly left him unsure whether to laugh or cry, continuing to consume the purple orchids. He condensed 2 more drops. By the 3rd purple orchid, the effect began to diminish, only condensing 1.5 drops. With only 68.5 drops, I'm still 1.5 drops away from breaking through to the 8th level of the Life Palace. Su Mu opened his eyes, shaking his head with a wry smile. After completely refining the purple orchids, he had only condensed 5.5 drops of essence liquid. The extra 3 drops were still due to the new student benefits. I should take a shower first. I'll go check out the chaotic wind tunnel tomorrow. Su Mu looked at the dirt all over his body and couldn't help but want to pinch his nose. This was the second benefit of the purple orchids. They could wash the meridians and eliminate the impurities in the body's meridians, laying a solid foundation for breaking through to the rebirth realm. This is also why the mentors from the first 4 academies were willing to shamelessly come to buy purple orchids. Missing out on this could mean losing a year or 2. If they couldn't find something similar to wash the meridians in the future, it would be like falling behind others for a lifetime. The dormitory had a matching bathing area with ample hot water supply, making it very convenient. The governor's study was located in a palace at the core of the martial government. The deputy governor sat comfortably in the study. After the governor left, he took over all the governor's responsibilities, and the governor's study became his personal space, which made him very comfortable. To have recruited such a monstrous genius, the 5th Academy is really lucky. The deputy governor murmured, shaking his head secretly. That kind of monstrous talent was actually snatched away by the 5th Academy. The first 4 academies really were too disappointing. Deputy Governor. The door was pushed open, and the deans of the first 4 academies walked into the study. The deputy governor frowned, looking at the 4 deans with a puzzled expression. What do they possibly want from him so late? Deputy Master. The 5 institutes are truly too arrogant this time. You must punish them. Seeing the four deans filled with righteous indignation, the deputy master frowned. If you can't match them, just admit defeat. What is the point of coming to me to complain? Deputy master, you don't know, the 5 institutes have gone too far this time. The 4 deans poured out their grievances to the deputy master, whose frown deepened, forming a crease in his forehead, and anger began to rise in his eyes. The 5 institutes have indeed gone too far. A trash fate palace actually made us miss out on a dual-life palace genius. Especially recalling his previous goodwill towards Sumu, the deputy master's anger intensified. A useless trash from a garbage fate palace is worthy of his attention? All right, you can all go now. He waved his hand, stating that no matter how much they complained, as the deputy master, he must be fair and could not target the 5 institutes just because of these matters. The 4 deans stared wide-eyed. Go down? So they had wasted their breath for nothing? They exchanged glances, gritting their teeth in frustration. Are they just going to let the 5 institutes continue to be so carefree? They had a premonition that this was just the beginning. The 5 institutes would eventually ride over their heads. This threat must be extinguished early. Deputy Master, that Sumu seems to be Huang Junru's fiancé. The dean of the first institute's eyes flickered as he cupped his fist to the deputy master. What did you say? The deputy master's expression changed immediately, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. The next day, comfortable, Sumu opened the door, and the morning sun shone on him. He couldn't help but stretch, although he hadn't broken through to the 8th level of the Fate Palace realm. The effect of cleansing the marrow had made him feel much lighter. Brother, Huang Yan happened to come out at that moment and greeted Sumu happily. Sumu smiled and nodded, sizing up Huang Yun, noticing that her aura was stronger than yesterday, indicating she had broken through a realm. He couldn't help but shake his head and sighed as he turned to go downstairs. The respected Fate Palace realm is too difficult to break through. If his inner thoughts were heard by others, they would surely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. You complain about the difficulty of breaking through the respected Fate Palace? You look down on the lower Fate Palace, making it impossible for anyone to live. Brother, where are you going? Are you going to the Chaotic Wind Cave? Huang Yun bounced down the stairs and immediately asked Sumu. Sumu nodded, noticing that the other female freshmen were also coming down, and couldn't help but ask, what about you? Where do you plan to go? We're just going to wander around for a bit. Classes at the Martial Academy don't start for another 3 days. So we plan to familiarize ourselves with the Martial Academy in these 3 days. Huh? After Huang Yun finished speaking, she suddenly looked at Sumu in surprise and exclaimed, Brother, you haven't broken through? Sumu nodded helplessly. Seeing this, Huang Yun hurriedly said, Brother, others can break through a realm with 3 purple orchids, yet you can't. I said your Fate Palace must be very strong. Sumu was astonished. You noticed that? Sumu, it seems I can surpass you soon. Weijue came downstairs and saw that Sumu's aura had strengthened, instantly regaining his arrogance. Let us talk about it when you surpass me. Sumu replied lightly. Having been defeated by him so many times, he still doesn't learn his lesson. Weijue snorted coldly. Then his expression turned serious as he solemnly asked, Sumu, did you receive the invitation letter? Invitation letter? Sumu shook his head. What invitation letter? Damn, those bastards. Seeing that Sumu hadn't received an invitation letter, Weijue gritted his teeth in anger. Before classes start, there will be a gathering among the freshmen, and the invitations are sent to all top talents. The gathering will not only have freshmen attending, but also senior talents, which can promote exchanges and help meet many people. Damn it, how could neither of us be invited? Seeing Weijue was so furious, Sumu merely shook his head slightly. The top 4 institutes have always looked down on the 5 institutes. Attending the kind of gathering would be meaningless. There is one more thing. Seeing that Sumu wasn't angry at all, Weijue shook his head helplessly and continued. After classes start at the Martial Academy, rankings will be released, and both batches of students will undergo a comprehensive ranking. The top 10 will receive credit rewards. Oh, Sumu raised his eyebrows, immediately becoming interested. Credits are certainly never too many. The student ranked 10th on the freshman list can receive 1 credit every month. The 9th can receive 2 credits, and so on. The first place can receive 10 credits every month. So many. My brother is guaranteed 10 credits. Huang Yun exclaimed. looking at Su Mu with a beaming smile. First place among freshmen is definitely him, without a doubt. You're thinking too much. Wei Zhu's expression became serious. It would be great if it were that simple. The two lists are comprehensive rankings, not based solely on strength. Wei Zhu shook his head, and Huang Yiyun's brows furrowed. The strength should still account for a large portion, right? It will account for a considerable portion. Let us wait for the rankings to be released before discussing it. Wei Zhu shook his head again, saying too much about this was pointless, and they could only leave it to fate. The most unstable factor was Su Mu's trash fate palace. Aren't there 3 batches of students? Why are there only 2 batches? Su Mu frowned and asked. The Martial Academy has always recruited 3 batches of students. They graduate after 6 years. What about the 3rd batch? The 3rd batch of students is rarely seen, and they no longer have departmental distinctions. As for what they are doing and where they are, it's unclear. Su Mu nodded. As a freshman, it was already impressive for Wei Zhu to know so much. I'm going to the Chaotic Wind Cave. Want to join? Upon hearing Su Mu's invitation, Wei Zhu's face immediately darkened, and he huffed before walking away. Su Mu turned to look at Huang Yun. What was that about? Brother, weren't you intentionally trying to hit him? Seeing Su Mu's confused expression, Huang Yun couldn't help but smile. It takes 10 credits to go to the Chaotic Wind Cave, and he only has 3 credits. How could he go? Is that so? Su Mu awkwardly touched his nose. He thought Wei Zhu's arrogance was due to having earned credits from somewhere, but it seems he was overthinking it. Brother, I'm going to hang out with my sisters first. The female freshmen who went downstairs have been waiting for a while, and Huang Yiyun waved to Su Mu before joining them. Su Mu nodded and headed towards the Chaotic Wind Cave alone, watching Su Mu's back. The female freshman looked at Huang Yiyun with envy. I wish I had a brother like that. So I also wish so. It's a pity I don't have such luck. Yiyun, is he your real brother? One girl asked. Huang Yiyun shook her head. Not a real one. A cousin? The girl's eyes lit up and asked again, but Huang Yiyun still shook her head. Not even a cousin? Yiyun, shouldn't you seize the opportunity? Are you going to let someone else take your brother away? The girl immediately made a teasing expression towards Huang Yiyun. Yiyun, your brother's so amazing. You don't know how many people are watching him. This world is deep. If you don't seize the opportunity, let me handle it. I'll definitely grab hold of him tightly. Just as Huang Yun was about to explain, another girl chimed in with a sly smile. You all deserve a beating. After leaving the dormitory, Su Mu casually asked someone for directions to the Chaotic Wind Cave. The Martial Academy is vast, and the Chaotic Wind Cave is located on a hillside in the southeast direction of the academy. The hillside is lush with greenery, but the most eye-catching feature is a cave halfway up the slope, from which strong winds continuously blow. This is the famous Chaotic Wind Cave of the Martial Academy. Many people stood on both sides of the Chaotic Wind Cave, gazing into the distance. They're coming. Upon spotting a figure, these people immediately lined up in front of the Chaotic Wind Cave. So many people. Su Mu walked up the slope and saw the long line in front of the Chaotic Wind Cave, frowning slightly. Without thinking much, he joined the line. Seeing Su Mu patiently waiting at the back, those in front couldn't help but smirk, thinking they'd never let him in. After a while of waiting, Su Mu noticed something was off. He saw that none of the people in front had entered. Upon closer inspection, he recognized many familiar faces. They were all from the top 4 institutes. His expression darkened. 2/3 of them were seniors from the top 4 institutes, and 1/3 were freshmen. These people must have targeted him, thinking he would come to the Chaotic Wind Tunnel, deliberately looking for trouble. Are you guys that bored? Su Mu's gaze turned cold. They were just full and looking for trouble using such lowly and despicable means against him. We're just idle. What does it have to do with you? The people in front turned arrogantly to look at Su Mu, thinking they could just let it go without getting a single purple orchid. Oh, how come his aura hasn't strengthened at all? Could it be because of his trash life palace, that he can't even improve a single realm with 3 purple orchids? Some new students felt that Su Mu's aura was similar to yesterday's and immediately began to mock him. It really is a trash life palace. The others looked down on him. How could such trash have taken first place? What a disgrace. However, this meant they had nothing to fear from Su Mu. He posed no future threat to them. No, he had no future at all. Such a useless person wouldn't be valued by the Martial House. So they could bully him at will. Su Mu, Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Didn't you say you comprehended sword intent and could even kill those in the transcendence realm? An older student stepped forward arrogantly, his eyes filled with disdain. Since it was confirmed that Su Mu was truly from a trash life palace, then killing those in the transcendence realm was just a rumor. I just broke through to the transcendence realm. As long as you can withstand 3 of my moves, I will let you in. You think of yourself as my father? Su Mu said coldly. Upon hearing this, the older student instantly became furious. How dare this trash lecture him? I am your father, the older student roared, throwing a punch directly at Su Mu's face. A killing intent rose in Su Mu's eyes. He had lost his parents at a young age, and his parents could not be humiliated. Clenching his fists tightly, he met the older student's punch head-on. Bang! Su Mu's clothes flackered, and his whole body sank down a bit. Hiss! A pained expression appeared on the older student's face, a look of horror flashing in his eyes. His punch was actually so powerful. Didn't he comprehend sword intent? How could his punch be so fierce? No one dares to insult my father. You lost, and you have to kneel and apologize, Su Mu said coldly, directly sweeping a whip kick towards the older student's waist. The older student changed color and quickly retreated to dodge the strike. Zone. The older student stabilized himself, looking at Su Mu with rising hostility. If he couldn't defeat a trash life palace student, he would have no face left in the martial house. If you can withstand 3 moves, I will call you father. 9 turning blade. The older student drew the big knife from his back and swung it at Su Mu. I'm going all out. The others fell a shock. He was using all his strength for this second move. It seemed he had suffered in the previous punch. The 9 turning blade's power can stack multiple times. After 9 slashes, its power can reach its peak, making it a very powerful yellow-tier combat skill. An older student closely watched the older student's move and explained. So powerful? The new students gasped, looking at Su Mu with growing excitement. Now Su Mu would either be dead or severely injured. How dare he prevent us from getting the purple orchids? Could he still have a good day? Clang! Su Mu drew his sword, having killed even seasoned Transcendence Realm fighters. A newly broken through Transcendence Realm fighter posed no significant threat to him. Impassable sword art. Redemption. Ding. The clash of swords and blades sparked a series of fiery explosions. The first strike was evenly matched. Second turn. The older student roared in his heart, retracting the big knife, spinning it above his head, and striking fiercely again. Coming into the world, the small sword in the sword vein began to spin wildly, sword intent surging out. Clang! Buzz! The older student's expression changed. The powerful force sent him flying, his big knife vibrating in his hand, emitting a mournful cry. Hiss! The older student gritted his teeth, gasping for air, his hand trembling on the knife, a trace of blood trickling down the handle. With one strike, his tiger's mouth was shattered. He really comprehended sword intent. So what if he comprehended sword intent? He couldn't possibly win against me. Third turn. The older student's expression grew increasingly ferocious, his whole body spinning with the big knife. The power stacking again, violently charging at Su Mu. Chapter 52, Call Father. Coming into the world. A fierce light flashed in Su Mu's eyes. He continued to use the second form of the impassable sword art. The third form was too much of a burden for him, and with his comprehension of sword intent, he didn't need to use the return to origin. Kneel. Clang. No matter how many turns, under the sword intent, they all must bow down. Oof. Su Mu's sword cleaved down, directly pressing the older student's big knife onto his shoulder. The older student, face flushed, struggled to hold the big knife, but still couldn't resist. Bang! Blood began to flow from the corner of the older student's mouth, and even though he bit down on his teeth until they shattered, he could only kneel on one foot. You lost. Didn't you say that if you lost, you would call me father? Call it. Su Mu's eyes shot out a cold light as he shouted. Call your mother. The older student roared, struggling to get up. Call it. Su Mu's eyes revealed a fierce light. How dare he insult him? With a shake of his hand, the older student's other leg also knelt to the ground, and the big knife was pressed deep into the older student's shoulder. The older student's heart tightened, roaring as he violently slammed his head to the right. The big knife swinging towards Su Mu's legs. Sumu immediately retreated to dodge, simultaneously swinging a sword towards the older student's neck. So ruthless. The watching older and new students focused, their hearts shocked. If this sword landed, it would be a severed head. Gee! A lock of hair fell to the ground, and the older student, in a mess, rolled several feet away, lying on the ground and looking at the lock of hair that had fallen. Seeing his disheveled short hair in front of his eyes, he swallowed nervously. Just a little more, and he would have lost his head. Fortunately, it only cut off his hair. Gulp! The scene fell silent. Only the sound of swallowing could be heard. Those older and new students stared blankly at Sumu, a life palace realm of 7, nearly killing a transcendence realm fighter. Is this really what a trash life palace can accomplish? Even if he is from a trash life palace, with just the sword intent, he could hold a place among the geniuses. That older student was too weak. The older student was shocked, while the new students were more in disbelief. They couldn't accept that Sumu had truly surpassed them, instead blaming the older student for being too weak. The defeated older student turned abruptly to stare at the new students, his expression gradually turning savage. He is too weak. Bang! He slammed his palm on the ground, jumping up to stand still, glaring at Sumu as the big knife swung up again. I haven't even truly unleashed the power of the 9-turning blade. Once its power stacks, he will cry out for his father and mother. 3 moves have passed. You have already lost. Sumu frowned and said coldly, I lost. You think you could defeat me with that? The older student sneered, contempt in his eyes, thinking he could trust him to keep his promise. It seems he can't hold on any longer. Hey, Sumu smiled coldly. It seems it's impossible to expect such a rogue to keep his promise. Then I have already given you a chance. Impassable sword art. Return to origin. The sharp sword in his hand drew a semicircle, and dozens of transparent sharp swords appeared in front of him. The sword intent sharp. The older student saw those transparent swords, his face involuntarily twitching. The sword intent was already stabbing at his face. Gulp! He couldn't help but swallow. A chilling feeling starting to creep in. How could I, a dignified Transcendence Realm fighter, who has been in the martial house for 2 years, possibly lose to a new student? 9-turning blade. The older student roared, swinging the big knife, continuously spinning it above his head. 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns. The power stacked layer upon layer. Even without relying on 9 clashes to accumulate power, he could accumulate power on his own for 9 times. Even if this power was relatively weaker, he firmly believed this move could definitely defeat Sumu and restore his dignity. Clang, clang, clang. Watching the older student charge forward, the power stacking layer by layer, Sumu's sword turned, and the dozens of transparent swords in front of him rushed into the sword. Clang! A sword cleaved down, and a sound of breaking echoed. The sword in Sumu's hand was directly severed. It's broken, haha. The senior student was extremely delighted upon seeing this, a proud smile appearing in his eyes. This big knife was something he had meticulously crafted over 2 years since joining the martial arts academy, reaching the level of a low-grade spirit weapon, surpassing ordinary weapons by an entire grade. It was not something your useless weapon could compare to. It was broken. The other seniors and freshmen were taken aback, and then their lips curled into sinister smiles. Now that the weapon was gone, no matter how powerful you were, you would have to lose. But the next moment, their smiles froze. They saw that even though Sumu's sword was broken, he was still attacking. With just the broken sword, it was impossible to injure that senior. What was he trying to do? The senior saw Sumu daring to strike down, and couldn't help but sneer. Did he think a broken sword could hurt him? Dream on. The big knife continued to slash downward, and if Sumu didn't stop, he might lose his hand. In the eyes of those onlookers, an arm flew up, followed by a heart-wrenching scream, blood splattering everywhere. But the seniors and freshmen couldn't laugh at all, staring at the scene before them as if they had seen a ghost. They saw that the one who lost an arm was actually that senior. How is this possible? How could his broken sword sever his arm? Especially the freshmen, looking at the broken sword in Sumu's hand, their faces turned pale, and they even trembled in fear. They watched helplessly as Sumu used the broken sword to cut off the senior's arm. But how could a broken sword sever a person's arm? It clearly didn't even touch that senior. It was sword intent. Suddenly, a senior nearby spat out 2 words, leaving several freshmen dumbfounded. Sword energy and sword light could already leave the sword body to cause considerable damage. Stronger sword intent directly compensated for the other half of the broken sword. The freshmen swallowed hard. Nevertheless, the sword intent was too terrifying. Sumu cast a cold glance at those seniors and freshmen, and they immediately retreated in fear. They didn't dare think of anything now. The power of Sumu's earlier strike left them with a strong psychological shadow. "Weren't you going to call me Dad? Go ahead." Sumu did not let the senior with the broken arm off the hook, but instead pointed at him with the broken sword and shouted, "Dad!" The senior was in unbearable pain, but feeling Sumu's killing intent, could only spit out the word Dad with humiliation from his teeth. "I don't have a rebellious son like you." Swish! Sumu retracted the broken sword, cursed, and then charged towards the chaotic wind cave. And no one dared to stop him. "Ah, bastard! Why did you let him in? Get revenge for me." The senior with the broken arm roared in anger as Sumu left, furious at the idiots around him. He lost an arm, and they didn't even think to help him get revenge? Hearing the roar, the other seniors jolted back to their senses, staring blankly at the chaotic wind cave before regaining their composure. "That brat doesn't dare fight us. Damn it, he actually scared us." The faces of the seniors turned dark in unison. The reason Sumu rushed into the chaotic wind cave so quickly was that he was afraid they would attack. Among them were those in the second and third levels of the transformation stage, and no matter how powerful Sumu was, he was just in the Life Palace stage, making it impossible for him to be their opponent. Upon realizing this, the senior with the broken arm spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. His call for Dad was truly in vain. "Quick, pick up his arm and take him to the medicine hall for treatment," one senior exclaimed, and immediately 2 freshmen rushed over. One carried the senior, while the other picked up the severed arm and headed towards the medicine hall. As long as they acted quickly, the arm could still be reattached, though it would never be as functional as before. "Sumu!" The seniors turned their heads to look at the chaotic wind cave, their eyes flashing with cold light, realizing they'd been tricked. "Seniors, let's go in and leave that bastard in the chaotic wind cave," one freshman said fiercely, but was met with the furious glare of the seniors. "Are you going to pay for the credits? Entering costs 10 credits per person. If all of us go in, it will cost hundreds of credits. If we had the ability to earn that many credits, we wouldn't have to buy the xylem flower. What should we do then? Are we just going to let him get away with injuring someone?" The remaining 3 freshmen had unwilling expressions on their faces. They had to make Sumu pay the price. Of course not. A senior in the 3rd level of the transformation stage looked at the chaotic wind cave with rising hostility. "We'll wait right here until he comes out. Unless he hides in there for the rest of his life. As soon as he comes out, it's his death sentence." Chapter 53. The Chaotic Wind Cave. Inside the chaotic wind cave, the howling wind roared, with no flying sand or stones, only bare rock walls. In here, anything without a foundation could not possibly survive. Swish! Swish! Sumu focused on the howling wind, progressing step by step with great difficulty, shielding his eyes with his left hand. He couldn't open his eyes now, or he would be blinded by the fierce wind. After half an hour, Sumu had only advanced 2 zhang in the chaotic wind cave. What a great place for cultivation. Leaning against the wall, he unleashed his sword intent, digging his fingers into the rock wall to stabilize his position and take a moment to rest, but still dared not open his eyes. Half a drop of primordial liquid had already condensed. This was only half an hour, equivalent to 10 days of cultivation outside. There are 3 days until classes start. If I stay here for 3 days, even if those people are blocking the entrance, they will never be able to come in or out. He rushed in because he couldn't defeat those in the 2nd and 3rd levels of the transformation stage. But if those people kept pursuing him, they would soon find out what it meant to pay the price. Continue advancing, braving the howling wind. He pressed on, and the wind grew even fiercer, posing a huge test for both his body and cultivation. By the time he reached 3 zhang, Sumu had to lean against the wall to move forward, using his sword intent to continuously leave finger marks on the wall. As the strength of the wind increased, the hardness of the rock wall ahead also increased, and Sumu's fingers were already bleeding. But the benefits were also very clear. He had successfully condensed 1.5 drops of primordial liquid, reaching 70 drops. He could break through to the 8th level of the Life Palace stage. His aura surged, and the breakthrough was as simple as eating and drinking, directly reaching the 8th level of the Life Palace stage. In 3 days, he might really break through to the 9th level of the Life Palace stage. Damn, it's been a whole day, and that brat still hasn't come out. Outside the chaotic wind cave, the seniors and freshmen waited until nightfall without seeing Sumu emerge, cursing in frustration for having wasted a whole day waiting. Senior, how long can one stay in the chaotic wind cave at most? A freshman asked uncertainly. If one could stay for a long time, would they have to guard this place forever? At most? A senior scoffed, glancing at him. If I threw you in, you probably wouldn't last half a day. The freshman's eyes twitched. He wasn't that pathetic, was he? Let me tell you, anyone below the transformation stage can only last a day at most. That senior coldly explained. It's not that I look down on you. With your 5th level of the Life Palace stage, lasting half a day would be impressive. Even someone at the 3rd level of the transformation stage can only last 2 days at most. Several freshmen listened, unable to help but gasp in shock. So the chaotic wind cave was so terrifying. So that brat Sumu could only stay in there until tomorrow at most? Yes, he will definitely come out tomorrow. I've been stuck here in this cold wind waiting for him. If he comes out, I'll skin him alive. The crowd complained and waited until dawn. Looking up at the sun already high in the sky, both seniors and freshmen frowned deeply. That guy still hasn't come out. Hiss. Can he really stay in there for so long? The freshmen couldn't believe it. It had already been over a day. Wasn't he had said that a day was the limit? Either he doesn't dare come out, or he is already dead inside. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. It would be best if he died in there, but they wanted to see him alive or dead. Yet no one was willing to spend 10 credits to go in and take a look. Senior Kong is here. Suddenly, a senior exclaimed, and everyone turned to look down the slope, where they saw a man in blue walking over, carrying 2 swords on his back, with sharp eagle-like eyes. Even from a distance, they could feel the fierce aura emanating from him. Senior Kong? A few new students swallowed hard. Just looking at the man in blue, they felt an inexplicable pressure. Kong Qing, a new student from the same cohort as them, had ranked among the top 15 in the new student benefits and specialized in swordsmanship. His cultivation had now far surpassed theirs, reaching the 6th level of the Transcendence realm. Hiss! A few new students gasped in shock. To directly surpass these senior students by at least 3 realms was truly terrifying, and he would soon be able to go there. Then, a senior spoke in a deep voice, and the new students were suddenly taken aback. Where? What is that place? The group of seniors looked at them without explaining, as revealing it would not benefit them. They would know when the time was right. Seeing the seniors remain silent, the new students dared not ask further and turned to look at Kong Qing with curiosity. He specialized in swordsmanship. Had he already comprehended the sword intent? A new student asked, only to receive disdain from the seniors. Do you think sword intent is so easy to achieve? He has only comprehended the sword light up to now, just 1 step away from sword intent. But even so, he is invincible at the same level, overpowering those 1 rank above. So impressive. The new students couldn't help but exclaim, glancing back at the Chaos Wind Cave. Given this, it was no wonder that the previous senior lost to Sumu. Senior Kong. As Kong Qing approached, those seniors hurriedly surrounded him with flattering smiles. But Kong Qing didn't even glance at them. The seniors, however, felt no displeasure. If Kong Qing were to look at them one day, they would doubt whether he had set his sights on them. Senior Kong, last time you stayed in the Sevenjong area in front of the Chaos Wind Cave for a full 2 days, shocking the entire martial academy. Senior Kong, you are truly too strong. This year's first place must be yours. The seniors kept flattering him, and Kong Qing paused, looking at them. What is it? The seniors exchanged startled glances, then smiled flatteringly. Senior Kong, you truly have keen insight. We want you to enter and see if an 18 or 19-year-old boy has died inside. If he hasn't died, please teach him a good lesson. He injured our people from the 3rd Academy and has been hiding in the Chaos Wind Cave ever since. A cold light flashed in Kong Qing's eyes, and he nodded as he entered the Chaos Wind Cave, not asking for the reason. as if saying another word would waste his time. Done. The seniors exchanged excited glances. Whether Su Mu was dead in the Chaos Wind Cave or not, this was settled. Senior, he only stayed in there for 2 days? A new student, after watching Kong Qing enter the Chaos Wind Cave, asked in disbelief. Didn't they say a person at the 3rd level of the Transcendence Realm could stay in there for 2 days? Staying for 2 days is not the same concept. An old student rolled his eyes at him. You have never seen the world. A 3rd level Transcendence Realm person can only stay at the 3 zhang position for 2 days at most, and can only advance to 5 zhang at best. But Senior Kong can advance to 8 zhang, and can stay at the 7 zhang position for 2 days without moving. Inside the Chaos Wind Cave, Su Mu stood firm ahead, his clothes tattered by the fierce wind. He no longer needed to lean against the wall to stay still. His feet were planted like roots, unmoving. 3 days had passed. He had finally broken through to the 9th level of the Life Palace realm. He had been in the Chaos Wind Cave for a full 3 days, with the wild wind constantly raging against him. But he felt both pain and joy as his cultivation soared. This should be the 12 zhang position. I wonder how far typical students can advance. I should break through even higher. Su Mu raised his head to look ahead, even without opening his eyes. He exuded determination and challenge. Someone has entered. Sensing a presence, Su Mu tilted his head slightly, ignoring it as he continued forward. Chapter 54. Sword Intent, 3rd level. Kong Qing walked into the Chaos Wind Cave, feeling the familiar strong winds, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. I hope this time I can refine my sword intent, he thought. He was now only 1 step away from sword intent, but had always been unable to break through. This time, he must reach the 8 zhang distance and stay for a whole day. Talp, progressing with difficulty. His performance was much steadier than Su Mu's when he first entered. Though slow, his steps were steady. When he reached the 3 zhang position, Kong Qing stopped, bracing against the wind to hone his sword technique. Not enough, far from enough. A day later, Kong Qing chose to continue forward. The 3 zhang position was not nearly enough for him to achieve sword intent. He needed stronger pressure. But at the 7 zhang position, he might not even be able to wield his sword. Upon reaching the 7 zhang position, Kong Qing paused, began to draw the sword from his back. Here he could barely draw it. If he reached the 8 zhang position, let alone drawing the sword, just standing firm would be a feat. Someone ahead? Just as he was about to practice sword techniques, he sensed Su Mu's aura, startling Kong Qing. Under the influence of the fierce wind, his perception was severely weakened. Sensing an aura within 7 zhang was already the limit. Someone is at the 12 zhang position. Who is it? Could it be one of them? Only those few could reach over 10 zhang. But who exactly? Raising his hand to shield against the wind, he struggled to open his eyes, but still couldn't see clearly ahead, only barely making out a figure. He saw the person ahead seemingly glance back at him, then continue moving forward. It's really at 12 zhang. He's still advancing. Could he reach 13 zhang? Kong Qing was so shocked, he almost bit his tongue. He could only reach 8 zhang, and 10 zhang was a watershed. Only late-stage Transcendence Realm cultivators could reach that, while 13 zhang required a cultivation level of at least the Life Palace realm. Haven't the Life Palace realm students already gone there? They must want to try it out. Unbelievable, he focused tightly on the figure ahead, gradually becoming tense. He didn't know how long it had passed, but Su Mu finally managed to reach the 13 zhang position. At this position, the strength of the wind was at least twice as strong as at the 10 zhang position. It was unrealistic to stay here for long. At most, he could stay for a quarter of an hour, but it was an excellent place to practice swordsmanship. Su Mu thought to himself, the Chaos Wind Cave not only sharpens the body in cultivation, but is also a great place to refine swordsmanship. Practicing swordsmanship here is like practicing in water. It's even difficult to hold the sword. But if he could practice swordsmanship at this position for a quarter of an hour, his comprehension of sword intent would definitely deepen. The power of the unfathomable sword technique would rise again. Clang! As he drew the sword from his back, Su Mu was already out of breath just from the act of drawing it. Even the broken sword was almost blown away. Infatigable sword technique, crossing sang. Entering the world, returning to the sect. In the fierce wind, Su Mu struggled to execute the 3 forms of the unfathomable sword technique, his movements incredibly slow. At the 7-jong position, Kong Qing was completely stunned. He really reached the 13-jong position. He drew his sword, practicing swordsmanship. He was actually practicing swordsmanship. Seeing Su Mu draw his sword, Kong Qing's eyes almost popped out. That was the 13-jong position. The wind strength was at least 3 times stronger than here, capable of mercilessly blowing away boulders weighing over 1,000 pounds. It was difficult for him to draw his sword at the 7-jong position. That person not only drew his sword, but was also practicing swordsmanship at the 13-jong position. How terrifying! What sword technique is that? He greedily watched Su Mu practice swordsmanship. As a swordsman, his obsession with sword techniques surpassed everything. But after watching for a while, he was filled with more and more confusion because he couldn't understand it all. Then he saw Su Mu suddenly sheath his sword, facing forward. What does he want to do? Kong Qing was bewildered. At that moment, his mind started to short-circuit. Is he going to cleave through the wind? Thunder rumbled in his heart. This is impossible, absolutely impossible to do. Returning to the sect, Su Mu fiercely slashed forward, directly cleaving through the wind, and in an instant, the raging wind ceased to torment him. But this state lasted only a moment. The next second, the wind resumed its assault. Hiss! He really cleaved through it. Even if it was just for a moment, Kong Qing was already shocked to the point where his scalp tingled. How terrifying must the strength be to achieve that? It must be the Fate Palace realm. No, he is only at the 9th level of the Fate Palace realm. Feeling Su Mu's cultivation. It was as if a bomb had exploded in his mind, buzzing, not even at the Transcendence realm, yet able to advance to 13 Zhong, able to practice swordsmanship at 13 Zhong, and even split the raging wind? Is that still a human? That's simply a monster. It's the sword intent. He has comprehended the sword intent. Moments later, the incoming gale made him feel the power he had always yearned for. Kong Qing was stunned and ecstatic. He must have entered there as a senior student who has comprehended the sword intent. His cultivation must be a disguise. I must have that senior teach me. With his guidance, I will definitely be able to comprehend the sword intent. Kong Qing's heart raced, blood surged, making his face flush. He quickly stood obediently in place, waiting, firstly because he dared not disturb the senior's cultivation ahead, and secondly because he simply did not have the qualification to enter the area within the last 10 zhong. Su Mu was still practicing swordsmanship, completely unaware that another senior was waiting behind him. As expected, this is simply an excellent place to practice swordsmanship. Excited, his sword intent strengthened again. One could say it directly rose to a new level. Perhaps it won't be long before I can step into the second realm of sword intent, sword body. Sword intent is divided into 3 realms from shallow to deep. The first level is the ordinary sword intent. By comprehending the sword intent to a profound level, one can shape their whole body into an invincible sword, which is the sword body. After the sword body comes the third level of sword intent, sword heart. The sword heart is the true unity of man and sword, where all laws converge into one. However, to reach the sword heart, there is still a long way to go. With my current strength, I am absolutely capable of killing someone at the 3rd level of the Transcendence realm. As long as they are not top genius level experts at the 3rd level of the Transcendence realm, they cannot withstand my sword. It's time to go back. Having stayed here for 3 full days, remaining any longer would only be harmful to my cultivation. No matter how hard one cultivates, there must be a limit. P.S. out. Kong Qing saw Su Mu turn around, filled with excitement, and for a moment didn't know where to place his hands. He retreated to the 10 zhong position, and instantly the pressure lightened considerably. Su Mu opened his eyes and saw Kong Qing eagerly waiting for him, frowning slightly. Could he be waiting for me? But he doesn't even know that person. Senior. Su Mu walked over with uncertainty, and before Kong Qing could clearly see his appearance, he hurriedly clasped his fists in respect. Senior? Su Mu's eyes widened. At a glance, he could tell this was a senior student. But how had he become a senior? You have mistaken me for someone else. Shaking his head, he tried to walk past, but Kong Qing immediately blocked his way. Senior, I am Kong Qing, who has specialized in swordsmanship for many years but has yet to break through. I hope for your guidance so that I can achieve sword intent. I'm extremely grateful. Kong Qing's desire for sword intent had reached an unparalleled level, and after speaking, he even directly knelt down in prayer. Su Mu was moved. A man's knees are worth gold. It seemed that Kong Qing was indeed obsessed with the sword to a certain extent. Such people are often referred to as sword maniacs. Unable to refuse a sword maniac's request, but he really wasn't a senior. My sword intent is only a preliminary glimpse. I'm afraid I cannot guide you. After hesitating for a moment, it was better to refuse, lest he discover that he was just a new student, which would be awkward. Seeing Su Mu unwilling to agree, Kong Qing gritted his teeth and directly knocked his head down. Please, senior, grant me this. Absolutely not. Su Mu's expression changed, and he hurriedly went to help Kong Qing up. He was still young and didn't want to receive such a grand gesture. Senior, if you do not agree, I will not get up. Kong Qing, however, stubbornly continued to knock on the ground, not moving an inch no matter how Su Mu tried to assist him. After trying for a long time without success, Su Mu had no choice but to let go. He was truly impressed. Then, can you at least look up at me? Chapter 55, Sword Maniac. Kong Qing's eyes were fixed on the ground. He was now wondering why this senior wanted him to look up. Could it be that there was some reason for not agreeing? Was it someone I offended before? As soon as this thought arose, he dismissed it. If that were the case, he would have acted long ago, and his tone wouldn't have been like this. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but in the end, he chose to look up, and with that look, he was completely stunned. Not for any other reason, but because this senior looked too young. A new student? He spoke in disbelief. Even though he had sensed Su Mu's cultivation earlier, he never dared to think in the direction of a new student. Could a new student possess such strong strength? Could a new student walk to the 13 zhang position? Could a new student comprehend sword intent? The various impossibilities made him think that this senior was deliberately disguising his cultivation as the Fate Palace realm just to deceive others. Unexpectedly, he was truly a new student. Su Mu nodded. So now, do you still want me to teach you? Please guide me. A look of extreme conflict appeared on Kong Qing's face, but he continued to plead. Those who achieve are teachers, and as long as he could comprehend sword intent, he would spare no effort. Su Mu was astonished. He thought Kong Qing's first reaction would be anger, and he might even attack, but unexpectedly, he was still persistently pleading. Of course, he dared to stand here and was not afraid of Kong Qing's rage. The greatest opponent of a sword cultivator is another sword cultivator. Even if Kong Qing's cultivation surpassed him by a lot, he wouldn't be able to harm him in this chaotic wind cave. Clang! Suddenly, Kong Qing drew a sword from his back, and Su Mu almost thought he was going to attack. Instead, he looked at the treasured sword with reluctance, gritted his teeth, and handed it to Su Mu. This spiritual weapon took me 2 years to forge. Please teach me how to comprehend sword intent. A spiritual weapon. Su Mu's heart raced at the sight of the sword. Outside, he had been cut in half by that senior because his sword was too inferior. Although he had still managed to counterattack successfully, the importance of a good weapon was evident. Just this spiritual sword alone made it hard for him to refuse. All right. He took the sword back, discarded the broken sword, inserted the sword into its sheath, and nodded in agreement. As a fellow sword cultivator, he really could not refuse a swordman's request. Thank you, Junior. Thank you, Junior. Seeing Su Mu agree, Kong Qing was overjoyed and kept bowing. Please get up. Sword intent relies entirely on personal comprehension. Whether or not you can truly achieve sword intent depends on yourself. Once Kong Qing stood up, Su Mu's expression became serious. He raised his right hand, using sword intent to condense a small sword at his fingertips. Are you ready? Looking at Kong Qing, he knew that the fastest way to comprehend sword intent was through the power of sword intent. Kong Qing took a step back, nodded earnestly, and looked at the small sword in Su Mu's hand with endless desire. The sword intent had taken form. He was about to touch the sword body. He truly did not ask the wrong person. This was not merely a preliminary glimpse of sword intent. He was clearly on the verge of reaching the second realm of sword intent. Go! Su Mu waved his hand, and the small sword shot towards Kong Qing. Kong Qing let the small sword hit him without any defense. Buffed. No matter how strong his body was, in front of the sword intent, he was utterly fragile. The small sword pierced directly into his shoulder. Oof. Kong Qing let out a muffled groan, and the pain caused beads of sweat to break out on his forehead. He immediately circulated his power to prevent the small sword from exiting his shoulder. But in the next moment, he could no longer withstand it. Not allowing the small sword to exit, the small sword, being pure sword intent power, rampaged within him, wreaking havoc on his meridians. And a mouthful of bright red blood spurted out uncontrollably. Not daring to care for his injuries, he immediately sat down to comprehend the sword intent. Sumo looked on, shaking his head slightly. He was truly a madman, willing to risk his life to comprehend sword intent. Taking a step forward, he helped Kong Qing block the gale. At this seven-jong position, Kong Qing could be blown away at any moment. An hour later, Kong Qing opened his eyes, his gaze sharper than before. So soon? Su Mu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Did you comprehend it? Not yet. Kong Qing shook his head, turning to see Su Mu blocking the gale for him. A hint of gratitude welling up in his eyes. But it is no longer far from the sword intent. In less than half a month, I will be able to condense the true sword intent. Congratulations. Sumo smiled slightly. But Kong Qing shook his head and respectfully clasped his fists. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Teacher? Sumu was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly shook his head. He did not accept students, and besides, he was not a teacher. A teacher is different from a mentor. A mentor generally imparts some common knowledge, while a teacher truly passes on the teachings, resolving doubts, enlightening martial arts, and even pointing out the direction of martial arts. Therefore, being a teacher is not something just anyone can do. Today you helped me comprehend the sword intent, so you are my teacher. Before Su Mu could speak, Kong Qing firmly stated, once a teacher, always a teacher. Let's skip that. I'm not used to that identity. You can call me something else. Su Mu was equally resolute in his refusal. How could a senior call him teacher? That would attract unnecessary trouble. Seeing that Su Mu still refused, Kong Qing furrowed his brows, but he felt he had to listen to his teacher. After hesitating for a moment, he found a middle ground. In front of others, we can call each other brothers, but when it's just the two of us, we could be teacher and student. Kong Qing firmly stated this was his final bottom line. He had practiced the sword path all his life and had never submitted to anyone, but for Su Mu, he was completely convinced. From the small sword of sword intent earlier, he felt the profundity and essence of Su Mu's sword intent, which he had struggled to catch up to for years. Not only was he convinced, but he also wanted to continue learning the sword intent. Fine. Su Mu opened his mouth. He couldn't argue against Kong Qing. This sword fanatic, the obsession of a sword fanatic with the sword was evident, as long as he could get stronger in the sword path. Dignity and age didn't matter at all. Let's go outside. Kong Qing nodded. He was also eager to go out and close himself off to comprehend the sword intent. Teacher, wait a moment. Suddenly stopping in his tracks, he recalled something. Su Mu turned and looked at him in confusion. What other questions do you have? Teacher, did you injure an older student outside? Kong Qing hesitated to speak. He just remembered the matter entrusted to him by the older student outside. Since it was just him and the teacher in this chaotic wind cave, they must have been talking about the teacher. Su Mu frowned, then laughed in anger. They commissioned you to deal with me? After hesitating for a moment, Kong Qing nodded, but then quickly shook his head. The student would never dare to lay hands on the teacher. So, they're waiting outside now? Su Mu's gaze turned cold. Then he continued, seeing Kong Qing nod. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Did he really think he was easy to bully? Cutting off that older student's arm was just a warning. Now, if he acted, it wouldn't just be as simple as cutting off an arm. Teacher, wait. Seeing Su Mu turn to go out, Kong Qing hurriedly stepped up to stop him. What? Are you going to protect them? Su Mu looked at Kong Qing, displeased. Of course not. Kong Qing quickly shook his head, a hint of malice rising on his face as he looked outside the cave. If they were going to deal with you, teacher, then they are my enemies. How could those scoundrels make you dirty your hands? Let the student teach them a lesson. Su Mu raised an eyebrow and then nodded. Outside the chaotic wind cave, those older and newer students had been waiting in boredom. It had already been the third day. Looking at the full moon hanging high, the new students were wailing. They had waited 3 whole days just to deal with Su Mu. But now they were even more unwilling to leave. After waiting for 3 days without seeing anything, leaving would be too much of a loss. Don't worry. With Senior Kong inside, that kid has probably cooled down. An older student sneered, and the others nodded. Even if that bastard is dead, I still want to desecrate his corpse. Let me wait for 3 days for nothing. Even if he is dead, he won't have it easy. Kong. Senior Kong is coming out. Chapter 56. Are you questioning me? As those older and newer students were cursing, they saw Kong Ching walking out from the chaotic wind cave, and they immediately jumped in surprise. He finally came out. If they waited any longer, classes would start. Senior Kong, how was your harvest this time? Senior Kong, you must have stayed in a position above 8 zhong for 2 days. Senior Kong, a group of older students hurriedly approached, flattering him. But they actually wanted to ask how Su Mu was doing now. However, before they could finish their compliments, they saw Su Mu walking out from the chaotic wind cave. Except for his clothes being a bit tattered, he seemed completely unscathed. Su Mu, you're not dead. Those older students pointed at Su Mu as if they had seen a ghost, backing away in fright. He wasn't even in the Transcendence realm, and had stayed in there for 3 days. How terrifying. Senior Kong, how is he still alive? How did he come out in such good shape? Soon they discovered the most important question. Kong Ching had clearly gone in for 2 days. Why hadn't he taken care of Su Mu, or even harmed him in the slightest? Are you questioning me? Kong Ching looked up at the older students, his face gradually turning icy. The older students froze, their faces twitching irregularly before quickly turning into flattering smiles. Senior Kong, please don't be angry. We aren't questioning you. We just want to ask, are you questioning me? Kong Ching repeated the same sentence, the coldness on his face turning into hostility. What's going on? The older students were baffled. Their smiles were so sincere. How could it be considered questioning? Senior Kong, we really didn't mean it. We were. Are you questioning me? Kong Ching still repeated the same phrase, and the hostility on his face transformed into killing intent. Hey, the older students were nearly driven to madness. Didn't you understand human speech? They weren't questioning you. They had to say it several times. Who gave you the guts to question me? This time, without waiting for them to speak, Kong Ching roared and drew his sword, charging at them. The older students were directly startled and turned to run. Kong Ching was at the 6th level of the Transcendence realm and had comprehended the sword light. Why would they stay and fight? Were they looking for death? Has he gone mad? Did he lose his mind after one trip inside? What kind of sin have I committed? The older students complained as they ran. They hadn't done anything, so why were they suffering this unwarranted disaster? 7-star kill. The older students felt a chill down their spines, and when they looked back, they were terrified. Damn it, he even used combat skills. I haven't offended him. Has I? Does he want my life? My dear mother. The older students were nearly crying, desperately fleeing, filled with endless regret. Why did they provoke this madman? Bang, bang, bang. But no matter how fast they were, in Kong Ching's eyes, they were nothing. He quickly caught up to one, directly opening a bloody line on his back. Then in just a few moves, he knocked all the older students to the ground. However, Kong Ching showed no signs of stopping. He swung his sword and ruthlessly stabbed down at one person's palm. The heart-wrenching screams made the others wet their pants in fear. Too ruthless. Kong Ching, we haven't offended you. Why are you doing this to us? Kong King, aren't you afraid of punishment from the mentor for doing this? Why? Punishment? Kong Ching turned to the next person, and with one sword, pierced through that person's arm. Su Mu is my brother. If you want to harm him, or even take his life, why do you think I would deal with you? Kong Ching finally stated his reason. Hearing this, the older students were all dumbfounded. Even the injured ones stopped screaming, all turning to look at Su Mu in disbelief. When did he become your brother? Then they looked at Kong Ching in disbelief. When did Su Mu become your brother? Su Mu had only just arrived at the martial academy, and you had even promised them to deal with Su Mu before going in. How did he suddenly become your brother? Did they make a brotherhood inside? What had happened in there? Then, they seemed to understand something, but they couldn't make sense of it. Why would Su Mu become Kong Ching's brother? Was it just because of his garbage life palace? Then came another scream. Another person's arm was pierced. The remaining older students were utterly desperate. They understood that this time they were completely doomed. This time it's just to teach you a lesson. If you dare to touch my brother again, next time will be your end." The scene was filled with wails, but Kong Qing remained unmoved, only filled with killing intent and cold shouts. After dealing with those upperclassmen, Kong Qing turned to look at the trembling freshman huddled in the corner, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. In his view, freshmen were weak. But are those who like to bully others really considered weak? No, don't come over. When the freshmen saw Kong Qing approaching, they desperately wailed in despair, their faces pale. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Kong Qing reached them, several freshmen decisively knelt down before Su Mu, banging their heads heavily on the ground. Lord Sumo, we were wrong. We were wrong. Please have mercy on us. We want to dare again. Please spare us. They were smart, knowing that pleading with Kong Qing was useless. Only pleading with Su Mu gave them a chance. Sure enough, Kong Qing stopped and turned to look at Su Mu. Su Mu glanced at the freshman and sneered. It seemed they truly regarded him as a good person. As he walked over, the freshman immediately looked at him with pleading eyes, their foreheads already bleeding from banging them on the ground. I am the kind of person who does not offend others unless offended. Since you have offended me, you must pay the price, Su Mu said lightly. And as soon as the freshmen heard this, they saw darkness before their eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Su Mu swept his leg, directly kicking several freshmen away. The freshman crashed heavily against the chaotic cave wall, spitting blood and fainting. A beautiful kick. Kong Qing retracted his sword and applauded as he approached. This group of bullies, if they dare to have any improper thoughts next time, I'll chop them up. Forget it. Don't let a bunch of trash affect your mood, Kong Qing said, and suddenly his expression changed as if he remembered something. He took out a beautifully crafted invitation card from his pocket. Teacher, you're a freshman, right? You should have been invited to attend tonight's banquet. Let us go together. Kong Qing originally didn't want to attend, but when he thought that Su Mu might be invited, he immediately wanted to go. Su Mu glanced at the invitation and shook his head slightly, leaving Kong Qing momentarily stunned. There is no invitation for you, teacher. Upon saying this, anger rose on Kong Qing's face. That group of bastards, isn't this obviously bullying his teacher. It's okay. Teacher, you take this invitation to the banquet, and I'll go get another one. Saying this, Kong Qing stuffed the invitation into Su Mu's hand. I'm not going. I'm not interested. Su Mu shook his head. He really had no intention of going to such a banquet. First, there was no need to suffer, and second, it wasted his cultivation time. If you're not going, then I want to go either. Su Mu handed the invitation back, and without thinking, Kong Qing took the invitation back and tossed it away. If Su Mu was going, what was the point of him going? Su Mu raised an eyebrow. He really was a straightforward boy. Teacher, let us go. Su Mu nodded, and they walked down the slope together. I actually didn't want to attend in the first place. I kept the invitation just because the banquet always prepared some prizes for communication at the Martial Arts Academy. I heard that the best prize this time is a vial of some kind of soul recovery potion, though I don't know what it's for. As they walked, Kong Qing chatted nonstop, completely unlike the indifference he had shown to those upperclassmen 3 days ago. Soul Recovery Potion? Chapter 57. Teaching you how to be a person. What did you say? Su Mu suddenly stopped in his tracks, his face changing dramatically as he stared at Kong Qing. Kong Qing, being stared at, looked confused. Just this soul recovery potion. Where did you throw the invitation? Go pick it up quickly. Huh? Seeing Su Mu's sudden strong reaction, Kong Qing was a bit perplexed. Didn't you just say you weren't going? Why are you suddenly anxious for the invitation? Could it be that you want that soul recovery potion? But what is the use of that thing? You seem to have only heard about it from an apothecary. I'll go look for it. Not understanding what Su Mu wanted to do, Kong Qing still chose to go look for the invitation first. However, when he rushed back to the chaotic cave and looked around, he couldn't find the invitation anywhere. Where did I throw it? Kong Qing scratched his head. He had just tossed it casually, and if he had known, he wouldn't have thrown it or wouldn't have thrown it so far. Found it, over there. After searching for a while, he finally spotted the invitation, hurried over to pick it up, and wiped the dust off before handing it to Su Mu. Teacher. Su Mu took the invitation, and his heart couldn't contain his excitement. The mad immortal emperor had told him before that he urgently needed soul recovery pills and materials, or else he wouldn't be able to awaken next time. Now that there was a soul recovery potion, He would do everything he could to obtain it. The mad immortal emperor was definitely one of the most important people in his life. Without the mad immortal emperor, he might have already died from having his heart taken out. So he absolutely wouldn't let the last trace of the mad immortal emperor's soul vanish. I'm going to the banquet. All right, teacher, you go to the banquet and wait for me. I'll go get an invitation and find you right away. Kong Qing didn't ask why, just nodded repeatedly, then turned and left, fearing he would be late and miss the banquet. Sumu put the invitation into his pocket and turned to rush towards the dormitory of the 5 courtyards. He was too disheveled now. He needed to change clothes first. At the 5 courtyards dormitory, it was quiet at night, perhaps because classes were starting tomorrow, or perhaps because they were afraid to think about the banquet. Everyone had gone to bed early. After taking a shower in the dormitory, he set off with the invitation. The banquet was held on the first floor of the Wufu W in building. The W in building was used by the Wufu for various events. And the structure was clear, a 7-story pagoda-shaped palace. Su Mu casually inquired and quickly found the location of the banquet, arriving at the W in building in no time. Inside the W in building, the lights were bright, and the first floor hall was filled with various fruits and fine wines, with both freshmen and upperclassmen chatting happily. The banquet had already passed the halfway point. Su Mu walked to the front of the hall, and his gaze was immediately drawn to the center of the hall, where a 3-tiered pagoda was displayed. The first tier held a sword, the second tier held an ancient book, and the most eye-catching was the 3rd tier, which held a delicate jade bottle. That jade bottle should contain the soul recovery potion. There's still time. Su Mu was relieved to have arrived in time, when, just as he was about to step inside, a young man approached him, pointing at him in disbelief and shouting, "What are you doing here? Is this a place for you to come?" The young man was a freshman from the 2nd courtyard, and upon seeing Su Mu, his eyes flared with anger as he pointed at Su Mu and cursed loudly. "Get the hell out of here!" A cold glint flashed in Su Mu's eyes as he waited for the young man to rush over. He raised his hand and grabbed his finger, twisting it fiercely. Crack! The young man cried out in pain, almost kneeling down as his finger was broken. "Didn't your parents teach you that it's very impolite to point at someone? If they didn't teach you, then I'll teach you," Su Mu said coldly, kicking the young man in the knee. The young man knelt down in pain, but kneeling down hurt even more as Su Mu still held his finger. Su. The commotion instantly attracted the attention of many people in the hall, who turned to look at the entrance. Upon seeing Su Mu, the freshmen gasped in shock, and when they saw the kneeling young man, their anger flared, and they charged toward the entrance. "Su Mu, what are you doing here? Hurry up and get out. The banquet has never invited anyone from the 5 courtyards. You shameless thing. Who let you come? You even dare to hurt someone at the banquet. How lawless you are!" Su Mu coldly surveyed the crowd, and the insulting freshman immediately fell silent, recalling the fear of being dominated by Su Mu. "Su Mu, let go." The upperclassmen in the hall also came over shouting, "Su Mu, you are openly injuring people. Come with me to the disciplinary office." Some upperclassmen even directly confronted him. "To the disciplinary office?" Su Mu sneered, pulling on the young man's finger harder. "I came here," and he pointed at my nose to curse. "Isn't it right to teach him a lesson?" The faces of those upperclassmen darkened. They really couldn't argue against this reasoning. "Even so, you weren't invited to the banquet. You shouldn't be here. Yes, you haven't even invited the 5th Academy to the banquet. Yet you dare to come over with such shamelessness." With the backing of the seniors, those freshmen immediately became arrogant. They still want to crash the banquet? What a worthless life palace. Do they even deserve it? Su Mu raised his hand and tossed aside a freshman, walking up to the most boisterous one. "You, what do you want?" The freshman retreated in fear as Su Mu approached, and the seniors also exchanged glances, feeling a chill. "Open your eyes and see what this is." Su Mu pulled out an invitation from his pocket and directly threw it at the freshman's face. The freshman felt the sting on his cheek, caught the falling invitation, and upon opening it, his pupils constricted. An invitation? Where did he get an invitation? Who invited him? The crowd erupted into chaos, questioning each other, but clearly, none of them had sent an invitation to Su Mu. "Where did you steal this invitation from? Do you think stealing an invitation allows you to crash the banquet? If you don't explain clearly, I'll take you to the disciplinary office tonight and charge you with theft." The crowd refused to believe it and wouldn't acknowledge that a freshman from the Fifth Academy could attend the banquet. It was an insult to them, and they all denied the invitation. Su Mu frowned. If it weren't for the restorative potion, he wouldn't have bothered to come. I invited him. Do you have any objections? At that moment, a cold voice rang out, and the crowd's expressions changed instantly. Who had the audacity to go against them? Who dares to send an invitation to a waste from the Fifth Academy? It's me. Kong Qing walked in, his sharp gaze landing directly on the senior who had just been shouting, Kong, Senur Kong. The senior was terrified and immediately weakened at the sight of Kong Qing. What? Am I not qualified to send an invitation? Kong Qing approached the senior, questioning him fiercely. Kong, Senur Kong, The senior looked at Kong Qing, nearly kneeling. Kong Qing was definitely a terrifying figure among the second-year seniors. If it weren't for his obsession with the sword path hindering his cultivation, he would not have been just at the 6th level of the transformation stage. Slap. Did you not hear my question? Before he could finish, Kong Qing slapped him directly, causing the senior to fall to the ground, covering his reddened face, tears shimmering in his eyes. It was not just because of the pain, but more from humiliation. Do you think I lack the qualification to send an invitation? After hitting him, Kong Qing turned to the crowd and coldly shouted. The crowd swallowed hard and instinctively took 2 steps back, quickly shaking their heads. They definitely didn't want to be slapped. Seeing no one dare to speak up, Kong Qing snorted coldly, then turned to Su Mu with a smile on his face. The crowd was instantly incredulous. Kong Qing, known as the cold-faced swordsman, actually smiled? And he was smiling at that waste. Su Mu? Brother Mu, are you okay? Su Mu shook his head. Brother Mu, you don't need to be polite with them. Do we need their consent to attend the banquet? Kong Qing said, giving the crowd a cold snort. The crowd's faces twitched. This banquet was hosted by them. How could it have become Kong Qing's? But they didn't dare to speak, as someone like Kong Qing, once provoked, could indeed take lives. Has Kong Qing gone mad? How could he be so chummy with someone like Su Mu? Some seniors frowned, unable to understand why Kong Qing was doing this. Self-degradation. But they didn't bother to think further. As long as he was willing to associate with the waste, what did they care? Kong Qing, you really are becoming more and more arrogant. Do you think the banquet is a place for your nonsense? At this moment, a cold voice rang out, and the seniors made way, allowing a young man in white to stride forward, his aura exploding as he pointed directly at Kong Qing. Chapter 58, 3-Tiered Prizes. Ma Yongfan. Last year's top 10 in the freshman welfare rankings. Cultivation level. 8th level of the transformation stage. Ma Yongfan, do you want to fight me? Then come on. Kong Qing's gaze sharpened, his aura exploding without hesitation. The seniors first showed shock, then began to mock him. Kong Qing is really mad. He dares to fight against someone at the 8th level of the transformation stage with only the 6th level. Did he get hit in the head last time? Kong Qing was originally a defeated opponent of Ma Yongfan, yet now he dared to challenge him in front of so many people. He really wasn't afraid of losing face. In their eyes, Kong Qing was simply overestimating himself. Clang! But as Kong Qing drew his sword, their expressions changed. His aura had become even more fierce. Had he comprehended the sword intent? No wonder he dared to challenge Ma Yongfan. Even if he hadn't comprehended it, he was close. And it had been said that he was still far from it? How could he suddenly improve so much? The crowd looked at Kong Qing in shock. Then their gazes all fell on Su Mu. In the entire martial house, those who had comprehended sword intent were few and far between. And those who could help Kong Qing comprehend it were even fewer. Su Mu and Kong Qing seemed to have an extraordinary relationship. It was likely that Su Mu helped Kong Qing comprehend the sword intent. It had to be this way. His sword intent was actually terrifying to this extent. They then turned their eyes to Su Mu, their faces turning pale. It seemed they had seriously underestimated the strength of Su Mu's sword intent. Ma Yongfan's expression darkened. He had defeated Kong Qing last time, but it had only been a narrow victory. Now that Kong Qing had stepped into the threshold of sword intent, he might not necessarily win. Kong Qing, you really are becoming more and more pathetic, actually asking a ways from a worthless life palace for advice on sword intent. Ma Yongfan's expression then became casual, coldly saying a sentence before turning to leave, acting as if nothing had happened. completely lacking the earlier authority he had when he came out to uphold justice. Are you afraid? Kong King sneered. He didn't think that little scheme of Ma Yongfan's had escaped his notice, but he also didn't take action. If he caused a ruckus at the banquet, the martial house would step in. Seeing that Ma Yongfan didn't dare to take action, the others quietly dispersed as well. Kong Qing volkt big tosumu, his expression shifting between dark and light. Teacher, what do you think of your life palace? He asked softly, as he had heard about Su Mu's situation on his way here. A waste life palace that had joined the 5th Academy. There was nothing wrong with that. His goal was the sword path and to catch up with the third-year seniors. But he found it hard to accept the matter of the waste life palace. Unlike others, he couldn't believe that Su Mu, who was so skilled in swordsmanship and not weak in cultivation, could be a waste life palace. What do you think? Su Mu didn't answer directly, but instead asked back, then walked into the grand hall. People only believe what they want to believe. People only believe what they want to believe. Kong Qing stood there, repeatedly chewing on this sentence. Then suddenly his eyes lit up as if he understood something, and he hurried to catch up. Once Su Mu entered the grand hall, he casually picked up some fruit to eat and drank the fine wine without reserve. This made the seniors and freshmen furious, but after glancing at Kong Qing, they were left with no choice. You really have a big heart. Kong Qing brought a glass of wine to Su Mu's side, watching the seniors and freshmen who kept glancing this way, shaking his head with a smile. Let them watch. They can't bite me. Su Mu replied with a faint smile, enjoying the feeling of being hated but untouchable. Kong Qing was taken aback, then shook his head again. He had to admit defeat. Su Mu was probably here for those prizes, right? Gradually, as everyone noticed that Su Mu was fixated on the 3-tiered prize tower, they realized the purpose of Su Mu's visit. Haha, I thought he just wanted to sneak in for free food and drink. I underestimated him. But does he really think he can win a prize? Dream on. Once the program starts, if he dares to participate, I'll make him lose miserably. While the crowd mocked him, Su Mu turned to Kong Qing. How can I obtain the prizes? This. Kong Qing, who was eating fruit, suddenly lost his appetite upon hearing this, his expression becoming very awkward. Seeing him like this, Su Mu raised an eyebrow in surprise. This guy? Could it be that he performed poorly at the last freshman banquet? You couldn't hold back your mouth, could you? Kong Qing, clearly powerful and talented. Why was he so pathetic 2 years ago? Ahem, let me first explain how to obtain the prizes. Seeing Su Mu's embarrassment, Kong Qing quickly cleared his throat and stated the rules. The events arranged by the Martial Arts Academy are primarily to add fun to the banquet, so they won't be overly violent. The purpose of the banquet's events is to test individual control over their vitality, which is essentially about controlling techniques. Control techniques over vitality? Su Mu narrowed his eyes, already having quite a few ideas in his mind. Kong Qing nodded and continued. However, participation in these events is not as simple as wanting to join. Everyone must go through a test first. It's about to begin. Kong Qing glanced at the center of the hall and stopped speaking. The event would start soon, and the rules would be explained clearly. So repeating them now would be redundant. Su Mu looked towards the center of the hall, where all the senior and new students were gathering, and Ma Yongfan stood on the constructed high platform, clearly the main initiator and host of this banquet. First of all, welcome all new students to the Martial Arts Academy. The banquet is being held smoothly. Everyone should communicate and make friends, but what is a banquet without fun? The highlight of this banquet's events is about to begin. Once everyone had gathered, Ma Yongfan spoke loudly. Before the event starts, let me introduce the prizes for this event. The first prize is a low-grade spirit sword, awarded to the third-place winner. The new students gaze at the spirit sword with fiery eyes. Spirit swords are extremely precious, and none of them own one. They can only accumulate one through hard work at the Martial Arts Academy. If they win first place, it means they are ahead of others, even surpassing ordinary disciples by 2 years. Su Mu put down his wine cup, stood up, and walked over, his gaze only lingering briefly on the spirit sword. At a glance, the sword was of low quality, completely incomparable to the one Kong Qing had given him, and he had no interest in it. The second prize is a low-tier, Xian-grade combat technique. Ma Yongfan continued, and the scene immediately erupted in commotion. Action grade combat technique. The new students were all excited. Among them, Only a few had cultivated Xian-grade combat techniques. Even those who had cultivated them were thrilled. Having another Xian-grade combat technique is definitely not a bad thing. And they firmly believe the Martial Arts Academy's Xian-grade techniques are stronger. The second prize goes to the second place winner, and the first place will receive a vial of Soul Recovery Potion. Ma Yongfan excitedly announced the first place reward, but this time, both the seniors and new students reacted flatly, even showing puzzled expressions. What is the use of that potion? Recovering the soul? Whose soul is missing? This thing is probably only needed by alchemists, right? Recovering the soul is not even as good as a kidney supplement. Isn't that right, everyone? Ha! The male students laughed heartily, while the female students blushed. Even Ma Yongfan couldn't help but chuckle, but quickly composed himself and hurriedly explained. The soul recovery potion is extremely rare, and it is indeed most beneficial to alchemists. But think about it. Everyone has a soul, so this vial of potion is equally useful for you. It is said that taking this potion can help one break through their realm, making their mind clear, especially effective for breaking through major realms. Especially effective for breaking through major realms. The crowd's expressions quickly changed. They didn't hear much else, only that phrase. Just that phrase made them double their attention towards the vial of potion, and their breathing quickened. If it really has such a great effect, then taking it could allow them to surpass others by at least 3 years of hard training. First place is mine. I must get first place. The potion is mine. No one can take it from me. The new student's expressions turned fierce, determined to win first place. Senior Ma, let us start the event quickly. Some couldn't help but urge, eager to obtain the prize. No rush before the event starts. I have another major announcement to make. Ma Yongfan raised his hand, his gaze landing on Su Mu, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Let us welcome the mentors and new students from the 5th Academy. What? The 5th Academy is here? Everyone was stunned, then turned to look outside the hall, where Tian Yue and her group, along with Wei Zhua and Huang Yun, had arrived. What are they here for? And they even brought the 5th Academy's mentors. Do they deserve to attend the banquet? That trash Su Mu is already here. And now, so many more are coming. Su Mu and Kong Qing turned and saw Tian Yue and the others, their expressions darkening. Ma Yongfan, what do you mean by this? Kong Qing's face changed several times before he turned and pointed at Ma Yongfan, jumping up in anger. The sudden invitation for the 5th Academy was very obvious. It was meant to humiliate the 5th Academy, to humiliate Su Mu. Chapter 59. Flying Rainbow, Pearl, Tian Yue, and the others walked to the front of the first floor of the Wenshuan building, looking at the lively banquet with confused expressions. They had originally planned to rest and await tomorrow's classes, or simply not think about the troubling banquet. But unexpectedly, they were awakened halfway and asked to attend. They didn't want to come, but after a series of provocations, they couldn't help but come to see what tricks the top 4 academies were playing. But when they stood in front of the hall and saw Su Mu looking back at them, they were all taken aback. When did Su Mu attend the banquet? But then they realized the key point wasn't here. The key point was that Su Mu had obviously arrived first, and then the top 4 academies invited them. This could not possibly have been Su Mu's idea. The top 4 academies would not listen to him. So this must be a plot from the top 4 academies. Then they heard Kong Qing's furious roar, and suddenly seemed to understand something. Kong Qing, for the sake of harmony with the 5th Academy, I specially invited the new students from the 5th Academy, and even brought their mentors along. What is the problem? Ma Yongfan said with a cold smile. You're not a match for me. Now you question me. What is your intent? Kong Qing's expression stiffened. He truly found it hard to answer this. No matter how he replied, it would just be a big hat placed on him, which he couldn't bear. The top 4 academies have always looked down on the 5th Academy, not to mention harmony with them, but this is merely an unspoken rule. Anyone who dares to bring this matter to the surface will find it impossible to handle. Come, let us welcome the mentors and new students from the 5th Academy. Everyone, applaud. Seeing that Kong Qing didn't dare to say a word, Ma Yongfan wore a victorious smile and started to applaud. However, the applause was sparse. Regardless of Ma Yongfan's intentions, they would not welcome the 5th Academy. However, since you arrived late, the event has already begun, so I'm sorry. But you cannot participate in the event. Ma Yongfan continued speaking, His purpose was to let the mentors and new students from the 5th Academy witness the humiliation. Tian Yue and the others were not fools. They had completely seen through Ma Yongfan's purpose. Despicable. They were bullying people to the extreme. Not only were so many targeting Su Mu, but they also wanted them to witness how the top 4 academies bullied Su Mu. This was utterly shameless. But now that they were here, they couldn't leave. If they left, it would only further let the top 4 academies mock and look down upon them. It would also harm Su Mu. Sumo, Sadi. Standing in front of Su Mu, the 3 mentors of Tian Yu bowed their heads and apologized. Even Wei Zhi would no longer appear proud, speaking with a face full of regret. Bro, I'm sorry. I really didn't expect them to be so despicable. Huang Yiyun's eyes shimmered with tears. The despicable behavior of the top 4 academies exceeded her imagination. It's okay, this isn't your fault. Su Mu shook his head, comforting Huang Yiyun. He then turned to look at Ma Yongfan, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He could deal with Ma Yongfan, but letting his friends, family, and mentors come to endure this humiliation was unacceptable. Old Mu, my brother. Kong Qing gritted his teeth and turned to look at Su Mu. He had devoted his life to the way of the sword, and the sword represents the way of the gentleman. Now he didn't care about the disputes between academies. He just knew he couldn't endure this any longer. Rest assured, they will definitely pay the price. A cold light flashed in Su Mu's eyes. This time he was genuinely angry. He turned to Kong Qing and whispered in his ear. After hearing this, Kong Qing's expression changed drastically, and he looked at Su Mu with uncertainty before whispering something back. Now the program is starting. This event tests the freshmen's control over their vitality. On stage, Ma Yongfan officially announced the start of the program and took out a light red crystal bead. This bead is called the Fei Hong Pearl, which can measure the level of control over one's vitality. The tester only needs to input a strand of vitality into the Fei Hong Pearl. The finer the input, the higher the rating obtained. The assessment results are graded from 1 to 10, with only those scoring above 5 allowed to continue participating in the program. Which freshman will go first? After Ma Yongfan finished speaking, he placed the Fei Hong Pearl on the podium. I'll go first. Immediately, a freshman from the 1st Academy jumped up, provocatively glancing at Su Mu before cautiously inputting a strand of vitality into the Fei Hong Pearl. Buzz! The Fei Hong Pearl reacted instantly, shining red light and displaying a character for 7. 7 grade control, very impressive. Seeing the number, Ma Yongfan announced it immediately and praised him without reservation. The freshman smirked, turned to Su Mu, gave him a thumbs up, and then pointed downwards, looking down on him with disdain and provocation. All the other freshmen turned their gaze towards Su Mu, their faces twisted into sinister smiles. Although they lost in the freshman welfare at the banquet, they would definitely crush him to dust. They wanted to see fear or seriousness on Su Mu's face, but his expression remained unchanged, leaving them disappointed and withdrawing their gazes. Still pretending, just wait until you can't even pass the test, and then cry. I guarantee he won't even pass the test. Last year's banquet, Kong Qing couldn't even pass the test. They looked down on Su Mu but had their reasons. First, Su Mu's Fate Palace was trash, and a trash Fate Palace doomed him to have low control over vitality. The second reason was the sword intent. Manager, why are they so sure Su Mu won't even pass the test? Wei Zhi couldn't help but ask Guan Yifei. So many people can't all be arrogant. Their confidence must have a reason. Huang Yin also looked nervously at Guan Yifei. Although she believed in Su Mu, seeing so many people so certain made her lose confidence. Guan Yifei took a deep breath, first glanced at Kong Qing, then shook her head and sighed. That is Kong Qing. He is also a swordsmanship genius, and he is very close to achieving sword intent now. Wei Zhi looked at Kong Qing and frowned. What does it matter to him? What does it mean to be a sword cultivator? It means being invincible and sharp, Guan Yifei said, shaking her head again. Therefore, sword cultivators do not have strong control over vitality. They exist only to be fierce. As for Kong Qing, he couldn't even pass the test last year and became a laughingstock, while Su Mu not only comprehended sword intent, but also, Guan Yifei didn't need a finish. Huang Yiyun and Wei Zhi understood. Huang Yiyun's face turned pale. The 1st Academy clearly wanted to humiliate Su Mu. If Su Mu couldn't even pass the test, He might never be able to hold his head up again. Wei Zhuo gritted his teeth, filled with resentment. If Sumu lost, it would not only be a disgrace to himself, but also to the entire 5th Academy. Sumu made the 5th Academy rank first in the freshman welfare. Yet, at the banquet, he couldn't even qualify to participate. What a joke. Sumu, you must not fail the test. He had always regarded Sumu as a rival. But now he became the one who believed in him the most. I'll go. On the platform, the second person jumped up, desperately controlling a strand of vitality to input into the Fei Home Pearl. 8 grade control. When my young fan saw that number, he became excited. This was definitely extraordinary control. Reaching 8 grades, Zhang truly lived up to being the strongest genius of the 1st Academy. Everyone gasped in admiration. This was a result that hadn't even appeared last year. Zhang arrogantly got off the stage, and soon a freshman from the 2nd Academy jumped up. They not only wanted to crush Sumu, but also to surpass the other academies. 7 grade control. But the challenge from the 2nd Academy against the 1st Academy was unsuccessful. 6 grade control. 6th grade control. The tests continued. Anyone who could come to participate in the banquet was among the elite freshmen, so naturally, none were weak. 8th grade control. The 4th Academy was as dazzling as the freshman welfare, producing a genius comparable to Zhang and from the 1st Academy. My 4th Academy is not inferior to the 1st Academy. Wang Ding, well done. The 4th Academy produced a genius with 8th grade control, and both new and old students of the 4th Academy were extremely happy. There were not many freshmen qualified to attend the banquet. After all the freshmen from the top 4 academies had tested, only Sumu was left. Sumu, it's your turn. My young fan looked at Sumu with mockery. His eyes filled with arrogance. Has he just been standing there, too scared to move? Hurry up and test, coward. Is he just resigned to his fate? A trash fate palace shouldn't be so cowardly. Get up there. The crowd continuously provoked Sumu, eager to see him make a fool of himself. Chapter 60, The Battle for Vitality. Seeing everyone waiting to watch Sumu's joke, Tian Yue and the other 3 girls nervously felt their palms sweating. While Wei Zhuo stared at Sumu, never having felt so tense in his life. This time, not only was it about Sumu's own honor, but it also concerned the honor of everyone in the 5th Academy. Sumu, whether everyone in the 5th Academy can hold their heads high in the future depends on you. Sumu, please. Even Kong Qing was extremely anxious. He still vividly remembered how embarrassed he was at last year's freshman banquet. Brother Mu, how about? Struggling immensely, he said to Sumu, how about giving up on the test? Giving up might not be so embarrassing. Giving up? Sumu shot him a glance and strode toward the podium. He really dares to test. The crowd scoffed as Sumu approached, parting the way for him. Tian Yue and the others watched Sumu stand in front of the Fei Home Pearl, their hearts in their throats, even sweating nervously on their foreheads. Test, hurry and test. Seeing Sumu standing in front of the Fei Home Pearl for a long time, without moving, all the seniors and freshmen began to shout, thinking Sumu was afraid. Hurry up and test. Don't dawdle like a coward if you're too scared to test. Just go back and be a coward. Amidst the crowd's taunts, Sumu looked down at his left hand's 5 fingers. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing, but upon closer inspection, a thin white thread was jumping at the tip of his middle finger. If my young fan and the others dared to come closer, they would be scared half to death. The vitality controlled by those freshmen who tested earlier was clearly visible. Even the finest ones were as thick as a thread. While Sumu's strand of vitality was so fine, it was almost invisible. I have a keen heart and can control my vitality freely, but such a fine vitality might not be measurable when input into the Fei Home Pearl. Sumu thought to himself, if he rashly input this strand of vitality, it might end up being as embarrassing as the Fate Palace test. At that time, those people would definitely not admit it and would directly eliminate him. And he would never obtain the medicinal liquid. Make it thicker. With a movement of his finger, the strand of vitality became clearly visible, about 1/3 the thickness of a hair. This should reach 10 grades. He had seen the testing process of those people at this level. Reaching 10 grades was definitely not a problem. But after glancing at the 3-tiered pagoda, he continued to thicken the vitality until it was as thick as a thread. Coward. If you don't dare to test, just roll off. The crowd continued to insult him, and Ma Yongfan's cold smile didn't fade. But when he caught sight of the thread-thick vitality on Su Mu's finger, all expressions instantly froze on his face. This is impossible. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes in disbelief, but he could no longer see that strand of vitality. Su Mu had already input the vitality into the Fei Hong pearl. Gulp. Ma Yongfan looked at the Fei Hong pearl, swallowing hard instinctively, as an ominous thought arose in his heart. Buzz. The Fei Hong pearl began to emit light, and the crowd stopped laughing, instead looking at the scene with cold smiles. Absolutely below grade 5. 8. That's an 8 character. As soon as they finished speaking, an 8 character appeared above the Fei Hong pearl, like a loud slap in the face. Looking at that 8 character, it was so glaring that all their cold smiles, disdain, and mockery froze on their faces. 8 grade. Didn't he comprehend sword intent? How could he control it so well? Among those present, the ones who found it hardest to accept were Zhang Un and Wang Ding, the 2 grade 8 controllers, who were actually matched by a waste with a trash fate palace. How could this be? How could he possibly be grade 8? This is fake. He has a waste with a trash fate palace. How can he be on par with me? The 2 yelled in a frenzy. This was their greatest humiliation. Grade 8. Haha, Mentor, did you see that? Brother is a grade 8 controller. Huang Yun was first stunned to see the 8 character, then joyfully jumped up, even tears welling up in her eyes, happily hugging Tian Yue. The 3 girls, Tian Yue and the others, were also stunned. And only when they saw Huang Yun's joyous excitement did they come to their senses and smile. Yes, your brother's really strong. Tian Yue smiled, sincerely praising Su Mu, and Guan Yifei and the other girls nodded in agreement. I knew you could do it. Wei Zhua fiercely waved his fist, looking at Su Mu taking a deep breath, truly a moment of pride. It's amazing, truly amazing. Kong Qing was filled with wonder. He couldn't help but look down at himself. When he comprehended sword energy, he was just 1 step away from sword light, but could not control his Yuan Qi. Now he was about to comprehend sword intent, yet he felt he could not control Yuan Qi precisely either. But Su Mu, having comprehended sword intent, could control Yuan Qi so well it was simply miraculous. Could this be the gap between me and the teacher? Kong Qing murmured, his gaze towards Su Mu gradually firming. His pursuit indeed. Yun, why are you still crying? Over there. After Tian Yue was happy, she noticed that there were actually tears sliding down Huang Yun's eyes, and couldn't help but ask, did you cry? No, right? Huang Yun hurriedly wiped her tears, turning to look at Su Mu. At this moment her nose was already red. The 3 girls exchanged shocked glances, then smiled slightly. Perhaps it was tears of joy. Didn't he know that Huang Yun was heartbroken for Su Mu? Ever since something happened to him, he had been carrying a stigma, whether it was the accusation of defiling good women or being a waste with a trash fate palace. But Su Mu had never bowed his head, never surrendered, repeatedly proving himself and slapping everyone's faces. Every time she felt relieved, but each time she felt heartache. Why does someone who perseveres always receive such treatment? This shouldn't be. It's unreasonable. Fake. Definitely fake. There's definitely a problem with the Fei Hong pearl. Zhang could no longer accept it and rushed up to question the Fei Hong pearl, almost accusing Su Mu of cheating. Get down. Stop causing trouble. Ma Yongfan quickly regained his composure and scolded him, signaling with his eyes. Questioning the Fei Hong pearl was equivalent to questioning the martial arts academy. Do you understand? Looking at Ma Yongfan's warning expression, Zhang had no choice but to grit his teeth, unwillingly glared at Su Mu, and turned to leave. Su Mu. Grade 8 control. Then Ma Yongfan announced Su Mu's results indifferently, without congratulations or any emotional fluctuations. Everyone felt a wave of discomfort in their hearts, but they had to accept this fact. Su Mu glanced at the crowd, his gaze lingering on Zhang and Wang Ding for a moment, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Is this hard to accept? This is only the beginning. Now the real show begins. After Su Mu went down, Ma Yongfan said aloud, simultaneously removing the Fei Hong pearl and taking out 3 metallic-looking beads to place on the stage, with 2 staff members coming up to divide the stage into 3 areas. The program is very simple. It's about competing for Yuan Qi. This is the locking Yuan Pearl, which contains a large amount of Yuan Qi. Two people will simultaneously extract Yuan Qi from the locking Yuan Pearl, and then use the extracted Yuan Qi to attack each other. The winner wins. After the new students heard the rules, they gradually recovered from the shock of Sumu, secretly amazed. The more Yuan Qi you grab, the greater your chances of winning. But not necessarily. More Yuan Qi doesn't mean victory. If one has high control skills, they can win even with less Yuan Qi. The crowd debated. This battle was still full of suspense. Before the program starts, let me remind everyone, once the match begins, no one can use any cultivation or Yuan Qi. Once used, you will be directly eliminated. My young fan scanned the crowd and warned loudly. Now, the Yuan Qi battle officially begins. Everyone can freely choose their opponents. The challenge can refuse twice, but every person only has one chance to fail. As soon as my young fan's voice fell, the new students all turned their eyes to Sumu. The one they most wanted to challenge was Sumu. The one they most wanted to eliminate was Sumu. The disgrace they most wanted to wash away was Sumu. Chapter 61. Small. Shield. Seeing that everyone was staring at Sumu, Huang Yun and the others became tense again. But now, they all believed Sumu could win. Even take the top spot. Do they all want to challenge me? Sumu's lips curled up slightly. Since they all wanted to challenge him, he was too lazy to take the initiative to go on stage. The new students indeed wanted to challenge Sumu and be the first to eliminate him. But they weren't stupid. They had seen his grade 8 control. Leaving aside whether the Feihong Pearl was accurate or not, if they failed, they would lose their qualification to fight again. Sumo. In the end, a new student with grade 6 control from the second academy stepped forward to challenge Sumu. He was actually encouraged to come out, since with his grade 6 control, he couldn't get into the top 3, so it was better to help everyone test Sumu. Even if he lost, he could gain some goodwill. You're qualified to challenge me? Sumu looked disdainfully at the new student. With grade 6 control, how could he challenge him? I'm not qualified. The new student pointed at himself. Especially seeing Sumu's disdainful gaze. His expression quickly twisted. They had always looked down on Sumu, and now Sumu actually dared to look down on him. What did you say? Say it again if you have the guts. Want to hear it again? Fine. This time I'll make it clear. Sumu nodded, staring at the new student with a proud expression. I refuse your challenge because you are not qualified. The new student was almost driven mad by these words, roaring with bloodshot eyes, ready to rush up and fight Sumu. A waste with a trash fate palace actually dared to say he wasn't qualified. Such a humiliation. Calm down, calm down. Others quickly held him back. You can be angry, but don't act rashly. You need to be able to defeat Sumu. Delightful. Huang Yun and the others let out a long breath, proudly lifting their heads. Just because you are arrogant, just because you insult Sumu, now let you all taste this flavor. The small man gets his wish. Those new and old students looked at Sumu with cold eyes, even more disdainful. The result of the Feihong Pearl test is still unknown if it's real or not, yet they're so arrogant, really taking themselves seriously. While they coldly mocked, no other new student dared to challenge Sumu, for they were all afraid of being insulted by Sumu, being scolded publicly by a waste as not qualified. No one wanted to suffer such humiliation again. Sumu, I challenge you. I should be qualified, right? A new student from the third academy stepped forward, speaking proudly. He had grade 7 control. You still have a bit of qualification. Sumu glanced at him, leaping onto the high platform. If he didn't accept a challenge from a grade 7 controller, that would leave only Zhang En and the other 2 grade 8 students. And there was no rush to meet them. The 2 stood in front of the stage, their gazes sparking. Then their eyes fell on the locking Yuan Pearl. Start. With Ma Yongfan's announcement, the 2 immediately raised their hands to the locking Yuan Pearl and began to extract the Yuan Qi within. At first, their expressions changed. They realized that the Yuan Qi in the locking Yuan Pearl was not easy to draw out. Extracting the Yuan Qi from the locking Yuan Pearl was akin to trying to get it through an iron wall, and doing so without external force was extremely difficult. They could only break through from the inside, using powerful control methods to force the Yuan Qi to break through the shell of the locking Yuan Pearl. And that was the first challenge. Everyone was focused on the battle between Su Mu and the others. No one initiated a second battle. Eliminating Su Mu was the most important thing for all of them. They would not allow the disgraceful scene of the new student benefits to happen again. Smack! After desperately extracting the Yuan Shi, the locking Yuan Pearl finally broke open a hole. The crowd's emotions were stirred. Whoever opened the hole first meant they could extract more Yuan Shi and gain the upper hand from start. It was unexpectedly Su Mu who extracted the Yuan Shi first, but seeing that Su Mu had opened the hole first, the expressions of the crowd instantly darkened as they turned to look at the new students from the Third Academy. Hurry up! Su Mu has already started to extract the Yuan Shi. If you don't open the hole soon, you will definitely lose. The crowd was already anxious, their hearts constantly shouting in anger. Meanwhile, Huang Yiyun and the others were extremely excited. They had gained the upper hand right from the start, and victory was not far off. Hurry, hurry, extract more Yuan Shi. It will be best to drain it all. Huang Yiyun and the others were cheering for Su Mu. The new students from the Third Academy were already sweating in anxiety, using all their strength to frantically extract the Yuan Shi. If they didn't draw any Yuan Shi soon, they would surely lose. Smack! Finally, hard work paid off, and the locking Yuan Pearl opened a small hole. The new student from the Third Academy finally managed to extract some Yuan Shi. Just as joy appeared on his face, the next second his smile froze. He had only managed to extract a single strand of Yuan Shi, and then it was gone. Where did the Yuan Shi go? In disbelief, he tried to extract again, but the locking Yuan Pearl was already empty. All the Yuan Shi had been extracted by him. The new student from the Third Academy looked up in horror, only to see Su Mu already condensing a ball of Yuan Shi in his hand. As he looked over, the Yuan Shi instantly transformed, condensing into a small sword. No, don't. The new student from the Third Academy's face turned pale, and he hurriedly used that strand of Yuan Shi to form a shield to defend himself. Seeing his shield, the older and newer students on the field fell into despair. It's over. Oofed. Haha. Is that even a shield? Huang Yin looked at the new student's shield, which was no bigger than a palm, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is that a shield? What can it block? It can only block his own life. Wei Zhuo grinned and laughed with glee. Seeing the new student's tiny shield, Su Mu couldn't help but smirk. With a flick of his finger, the Yuan Shi sword shot towards a new student from the Third Academy. The new student hurriedly raised his pitiful shield to defend, but the shield was as fragile as paper, making no sound as the Yuan Shi sword tore through it. Whoosh! Then the Yuan Shi sword pierced through his palm, bloodied, and shot off into the distance until it dissipated. The new student from the Third Academy looked at the bloody hole in his hand and screamed in agony. Sumuvins. Ma Yongfan announced the result with a very ugly expression, then shouted angrily, "Hurry and take him down to heal." Useless. At the same time, he cursed inwardly. They were truly embarrassing the 4 academies. Below the platform, many older and newer students looked at this scene with extremely dark expressions, feeling particularly uncomfortable. Could the disgraceful scene of the new student benefits be replayed? It can't be, it's impossible. We have so many people, and he is just a trash life palace. Senior Ma, he cheated. In their unwillingness, a new student jumped up and pointed at Su Mu, shouting, "Yuan Shi can harm people. He must have used sword intent." This statement made everyone suddenly enlightened, and their eyes brightened. Yes, with so little Yuan Shi in the locking Yuan Pearl, how could it possibly pierce through someone else's hand? They didn't lose. Su Mu cheated. Senior Ma, he definitely used sword intent. Otherwise, how could he have opened the locking Yuan Pearl so quickly? He must have used sword intent. Otherwise, how could that little Yuan Shi have such great lethality? Using sword intent means using one's own strength. Senior Ma, hurry and eliminate him. The crowd clamored, watching as a smug expression began to rise on Su Mu's face. Cheating scum, get the hell off this stage. Chapter 62. Shall we compare? You can't win. So you slander my brother for cheating. Do you have no shame? Huang Yiyun was so angry seeing so many people clamoring that she stamped her feet, wishing she could directly argue with them, but was pulled back by Tian Yue. Mentor, Huang Yiyun looked at Tian Yue in confusion. At this critical moment, They needed to speak up. Tian Yue shook her head. There were only 5 of them combined, and their voices couldn't overpower those people. Moreover, arguing would be useless. Iyun, we have another way. Hearing this, Huang Iyun calmed down. Whereas the evidence. Facing the crowd's clamoring slander, Su Mu spoke indifferently, scanning the crowd and looking at them with disdain. Trash! How dare you look at us like that? Su Mu's disdainful gaze directly provoked the pride of those older and newer students. Anyone could look down on them, but only this trash couldn't. Just because you can't do something doesn't mean others can't. Just because you're incompetent, you expect others to be as useless as you? Su Mu continued, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. If you want to use this banquet to insult him, insult his friends and family, insult his entire 5 academies, then he wouldn't mind stepping on all your dignity. If you come without a gift, it's rude. If you can provide evidence, I'll step down myself. If you can't, then it's just a group of incompetent shouters. Su Mu slowly spoke, causing the self-esteem of those people to explode on the spot. The people below were already furious, their faces twisted, eyes bloodshot. A piece of trash actually dared to insult them like this. Enough! Ma Yongfan shouted angrily as he stepped out, glaring fiercely at Su Mu. You're so arrogant just because you have some ability. Are you proud of being a trash life palace? Su Mu turned to look at Ma Yongfan, frowning. He thought Ma Yongfan, as the host, would at least have some face, but unexpectedly he also had a shameless face, not thinking about how to uphold justice, but instead blaming him. Whether I'm proud or not is my own business. If you're not convinced, we can compare. A cold light flashed in Su Mu's eyes. Since you can use the banquet to deal with him, then he can also use the banquet to step on you. You, Ma Yongfan, was directly speechless, looking at Su Mu with a stiff expression. Meanwhile, below the stage, there was a sudden silence, and everyone looked at Su Mu in disbelief. He was just challenging Senior Ma. He, a life palace realm, actually dared to challenge Senior Ma, who was at the 8th level of the rebirth realm. Ha ha ha. This is the biggest joke I've ever seen in my life. The crowd shifted from anger to mockery, all laughing at Su Mu's overestimation of himself. Senior Ma, fight him. Are you afraid of a piece of trash? Just winning one match has made him so arrogant. Senior Ma, let him see what it means to know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. The crowd continuously urged Ma Yongfan to deal with Su Mu, not knowing that the person involved was already close to hating them. A bunch of fools. Ma Yongfan was so angry his teeth were almost crushed. He knew very well whether Su Mu had used sword intent. His control had only reached the 7th rank. If he were to truly compete with Su Mu, the outcome would probably not be much better than the previous one. If he really lost to Su Mu, he would lose all his face for the rest of his life. The key was that even if he won, what would it matter? Su Mu was just a new student, and even if he, as an older student, won, it could only be said to be an undeserved victory, causing no real harm to Su Mu. And this was probably Su Mu's greatest confidence in daring to challenge him. Silence. After a struggle in his heart, he raised his hand and shouted, and the scene instantly quieted down. Everyone looked at him with an eager gaze, hoping that he could properly torment Su Mu. What are you looking at? Look at your father. Ma Yongfan was almost infuriated by those gazes, wishing he could gouge out their eyes. Did they want him to be ruined? As the host of the banquet, how could I take action? Moreover, I am an old student. How could I bully a new student? No bullying, fair competition. Before Ma Yongfan could finish speaking, Su Mu's words made him so furious that his liver trembled. He gritted his teeth and pretended not to hear, continuing, So everyone, please don't cause a ruckus. The program still values harmony. Hearing this, everyone was disappointed, and then they all glared at Su Mu. Consider yourself lucky. If it weren't for Senior Ma's righteousness, you'd be crawling out of here today. Senior Ma, what about his cheating? A new student jumped up, and everyone was startled. They had almost forgotten about the cheating. He didn't cheat. Ma Yongfan hurriedly defended Su Mu with a serious face. When he said this, he felt extremely tormented inside. He clearly wanted to deal with Su Mu, but ended up being his defender instead. It was unbearable. But he also didn't dare to slander Su Mu. What if Su Mu wanted to compete with him again to prove his innocence? No cheating? That's impossible. No one questioned Ma Yongfan's words, but they couldn't accept it. Was his control ability really that strong? Perhaps only Zhang En and Wang Ding could defeat him. Was the third place really his alone? Everyone gritted their teeth in frustration. They came to see Su Mu make a fool of himself, not to see him majestically take away the prize. Have some dignity. Seeing Ma Ongfen still defending Su Mu, Tian Yue and the others breathed a sigh of relief, then gradually became excited. This time, Su Mu would definitely be among the top three. The top three? Kong Qing glanced at them, looking at Su Mu's slightly raised corner of his mouth. How could his teacher stop at third place? Those bunch of useless chickens and dogs were not even worthy opponents for his teacher. The battle for the Yuan would continue. With Ma Yongfan's announcement, other new students began to take the stage, but they did not challenge Su Mu again. Instead, they fought among themselves. They understood that challenging Su Mu was seeking death, and Su Mu was too ruthless. No one wanted to leave a good banquet with injuries, especially when they had classes tomorrow. How infuriating! A bunch of spineless things. Zhang En and Wang Ding, seeing no one dare to challenge Su Mu, were grinding their teeth in anger. Were they really going to let that useless Su Mu sit comfortably in third place? They were all a bunch of spineless things. A round of victories was quickly decided, and Zhang En and Wang Ding both took action. After jumping onto the high platform, their gazes lingered on Su Mu for a moment before they both turned and walked towards other platforms, unwilling to challenge Su Mu. They were both 8th grade control talents and did not dare to gamble their dignity against easily attainable prizes. They wouldn't fight among themselves. After all, there was only one chance to lose. Only when it came to deciding the first place would it be their stage. The crowd below saw the two go up, initially full of expectation, but when they saw the two walk towards other platforms and not fight Su Mu, disappointment filled their faces. They both didn't dare. Su Mu's third place was secure. It's just third place. Someone snorted in dissatisfaction, but this disdainful remark sounded unbearable to others. Just third place? Drink. Step back. Su Mu stood in front of the platform, bored, watching the fierce battles on both sides, and no one had come to challenge him from beginning to end. The new students who could participate in the banquet only numbered about 50 or 60, especially after Zhang En and Wang Ding took the stage, hastening the end of the program. The audience gradually lost interest. After all, it was obvious that Zhang En and Wang Ding would win, and it was better to look forward to the final duel among the three, including Su Mu. Chapter 63 Break. Damn it. Are they trying to make my life difficult? The crowd below was losing interest, while Zhang En and Wang Ding were cursing under their breath. Since they came up, they hadn't had a moment's rest. Everyone was challenging them. If they had known, they wouldn't have come up so early. Can't you guys challenge Su Mu? Are you looking down on me because I'm more easily bullied than Su Mu? The two of them wished they could tear those challengers apart. But in the end, they could only endure their anger and discomfort, relying on their willpower to survive wave after wave of challenges. Finally, it's over. Watching the last new student leave the stage, the two rolled their eyes in despair. They were finally free. I can't take it anymore. I need a rest for a while. While everyone was eagerly anticipating the three-way duel, Zhang En and Wang Ding were nearly exhausted, looking like they were about to collapse. While it seemed easy for them to defeat a person, extracting energy from the locking essence pearl was extremely exhausting, and they had to endure a wheel battle. This time felt like endless torture for them. Beasts, just a bunch of beasts. The two disregarded their image and lay directly on the high platform, staring at the ceiling while quietly crying inside. They had clearly said they would bully Su Mu. Why had it turned into bullying them? This script wasn't how it was supposed to go. Seeing the two exhausted like dogs, Su Mu couldn't help but laugh. Was this what they deserved? The crowd below saw their mouths twitch, and black lines appeared on their foreheads. What does this mean? They were still waiting to see you showcase your power and crush Su Mu. Ma Yongfan looked at the two with dark expressions and waved his hand to have 2 chairs brought up for them to sit and rest, providing them with a restorative potion. Otherwise, if they waited for the two to recover on their own, it would be dawn. Seeing that they could sit and had potions to drink, Huang Yun was immediately displeased. Her gaze shifted, and she found a chair, immediately carrying it onto the high platform. What is she doing? Everyone was stunned to see this, and Ma Yongfan frowned even more. What are you bringing a chair up for? My brother is tired. What's wrong with letting him rest for a while? Huang Yun raised her head and said, then placed the chair in front of Sumu. Sumu couldn't help but chuckle as she boldly sat down on the chair. Watching Huang Yun's proud demeanor, the crowd was almost furious, their nostrils flaring. Sumui's tired? What did he do to be tired? Is there any reason? What did he do to be tired? Didn't you see how exhausted they were? Ma Yongfan was so angry he couldn't hold back. I isn't enough that he is tired from standing? After saying this, Huang Yun huffed and turned around with a smile, massaging Sumu's shoulders. Brother, you've worked hard. Ah, my little sister really knows how to be considerate. Damn! Watching Sumu and the two harmonizing, the crowd was almost about to explode. Zhang En and Wang Ding had calmed down now. They no longer wanted to be angry. They were too tired to be angry. Sumu, this time I couldn't bring glory to the 5th Academy. It all relies on you. You've worked too hard. You must be tired from standing just now. At this moment, Wei Zhuo unexpectedly joined in the fun, jumping onto the high platform to start massaging Sumu's legs. Cool, me. Let me massage your legs. The crowd was dumbfounded. He hadn't done anything but was being treated so comfortably, and someone was even massaging his legs. Standing for a while was tiring? Is there any justice, any law? No. Wei Zhuo, you're at least a genius. Are you really willing to massage Sumu's legs? What about your face? What about your dignity? This is outrageous. Zhang En and Wang Ding hadn't wanted to be angry, but upon seeing this scene, they immediately became furious. How could they be overshadowed in treatment? They immediately looked around and suddenly realized that it seemed they really only had the fate of being overshadowed. Wei Zhuo was at least ranked in the top 10 for new student benefits. Did they have the ability to have someone from the top 10 massage their legs and shoulders? Don't even think about it. At this moment, Kong Qing suddenly grinned, seemingly wanting to join in the fun. Some people saw his expression and couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes. Kong Qing wouldn't want to go up and serve Sumu too, would he? If Kong Qing, as an old student, went up, then Sumu would really be treated like royalty, directly crushing them all to pieces. But after a moment, Kong Qing seemed to give up that idea, standing still in place, which immediately relieved those people. After a 2-quarter rest, Zhang En and Wang Ding jumped up. The two looked at Sumu with sparkling eyes. It was time for them to fight. Sumu also stood up, and Huang Yun hurriedly moved the stool down and said, Brother, go for it. Wei Zhuo leisurely stood up and expressionlessly said, If you don't get first place, you'll have to massage my legs when you go back. Looking at Wei Zhuo's proud back, Sumu couldn't help but smile. It was the most unexpected thing for him that Wei Zhuo could massage his legs. But it seemed impossible to expect him to return the favor. The three stood in front of the central platform, their gazes fixed on the locking element pearl. Congratulations to the 3 of you for advancing to the top 3. Now you will chase after the first place. Ma Yongfan announced loudly, glancing at Sumu, firmly believing that Sumu could not take first place. Start. Wait a minute. As soon as Ma Yongfan finished speaking, Zhang En and Wang Ding immediately raised their hands. But Sumu called for a stop, and instantly all eyes were on him. What are you trying to pull? If you're admitting defeat, just do it quickly. The crowd was dissatisfied and sneered. Senior Ma, I want to ask, is there still an elimination system in place? Sumu looked at Ma Yongfan and said, giving a reminder to avoid any later excuses. Hearing this, Ma Yongfan frowned, while Zhang En and Wang Ding's expressions suddenly changed, looking anxiously at Ma Yongfan. Seeing Zhang En and Wang Ding looking over, Ma Yongfan suddenly realized, do you think you can show off your sword intent at this time? Absolutely not. He thought Sumu's question was aimed at using sword intent to win, and Zhang En and Wang Ding were worried about that too. Once the elimination system was removed, the two of them combined wouldn't be able to withstand the sword intent. Of course, we will maintain the elimination system. Anyone who dares to use their own strength will be directly eliminated. Ma Yongfan said decisively, never expecting that the rule he set to target Sumu would be used against him so thoroughly. Start. Zhang En and Wang Ding felt relieved, turned to look at Sumu with a smug glance, and then began to frantically extract elemental energy. Sumu's lips curled up. Were they that happy? Would they be crying next? Break. Raising his hand toward the locking element pearl, he clenched his palm, and the locking element pearl immediately cracked open a hole. Bang! In the quiet hall, the sound of the shell breaking was incredibly loud. Everyone turned their heads in confusion, wondering where the noise had come from. No, this is impossible. How'd he do it? But then they heard Zhang En and Wang Ding's terrified voices, and everyone's expression changed, their eyes wide open in disbelief. That sound just now? Could it be? No, this is impossible. It has just begun. He had only just begun to extract elemental energy. The crowd's terrified heads were shaking, not daring to turn and look at the scene that frightened them. Chapter 64. Second and third place? Did you ask me? Zhang En and Wang Ding looked at Su Mu in horror, as if they had seen a ghost. Su Mu had just raised his hand and already opened a hole. What terrifying speed and control. He must have used sword intent. Even if they hadn't sensed the appearance of sword intent, they firmly believed it. They couldn't believe Su Mu could be that strong. Turning to look at Ma Yongfan, hoping he would act as a witness to eliminate Su Mu. But Ma Yongfan was already stunned, and only came back to his senses when he saw them looking over, his face darkening instantly. What are you still doing? Why aren't you quickly competing for elemental energy? Why are you looking at him? Is he useful? Don't you know whether Su Mu cheated or not? Upon hearing Ma Yongfan's words, Zhang En and Wang Ding fell into despair. Su Mu was simply strong to the point of being abnormal. How could they compete? We have to fight. The two exchanged glances, gritting their teeth and desperately extracting elemental energy. They knew that, with this significant gap, their hope of winning against Su Mu was already very slim, but they could team up with the same 8th grade control. They didn't believe they couldn't deal with Su Mu together. Bang, bang. Under their desperate extraction, the locking element pearl finally broke open, but before they could rejoice, their expressions changed. Just like the previous 3 academy freshmen, they had only extracted the trace of elemental energy they had communicated with, while all the other elemental energy had been taken away by Su Mu. The two staggered back with pale faces, unable to accept the trace of elemental energy in their hands, despair rising in their eyes. Now, they didn't even have the qualification to team up. Was the gap between them and Su Mu really so large it couldn't be bridged? It was over. Seeing the pitiful trace of elemental energy in the hands of the two, everyone was completely hopeless. There was no need to fight anymore. Zhang En and Wang Ding had already lost. Why is this happening? A new student lamented. He single-handedly crushed us to dust. Why does he still have to crush the evening banquet program? With such a trash life palace, how could he surpass us? No new student could accept the fact that Su Mu became first place, even looking at Su Mu with jealousy that twisted their faces. At least we can secure the 2nd and 3rd places. An older student said with a bitter smile. At least this time, no matter how strong Su Mu was, he could only take 1st place and couldn't monopolize most of the benefits like during the new student benefits. There could still be a 2nd and 3rd place, which could be considered a consolation. Zhang En and Wang Ding could only think this way now, as they had lost all hope of winning and could only resign themselves to fate. A low-grade spirit sword seems pretty good, and Xian-grade battle skill is hard to come by. The two were already comforting themselves with bitter smiles, while at this moment, Su Mu's lips curled into a cold smile. Thinking they wanted to obtain 2nd and 3rd place? Had they gotten his permission? With a flick of his finger, a large mass of elemental energy split into 2, forming 2 small swords. These 2 small swords were much smaller than the ones he had used to defeat the 3 academy freshmen before. Even if they were halved, they were still smaller by more than half, which also meant they had stronger power. Go! Su Mu softly uttered a word, narrowing his eyes. If he let them take 2nd and 3rd place, wouldn't he have worked for nothing? Zhang En and Wang Ding saw the 2 small swords heading toward them. Their faces changed drastically. They looked down at the trace of elemental energy in their hands and were left only with panic. With this pitiful elemental energy, they couldn't possibly defend against Su Mu's elemental energy swords. Damn it, he wants to kill us. Then they found that the elemental energy swords were aimed directly at their hearts, and their faces turned ashen. It was clear that he wanted their lives. In an instant, they were faced with 2 choices. One was to lose their lives, and the other was to unleash their cultivation to protect themselves. In the blink of an eye, they had no time to think and immediately chose to protect their lives. Bang! Bang! The two unleashed their cultivation, and the elemental energy, swords struck their chests and directly vanished. Even so, they were forced to step back several paces. The two swallowed hard, their foreheads drenched in cold sweat. This was just the elemental energy in the locking element pearl, and it had pushed them back, causing intense pain in their chests. Oof. Then their throats tasted sweet, and they could no longer hold back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Two of their ribs had broken. Feeling their injuries, the two didn't even dare to wipe the blood from the corners of their mouths, sweating profusely. This was only a small amount of elemental energy. Sumu's strength had reached a terrifying level. After a trip to the chaotic wind cave, his strength had become even more terrifying. The two struggled to raise their heads to look at Sumu, their eyes filled with terror. Inside the hall, there was a dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at Zhang, En, and Wang Ding. They spat blood. The crowd gaped, shock written all over their faces. They had used their cultivation to resist the attack, yet that little bit of elemental energy had injured them. Sumu's strength and control have reached an abnormal level. The detection results of the flying rainbow pearl might really be problematic. His control was definitely not just 8th grade. It's terrifying. If Sumu uses his cultivation, he could easily crush Zhang, En, and the others. Sumu's talent makes everyone present tremble. The three girls, Tian Yu, were also dumbfounded. Weizhua saw this and could only smile wryly, feeling self-deprecating. He had always thought he could surpass Sumu soon, but now it seemed like a delusion. Sumu, do you want to kill us? Suddenly, Zhang, En, and the others shouted fiercely. Sumu was indeed strong, and if they had reacted a moment slower, they would have been dead. Senior Ma, you saw just now. He clearly wanted our lives. The two turned to Ma Yongfan, hoping he would take a stand and punish Sumu. You're still alive, aren't you? But before Ma Yongfan could speak, Sumu's playful voice echoed. You used your cultivation, and unfortunately, you have already been eliminated. They have been eliminated. Sumu's words were like a bolt from the blue for Zhang, En, and the others, turning their faces pale once again. Senior Ma. The two looked at Ma Yongfan in shock, hoping he would tell them they hadn't been eliminated, but Ma Yongfan could only shake his head helplessly. Using their own strength meant they were eliminated, and they didn't even qualify for 2nd or 3rd place. No, we can't be eliminated. Zhang, En, and the others took a few steps back in disbelief, shaking their heads repeatedly. Then we'll get the prizes for 2nd and 3rd place. There's no 2nd or 3rd place now, so all the prizes naturally go to the 1st place, Sumu said with a light smile. Then looked up at Ma Yongfan. Senior Ma, don't you think so? Ma Yongfan gritted his teeth, although he was very reluctant to admit it. The rules were like that, so he could only nod. This was like another thunderclap above their heads. Zhang, En, and the others staggered back a few steps and slumped to the ground in despair. This time, they not only lost their ranking and dignity, but also the prizes that were within reach. From today onward, they would be completely nailed to the pillar of shame. All the prizes for the top 3. Sumu made a huge profit this time. The low-grade spirit sword, the mysterious battle techniques, the soul recovery elixir, all belonged to him. He became the biggest winner of the new student benefits and the banquet too. Why did all our efforts end up as his wedding dress? Everyone hated Sumu to the core, envied him to madness, and were jealous to the brink of insanity. Chapter 65. Our future is unlimited. The rewards for the top 3 are all my brothers. Huang Yun covered her mouth in disbelief, then jumped up in excitement. Brother is amazing. Brother is invincible. Hearing Huang Yun's cheers, the old and new students felt even worse. Only the 3 girls, Tian Yu, had happy smiles on their faces. Just going to the chaotic wind cave made his strength even more formidable. Sumu truly deserves the title of a contemporary genius. Could he really be from a trash fate palace? They even started to doubt the authenticity of Sumu's trash fate palace, but then they stopped thinking about that. The fate stone doesn't lie. Besides, with Sumu's current display talent, what level of fate palace he had, did it even matter? Senior Ma, are you not going to announce it? What are you waiting for? Sumu said with a faint smile to Ma Yongfan. Ma Yongfan ses cheeks twitched noticeably. He took a deep breath, struggling to accept the reality. I announced that in this evening's program, Su Mu is the first place. And due to Zhang Un and the two being eliminated, Su Mu will receive all the rewards for the top 3. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall fell into silence, and then a sparse applause broke out, with only Tian Yu and the others clapping for Su Mu. Glancing at the crowd with ugly expressions, Su Mu smiled and jumped down from the high platform, collecting all 3 prizes from the treasure tower. The soul recovery elixir was finally in hand. Holding the jade bottle, Su Mu felt a bit more at ease. Watching Su Mu take the 3 prizes, the old and new students turned green with envy. With these items, Su Mu was at least 5 years ahead of us. Damn it, let us go. Su Mu turned around gracefully. Huang Yiyun grinned and huffed in pride, thinking about how to deal with her brother. Let the envy and jealousy continue. Wait. Just as Su Mu and the others were about to leave, Zhang En and the others suddenly jumped up from the high platform, looking at Su Mu with fierce expressions. Su Mu, what level of control do you have? This question snapped everyone to attention, and all eyes turned to Su Mu. Even Huang Yiyun and the others looked at him curiously. That absolute control could not possibly be just 8th grade. What level? Su Mu paused, turned to look at the Fei Hong Pearl placed high on the display platform, smiled slightly, and casually waved out a burst of power before continuing to leave. People turned to look at the Fei Hong Pearl, and suddenly it burst into light, the red light dazzling, illuminating the entire high platform. Under the red light, a number appeared. 10, 10th grade control. Hiss, the strongest control. Seeing that extremely glaring number 10, the entire hall was filled with gasps. Huang Yun and the others saw it, smiled slightly, and turned to leave. In their hearts, Su Mu was the strongest. He should have 10th grade control. Old brother Mu, wait for me. Kong Qing was shocked and quickly rushed out when he saw Su Mu and the others had already left the hall. Meanwhile, everyone in the hall remained in shock. How could this be? Zhang En and the others gritted their teeth, unable to accept it. Why would Su Mu, a person from a trash fate palace, have 10th grade control? They lost without any injustice. Some old students sighed, shaking their heads at Zhang En and the others. Why was it that before, only 8th grade control was measured? Zhang En and the others furrowed their brows, murmuring as they looked outside the hall, where they could no longer see Su Mu's figure. Su Mu clearly had 10th grade control. Why did the Fei Hong Pearl only measure 8th grade at first? This was definitely not a mistake by the Fei Hong Pearl, but rather, Su Mu had been hiding his true abilities from start. The purpose of hiding his strengths was to make them underestimate him, allowing Su Mu to deliver a fatal blow and force them to use their own strength, leading to their elimination. Thus, Su Mu could monopolize all the prizes. From the very beginning, Su Mu had been plotting against them. We fell for that guy's trick. After realizing this, Zhang En and the others were so enraged that they almost bit their teeth to pieces, looking at Ma Yongfan with resentment. Ma Yongfan shouldn't he have missed this? Ma Yongfan is faz d'accuned. What are you looking at me for? I just realized it too, and now the situation is set. It's useless to say anything. Senior Ma, with Su Mu taking those things, it means he is at least 5 years ahead of us. Seeing Ma Yongfan remain silent, Zhang En and the others became even angrier. You were supposed to help us get rewards, but now you've benefited Su Mu. Don't you feel ashamed? 5 years ahead? Is that how highly you think of him? Ma Yongfan sneered, looking disdainfully outside the hall. Those things would put any one of you at least 5 years ahead of others, but with Su Mu, being half a year ahead of you would be good enough. Zhang En and the others, along with the new students, were stunned by these words. What do you mean? Don't forget, the only reason he is strong is because he was lucky enough to comprehend sword intent. But that doesn't change the fact that he is from a trash fate palace. Ma Yongfan's words were firm, and the new students listened, their eyes lighting up. Yes, our future is unlimited. No matter how powerful he is ultimately just from a trash fate palace. Outside the 5 courtyards dormitory, Tian Yu and the others noticed Kong Qing following them, eyes glimmering with curiosity, their hearts filled with doubts. When did Su Mu make a connection with such a strong senior? Although they were puzzled, they recognized that since Kong Qing had followed them here, he must have something to say to Su Mu, so they discreetly went to the dormitory first. Teacher, Once they reached the dormitory and found no one around, Kong Qing hurriedly cupped his fists respectfully. Su Mu shook his head and spoke. Go ahead, what's the matter? Teacher, can you teach me how you manage to control your energy so skillfully? Kong Qing cautiously asked. He had witnessed the power of energy control firsthand. Seeing Su Mu injure Zhang and his companion with just a small amount of energy, which highlighted the terrifying aspects of energy control. For him, this had always been a disadvantage. Kong Qing firmly believed that if he learned to control energy, his strength would definitely increase significantly. How should Su Mu explain this? Should he tell Kong Qing that it was because he had a 7-heart crystal? Last time, he almost lost his life because of the 7-heart crystal, and he definitely couldn't reveal this to anyone. Kong Qing, controlling energy is ultimately a minor path. What is most important is to comprehend sword intent. Don't be indecisive, Su Mu said seriously, sounding like an old man imparting wisdom. Is that so? Kong Qing nodded in disappointment. Since the teacher said so, he would focus on comprehending sword intent first. I was too greedy. You should rest early, teacher. After bowing, Kong Qing turned and left. Watching him go, Su Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he was a sword fanatic. Otherwise, it would have been hard to get through that conversation. Turning to enter the dormitory, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Clang! Su Mu stepped back and immediately drew his sword intent surging forth. Chapter 66. Useless Apothecary. Good alertness. A confirming voice sounded, and at that moment, Su Mu recognized the visitor and relaxed. Dean, your silent appearance is quite frightening. Hua Lingfeng chuckled lightly, looking at Su Mu with satisfaction. Su Mu, this time you've really brought great honor to our 5th Academy. Hua Lingfeng approached and patted Su Mu's shoulder, praising him. It was within my duty, Su Mu said lightly, sheathing his sword. Hua Lingfeng glanced at the items at Su Mu's waist and smiled as he left. This is for you. After walking a few steps, he tossed a jade vial. Su Mu hurriedly caught it, looking at the vial in confusion. You look like you're in need of a soul recovery elixir, right? This bottle is your reward. Hua Lingfeng's voice came from afar. Su Mu's heart jolted as he quickly looked down at the jade vial. Could it really be a bottle of soul recovery elixir? Thank you, Dean. He excitedly clasped his hands in gratitude towards the direction Hua Lingfeng had left, but by then, Hua Lingfeng's figure was already out of sight, and he didn't respond. Now, with 2 bottles of elixir, it should be able to restore a significant amount of soul power for the mad immortal emperor. Unable to contain his excitement, he rushed into the dormitory. As soon as he entered, he saw that all the rooms in the courtyard were lit up. All the senior and junior students who had originally been sleeping had gathered together. The students of the 5th Academy were all chattering animatedly, as if they had been given a shot of adrenaline. When they saw Su Mu rush in, the noisy courtyard fell silent, and all eyes turned to him. Senior Sumu, Junior Sumu. Instantly, all the new and old students swarmed towards Su Mu, their enthusiasm even greater than on the night of the new student welfare event. Su Mu felt quite unaccustomed to this scene, instinctively shrinking back. The eager expressions of the crowd made him feel as if he might be devoured. Senior Su Mu, I didn't expect you to accomplish something big again. Senior Su Mu, you've really brought us great pride. I'm about to fall in love with you. Junior, you've done what we seniors couldn't. You're simply our lucky star. Junior, about that matter we discussed last time, have you considered it? It was just a small effort. Su Mu quickly raised his hand to respond, then slipped along the wall into the dormitory. Everyone, classes start tomorrow, so get some rest. I'm going to rest now. Seizing an opportunity, Su Mu hurriedly slipped out and took Huang Yun with him. Huang Yun had been full of excitement, having just been talking about Su Mu, and now she was pulled out by him, looking confused. Yun, here a sword and a battle technique for you. Train well. After giving her the sword and battle technique, he sneaked into his own dormitory. He already had a better sword. Huang Yun was both his sister-in-law and sister, so it was only natural to keep the good stuff in the family. As for the battle technique, it was even less worthy of his attention. He had no use for Enshin grade battle technique. Wow. This action caused a stir among the old and new students of the 5th Academy, their eyes turning red with envy as they looked at Huang Yun. Yun, Your brother is so good to you. A low-grade spiritual sword and in Shin-grade battle technique. Just like that? Ah, I wish I had such a brother. Iyun, how did you meet such a great brother? Teach me. Iyun, do you mind sharing your brother with me? Iyun, how about I become your sister-in-law? Before Huang Iyun could recover from the surprise of receiving the weapons and battle techniques from Su Mu, a crowd of students surged towards her, especially the female students, all filled with envy and excitement. Even Wei Zhuo was envious. Inexplicably, he also wanted a brother like that. Sigh. Too bad I'm not a girl. Puffed. That guy Su Mu, I helped him for nothing and got nothing in return. Wei Zhuo cursed his previous thoughts and angrily returned to his dormitory. Closing the dormitory door, Su Mu could still hear the chattering and exclamations outside. He shook his head helplessly. It seemed the soundproofing of the dormitory wasn't very good. If he were to do anything, wouldn't everyone hear it? Lying on the bed, he could only wait for those students to fall asleep before awakening the mad, immortal emperor. As the night wore on, the bright moonlight bathed the 5th Academy dormitory, and all the students had already rested. Senior. Seeing that it was completely quiet outside, Su Mu held the 2 jade vials, calling out in his heart. After shouting for a full quarter of an hour, the mad immortal emperor did not respond at all, causing Su Mu's heart to sink. Could it be that he really couldn't be awakened? Senior. Huh. Finally, the sound of the mad immortal emperor yawning echoed, making Su Mu breathe a sigh of relief. Kid, if it weren't for you finding soul recovery materials and elixirs this time, you really wouldn't have been able to wake me next time, the mad immortal emperor said while yawning, having thought Su Mu was calling him for some urgent matter. Senior, I found soul recovery elixirs. There are 2 bottles, Su Mu hurriedly said, and instantly, the mad immortal emperor fell silent. Su Mu frowned and glanced at the 2 jade vials in his hand. Could it be that the elixirs were ineffective? Good job. Suddenly, the mad immortal emperor's figure appeared before him, startling Su Mu. You got 2 bottles of soul recovery elixirs so quickly. I guarantee you'll be able to wake me next time. Looking at the mad immortal emperor's excited expression, Su Mu shook his head speechlessly. If it was useful, just say so. He had almost been scared to death. Open the jade vials, the mad immortal emperor urged. Su Mu complied and opened the 2 jade vials. Hiss. The mad immortal emperor tilted his head and took a deep breath, and the essence of the elixirs flew out, merging directly into his body. Gradually, the mad immortal emperor's soul began to solidify at a visible rate. Su Mu felt a surge of joy. At this rate, one day he would be able to help the mad immortal emperor's soul fully materialize, making it tangible. What trash apothecary concocted these elixirs? This emperor will have him fed to the dogs. The mad immortal emperor opened his eyes and started cursing. Su Mu's smile immediately faded, looking at the mad immortal emperor speechlessly. It was already good that it had some effect. Why was he being so picky? Why are you looking at me like that? Look at how much trash is in the vials. The mad immortal emperor frowned, glaring at the 2 jade vials. Su Mu looked down at the 2 vials and noticed that the elixirs inside hadn't decreased much. They had only lightened in color a bit. 99% of it is dregs. If someone drank this, wouldn't they be poisoned to death? Which apothecary concocted this? P.S. Simply a tumor in the apothecary world. Su Mu couldn't help rolling his eyes, tossing the 2 jade vials aside and rubbing his temples. What a nuisance. It's just the 2 of us here. No, you're not even human. Who are you cursing? Forget it. I'm going to rest. The crazy immortal emperor glanced at Su Mu and then disappeared, thinking that if you don't want to hear it, this immortal emperor doesn't want to say it either. Su Mu shook his head helplessly. Finally, it was quiet. He lay down in bed and went to sleep. These 3 days in the chaotic wind cave had worn him out, and after that, he had a rush to attend a banquet. All he wanted now was to have a good rest. He slept until it was almost time for the SI hour. Knock. Knock, knock. Brother, get up. Class is about to start, and we need to check the rankings. Under Huang Iyun's urging, Su Mu opened his eyes, washed up a bit, and opened the dormitory door. Brother, why did you wake up so late? You must have worked hard yesterday, Huang Iyun said with concern. Su Mu smiled slightly and shook his head, saying let's go. After going downstairs, most of the dormitory residents had already left. When they reached the entrance, they found Wei Zhuo waiting against the wall for quite a while. You really can sleep. Wei Zhuo straightened up and gave Su Mu a disdainful look. I've been waiting for a long time, Su Mu replied with a calm smile. Who was waiting for you? Wei Zhuo strode out. The rankings are being released today. Let's go check them out. Su Mu nodded and followed. There were rewards for the freshman rankings, so he naturally couldn't miss it. Besides, he wanted to see where the Martial Academy would rank him. When they arrived at the entrance of the Martial Academy, the freshman and senior student rankings were posted on the notice board. By the time Su Mu and the others reached the entrance, many students were already crowding in front of the notice board. The three of them struggled to squeeze in and immediately focused their gaze on the freshman rankings. As they scanned the list, their expressions changed. Chapter 67, Senior Rankings. Brother, why isn't your name in the top 10? No, it's not even the top 100. I've already made it into the top 20. How could your name be missing? Wei Zhuo frowned, continuously searching the freshman list, only to find that Su Mu's name was completely absent. Su Mu? Someone recognized him, and their expression immediately darkened. Su Mu had become famous in the Martial Academy, having single-handedly crushed the top 4 academies, and he did it with the most inferior life palace. In the entire Martial Academy, everyone from the top 4 academies, except for the 5th Academy, held a negative opinion of Su Mu. Still looking for your name? Your name isn't on the freshman list. It's on the senior list. A student teased. The three of them frowned and immediately turned to look at the senior list. Sure enough, they found Su Mu's name, and next to it was a special note indicating the 5th Academy. Ranked so high, the three were astonished. There were over 1,000 senior students in the Martial Academy, yet Su Mu had managed to rank within the top 500. This was simply unbelievable. Wait, why are there so many senior students? Huang Yun suddenly exclaimed in surprise. There aren't even 500 new students in our cohort. Yet the previous cohort has over 1,000 senior students? Wei Zhuo glanced at her helplessly and explained. The Martial Academy doesn't just recruit every 2 years and then stop. People prefer to join every 2 years due to the Xylem flower and lower standards. The 3 major cities are vast and rich. Do you really think there are only this many geniuses? The Martial Academy's mission is to gather all the talent from the 3 major cities, and they also recruit from outside the 3 cities when there's an opportunity. Therefore, recruitment never stops. But if you miss the 2-year recruitment, the minimum standard is a 6th grade life palace. Don't worry. Our cohort of new students will only keep increasing. 2 years from now, I'm afraid there will be over 1,000, he added. Is that so? Huang Yun smiled awkwardly. She really didn't know this rule and blamed herself for being too playful before. Wait, that is not right. Su Mu, with your previous talent, the Martial Academy should have actively recruited you. Wei Zhuo suddenly found it strange and looked at Su Mu. I came here for the Xylem flower. Su Mu replied with a slight smile. Wei Zhuo nodded, but didn't think much of it. Then Su Mu's expression darkened. He only learned about the Xylem flower after coming to the Martial Academy. No one had told him the rules of the Martial Academy. The Grand Elder had suggested he join the Martial Academy as soon as possible, but at that time he was influenced by Su Mo Chung, who kept urging him to work for his family before joining the Martial Academy. Su Mo Chung also avoided the topic of the Martial Academy every time. It's no wonder Su Mo Chung arranged for me to go out several times. Those were probably moments when the Martial Academy's mentors came to recruit, deliberately keeping me away and then rejecting the Martial Academy. Gradually, Su Mu understood Su Mo Chung's ulterior motives, which had delayed him for a whole year. However, Su Mo Chung and his son had already died at his hands, so that was all in the past. Su Mu, congratulations. You just joined the Martial Academy and ranked in the top 500. This is unprecedented. The surrounding senior and new students mocked Su Mu, who glanced at them, knowing they meant no good. Ranking on the senior list would definitely bring more disadvantages than advantages. Is there any benefit to being on the senior list? Huang Yun was very displeased with their sarcastic attitude and asked coldly. Of course, there are benefits, a senior student said sarcastically. As long as you're on the senior list, everyone gets a basic credit subsidy. If you're in the top 500, you'll get at least 3 credits. Huang Yun raised her eyebrows. That sounded good, but her expression quickly soured again. Su Mu could have ranked first on the freshman list, so he lost quite a bit in terms of credits. Hey, don't rush. There are other benefits to being on the senior list. As long as you're on the senior list, you can attend classes in the Wuhua Palace. And the mentors there have a minimum cultivation level of the Life Palace realm. New students don't have that treatment. They can only attend classes in the Wuxing Palace, where the strongest mentors are only at the peak of the transformation realm. After hearing this, Huang Yun couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. That treatment is too good. She turned to look at Su Mu. We're leaving. But Su Mu's expression was not good. He pulled her away directly. Wei Zhuo also felt something was off and followed them out. Oomph. The students in front of the notice board sneered mockingly as they watched Su Mu and the others leave. Brother, what's wrong? Su Mu pulled Huang Yun to a corner, and she looked at him curiously, unable to help but ask. Clearly, someone is targeting him. Wei Zhuo said with a serious face as he caught up. Huh. Huang Yun expressed her confusion. After all, she was young and didn't understand the malice of people well. Wei Zhuo shook his head and looked at Su Mu, saying, generally, new students can only enter the freshman list unless their cultivation exceeds the transformation realm. But even if they exceed the transformation realm, it's impossible to suddenly jump into the top 500. They usually end up at the bottom. This is clearly someone targeting him. While there are benefits to being on the senior list, how can the students ranked in the bottom 500 accept this? Plus, being specially marked as from the 5th Academy, it's likely that countless people will come to find trouble with him during this time. After hearing this, Huang Yun's expression completely changed, and she panicked. What if I don't go to class? Can't we just attend classes in the Wuxing Palace? We can't. Senior students can only attend classes in the Wuhua Palace, and the Martial Academy often has exams with irregular testing. If there are 3 failures, you'll be expelled immediately. Wei Zhuo shook his head. If Su Mu wanted to stay in the Martial Academy, he had to attend classes. What should we do then? Huang Yun was in a complete panic. Her sister hadn't been found yet, and they absolutely couldn't leave the Martial Academy. Damn it, who is so despicable? In her heart, she had already loathed the person who put Su Mu on the senior list. Su Mu had just joined the Martial Academy and was already at odds with the senior students. This was clearly a plot to put him in a deadly situation. Su Mu and Wei Zhuo exchanged glances, both having their suspicions but unable to pinpoint who it was. I'm in class now. Su Mu, you'd better take care of yourself. Wei Zhuo patted Su Mu on the shoulder, sighed, and turned to leave. He truly felt powerless now. Brother, what will you do now? The people behind you are definitely going to deal with you. Huang Yun was almost in tears. Those senior students were all at least at the peak of the Life Palace realm, and slightly stronger ones were already at the transformation realm. It's fine. This is also a good thing for me. My stage is even bigger now. Su Mu smiled nonchalantly. When the soldiers come, I'll block them. When the water comes, I'll cover it. What's there to be afraid of? Huang Yun nodded, her face immediately turning resolute, as if flames were burning in her eyes. Brother, don't worry. If anyone dares to hurt you, I'll make sure they die a terrible death. Su Mu widened his eyes and quickly raised his hand. Yun, what are you doing? Calm down. Huang Yun pouted and angrily suppressed her power. You go to class first? Don't worry, I will be fine. Su Mu rubbed his temples. If Huang Yun used that kind of power again, he wouldn't even have time to devour the Ice Sovereign's soul. Hurry up. Remember, you must not recklessly use your power. Ruffling Huang Yun's hair, she pouted, shrugged, and nodded before leaving. Then be careful, brother. Watching Huang Yun leave, Su Mu took a deep breath and turned to look at the academy ahead, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. That was the Wuhua Palace. No matter who you are, you cannot stop my steps. Steadily walking towards the Wuhua Palace, having faced death before, what else is there to fear? Kid, you've gained some ambition. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, and Su Mu paused, his eyes shining brightly. Senior, how did you wake up? My soul has recovered quite a bit. I can occasionally come out during this time. The lazy voice of the mad, immortal emperor rang out. Su Mu's lips curled into a smile. Although the mad immortal emperor seemed eccentric and somewhat unreliable, he was currently the most trustworthy. Kid, are you going to class? Su Mu nodded. What class are you going to? If there's anything you don't understand, I can teach you. Sure, how long can you teach me? Su Mu's eyes brightened. This seemed quite good. The mad immortal emperor's teaching level would definitely crush those instructors from several major worlds. How long? That definitely depends on my mood. Hearing this, Sumu silently raised a middle finger and walked towards the Wuhua Palace. It was still more reliable to go to class. Chapter 68, Wuhua Palace. The Wuhua Palace has 3 stories, its layout resembling a traditional courtyard, and from above, it looks like a large courtyard. In the center of the Wuhua Palace is a huge square, surrounded by various classrooms with plaques. Today is the first day of classes, and in front of the Wuhua Palace are returning students from vacation. When Sumu arrived at the Wuhua Palace, no one recognized him. Regardless of whether it was freshman benefits or the banquet, the seniors who appeared were only a fraction. Entering the Wuhua Palace, Sumu turned to look around and saw that each classroom had a sign indicating its subject: cultivation, swordsmanship, knife techniques, spear techniques, medicine, weaponry, etc., all of which were popular courses, with each classroom specializing in one subject. After pondering for a moment, he walked towards the classroom with the cultivation plaque. As for swordsmanship, he didn't need to learn. He just needed to keep comprehending, and he was already close to grasping the second realm of sword intent. Even in the martial house, there were hardly a few who reached this realm. Cultivation was actually a significant issue for him, primarily because he needed to accumulate essence liquid and open a second dark vein. It was not just for himself. If he didn't open the second dark vein within 2.5 months, Huang Yiyun would be beyond help. Entering the cultivation classroom, he found it very spacious, with only a few people sitting in the back. Sumu looked over and recognized some of them. Sumo, Junior. The students in the back were momentarily stunned, their faces full of surprise. Upon hearing them call him that, Sumu remembered that these students were seniors from the 5th Academy. Seniors, what are you doing sitting there? He raised his hand to greet them and randomly found a spot in the front row to sit down. Why would he sit in the back when there were good front row seats? Seeing Sumu sit in the front row, the faces of the seniors from the 5th Academy changed drastically. Junior, you can't sit here. 2 seniors rushed over anxiously to dissuade Sumu. Why can't I sit here? Sumu looked puzzled. Wasn't the seating arranged? But after glancing at the drawers, he saw no personal belongings. The seats weren't arranged, but the front row was reserved for seniors. You can't sit there, they said urgently while looking outside the classroom. I'm a senior now, Sumu chuckled. Having made it onto the senior list, he naturally counted as a senior. No, Junior, this front row is for the top 4 Academy seniors. We can only sit in the back and only in the corners, they said, pointing to the back corner. What? Sumu turned to look. The seniors from the 5th Academy were indeed sitting in the farthest corner. The large classroom could seat at least 300 people, and there were 3 cultivation classrooms, allowing for a total of 900 students to attend, but not all seniors would come to the cultivation class, so there were definitely many empty seats. Those seniors from the 5th Academy were clearly not sitting in the corner voluntarily. They were forced there by the top 4 academies. The top 4 academies were too bullying. Anger rose in Sumu's eyes. He originally thought that freshman benefits and banquets were just the beginning, but he didn't expect the treatment for seniors to be even worse. Junior, you should get up quickly. They're about to start class. If they see you, you'll definitely get beaten. The seniors from the 5th Academy continued to persuade him, their words filled with bitterness. The 5th Academy had been weak for a long time. They had resigned themselves to their fate. How can this be? Is there no one to manage this? Don't the instructors care? Sumo spoke angrily. What was the point of getting stronger if he had to endure such humiliation? Manage? Of course, they manage. The 2 seniors shook their heads bitterly, their eyes flashing with hatred. Every time, the instructors blame us first. Not only do we not get justice, but we also face retaliation from the top 4 academies. Telling the instructors is not worth it. Such people are qualified to teach. Sumu was completely enraged. Were the students of the 5th Academy not human? Did they have to endure such unfair treatment? What are you trash doing in the front row? Did you take my seat? Suddenly, a voice of cursing rang out at the door, causing the faces of the 2 seniors from the 5th Academy to turn pale as they turned to see the students from the 3rd Academy entering in droves. We didn't. The 2 hurriedly waved their hands, even retreating in fear, but soon bumped into their seats. Sumu's expression darkened. How scared must they be to retreat just from a single sentence? It was clear what kind of bullying the seniors from the 5th Academy had suffered. Not yet. You just made my seat dirty. Do you know that? The angry voice of the 3rd Academy student rang out as he kicked the 5th Academy senior in the stomach. Since the seats and tables were fixed, the senior from the 5th Academy was directly kicked into his seat, his back pressed painfully against the metal. Despite the pain in his belly and back, the 5th Academy senior forced himself to endure, as long as he didn't cry out or fight back. This might just be a matter of one kick. Another 5th Academy senior was scared to the extreme and quickly turned to run to the back. The 3rd Academy seniors all raised their arrogant smiles. They enjoyed bullying the seniors from the 5th Academy. But when they saw Su Mu already sitting in his seat, their smiles instantly vanished, and their expressions turned cold. "Who are you? Why are you sitting in our spot?" one of the 3rd Academy seniors shouted, towering over Su Mu. Su Mu glanced at him coldly, stood up, helped the 5th Academy senior up, and brushed off the dust from his clothes. "Are you okay?" The 5th Academy senior shook his head, enduring the pain. "I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me?" The 3rd Academy senior was furious that Su Mu dared to ignore him and helped the 5th Academy student, pointing at Su Mu and shouting. A cold light flashed in Su Mu's eyes as he raised his hand and grabbed the 3rd Academy senior's finger, squeezing hard. The 3rd Academy senior immediately knelt down in pain, screaming continuously. "I am from the 5th Academy. Is there a problem?" Su Mu looked at him coldly and then kicked him in the stomach. Bang! The 3rd Academy senior immediately spat out bile from the kick, followed by even more painful screams. "How dare you!" The 5th Academy people also dared to hit back. "I see that you guys from the 5th Academy don't want to mix it up anymore." The old students from the other 3 academies were furious and rushed in to surround Su Mu for a beating. Suddenly, a sharp aura surged forward, causing the 3 Academy old students to halt in their tracks, pain etched on their faces. Sword intent. You are Su Mu." The old students from the 3rd Academy stared at Su Mu in shock. At such a young age, he was the only one in the entire martial academy to possess sword intent. "You are Su Mu?" The faces of the 3 Academy old students twisted with rage. Their teeth clenched. How dare a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair rank in the top 500? Who do you think you are to stand above me? Today, I want to see what qualifications you have to rank ahead of us. All the old students from the 3rd Academy charged at Su Mu. When they returned to the academy today, they were nearly infuriated to see that an unknown name had been placed above them, especially someone from the 5th Academy. It was simply humiliating. Later, they learned it was a garbage Life Palace waste who had comprehended sword intent. Being overshadowed by a waste was an even greater disgrace. Just right. Today, they would let this waste of a Life Palace experience their strength. Chapter 69. Those who insult others will always be insulted. All right. Today I will let you see why I stand above you. Su Mu laughed in anger, kicking the old student he had grabbed away, and throwing a straight punch at the charging old students from the 3rd Academy. Bang! The old student let out a miserable scream, not only because of Su Mu's fierce punch, but also due to the hidden sword intent within the punch. The sword intent penetrated to the bone, and the old student felt as if his finger bones were about to be torn apart. At the same time, 2 old students from the 3rd Academy attacked, aiming for Su Mu's lower body. Su Mu narrowed his eyes, and with a tremor of his legs, the floor cracked open. Bang, bang. The 2 old students kicked Su Mu's legs, yet he didn't budge an inch. The 2 old students looked up in horror at Su Mu, only to see him catch the punch of the old student in front of him, leap into the air, and stomp down hard on their legs. Crack, crack. The 2 old students immediately cried out in agony, their leg bones crushed by that stomp. The remaining 4 old students from the 3rd Academy saw how fierce Su Mu was, with 3 of their own suffering significant losses at his hands. Their expressions changed. They turned and slammed their hands on the table. Crash, crash. The 4 of them smashed the table to pieces, pulled out an iron rail from it, and turned to strike Su Mu. Weapons were not allowed in class, but the iron objects embedded in the tables and chairs became the most lethal weapons. Su Mu's gaze turned cold. Were they trying to take his life? Swish! Grabbing the old student in front of him, he used him as a weapon to strike out. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 were caught off guard and were all knocked away. The sharp screams that rang out were not from the 4, but from the old student in Su Mu's hand, whose arm was broken from the force of being thrown. Su Mu then threw the old student away and charged towards the 4. The four were stunned to see him and immediately picked up the fallen iron rail from the ground, attacking Su Mu from different angles, striking at his head and legs. Su Mu's reaction speed was incredibly quick. Before they could reach him, he spun around, caught one old student's arm, and with a chop of his hand, broke that old student's arm. The old student cried out in agony, dropping the iron rail from his hand. Su Mu quickly grabbed the rail and retaliated against the three. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as the three old students were forced to retreat. Crash, crash. The three collided with the table before stopping, and as pain surged in their backs, they saw the half of the iron rail that had fallen on the ground. Raising their hands to look at the rail they held, only to find it had already been reduced to half. Looking back at Su Mu's, it was completely intact. At that moment, they even doubted whether the iron rail Su Mu held was the same as theirs. How could it be so hard? It's sword intent. He injected sword intent into that thing. No wonder it was so hard. Is this the power of sword intent? The three swallowed hard, glancing at the five on the ground moaning in pain, and the previous one, whose eyes were glazed over. The 8 of them hadn't been able to defeat just one new student. They all knew they were all at the second stage of the Transcendence Realm, and there was even one at the third stage, yet combined, they couldn't match up to a single newcomer. Suddenly, they realized that they had only focused on Su Mu's life palace waste, thinking he was a failure, completely ignoring the sword intent. Now, they genuinely understood the power of sword intent. Su Mu coldly stared at the three, fighting him barehanded. Even the third stage of the Transcendence Realm could not gain an advantage under his sword intent. What do you want to do? Seeing Su Mu approach with the iron rail, the three stepped back in fear, but behind them were the seats, so they jumped onto the table. Looking at Su Mu in terror, what do I want to do? Su Mu squinted his eyes, sneering before leaping, the iron rail smashing directly onto an old student's head. Bang! There was a dull thud, and that old student didn't even groan. His body went limp and collapsed back onto the seat. Why you want to kill someone? The other 2 old students were terrified, pointing at Su Mu as they trembled. Su Mu, I warn you, this is the Martial Academy. We are in class. You can't act recklessly. Is it allowed for you to act recklessly? Is it allowed for you to bully others? Su Mu coldly spoke as he moved towards the 2 old students. Today, I will let you taste the feeling of being bullied. Those who insult others will always be insulted. Bang, bang. The 2 old students' heads were alternately smashed, and they clutched their bleeding heads, wailing in agony as they fell back onto their seats. Su Mu exhaled deeply, turning to look at the 5 people lying on the ground moaning. When the 5 old students saw Su Mu looking over, they immediately feared and pretended to be dead. They were already missing limbs, and they didn't want their heads smashed too. Crash! All done. Throwing away the iron rail, Su Mu clapped his hands and looked at the 5 old students from the 5th Academy, who were now staring at him in shock, their eyes wide. As senior, you were so strong. Seeing Su Mu looking over, the old students from the 5th Academy shivered, swallowing hard as they spoke. They had always thought Su Mu could only rely on sword intent to dominate in the Life Palace realm, but they had no idea that even in the Transcendence realm, he was invincible. In the future, don't be afraid when you see these bastards. If you are afraid, they will take advantage of you. Su Mu glanced at the old students from the 3rd Academy and spoke. If they dare to bully you again, even if you can't win, you must fight them to the death. Otherwise, they will think you are easy to bully. The old students from the 5th Academy nodded blankly. Looking at the 8 old students from the 3rd Academy, their chests gradually rising and falling as a sense of satisfaction welled up within them. You will have your day too. Su Mu truly vented their frustrations today. Oh no! Suddenly, one old student's expression changed as he stood up and looked at Su Mu. Senior, you've injured so many people. If the instructor sees this, it will be bad, right? Su Mu, hurry and leave while no one else is watching. We will take the blame here. The old students from the 5th Academy all spoke up. Su Mu helped them take revenge, and they certainly wouldn't let him get into trouble. The worst would just be a trip to the disciplinary office. Su Mu was touched, looking at the old students from the 5th Academy, and smiled slightly. No matter how weak the 5th Academy was, they were a group of loyal individuals. What are you still doing there? Hurry up and leave. Seeing Su Mu still smiling and not leaving, the old students from the 5th Academy were anxious and jumped up to urge Su Mu to get away. Someone is coming. Su Mu shrugged, having already heard the footsteps. Going out now would get him seen. Not to mention, he was not the kind of person who would let others take the blame. One person does the crime. One person takes the punishment. The old students from the 5th Academy were stunned, turned to look outside the door, and saw the old students from the first 4 academies arriving for Class 1 after another. It's over. Everyone's face turned pale, realizing that if they were seen, it would really be over. The senior students from the 5th Academy exchanged glances, their eyes fixed on each other, and after a slight nod, they rushed in front of the 8 seniors from the 3rd Academy, punching and kicking them. Let me tell you, last month I was lucky enough to obtain a spiritual herb, and my cultivation has broken through a realm. Outside, the senior students coming to class were chatting and laughing as they walked into the classroom, but as soon as they reached the doorway, everything fell silent. What the hell is going on? The incoming seniors were stunned at the scene before them. The seniors from the 5th Academy were beating the people on the ground, who were in excruciating pain, with 3 of them bleeding profusely from their heads. Seeing them enter, the seniors from the 5th Academy stopped their actions, wiped their noses, and looked at them with their heads held high, as if to say, yes, it was me who did it. So what? Chapter 70. Do you even deserve this? The ones being beaten were from the 3rd Academy. The 5th Academy was pinning down the 3rd Academy students and beating them. The faces of the seniors from the first 4 academies were filled with disbelief, and some even rubbed their eyes, doubting whether they were seeing things correctly. Shouldn't it be the 3rd Academy beating up the 5th Academy? They had only taken a month's break, and the 5th Academy had become this powerful? Impossible. They couldn't have taken off and soared just after a holiday. After the initial disbelief, the crowd erupted in anger. No matter what reason allowed the 5th Academy to beat the 3rd Academy, they could not tolerate that a place where they were often bullied suddenly became ferocious. Are you trying to rebel? How dare you commit violence in the classroom? I think you're tired of living. A group of trash. It seems they were too lenient when they beat you before. The students from the first 4 academies rolled up their sleeves, ready to take action, and the seniors from the 5th Academy exchanged glances, smirking slightly. They had successfully drawn the anger away from Su Mu, and the first 4 academies would no longer deal with him. What are you doing? It's almost time for class. Why are you crowding at the door? Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, causing the seniors to stop. The seniors from the 5th Academy turned pale at the sound. The instructor had arrived. They hurriedly moved to block Su Mu behind them. Have you all forgotten the rules after just one break? Sit down and get ready for class. A middle-aged man squeezed out from the crowd, his face stern as he shouted, holding 2 textbooks in his arms. He was the instructor for the study class, Du Shiji. Du Shiji walked into the classroom and immediately spotted the 8 seniors from the 3rd Academy lying on the ground. Seeing that they were seriously injured and even covered in blood, his expression darkened. Looking at the seniors from the 5th Academy, who appeared as if they had just fought, their eyes glinted coldly. Did you do this to them? Du Shiji asked coldly, and the seniors from the 5th Academy instinctively took a step back, fear evident in their eyes, but they forced themselves to nod. Yes, we did it. Bullshit. Du Shiji shouted angrily, slamming the textbooks on the podium, startling the seniors from the 5th Academy. Just a few of you trash, and you think you can beat the student from the 3rd Academy? Now tell me, who exactly did it? The seniors from the 5th Academy took another step back, lowering their heads in panic. They had acted in advance to protect Su Mu, but they hadn't expected to be seen through immediately. Du Shiji sneered, so it was like this, but who could have the strength to do it? Who in the 5th Academy has such power? Speak. Committing violence in public, being ruthless, and exhibiting extremely vile behavior. This could lead to immediate expulsion. Du Shiji wa ned kodli. You better think carefully. The seniors from the 5th Academy shuddered again, biting their teeth as they lowered their heads, struggling internally. They had finally joined the Martial Academy, and if they were expelled, they would be left far behind by their peers, possibly for the rest of their lives. It's me. Su Mu pushed through the seniors and stepped forward, looking at Du Shiji with disgust. Insults, oppression, threats. How could such a person be worthy of being a teacher? Du Shiji was puzzled when he first saw Su Mu. He didn't recognize him and thought Su Mu was too young. His first thought was that another scapegoat had emerged. Sumo, it really is him. He actually dared to come to class. On the first day of class, he had the audacity to injure so many people. He had really gone too far. A waste with a trash fate dared to be so arrogant. Sumo, Du Shiji exclaimed, hearing the furious shouts from the seniors, realizing that this was the infamous Su Mu who had been talked about since the start of school. So you are that trash from the Fate Palace. Du Shiji spoke, his tone and expression filled with disdain. A student like this coming to class was an insult to him. They're all injured because of you? Yes, Sumo replied succinctly, feeling even more disappointed at Du Shiji's attitude. An instructor should be impartial, yet he was just as biased as everyone else. Instructor Du, it's like this. Sumu didn't know the rules when he just arrived, so he sat in the front row, and then they attacked him. Sumu was just acting in self-defense. The seniors from the 5th Academy hurriedly stepped forward to explain for Sumu, but all they received was a cold glare from Du Shiji. Is that so? Du Shiji said flatly, then sneered, glaring at Sumu as he shouted. Not knowing the rules means you deserve to be beaten, and you still have a nerve to complain. Huh? Sumu was directly angered by this statement, feeling utterly disgusted. You tell me what the rules are. This is a place for everyone to attend class. Are the seats predetermined or are they exclusive to them? Why can't I sit there? As an instructor, you openly show favoritism and distort right and wrong. What right do you have to be an instructor? Impudent. Du Shiji was so furious that his face turned various shades of blue and white. A mere waste who had just entered the martial academy dared to speak to him like this. You dare to insult an instructor? Do you even regard the martial academy? Don't put a cap on me. You don't deserve it. Sumu retorted coldly, making Du Shiji's face flush red with anger, leaving him momentarily speechless. Junior, are you crazy? The seniors from the 5th Academy jumped up in shock. They hadn't expected Sumu to have such guts to openly insult the instructor. This could ruin his future. Junior, quickly apologize to the instructor, or your future will be ruined. One senior hurriedly urged, not wanting Sumu to help them, but end up destroying himself instead. What are you afraid of? Sumu glanced at them. Apologize? Absolutely not. He was here to find his fiancée and not to attend class. Besides, was he wrong? That guy was truly insane. Daring to scold the instructor, he was finished. The seniors from the first 4 academies were also shocked by Sumu's boldness. And then they smirked, thinking that daring to insult the instructor would lead to his complete ruin. Beast! Du Shiji roared in anger, raising his hand to slap Sumu, but Sumu stood firm, instantly regaining a bit of composure. If an instructor were to beat a student, it would solidify the case against him. And even the head of the 5th Academy was not to be trifled with. Good, very good. With great effort, he suppressed his anger and retracted his hand, gritting his teeth and nodding repeatedly, then slammed his palm on the podium. Then why did they not beat others, but chose to beat you? Du Shiji threw out a sentence that all the bullied students despised. Hearing this, the seniors from the 5th Academy clenched their fists tightly, their arms trembling. They hated this statement the most, but had never dared to refute it, thus suffering in silence. Sumu heard this, and again was angered to the point of laughter, shaking his head coldly, but this time he unexpectedly did not retort. Du Shiji, seeing this, smiled with satisfaction. He had used this line countless times, and no one had ever dared to refute him. It was always effective. Just when everyone thought Sumu couldn't retort, he suddenly leaped forward and slapped Du Shiji across the face. What the hell? All the students watched Sumu's action with wide eyes, their minds going blank. Smack! A loud slap echoed, shocking the students into retreating. They saw Du Shiji standing there in a daze, a bright red handprint clearly visible on his face. Now you tell me, why did I only hit you and not them? Sumu retracted his hand and asked coldly. Kid, you're tough. That slap was too beautiful. Suddenly, the excited voice of the mad, immortal emperor echoed in my mind. That slap was so satisfying that he felt like applauding. Chapter 71. You can't escape blame. Sumu's lips curled up. Ever since the mad, immortal emperor's soul power had recovered somewhat, he had been quite enthusiastic about joining the fun. He must have been too bored after sleeping for so long. Du Shiji was still in a daze, trembling as he raised his hand to touch his stinging face, his wide eyes bursting with endless fury. You beast, you dare to hit me. Looking at Su Mu with eyes wide open in rage, he, a mighty Fate Palace realm expert and a martial palace mentor, was actually ambushed and slapped in the face by a freshman. How humiliating. Boom! The aura of the Fate Palace realm erupted, directly overwhelming the surrounding students, causing people to fall one after another. Su Mu was the first to bear the brunt of the Fate Palace aura. His hair was blown back, and his clothes flapped wildly. Crack! With the intent of the sword, he rooted himself firmly to the ground. But the Fate Palace aura was not something that could be easily endured. The floor cracked under the pressure. He was doomed, absolutely doomed. The senior students from the first 4 academies watched eagerly as Du Shiji took action, eagerly anticipating how the wrath of the Fate Palace realm would crush Su Mu. He could definitely smash him to bits with a single slap. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? I think one slap would at most turn his head into mush. The senior student from the first 4 academies excitedly discussed, while the senior students from the 5th academy turned pale. If the Fate Palace realm took action, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to block for Su Mu. Quick! Notify the dean. Hurry and call the dean. 2 senior students finally came to their senses and rushed towards the back door, realizing that only the dean could save Su Mu now. But would the senior students from the first 4 academies give them this chance? Seeing them heading to call the dean of the 5th academy, they rushed out to block the back door. When the 2 senior students from the 5th academy opened the back door, they saw a crowd blocking their way, and their faces immediately turned ugly. Where do you think you're going? Want to call the dean? Do you think you have that chance? The senior students from the first 4 academies sneered, cracking their knuckles as they approached the 2. The 2 immediately covered their heads, quickly getting lost in the crowd. At this moment, Du Shiji had already lost his temper and struck out. He clenched his fist and directly hurled it at Su Mu's face. A furious blow from the Fate Palace realm. If it hit, Su Mu would definitely lose his head. Anyone who dares to hurt this immortal emperor. The voice of the mad immortal emperor rang again in Su Mu's mind, filled with rage. Anyone who dared to harm him, even the immortal emperor couldn't tolerate. Senior. It seems I don't need to take action. Just as Su Mu opened his mouth, the mad immortal emperor fell silent. Bang! A loud explosion sounded, and an even fiercer wind rushed toward Su Mu, making his eyes squint. Was he dead? The senior students from the first 4 academies stared at Su Mu, and the next moment, their expressions froze. Su Mu was still standing there, unharmed, and in front of Su Mu, a figure appeared out of nowhere, catching Du Shiji's fist. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the dean of the 5th academy, Hua Lingfeng. The dean of the 5th academy? When did he arrive? The senior students from the first 4 academies were shocked, their eyes filled with regret. Now that the dean was here, it seemed Su Mu would not die. You brat, when did you become so deep in your schemes? The teasing voice of the mad immortal emperor echoed in Su Mu's mind as he slightly raised the corners of his mouth. After his dantian was dug out last time, he understood many things. And would he take actions without certainty? What? Dean of the 5th academy. Seeing Hua Lingfeng, the anger on Du Shiji's face instantly dissipated, even a hint of panic appearing in his eyes. The mentors in the martial Hua Palace basically didn't belong to any specific academy. Only the mentors in the martial Xing Palace would be under the dean's jurisdiction. But the dean was still the dean, and in terms of both strength and authority, he was far greater than any mentor. Mentor Du, you have such audacity to threaten the life of my 5th academy student. Hua Lingfeng was not an easy person to deal with. He spoke coldly, his eyes flashing with cold light, and he was completely enraged. Crack! As he clenched his fist, the sound of bones grinding could be heard. Du Shiji watched as his hand was crushed by Hua Lingfeng, pain flashing across his face. But he gritted his teeth and refrained from crying out. Dean, Su Mu attacked students for no reason, injuring them all, and was rude and unreasonable, even insulting and slapping a mentor. Shouldn't he be punished? Du Shiji took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice, not daring to resist. He was truly afraid that Hua Lingfeng would slap him to death. The entire martial palace was the weakest in the 5th academy. But Hua Lingfeng was also the most domineering. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly held back before. But unexpectedly, Hua Lingfeng still came, and he came so quickly. Since you saw those students severely injured, as a mentor, you should have rushed to send them to the medicine hall immediately and then pursued responsibility. Hua Lingfeng immediately scolded, leaving Du Shiji speechless. This was indeed his dereliction of duty. If anything happens to those students, you, as their mentor, cannot escape blame. Hua Lingfeng coldly shouted, pushing Du Shiji away. Du Shiji stumbled and crashed into the podium, pain shooting through his back and hands. He endured the severe pain to straighten his fingers and finally let out a slight sigh of relief. Hurry and take them to the medicine hall, he shouted with a stern face at the onlooking senior students. Those senior students looked down at the 8 unconscious students from the 3rd Academy on the ground, and upon seeing they had all fainted, they were immediately startled and hurriedly lifted the 8 to the medicine hall for treatment. You say he attacked students for no reason and even insulted and slapped you, right? Hua Lingfeng den tosumu. His expression suddenly changing as he raised an eyebrow in appreciation, then quickly suppressed his expression. Is that so? Of course not. Su Mu understood and directly said, the first 4 academies have bullied my 5th Academy students for a long time. Clearly, there are many empty seats in the classroom. Yet they still want to force my 5th Academy students into the corner, occupying the front row seats. And even 1T let us pass. As soon as I sat in the front row, they want to kill me. To protect my life, I had no choice but to fight back. I just didn't expect they were so weak that they couldn't even withstand one punch and fell down. Hearing this, the onlooking senior students were dumbfounded. Those students from the 3rd Academy wanted to kill him as soon as they acted? Was this pure nonsense? Did they have any basis for such claims? Had they lost their minds to think they could kill someone in class? Especially the last sentence was even more excessive. Why insult them? Puffed. Outside, one of the unconscious students from the 3rd Academy suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, startling the 2 senior students carrying him. This is serious. We can't delay any longer. They didn't realize that this cough of blood was not due to the student's severe injuries, but was from being infuriated. He had been pretending to be unconscious. Now that the dean of the 5th Academy had arrived, he certainly had to pretend to be unconscious immediately. He had heard all of Su Mu's words. It was bad enough that they insulted their intelligence. But to beat them up like this, and then call them trash, was simply shameless. Nonsense. Du Shiji could no longer endure and directly shouted to interrupt Su Mu. What nonsense? Do you think my 5th Academy students would lie? Hua Lingfeng immediately shouted back, making Du Shiji's chest tighten with anger. Was this not lying? Anyone with eyes could hear that there was something wrong with this. Su Mu continued. Hua Lingfeng turned to Su Mu, his expression revealing a sense of pride. Su Mu nodded and continued. After that, they came. As soon as this mentor arrived, he insulted us from the 5th Academy, reversing black and white, and without saying a word, pushed all the responsibility onto me, saying that we from the 5th Academy deserved to be beaten and deserved to die. He even asked why those students didn't hit anyone else but had to hit us. I couldn't explain, so I had to prove it with action. After finishing, Su Mu shrugged helplessly. Du Shiji was so furious that he almost spat blood, pointing at Su Mu with gritted teeth. Who is reversing black and white here? Chapter 72, Old Hack. Du Shiji, you have such audacity. Do you think my 5th Academy is easy to bully? Hua Lingfeng was satisfied with Su Mu's performance and secretly gave him a thumbs up, then shouted angrily at Du Shiji. As a mentor, you should be impartial and treat every student as your own. How can you say such despicable things? Come, tell me what it means to not hit others. Why is it that you only hit me? Hua Lingfeng directly approached Du Shiji, who was so frightened that he stepped back, eventually cornered against the wall with no way to retreat. Seeing Hua Lingfeng still advancing, his face turned pale and he hurriedly covered his face, hoping he wouldn't get slapped again. 5. Dean 5, this is all his one-sided story. Du Shiji hurriedly spoke, realizing that if he didn't defend himself, Hua Lingfeng might take the opportunity to explode, and he could directly lose his position as a mentor. Being a mentor at the Martial Arts Academy is not only a highly respected profession, but also comes with very high benefits and welfare. All facilities and training grounds within the academy can be used for free, and those with achievements can receive additional rewards. Naturally, he didn't want to lose the position of mentor. One-sided story? Did you call them trash? Hua Lingfeng's gaze sharpened as he shouted. Du Shiji opened his mouth but couldn't refute, He had indeed insulted them, but he hadn't insulted the entire 5 Academy. Are you reversing black and white? Slandering Sumu? Did you say that the students of 5 Academy should be beaten? Du Shiji was completely speechless. When these sentences were taken out and said individually, he really couldn't argue. But when put together, it was much more serious. Also, you just wanted to kill my 5 Academy students. I, the dean, saw it with my own eyes. Hua Lingfeng's gaze intensified, and Du Shiji panicked. Just this point made it impossible for him to defend himself. I want to see the deputy dean. In a panic, Du Shiji hurriedly said. Now only the deputy dean could save him. All right, let's go. Hua Lingfeng coldly replied. Was he afraid of meeting the deputy dean? He turned around and left, but when he reached the door, his gaze swept over the senior students, and they immediately shrank back. If you dare to bully the students of my academy again, I'll make sure you can't take it. The senior students from the previous 4 academies twitched the corners of their mouths. With the dean personally stepping in, what could they say? You lot, all come with me. After stepping out the door, Hua Lingfeng paused again and turned to the senior students blocking the back door, shouting. Hearing this, those senior students immediately drooped their heads, understanding that this trip would definitely be fraught with danger. After seeing Hua Lingfeng leave, Du Shiji let out a long sigh of relief, turned, and glared at Sumu before leaving. That guy was really lucky to have run into the dean, otherwise he would have been finished. After Hua Lingfeng and the others disappeared from sight, the senior student from the previous 4 academies looked displeased as they glanced at Sumu. If it weren't for the dean passing by, you would have lost your head. Passing by? Sumu smiled and casually found a comfortable spot to sit down. How long had Hua Lingfeng waited for this day? Otherwise, would he really be so idle as to just happen to pass by? Seeing Sumu sitting in the front row, the senior students from the previous 4 academies narrowed their eyes, their expressions immediately darkening. But no one dared to say anything. The dean had intervened, and if they dared to act against Sumu, they would definitely face dire consequences, especially since Sumu himself was so strong. They could only pretend not to see it and found a random spot to sit down, but everyone was glaring at Sumu, their usual sense of superiority and dominance challenged by him, which was far from pleasant. Senior brothers, why are you still sitting there? Come sit over here. Sumu noticed that the senior students from the previous 4 academies didn't dare to sit next to him and smirked, then greeted the senior students from the back row of 5 Academy. The 5 Academy seniors, sitting there and too scared to move, watched as 2 seniors who had returned from the back door wiped their noses of blood and also took a seat in the back row. They were genuinely scared of getting beaten. What are you afraid of? Come sit over here. I want to see who dares to move you, Sumo said, glancing at the senior students from the previous 4 academies. Those senior students' expressions immediately turned unpleasant, but they didn't dare to say anything. Hearing this, the 5 Academy seniors began to muster their courage again. Since being afraid only made them easier to bully, they might as well be a bit tough. That's the spirit. Seeing them all get up to come over, Sumu smile widened. You can't always be afraid. Once the 5 Academy seniors gathered around Sumu, it served as a form of protection for him. Anyone wanting to harm Sumu would have to go through them first. Junior brother, you really did what we always dare not do. We wanted to beat that bastard Du Shiji long ago, but we didn't have the strength or the courage. One senior leaned in close to Sumu and said, ultimately breaking into a bitter smile. But junior brother, next time, please don't be so impulsive. This time it was just lucky that the dean was around, but next time you might not be so lucky. Another senior spoke, recalling the punch Du Shiji threw and feeling scared. Lucky! Sumu chuckled and shook his head, his expression turning serious as he said, do you know why the dean has been so hands-off? His anger today was really just because Du Shiji wanted to kill me? The 5 Academy seniors exchanged glances and then shook their heads. They had also been complaining about the dean's hands-off approach, but wasn't that just the dean's character? The reason the dean doesn't manage things is that he's disappointed with your lack of fight. Seeing their confusion, Sumu sighed and shook his head. Can't you even understand this? Every student of 5 Academy, since joining, feels inferior and rarely resists bullying. Gradually, the dean naturally became disappointed. Think about it. After all, the Martial Arts Academy doesn't allow killing. At most, you'd be lying in bed for a month or 2. But if you fight back, will others dare to bully you next time? The 5 Academy seniors gradually fell into thought. Hadn't they considered this before? But if we only faced one academy, we wouldn't be afraid. But when the previous 4 academies unite, 5 academy seniors struggle to speak up. That's what we fear the most. So what if they unite? From the day we entered the martial arts academy, haven't they always united against me? Sumu said, and the 5 academy seniors fell silent one by one. After glancing at them, Sumu didn't speak again. They had been bullied for 2 years, and it would be difficult to make them stop being afraid all at once. It was better to take it slow. Amidst the silence of the 5 academy seniors, 2 middle-aged men in work uniforms walked in, silently repairing the desks and chairs. Their faces showed no signs of emotion, as if this had become the most normal occurrence. The 2 repairmen were very skilled. It only took them 15 minutes to replace the desks, chairs, and even the floor, cleaning up the bloodstains until it looked as if nothing had happened. Not long after the repairmen left, a middle-aged woman with an average build and heavy makeup walked in, hugging some teaching materials. Oh no! The 5 academy seniors immediately changed their expressions upon seeing the woman. It's this old witch coming to teach. Sumu raised an eyebrow. What old witch? Junior brother. You have to be careful. This old witch is not to be trifled with. The 5 academy seniors all looked tense as they spoke to Sumu. This old witch, named Yin Ping, was notoriously shrewd and harsh. No one wanted to attend her classes, especially since she was particularly tough on 5 academy. Even more so than Du Shiji. The most important thing was that she was Du Shiji's wife. Having been beaten by you, she would definitely target you. After hearing this, Sumu chuckled. So that's how it is, truly, not a family, not entering the same door. Chapter 73 Reading? Bang! Yin Ping walked to the podium, glanced over the class, and her gaze lingered on Sumu for a moment before slamming the teaching materials onto the podium, making everyone feel a shiver down their spine. After a month of vacation, it seems you've all loosened your bones, especially some of you who are so arrogant as soon as class starts. Upon hearing Yin Ping's words, everyone's eyes involuntarily fell on Sumu. The latter part of her sentence was clearly directed at Sumu, but he remained blissfully unaware. Comfortably sitting there, Yin Ping swept her gaze over Sumu again and, seeing him unresponsive, became displeased. Class is starting now. Yin Ping shouted coldly, opened the teaching materials, and leaned on the podium, looking down at the students with her head raised, embodying the standard strict teacher's demeanor. However, this didn't sit well with the students. The old witch was about to cause trouble again. Lower your head quickly, and don't make eye contact with her. Whether they're senior students from the 5th Academy or the previous 4 academies, they hurriedly lowered their heads, fearing any eye contact with Yin Ping. Just a single glance could spell disaster. The review of last semester's knowledge starts now to solidify your foundation. Yin Ping began the lecture with a cold expression, her gaze constantly wandering around the classroom, lingering a bit longer on Sumu each time, and with every pause, her gaze grew colder. Sumu listened to Yin Ping's lecture, gradually lowering his head not out of fear of her, but because her teaching was simply too boring, and the content was of no relevance to him at all. Seeing that Sumu finally lowered his head, Yin Ping's lips curled into a smirk. In her eyes, Sumu was afraid, and it was good that he knew fear. I've said enough. I assume you all have reviewed sufficiently. Now, I'll take attendance. If anyone can't answer, you will stand and listen to this class. After a pause, Yin Ping spoke, and instantly the students lowered their heads even further. Who can answer why ancient strong practitioners explored the path of the transcendence realm? Yin Ping asked, her gaze starting to wander among the students. Damn, such a difficult question. Who can answer it? The students' expressions darkened. This question was too hard, and they all lowered their heads as if trying to hide under the table. Don't call on me. Please don't call on me. They silently prayed. Sumu, you come to answer. As expected, Yin Ping directly called on Sumu. Given the difficulty of the question, she was clearly targeting him. How could a man who dared to challenge her sit here unscathed? He had to stand obediently. Me? Sumu raised his head, frowning. This was too obvious a targeting. Yes, it's you. Yin Ping smirked coldly, continuing, as the first freshman to skip a grade, this question shouldn't be hard for you. With that, she proudly crossed her arms, thinking that this time he would have to stand. Sumu shrugged. Since she had praised him like this, he might as well answer. The other students, relieved to see Yin Ping so obviously targeting Su Mu, lifted their heads easily, realizing they were safe for the rest of the class. Offending this old witch, who could have a good outcome? The students from the 4 academies looked at Su Mu mockingly, and when they saw him stand up to answer, their ridicule intensified. He really dares to stand up. Does he know the answer or what? Once you stand up, don't think about sitting down again. If this old witch drags on, you'll be standing for at least an hour, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Su Mu calmly spoke. The reason ancient strong practitioners explore the transcendence realm is that the human body contains too many impurities. If these impurities are not removed, one cannot break through to higher and stronger realms. Even if one does break through, it is very easy to go astray. Yin Ping's eyes flashed with surprise. He actually knew, but just these few words were not enough. If it were that simple, she wouldn't have posed this question, and those senior students wouldn't have all shrunk back. In fact, from the moment we start cultivating, we are constantly refining our essence and marrow. However, the impurities expelled before reaching the transcendence realm are merely superficial. They do not penetrate the meridians or the internal organs. Without waiting for Yin Ping to speak, Su Mu continued. The transcendence realm is a process of profound transformation and deep refinement of essence and marrow. In the early stage of the transcendence realm, the impurities from the 5 physical bodies are removed. In the mid-stage, impurities from the meridians are removed, and in the late stage, impurities from the internal organs are eliminated. Only by removing these impurities can we truly enter the realm of cultivation and achieve the highest affinity with the vital energy. Teacher Yin, I'm not wrong, am I? Su Mu asked Yin Ping, a slight smile at his lips. Yin Ping was left stunned. She had never expected Su Mu to speak so in-depth and clearly about each stage. This was the first time she had seen such an excellent student. But the next moment, her expression darkened. She didn't need Su Mu to be this outstanding. His excellence was a slap in her face. How could she continue to make things difficult for him and take revenge for her husband? Basically correct, sit down. She spoke stiffly, although she was unwilling to admit it. This time Su Mu had indeed won. Seeing Su Mu sit down, the students from the 4 academies stared at him in disbelief. He actually got it right. The old witch's questions were notoriously tricky, and this was the first time they had seen a student answer correctly. He and T even cultivated to the transcendence realm yet, and was attending class for the first time. How did he know so much in detail? At that moment, they forgot their animosity towards Su Mu, only feeling shock. Junior, you're amazing. The senior students from the 5th Academy looked at Su Mu in awe, even filled with admiration. Junior, how do you know all this in such detail without even attending class? Junior, did the dean secretly tutor you? Hearing these questions, the senior students from the 4 academies instinctively perked up their ears. They also wanted to know how Su Mu was so impressive. Under the curious and expectant gazes of the senior students from the 5th Academy, Su Mu looked at them with a speechless expression. Don't you usually read? Read? The expressions of the senior students from the 5th Academy instantly froze, and then they awkwardly lowered their heads, feeling deeply belittled. The senior students from the 4 academies who had perked up their ears also sat back down with embarrassed expressions. They were able to respond so adeptly to the old witch's tricky questions. Just because they read, that single sentence made them feel utterly useless. Busy with cultivation every day. Who has the time to read? Isn't reading just wasting time? The senior students from the 4 academies muttered in their hearts, while Su Mu shook his head in disbelief at the senior students from the 5th Academy. When he was at the Su family, due to a lack of resources, he could only read various ancient texts and books to find opportunities for breakthroughs, which naturally led to a wealth of knowledge accumulation. But he never expected these senior students wouldn't even read. Silence, silence. Yin Ping clapped the podium and coldly shouted, and the classroom quickly fell silent. Kid, you're impressive. But don't think it's over just like that. Yin Ping picked up the textbook and continued her lecture, her mind racing to think of how to use even trickier questions to challenge Su Mu. Kid, your knowledge accumulation is quite good. The voice of the mad immortal emperor echoed in Su Mu's mind, and he just smiled upon hearing it. But there's one thing you got wrong. Oh. Su Mu raised an eyebrow. Where had he gone wrong? In fact, the transcendence realm is not just about refining essence and marrow, and removing impurities from the internal organs. Every practitioner has impurities in their dantians and life palaces, and these impurities can also be removed. Impurities in the dantian and life palace? Su-mu was stunned. This statement truly shattered his understanding. Do you know how many stages the Transcendence Realm has? 9. Su-mu replied instinctively. Isn't this common knowledge? Wrong. Chapter 74. Is this a question a human can ask? The Transcendence Realm does not have 9 stages. The mad immortal emperor's voice turned serious. The Transcendence Realm has 10 stages. 10. Su-mu's expression changed. He had never heard of anyone breaking through to the 10th level of the Transcendence Realm since birth. Isn't the 9th level the universal truth? The 10th stage is about cleansing the impurities in the dantian and life palace. In ancient times, almost everyone had to undergo 10 transcendent stages, but as times changed, people lowered the difficulty of cultivation to pursue strength, gradually becoming complacent about not needing to cleanse the impurities in the dantian and life palace. The result is that when the impurities in the dantian accumulate too much, trying to cleanse them later becomes nearly impossible. Now in the ancient clans, everyone must transcend 10 times. If you can't do that, you are unworthy to be my disciple. The mad immortal emperor. Ancient clan? Su-mu's eyes were filled with confusion, and he immediately asked, why are there impurities in the dantian and life palace? The dantian contains the purest vital energy. Where do these impurities come from? No matter how pure the vital energy is, there will always be a trace of impurities. Over time, just think about how much will accumulate. Do you think it's cultivation using spiritual energy? It turns out that even vitality has impurities and spiritual energy. Su-mu, answer this question. When Yin-ping saw Su-mu lost in thought, she was delighted and immediately seized the opportunity to shout. This question is very simple. If you can't answer it, go stand outside the classroom. The other students were immediately in an uproar. Just standing to listen to the class was one thing, but standing outside the classroom would mean being seen by everyone. Utterly humiliating. Truly a wicked old hag. She's ruthless. Everyone secretly criticized her, but soon, except for the senior students from the 5th Institute, they all looked at Su-mu with glee. Su-mu came back to his senses, frowning. Is she really going to keep pressing him? Fortunately, he didn't forget to listen to the class while communicating with the mad, immortal emperor. He stood up and simply answered the question. Seeing Su-mu answer fluently, Yin-ping's face turned pale. How could he even listen in while daydreaming? How infuriating. All right, you can sit down. Wait a moment, instructor. Su-mu did not sit down, but coldly stared at Yin-ping, wondering when this would end. Yin-ping frowned and said irritably, if you want to stand outside, then hurry up and go. Instructor, let me ask you a question. If you can answer it, I will stand for all your classes in the future. If you can't answer, then you go stand outside. A cold light flashed in Su-mu's eyes as he took the initiative. Yin-ping was initially incredulous upon hearing this, then was angered into a cold laugh. Is she being provoked? Has she been a mentor for so many years for nothing? Who gave you the confidence to be so arrogant in front of a mentor? But fine, since you want to learn a lesson, I'll give you this opportunity. Yin-ping looked at Su-mu with confidence. She truly didn't believe that with her knowledge, she could be stumped by a new student. Su-mu, this time you're bound to lose. Senior, please pose a question. Huh? The mad immortal emperor widened his eyes in the pagoda. What the heck? You want to test a mentor? What kind of question is that? I believe with your vast knowledge, any small question will be enough to defeat her. Su-mu scratched his nose, feeling a bit guilty about saying this. Of course, the flattery made the mad immortal emperor feel ecstatic. It had been 100,000 years since anyone had flattered him. How could he not enjoy this familiar feeling? Kid, your flattery skills are getting more and more refined. Huh, but I'm about to collapse. I'll help you this time. But don't call me for such boring things next time, okay? The mad immortal emperor yawned and began to ponder. Seeing Su-mu silent for a long time, Yin-ping sneered. The yellow-haired kid still thinks he can stump her. It's simply wishful thinking. Instructor, please listen to the question. Su-mu grinned and spoke. Yin-ping immediately coldly laughed, daring to pose a question. She crossed her arms and raised her chin at Su-mu. Come on. Let us see what impressive question this useless person can come up with. Please tell me, under the same cultivation level, What is the power difference between a 5th grade life palace and a 6th grade life palace? Please be precise within 10 pounds of force. As soon as the words fell, the classroom fell silent, as if a needle could be heard dropping. Yin Ping dropped her hands, staring at Su Mu with her mouth agape, while the students looked at Su Mu in astonishment. Is this something a normal person could ask? The power difference between life palace talents of different grades under the same realm, only a deity could know this. Seeing that they were all dumbfounded, Su Mu couldn't help but laugh. When he heard this question from the mad immortal emperor, he had nearly the same reaction. This question was simply too vicious, too tricky. He dared to believe that not even Yin Ping, the mentor, could answer this question, let alone the principal. After being stunned for a moment, Yin Ping's expression quickly turned fierce. Who the hell knows the answer to such a question, and who would be bored enough to research it? This is clearly just a nuisance. Su Mu, give me a more normal question. This is a study class, not a place for your nonsense. Yin Ping hissed, as she could only say this because she truly couldn't answer. Su Mu sneered. He knew it would be like this. Don't worry. He had prepared a second question. All right. Since you think this question is too difficult, then I will ask another one. And this one is definitely related to cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yin Ping's expression improved a little, and the students breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, is he going to ask a more normal question? Please tell me, under the same cultivation level, if a 6th grade life palace cultivates for 1 hour, how much longer must a 5th grade life palace cultivate to catch up with the 6th grade life palace's progress? Please keep the time error within 15 minutes. Once again, silence fell, and the same scene replayed. Everyone's expressions, which had just eased, turned blank again. Is this really a question that a normal being could pose? Sumo, don't go too far. After a moment, Yin Ping was driven mad by Su Mu's question. Are these two questions something a person can answer? Mentor Yin, if you can't answer, just admit defeat. It's not embarrassing. Su Mu looked at Yin Ping with disdain, and this disdainful gaze directly provoked Yin Ping's pride. Her eyes turned red as she glared at Su Mu and spoke word by word. If you can tell me the answers to these two questions, I will not only admit defeat, but also apologize to you. After speaking, Yin Ping's eyes were blazing with fire. She did not believe that Su Mu could really give the answers to such questions. Hearing this, the students all looked at Su Mu with cold snorts. Aren't you impressive? You can pose such inhuman questions. Let us see if you can answer them. If he can't answer, the old hag will definitely not let him off. Just watch. No one who dares to mess with the old hag has a good ending. The old hag is not like her husband. She has too many ways to deal with people, and even if the Lord comes, there will be nothing to say once she is done. Everyone sneered as they saw Su Mu remain silent for a long time. Speak up. Why aren't you saying anything? In Yin Ping's eyes, Su Mu was definitely unable to answer, and her lips gradually curled into a smug smile as she pressured him step by step. If you don't say something soon, you're just toying with a mentor. Not only will you have to stand for classes from now on, but you will also lose 50 credits as punishment. Hearing this, the senior student from the 5th Institute changed their expressions. 50 credits could allow them to enter the chaotic wind cave 5 times. Mentorian, I am considering. Do you keep your word? Su Mu's lips curled into a faint cold smile as he looked up at Yin Ping. Don't go back on your word later. Nonsense, I wouldn't go back on my word. Yin Ping laughed defiantly, still trying to act tough. If you win and I don't keep my word, I'll voluntarily resign. Su Mu beamed. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, waiting for her to say that. Chapter 75, the standard answer. All right, then I will answer the first question. Su Mu raised his voice, simply stating the answers to both questions so as not to give Yin Ping any loopholes to exploit. Seeing Su Mu so confident, Yin Ping became a bit unsettled, especially when Su Mu's words began to show panic on her face. She had been thinking that Su Mu would surely be unable to answer the first question, and as long as he couldn't answer that one, even if he answered the second, she could directly go back on her word. She didn't expect Su Mu to be so resolute. Am I really going to have to stand outside? I am a proper mentor. I cannot allow this. It can't be. He definitely can't answer. Yin Ping felt an uncontrollable panic rising in her heart, but forcefully suppressed it, staring intently at Su Mu. Under the same realm, within the realm of life palaces, The power difference between a 5th grade life palace and a 6th grade life palace is 80 pounds. With each increase in realm, the power difference increases by 10 pounds, with an error not exceeding 10 pounds. In the rebirth realm, the power difference is at least 350 pounds, and as the realm grows, the power difference will increase by 110 pounds, with the same error not exceeding 10 pounds. Listening to Sumoy's words, Yin being instinctively swallowed. The students were completely dumbfounded. Really solved it. And so detailed. Are you sure? Is it really true? Subsequently, they all began to question this, feeling that controlling the error within 10 pounds gave them an unrealistic feeling. As for the Fate Palace realm, that's one thing, but in the Transcendence realm, who doesn't he have over 8,000 pounds of strength? A total error of only 20 pounds of strength could easily overflow. It's absolutely impossible to be so precise. Yin Ping heard the words of those students and quickly calmed down, gradually gaining confidence. The strength in the Transcendence realm absolutely couldn't be controlled so precisely. Who among you is a 5th or 6th grade Fate Palace? Stand up if your realm is the same. After saying this, she looked at Su Mu with a slight smile. I want to deny your answer. Come and prove it with facts. Let us see what you have to say later. Teacher, we just broke through to the 2nd level of the Transcendence realm on the same day. I'm a 6th grade Fate Palace, and he is a 5th grade Fate Palace. Seeing the two stand up, Yin Ping's eyes suddenly brightened. So coincidental? Great, Su Mu. Let's see if you can escape this time. You two go to the strength measurement wall, and be sure to attack with all your might. Yin Ping hurriedly said, and the two walked towards the wall beside the podium. That wall was made of special stone materials combined with formations, capable of accurately measuring strength, specifically used to assess students' abilities. Sumu raised an eyebrow as he saw the two go up. Is it really this coincidental? Senior, did you plan this? A flash of inspiration crossed his mind as he asked the Mad Immortal Emperor, but the Mad Immortal Emperor did not respond. He must be asleep. You go first. Everyone's gaze immediately fixed on the 6th grade Fate Palace student, and as he accumulated strength, the mood became tense. Although they didn't believe Su Mu's words. If it were true, then Su Mu could be called a learning genius. Knowing such extreme knowledge, what else could he be if not a genius? Bang! As that student struck the strength measurement wall with all his might, a moment later, a number appeared on the wall. 8,550 pounds. The measurement wall only gives an integer, and the pounds will not display decimals. Everyone memorized the number, even hurriedly writing it down on paper for fear of forgetting. Then they all looked at Su Mu in unison. If the 5th grade Fate Palace student's strength is between 8,008 to 4,100 pounds, he wins. Impossible, absolutely impossible to be so precise. Everyone turned their heads to see the 5th grade Fate Palace student standing in front of the strength measurement wall. Their breathing became rapid, and they grew even more nervous. Yin Ping didn't dare to take her eyes off for even a moment, her palms already sweating. Bang! As that student struck down, everyone's hearts were in their throats. The number on the measurement wall fluctuated and finally settled at 8,090 pounds. Hiss! Seeing that number, everyone was shocked to the point that their hair almost stood on end. The difference was exactly 460 pounds, not a single pound off. Except for Sumu, almost everyone's mouths were agape. This scene was simply horrifying. How could it be possible to calculate the strength difference so precisely? He was really right. How could this happen? My God, who is he? How could he even calculate such a difference? This is too terrifying. Everyone fell into immense shock. And so did Yin Ping, but the next moment she felt a chill all over. If Su Mu's answer was accurate, didn't that prove she lost? Teacher Yin, my answer is correct, right? Without giving everyone time to recover or Yin Ping time to think about any tricks, Su Mu immediately spoke. Everyone swallowed nervously, and Yin Ping's face darkened. With so many eyes on her, she couldn't deny it. Then, let us talk about the answer to the second question. To save everyone's time, I'll want to mention the Fate Palace realm. I'll use them as proof directly. No one objected. It was too difficult to find another 5th and 6th grade Fate Palace student of the same realm. In the Transcendence realm, a 6th grade Fate Palace student takes 1 hour to cultivate, while a fifth-grade Fate Palace student needs an additional 5.5 hours to catch up. Every additional realm requires another hour and a half, and the error 1T exceed a quarter of an hour. This student, how much time did you take from premonition to successfully breaking through? Taking advantage of the two being confused, Sumu directly asked for verification. I just broke through yesterday. It should have taken 8 hours. This student, what about you? I cultivated with him, but strictly speaking, he started nearly 7 hours earlier than him. That student recalled and said. After hearing this, everyone calculated in their hearts and looked up in shock. Again, right? It really was a difference of 7 hours, with an error within a quarter of an hour. Too terrifying, too terrifying. How'd he know? Everyone stared at Sumu dumbfounded, as if looking at a deity. Even the difference in strength and cultivation speed between the Fate Palaces was stated so precisely. What else could he be if not a god? Yin Ping's face turned pale, and in despair, she sat down on the bench. A sense of hopelessness rising in her eyes. I actually lost. She lost to a freshman. This not only cost her face, but also her years of teaching career. Today, she would not only lose face, but also make everyone doubt her teaching ability. Teacher Yin, you lost. Sumu wouldn't give her a chance to breathe. Immediately speaking, you should fulfill your promise. This statement struck Yin Ping's heart like thunder. She looked up at Sumu in defeat, her expression gradually becoming fierce. Sumu, spare me this once. Seeing Yin Ping like this, Sumu's expression gradually turned cold. Is this a threat to him? Teacher Yin, don't forget what you said. If you dare to break your promise, you'll resign voluntarily. Do you want to visit the deputy lord as well? Yin Ping's body trembled, and the fierceness on her face disappeared in an instant, replaced by panic. She couldn't lose the teaching profession. If she did, she would find it hard to stand in the entire empire. I've been teaching for so many years. I've never broken my promise. Gritting her teeth, she stood up, and Sumu pressed on. She had no choice but to acknowledge. She might not fear Sumu, but she couldn't afford to offend Dean Wu. Sumu, I apologize to you here. Seeing Yin Ping lower her noble head for the first time, all the students looked incredulously. This old hag really lost? Teacher Yin, you should go outside and stand. Sumu continued, and Yin Ping's face immediately turned ashen, but she had no choice but to comply, turning and walking out with gritted teeth. By the way, how long is a class? It's usually half an hour. That's still early. It's not even been 2/4 of an hour. Yin Ping's figure suddenly froze when she heard this. Does he want her to stand outside for 2/4 of an hour? 2/4 of an hour might not seem long, but for her, it would feel like a year. How many people would see her then? She would completely become a laughingstock of the martial arts academy. Sumu, just wait for me. She roared in her heart, gritting her teeth as she walked out the door, but unfortunately, she ran into an acquaintance right outside. Teacher Yin, aren't you going to class? Chapter 76, Social Death on the Spot. Seeing the teacher walking toward her, Yin Ping felt completely stunned, cursing in her heart. How could it be so coincidental? Teacher Yin, why does your face look so off? The teacher opposite looked at Yin Ping with confusion and asked, I just came out to get some fresh air. Yin Ping, having been a teacher for many years, quickly changed her expression and pretended to look around as if nothing happened. The teacher opposite didn't think much of it, nodded, and then left. I'll get busy then. Go ahead, go ahead. Yin Ping hurriedly waved her hand, thinking, hurry up, you old man. Don't you see I'm embarrassed? After seeing that teacher leave, Yin Ping let out a long sigh of relief, almost dying of embarrassment on the spot. But her expression turned bad again. She still had to stand for at least 2/4 of an hour. Could she hide from the first day and not the 15th? Teacher Yin, standing outside is not for you to relax. Sumu's voice suddenly rang out, and Yin Ping immediately gritted her teeth in anger. Can I adjust my state a bit? After thinking about her future, Yin Ping had to lean against the wall and stand up straight. Instructor Yin? What the hell? A familiar voice sounded, and Yin Ping was so scared that the makeup on her face nearly fell off. She stiffly turned her head and saw that the instructor who had left earlier had returned, looking at her with disbelief. Don't look at me with that expression. Yin Ping felt a bit dizzy, already embarrassed to the point of almost fainting. She really wanted to faint right now. Instructor Yin, you're being punished to stand? The instructor seemed to realize something and walked over in disbelief. "You don't come over." Yin Ping's entire face felt numb. Her toes were frantically digging into her shoe soles. So embarrassed that she felt like she was going to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with 2 bathrooms. This instructor really has a keen eye. Suddenly, the window opened, and Su Mu's head peeked out. Yin Ping turned to look at him, her eyes rolling back. The instructor stared at Su Mu in shock, then looked back at Yin Ping and left in a flash. Why did he leave? Su Mu's mouth twitched as he shook his head in disbelief. If he stayed a bit longer, he could guarantee that Yin Ping would lose all thoughts of living. Seeing the instructor leave, Yin Ping let out a long breath, her whole body softening as she leaned against the wall, almost sitting down. But under Su Mu's warning gaze, she had to straighten up again. At the same time, her hatred for Su Mu rose another level. Looking at the relatively quiet Wuhua Palace, Yin Ping's heart began to calm down gradually. It seemed everyone was in class, so there shouldn't be anyone who would see her. But not long after, her brows couldn't help but furrow as she saw several figures suddenly darting through the corridor, and her heart felt uneasy. Whoosh! In the next moment, a loud uproar erupted throughout Wuhua Palace. All the students and instructors inside Wuhua Palace rushed out, all looking at Yin Ping in disbelief. That old witch is really being punished to stand. Who on earth has such great power to make the old witch stand? It's simply amazing. Who is it? From now on, he is my idol. So satisfying, so satisfying. Almost everyone was watching Yin Ping's embarrassment. Her nickname was not given for nothing. Very few students liked her. She was usually harsh, and among the instructors, not many had a good impression of her. Now that they saw her in trouble, they all had the thought of kicking a dog when it's down. Yin Ping saw that everyone in Wuhua Palace was looking at her being punished, all laughing at her, and she completely broke down, rolling her eyes and fainting on the ground. A dignified Fate Realm cultivator, just like that, was socially killed on the spot. She fainted, haha. The crowd was even more delighted, bursting into laughter. Su Mu raised the corners of his mouth, nodded in satisfaction, and sat back down contentedly. After Yin Ping fainted, 2 instructors hurried over to help her leave. After all, watching the fun is one thing. If something happens, that's a big problem. Truly, karma does not miss. Hey, who do you think has such great ability to make that old witch stand honestly? I don't know. Let us talk about it after class. The students discussed eagerly, suppressing their intense curiosity and returned to class first. In the study hall, Su Mu sat comfortably in his seat, and the senior students from the 5th Academy looked at him with admiration. Even the senior students from the first 4 academies, despite their previous prejudices against Su Mu, had to admit it at this moment. Junior, you are simply amazing. No, from now on, you are our senior. Everyone call him senior. Senior. The senior students from the 5th Academy were completely in awe of Su Mu, directly shouting the word senior. Su Mu couldn't help but smile and nodded. These people really know how to create a scene, but it also showed how happy they were. It is said that a new official takes office with 3 fires. Senior. Your first fire has burned those old students to the point they don't dare to fart. The expressions of the senior students from the first 4 academies quickly changed. Why step on them when everyone was so happy? The second fire slapped Du Shiji. And now, Du Shiji will definitely not have a good end when he goes to see the deputy principal. The third fire directly knocked out the most troublesome old witch. Such satisfaction. Such satisfaction. Senior Su Mu, from now on we will follow you. What are you making noise about? Suddenly, there was a loud knocking sound accompanied by a stern shout, and the classroom instantly fell silent. Everyone turned to look and saw a stern middle-aged man standing at the door looking at them. The teaching director. The students immediately lowered their heads. Offending the teaching director would be worse than offending the old witch. There are no classes today. After class, you can have free time. The teaching director didn't seem to have any intention of making things difficult. He coldly said one sentence and turned to leave. No class. The students' eyes brightened, and they immediately regained their spirits, jumping up in excitement. No class, haha, this is too great. Free time. There won't be any tests for the next 3 days. Naturally, they were not this happy just because there were no classes. Mainly, no classes meant there would definitely be no tests. And not having to take exams was the happiest thing. Senior Sumu, this is all your credit. We all have to thank Senior Sumu. If it weren't for him taking out 2 instructors, there would definitely be a test on the 3rd day. Hearing the words of the senior students from the 5th Academy, the students from the first 4 academies fell silent for a moment, glancing at Sumu one after another, then turning their heads in displeasure, clearly not wanting to acknowledge Sumu's favor. But their prejudices against Sumu had already diminished a lot. After all, without Sumu, their good days wouldn't have come. A quarter of an hour later, both Wuhua Palace and Wuxing Palace had finished class. As soon as Huang Yiyun got out of class, she hurried toward Wuhua Palace, nervously looking at the entrance, but no senior students came out from Wuhua Palace. As soon as Sumu arrived, he was in class with a group of senior students, and she was really worried about Sumu's safety. Are they still not out of class? Quietly, a figure appeared beside her. Huang Yin turned her head to see it was Wei Zhua, and she couldn't help but look at him in confusion. Wei Zhua, what are you doing here? To see if Sumu will be beaten to death by those senior students, Wei Zhua replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Huang Yun immediately glared at him and kicked him in the leg. Hey, can't you say something nice? Huang Yun glared at Wei Zhua, then turned back to nervously watch inside Wuhua Palace. Wei Zhua rubbed his leg while silently cursing Huang Yun. I came to see how your brother is doing in Wuhua Palace, and you kick me so hard. Is there anyone who protects their brother like this? They're coming out. Brother. After a while, she finally saw Sumu come out. Seeing that he was fine, Huang Yun first let out a sigh of relief, then greeted him with a beaming face. Wei Zhua also breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Sumu was okay. But then the expressions of both of them froze. Chapter 77, Wind Spirit Gorge. After Wuhua Palace finished class, it took a full 15 minutes for no one to come out. After a long time, only Sumu swaggered out. Huang Yun and Wei Zhua were naturally happy to see that Sumu was fine, but the next scene left them in shock. They saw a large crowd of people following Sumu out, especially a small group that was running up to him, eagerly giving him back rubs and shoulder massages, making Sumu comfortable. The other senior students not only showed no hostility towards Sumu, but even looked at him with a strange gaze. This scene was as bizarre as it could get. Is that really my brother? I'm not seeing things, right? Huang Yiyun couldn't believe her eyes, rubbing them in fear of misjudging. But after realizing she wasn't mistaken, she was even more incredulous. Senior students from the 5th Academy are giving him back rubs? Wei Zhua swallowed hard. What kind of divine treatment is this? Why is Sumu able to enjoy this? This must be the senior's sister. She looks really cute and lovely. The senior is strikingly handsome, and the younger sister is also beautifully charming. When they walked up to Huang Yiyun, Sumu hadn't even had a chance to speak, and those senior students from the 5th Academy were already showering Huang Yiyun with compliments, making her shyly lower her head. After praising Huang Yiyun, the seniors shifted their gaze to Wei Zhua. Seeing them looking over, Wei Zhua was taken aback, and then his lips involuntarily curled up. Were they going to compliment him too? Senior, you've worked hard. Let's go rest first. The seniors from the 5th Academy just glanced at Wei Zhua, then turned back to continue flattering Sumu. Wei Zhua's smile instantly vanished, and he immediately put on a serious face. Would it kill them to compliment him just once? Although Huang didn't know what was going on, she turned and followed Sumu and the others as they left. Her face flushed the entire way. Being praised by a group of seniors felt different. Senior? Wei Zhua looked at Sumu's back and suddenly realized a problem. What's senior? He then widened his eyes. Those seniors actually called Sumu senior. Damn, what on earth did Sumu do in Wuhua Palace? Wei Zhua's mind went blank. He couldn't imagine what Sumu had done to earn such respect from those seniors. Sumu was so arrogant on his first day of class. It was as if he was slapping the faces of the top 4 academies. He even dared to slap a mentor and made one stand in punishment. He really had some guts. Now that he had offended 2 mentors, could he still have a good life? Although he dealt with that old hag, he injured so many students from the 3rd Academy. We would never let this go. The seniors from the top 4 academies were discussing as they passed by Wei Zhua, and he felt completely dazed. Slapping a mentor? Making a mentor stand in punishment? With a buzzing in his head, Wei Zhua rushed over. He had to get to the bottom of this. Seniors up ahead. Sumu couldn't take the flattery from the 5th Academy seniors any longer and quickly interrupted them. Senior? What's senior? You You actually called us seniors. Do you look down on us? Call us juniors. Before Su Mu could finish his sentence, those seniors immediately became displeased, grumbling that if he called them seniors again, they would get angry. Fellow students, is there a place in the martial house that can speed up cultivation? Su Mu forced a smile. Was the reaction really that big? He hurriedly stated what he wanted to ask. Fellow students? The seniors from the 5th Academy nodded slightly, reluctantly accepting. If you want to cultivate the fastest, there's no place better than Fonling Gorge, but it's too expensive to go there. Senior, you should practice your strength in the Chaotic Wind Cave instead. One senior said, but Su Mu shook his head. The seniors from the 5th Academy were taken aback. Was he unwilling to go to the Chaotic Wind Cave anymore? That's fine. The Chaotic Wind Cave really isn't a place for people to stay. The last time I went, I couldn't even stay at 3 zhong before being blown out. You managed to get to 3 zhong? Then you didn't waste your credits. I only stayed at 2 zhong for a quarter of an hour last time. The seniors from the 5th Academy were chattering away, and Su Mu felt something was off. It sounded like they were trying to comfort him. Su Mu, really, don't be discouraged. Once you break through to the transforming body realm, you'll definitely be stronger than us. Seeing that Su Mu remained silent, the seniors thought he was too affected by his last experience in the Chaotic Wind Cave and hurried to console him. Is it very expensive to go to Fonling Gorge? Su Mu asked, dropping the subject of the Chaotic Wind Cave. Expensive, extremely expensive. One senior nodded decisively. Fonling Gorge is the place with the most abundant energy. Just cultivating at the gorge's tail requires 10 credits a day. 10 credits a day? That really was expensive. Su Mu couldn't help but glance at his school badge. He had 105 credits. The last time he went to the Chaotic Wind Cave, he didn't lose any credits. He just lost one opportunity awarded by the Martial House. The 3 other credits were rewards for ranking in the top 500 of the senior list, which were directly credited to him. With this amount of credits, he could cultivate for 10 days at the gorge's tail. Su Mu sighed inwardly. The main thing now was to earn credits. Fellow students, how can I earn credits? One senior began to speak, but before he could finish, he noticed someone coming and hurriedly looked respectful. The dean is coming. Dean. Upon seeing Hua Lingfeng approach, the seniors from the 5th Academy respectfully clasped their fists. Hua Lingfeng was in a good mood, striding over with a faint smile on his face. He waved his hand at the seniors, who understood and turned to leave after glancing at Su Mu. Huang Yun hesitated for a moment before following them out. Ha! Su Mu, you did quite well this time. You really gave me and the whole 5th Academy a good vent. Once they were far away, Hua Lingfeng couldn't hold back any longer and patted Su Mu's shoulder in praise. Su Mu raised an eyebrow and asked, So, does the dean have a reward for me? Since they were praising him so much, it would be unreasonable not to give him something in return. A reward? Hua Lingfeng's cheerful expression instantly vanished. He had been in a good mood, but why did it have to come to rewards? You're really a money lover. Let's not talk about rewards for now. Let me tell you about Du Shiji and his wife. Hua Lingfeng grinned and began to speak. Su Mu shrugged helplessly. All right, go ahead. Du Shiji thought that after going to the deputy headmaster, everything would be fine. Is that even possible? He won't pass my level. In the end, he was directly suspended for half a year, losing all salary and benefits, and a 3-year probation period was established. During this probation, his salary would be halved. As for Yin Ping, that old hag, she still hasn't woken up. She's probably faking it, but regardless of whether she's faking or not, the teaching office has decided to suspend her for a month and set a probation period. If any issues arise during the probation, she will be directly dismissed. Hua Lingfeng spoke with enthusiasm, but Su Mu felt indifferent. Both of them got what they deserved, but what about his benefits? Right now, he just want to make money and earn credits. TSKU. Seeing Su Mu's impatient expression, Hua Lingfeng suddenly felt all excitement drain away. Hey, hand over your school badge. Are you only thinking about rewards? Su Mu's eyes instantly lit up at those words, and he quickly took out his school badge and handed it over. Hua Lingfeng took out his dean's token, touched it to the school badge, and returned it to Su Mu. Su Mu hurriedly took the school badge and looked at it, and his eyes instantly sparkled. He saw that his credits had increased from 105 to 505. That was 400 additional credits. This was enough for him to cultivate for 50 days at the tail of Fonling Gorge. Chapter 78, Mental Compensation. Dean, are these credits? Su Mu excitedly ifed. With the dean's authority, he shouldn't be able to grant credits so freely. Hua Lingfeng couldn't be that generous to give him 400 credits all at once. These credits are mental compensation from Du Shiji. Hua Lingfeng replied with a faint smile, then shook his head helplessly at Su Mu, who was so happy just to have money. Mental compensation? That's great. Su Mu greedily said, what about Yin Ping? Can I get a bit of mental compensation from her? Ah! Hua Lingfeng's mouth twitched. Yin Ping fainted on the spot because of you, and she didn't even mention mental compensation. How could you have the nerve to ask for it? How thick-skinned can you be? Su Mu touched his nose. Who could blame him for enjoying the mental compensation so much? But thinking about it, Yin Ping hadn't physically attacked him like Du Shiji had, and in the end, she was knocked out by him, so it was indeed unrealistic to ask for mental compensation. All right, make good use of these credits. Hua Lingfeng shook his head and turned to leave. After watching Hua Lingfeng leave, Su Mu took his school badge and headed toward Fengling Gorge. Inside the classroom, there was a map of the Marshall House hanging on the wall. Su Mu had memorized the map, so he didn't need to ask for directions anymore. He just needed to inquire about what the mark place names were for. Fengling Gorge wasn't within the Marshall House's jurisdiction. It was located on a mountain 5 miles away from the Marshall House. When Su Mu reached the foot of the mountain, he took a deep breath, feeling refreshed, and looked up at the mountain with a sense of anticipation. The concentration of vitality at the foot of the mountain is at least twice as high as in other places, and at Fengling Gorge, it is likely 10 times that of ordinary locations. Fengling Gorge is becoming more and more anticipated. As I walk up the mountain, I quickly see a signpost, and according to it, I soon arrive at Fengling Gorge. As the name suggests, Fengling Gorge is a mountain gorge, with cliffs on both sides and a mist-like wind constantly blowing through the middle of the cliffs. This is not ordinary wind, but vitality. Standing at Fengling Gorge, Su Mu looks down into the unfathomable abyss and then looks up at the endless ravines. To cultivate in Fengling Gorge, one must descend the cliffs where there are many artificially dug caves. As you go down, the concentration of vitality increases, and further ahead, the vitality concentration becomes even higher. This deducts 10 credits. Originally, Su Mu wanted to see how the vitality flows down at the end of the gorge and what the scenery looks like, but a glance at the school badge made him give up. Cultivating at the end of the gorge requires 10 credits a day, and it is directly deducted. If he goes up to take a look, he might lose all his credits. Whoosh! Putting away the school badge, he leaps and jumps off the cliff. Crack! He raises his hand to grab a protruding rock, looks around, and sees that people are basically sitting cross-legged in the evenly distributed caves on the cliff, practicing. Finding an empty cave, he swings his body and jumps into it. I hope these 500 credits can help me break through to the rebirth realm. Once I break through to the rebirth realm, I can open up a second hidden meridian. With high hopes, he sits cross-legged in the cave and begins to cultivate, crazily absorbing vitality. The instructors teaching in Wuhua Palace have much better treatment than those in Wuxing Palace. They do not live in dormitories. Each instructor in Wuhua Palace basically has an independent little loft. In one of the small lofts where instructors reside, Yin Ping lies on the bed, still in a coma. After being diagnosed by the apothecary in the medicine hall, she has no major issues and only needs to rest quietly. Pingya. Du Shiji walks into the room and sits by the bed, his hair a bit messy, eyes bloodshot, and looking very haggard. Hearing Du Shiji's voice, Yin Ping's eyelashes tremble, and she slowly opens her eyes. She had actually woken up a long time ago, but was too afraid to open her eyes, feeling completely humiliated and not daring to face anyone. Yi. Seeing Du Shiji, Yin Ping can no longer hold back and directly hugs him, crying in his arms. Woo. Now I have completely lost face. Jigo, what should I do? Woo. Du Shiji holds Yin Ping, his expression gradually becoming ferocious. Pinger, don't worry. The humiliation we suffered will definitely be repaid with Su Mu's blood. Upon hearing this, Yin Ping, with tears in her eyes, lifts her head, looking at Du Shiji in disbelief. Jiego, do you really want to kill that beast? No, Jiego. If you kill him, you'll be finished too. Don't worry, I won't kill him. Killing him would be too cheap for him. Du Shiji said fiercely. Yin Ping hurriedly nodded. Killing that beast Su Mu and losing herself would be too unworthy, and killing him like this would be too cheap for that beast. I will make him wish he were dead. Doesn't he like to show off? Then let him show off. In a cave in Fengling Gorge, Su Mu opens his eyes, feeling helpless. No, the vitality here is still not enough. Shaking his head, he finds that while this location has sufficient vitality, it is not much better than the Ice Spirit Spring. After half a day of cultivation, there has been no movement in the vitality liquid within the sword vein, which cannot satisfy him. Gritting his teeth, he steps out of the cave. Now is not the time to be concerned about credits, and he leaps down. This is not enough either. This is quite forced, really just barely. This is about right. Having descended to the halfway point of Fengling Gorge, Su Mu moves forward slightly, and the vitality here is already 5 times that of before, enough to meet the conditions for him to quickly condense the vitality liquid. Whoosh! Jumping into the cave, Su Mu takes out his school badge and immediately smiles bitterly. 50 credits have been deducted. With this amount of credits, he can only cultivate at this position for 10 days. Credits are never enough. 500 credits is already a large sum for a freshman, but in his hands, this amount of credits is barely enough to fill the gaps. 500 credits are enough for someone at the early stage of the Life Palace realm to cultivate to the Rebirth realm here. But for him, cultivating to the Rebirth realm with this amount of credits is barely feasible. This is a respect-level Life Palace. At this moment, Su Mu envies those with Life Palaces below the 10th rank. Compared to them, he needs far too many resources for cultivation. Reflecting on how he was once dissatisfied with the respect-level Life Palace, he couldn't help but self-mockingly smile. If it were a Life Palace above the respect level, the resources required for cultivation would be unimaginable. In an area requiring 50 credits a day, Su Mu quickly organizes his thoughts and seizes the time to cultivate. The cultivation speed of the respect-level Life Palace is fully unleashed, and the vitality blowing from Fengling Gorge directly forms a small vortex, surging into Su Mu's body. In a cave directly below him, an older student suddenly opens his eyes, angrily looking outside the cave. What is going on? Where's the vitality? Why can't I draw it? Li Kong stands up, his tall figure almost touching the cave ceiling. I'm just one step away from breaking through to the 5th stage of the Rebirth realm. What's happening? Li Kong walks to the edge of the cave and looks outside. Hiss! What the heck? As he looks up, he gasps in shock, thinking, what kind of freak is cultivating up there? Watching the small vortex of vitality drilling into the cave above him, he is completely stunned. What kind of insane cultivation speed would create a vortex of vitality? Even a 10th rank Life Palace couldn't do that, right? Could be a genius in the top 20 rankings? While he is pondering, a note flies toward him, and he immediately raises his hand to catch it. A smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Which instructor needs me to run errands this time? Opening the note, he raises an eyebrow. Dushiji? Chapter 79, Rebirth Liquid. Li Kong looks at the contents of the note with great interest. In the Martial Arts Academy, there are many ways to earn credits, but taking on tasks from instructors is definitely the fastest way to earn credits. As an older student, Li Kong is best at building social connections. Not only does he have a group of friends, but he also knows many powerful figures, which has shaped his specialty, mediating matters, whether it's instructors or students. If there's something they can't solve or don't want to deal with, they'll ask him to handle it, and he always receives a handsome reward each time. Du Shiji is quite generous, but when did we offend the 5 courtyards so much? Li Kong tears the note into pieces, watching the scraps fall, murmuring as he remembers 2 names. One is Su Mu, and the other is Huang Yiyun. However, Li Kong is not in a hurry to complete the task. For him, such tasks are too easy. What he really wants to know is who the freak cultivating in the cave above him is. Whoosh! He reaches out and grabs a protruding rock, his body swinging as he jumps to the front of Su Mu's cave. Huh, this looks familiar. Before seeing Su Mu's face, he feels that Su Mu's physique looks somewhat familiar, very much like someone. Could be Yi Caixin, Yi Zhaoiqin, a formidable figure ranked in the top 20 of the older student rankings. But Yi Caixin did not come in through the biannual recruitment. He was discovered by the instructors during talent scouting. It is said that the instructors found Yi Caixin hidden in the deep mountains and forests with his grandfather. At that time, The instructor found it hard to believe that Yi Saishin could cultivate to the Life Palace realm in such a remote place. So he brought him back to the academy. Later, after testing, it turned out he had a top-tier 8th rank Life Palace. This is a talent that absolutely crushes 90% of cultivators. After joining the academy, Yi Saishin lived up to expectations, and his cultivation skyrocketed, directly entering the top 20 of the older student rankings. Now, at the 8th stage of the rebirth realm, based on the physique of the person in front of him and such a terrifying cultivation speed, Li Kong was 70 sure that the one cultivating in this cave was Yi Saishin. Senior Yi? Being able to meet a genius who ranked in the top 20 of the senior student list made Li Kong a bit excited, and he cautiously entered. Sumo, who was deeply engrossed in his cultivation, sensed someone entering and immediately frowned. This cave was a personal space and not to be invaded. Get out! What senior, Yi or not? Su Mu roared as he unleashed a surge of energy towards Li Kong. Seeing this, Li Kang's expression changed, and he hurriedly rolled to dodge the attack, secretly wiping away a cold sweat. As expected, it was senior, Yi. He was indeed not to be trifled with. Li Kong was even more certain that it was Yi Saishin inside. Only Yi Saishin's solitary and proud personality would lead him to act immediately if there was any disagreement. Fortunately, Senior Yi was just warning him. Li Kong regarded the not-so-strong attack as a mere warning but dared not venture further inside. Instead, he took out a jade bottle from his pocket, his eyes flashing with pain, but he gritted his teeth and placed the jade bottle on the ground. Senior Yi, my name is Li Kong. This bottle of rebirth liquid is a tribute to you. Please accept it, Li Kong said as he respectfully retreated. After exiting the cave, Li Kong leaped up to Wine Spirit Gorge, standing there while looking down below, feeling a pang of pain. That bottle of rebirth liquid had cost him a fortune, and he was reluctant to use it himself. Yet he just handed it over. As long as he could make a deal with Saishin, it would all be worth it. He comforted himself, thinking that the friendship of Yi Saishin was definitely not something that could be compared to a bottle of rebirth liquid. Get to work, all you little brats from the 5th courtyard. Hand over your credits. Li Kong twisted his neck and descended the mountain fiercely. 2 days later, finally, he had condensed 90 drops of essence liquid. Su Mu let out a long breath. The cost of cultivating here was high, but the benefits were also very obvious. 90 drops of essence liquid had allowed him to successfully break through to the 10th level of the Fate Palace realm. He only needed 10 more drops of essence liquid to break through to the rebirth realm. Su Mu adjusted his breath, planning to use the remaining 3 days to break through to the rebirth realm and to attempt to open a second dark vein. Just as he was about to continue cultivating, his peripheral vision caught sight of the jade bottle in front of him, and he focused on it. At this moment, he remembered that someone seemed to have entered yesterday, placed this jade bottle down, and then left. Rebirth liquid? If you remember correctly, the person seemed to have mentioned rebirth liquid. Could it be the liquid used for breaking through to the rebirth realm? Su Mu stared at the jade bottle, and suddenly his breathing quickened. Rebirth liquid was a high-level elixir that was hard to come by. A bottle of rebirth liquid could provide a 60 chance of breaking through a realm for those in the rebirth realm. Even for those at the later stage of the rebirth realm, it could still provide a 30 chance. I haven't even broken through to the rebirth realm yet. Taking a bottle of this elixir would definitely shorten my breakthrough time significantly. Su Mu's eyes were filled with heat as he stood up to pick up the jade bottle. Upon opening it, he found that it was indeed rebirth liquid and extremely pure. Is it really possible for heaven to drop pies? Su Mu couldn't believe it and carefully recalled the scene from yesterday, but he had been focused on cultivation at the time and didn't remember many details. Forget it. Let's break through first. He immediately sat back down to cultivate and directly drank the rebirth liquid. Such pure power. The elixir flowed down his throat, transforming into a vast and pure energy that surged through his entire body like a tidal wave. Oomph. Su Mu let out a muffled grunt, his face flushing with a strange redness. He wasn't even in the rebirth realm yet, and taking the rebirth liquid, his body simply couldn't withstand such powerful energy. If only he had become a sword body, he thought with difficulty. If he became a sword body, he could withstand even the strongest elixir. let alone a small bottle of rebirth liquid. However, even if he hadn't achieved the sword body, if his body couldn't withstand it, it would still be a small issue for the sword vein. He immediately forced the energy into the sword vein, and after circulating it around the sword vein, a portion of the energy was digested, and the small swords within the sword vein spun excitedly. As expected of a sword vein, it didn't disappoint me. After watching the pure energy of the rebirth liquid circulate through the sword vein, the essence liquid directly increased by 5 drops. And Sumu was so excited that every pore in his body opened up. At this rate, he would be able to break through to the rebirth realm today. The energy that emerged from the sword vein was much easier to control. Guiding the energy out, it flowed through his meridians in one circuit after another. And with each circuit, the essence liquid in the sword vein increased. 100 drops. Half a day later, the energy from the rebirth liquid was almost consumed, and the essence liquid successfully accumulated to 100 drops. He could finally break through to the rebirth realm. Looking at the 100 drops of essence liquid he had painstakingly condensed in his dantian, Sumu felt a pang of heartache. The most important aspect of breaking through to the rebirth realm was to undergo a transformation, expelling all impurities. But how to expel them? It was simply to use one's own strength to cleanse the body. Gritting his teeth, he directly gathered the 100 drops of essence liquid into a straight line, surging out from the sword vein and rushing towards his limbs and various parts of his body. At the early stage of the rebirth realm, cleansing the body. Chapter 80, Heaven Grade, Fate Palace. Cleansing the body made him impervious to blades and increased his cultivation speed, guiding the essence liquid to run through his body for 10 circuits. Sumu could already feel that his skin was burning hot. The cleansing of his body had reached its limit. The first level of the rebirth realm could guide the energy to run for 10 circuits, and with each advancement in realm, the number of circuits increased by 10. Sumu had just broken through to the rebirth realm and had already reached the pinnacle of the first level. After directing the essence liquid into the sword vein, he saw that there were only 50 drops left, and Sumu felt heartache again, but thinking about his cultivation improvement, he felt a bit excited. Directly reaching the pinnacle of the first level of the rebirth realm, sacrificing 50 drops of essence liquid was still worth it. This breakthrough had directly brought him to the pinnacle of the first level of the rebirth realm, benefiting from the hard work of his previous cultivation, coupled with the overwhelming power of the essence liquid, which had forcibly cleansed away most of the impurities. As long as he cleansed once more, he could break through to the second level of the rebirth realm. Reaching the third level of the rebirth realm would only require 3 deep cleanses. He silently calculated in his heart, and his mood couldn't help but lift. Although cultivating at the supreme Fate Palace was difficult, breaking through was also quick, especially at the level of the rebirth realm, where the speed of breakthroughs was unmatched. First, restore the essence liquid. Otherwise, with so little essence liquid, his strength would take a big hit. Outside the cave, the gusts of energy wind once again formed a small vortex, which Sumu eagerly absorbed. The most obvious feeling of breaking through to the rebirth realm was the increased affinity between his body and the energy, making it easier for the energy to enter his body at least 3 times faster than before. In just one day, the essence liquid had restored to 100 drops. A day later, Sumu excitedly opened his eyes. This recovery speed was significantly faster than the previous accumulation speed. The recovery speed couldn't be compared to the accumulation speed. So don't celebrate too early. The voice of the mad immortal emperor suddenly rang out, and Sumu immediately sobered up, given his situation. Cultivation and breakthroughs wouldn't be that simple. Senior, can I open the second dark vein now? You can, but you just finished cleansing your body. Wait for your body to recover before proceeding. Sumu nodded slightly. Breaking through to the rebirth realm wasn't just about continually cleansing the body. To sustain breakthrough, 3 difficulties had to be overcome. First, one's own power. The power within the dantian must be sufficient to support the cleansing of the body. Second, time and energy are needed to recover the power consumed by cleansing the body. Third, each cleansing of the body causes injury, and the body needs to recover before further cultivation and breakthroughs can occur. These three difficulties also represent three processes. The first process is innate accumulation, which cannot be changed. The second process can be accelerated through auxiliary means, such as cultivating in places rich in energy. The third process is very difficult to accelerate or assist. Using medicine to speed up the recovery of the body is risky, as the medicine itself contains impurities. One careless mistake could lead to unnecessary cleansing of the body or increase the difficulty of the next cleansing, and pure elixirs are extremely rare. Kid, the real test is just beginning. The transformation realm is just a small problem for you. As long as the environment is good, you can break through to the Life Palace realm in a month. The voice of the mad immortal emperor continued to resonate, and Su Mu's confidence was boosted. This is the freakish aspect of the respect level Life Palace, and it's under the condition of having undergone transformation 10 times. Don't you want a stronger and better Life Palace? This is an opportunity. Hearing this, Su Mu was taken aback. What does this mean? He then remembered that warriors have two chances to defy fate and change their destiny. One is the Life Palace realm, where the strength of the condensed Life Palace determines the future. The second is the Life Palace realm. The Life Palace realm is an upgraded version of the Life Palace realm. To break through to the Life Palace realm, one must shatter the Life Palace and recondense it, which is crucial for defying fate. Thinking of this, Su Mu swallowed hard. Senior, do you mean? At this moment, his voice trembled slightly. A Life Palace above the respect level? Just thinking about it makes one shudder. Inside the floating pagoda, the mad immortal emperor nodded, his eyes filled with madness. So before you reach the Life Palace realm, prepare all your resources. Su Mu took a deep breath. If cultivating a respect-level Life Palace is this difficult, the difficulty of a heavenly grade Life Palace above, that is unimaginable. But he didn't want to think too much now. If he didn't even dare to pursue something stronger and better, what was the point of cultivation? Senior, what should I do? Before reaching the Life Palace realm, condense 1,000 drops of essence liquid. Hearing the mad immortal emperor's words, Su Mu directly covered his chest. 1,000 drops. He had already exerted so much effort just to condense 100 drops, and now he needs to condense 1,000 drops? How long will that take? Moreover, let's not forget that he also needs essence liquid to cleanse his body and enhance his strength. All right, he nodded. The word "all right" was almost bitten out through gritted teeth. Do you think this is the end? Huh? Su Mu's mouth dropped open. This isn't over? If you want to open a second dark vein, doesn't that mean you also need to create a second Life Palace above the respect level? Su Mu instinctively nodded, his eyes widening. That means to break through to the Life Palace realm, he also needs to condense another 1,900 drops of essence liquid. Thinking of this number, Su Mu fell to the ground in despair. 2 heavenly grade Life Palaces, once successful, you will be invincible in the Life Palace realm. Even the ancient clan's talents will be insignificant in front of you. Listening to the mad immortal emperor's words, Su Mu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly sat up with a start. Let's do it. The greater the cost, the greater the reward. Then let's set a small goal, to create 2 heavenly grade Life Palaces. Seeing Su Mu full of determination, the mad immortal emperor nodded in satisfaction, his eyes filled with expectation. With 49 dark veins opened, even if they are all just heavenly grade Life Palaces, it would be enough to shake the world and sweep through the ages. I truly look forward to that day. In the next 3 days, Su Mu practiced desperately, absorbing essence without regard for anything else. Watching the drops of essence liquid condense in the sword vein. Every additional drop brought him one step closer to the heavenly grade Life Palace. Meanwhile, during these 5 days of Su Mu's focused cultivation, the 5 courtyards were completely shrouded in gloom. There had always been some unruly rascals in the Marshall Mansion, making a living by bullying new or weaker students. 4 days ago, for some unknown reason, these rascals suddenly gathered together to collectively extort protection fees from the students of the 5 courtyards. Whether old students or new, everyone was subject to their extortion. If they didn't pay money and credits, they would inevitably get beaten up. But since the old students changed locations after each attack, Guan Yifei and the other 3 girls were unable to catch them in the act and could only watch helplessly as their students were bullied. By now, the students of the 5 courtyards could only hide in their dorms, afraid to go out, as venturing outside would surely lead to extortion from those rascals. Bang! In the instructor's dorm, Guan Yifei angrily slammed the table and shouted, "The first 4 courtyards are too much." Surrounding her were a group of old students, all bruised and filled with resentment. They are extorting us. This is definitely the first 4 courtyards targeting us on purpose. At this moment, the dean had been sent out to do something by the deputy mansion master. They dare to be so brazen only because they saw our dean leave. "Instructor, what should we do? We can't keep hiding here. We can hide for a moment, but not for a lifetime. We still have to attend classes and train." Looking at the old students filled with anger and grievance, Guan Yifei bit her silver teeth. She didn't have a good plan either, but if this continued, the overall strength of their 5 courtyards would become severely disconnected, even worse than before. But at this moment, her mind was in chaos, and she couldn't think too much. She turned to see Tian Yue and Gu Siqing taking care of the girl in bed, her face dark with worry. "Yun, you must be all right. Otherwise, your brother will go crazy," she murmured, looking at Huang Yun, whose face was burning as if it were molten lava. Guan Yifei silently prayed. Chapter 81. Get Lost. Looking at Huang Yun, who was unconscious on the bed, all the old students and instructors had grim expressions, silently sighing. Huang Yun was vengeful against evil and had resisted fiercely, even driving away the rascal students who demanded protection fees. That time, Huang Yun's skin and complexion turned red, but after drinking a bottle of medicine, she recovered. If it had only happened once, Huang Yun wouldn't have ended up like this. But those rascals seemed to have targeted her specifically, and every time, she had to become scaldingly hot. After a few incidents, she directly fainted on the ground. If it weren't for calling in the pharmacist from the medicine hall for timely treatment, Huang Yun might have already perished. Her cultivation technique is too terrifying. Some old students witnessed that scene. Huang Yun had been diligently studying and cultivating since entering the martial mansion, and had already reached the 4th level of the Life Palace realm. Yet she had defeated many at the 5th level. Even a student at the 6th level of the Life Palace realm was defeated by her, but that was achieved at the cost of her life. Even the pharmacist said there was no hope for recovery, at most extending her life. What should we do? Everyone's faces were filled with sorrow and anxiety. Huang Yun's entire body was burned, and there was no place left unscathed. After the pharmacist's all-out treatment, it only barely sustained her life. If this continued, she wouldn't die, but would become useless. Brother. In her unconscious state, Huang Yun suddenly murmured. Guan Yifei rushed over. Looking at the murmuring Huang Yun on the bed, her heart softened. Yun's last action was because those rascals insulted her brother, and she acted without regard for everything. In fact, Yun knew she couldn't act anymore, but she wouldn't allow anyone to insult Sumu. Talpratek Sumo. She was willing to sacrifice her life. Several female old students spoke, their voices choked with emotion. The bond between siblings is profound. Nothing compares to this. In the mansion master's study, the deputy mansion master was angrily scolding the 4 deans. "Who told you to target Huang Yun? Don't you know she's Huang Junru's sister?" The deputy mansion master scolded the 4 deans, who exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. "How is Huang Yun's condition now?" After venting, the deputy mansion master asked with a stern face. "Huang Yun is still unconscious after the pharmacist's full treatment." Immediately, the dean of the 3rd courtyard stood up to report, saying that mainly her cultivation technique was too bizarre and too violent, leading to this outcome. She brought it upon herself. Upon hearing this, the other 3 deans nodded in agreement. Even if Huang Yun died in the martial mansion, it wouldn't concern them. Brought upon herself? The deputy mansion master was directly enraged upon hearing this, raising the inkstone on the table and throwing it at the dean of the 3rd courtyard, who dodged. Who is the mastermind behind this? It was Du Shiji and his wife. The dean of the 3rd courtyard spoke helplessly. This really had nothing to do with them. They originally wanted to take revenge on Su Mu, but they didn't expect Su Mu to be nowhere to be seen, rumored to be hiding in the Wind Spirit Gorge. They can deal with Su Mu casually, but if Huang Yun really gets into trouble because of this, they will definitely not walk out of the martial mansion alive. The deputy mansion master shouted angrily, and the 4 deans exchanged glances, mourning for Du Shiji's couple. In the Wind Spirit Gorge, Sumu had no choice but to stop his cultivation. It was indeed quite practical. Taking out the school card and seeing that he only had 5 credits left, Sumu couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. The Marshall Mansion was really practical. Once the credits were deducted, they wouldn't even give him more time to cultivate. Now he could no longer absorb any vitality. Without the ability to cultivate, he could only leave and come back to cultivate once he earned enough credits. Fortunately, he had condensed 60 drops of vitality liquid, which was not a loss. Satisfied, he left. Ever since breaking through to the embryonic realm, the speed of condensing vitality liquid had increased. He was just one step away from the heavenly Great Fate Palace. In fact, it hadn't slowed down his cultivation speed much. As long as there was enough vitality, once he reached the mid-stage of the embryonic realm, the speed of condensing vitality liquid would increase again. At that time, condensing 100 drops of vitality liquid in 3 days would be a piece of cake. Jumping out of the Wind Spirit Gorge, he calculated in his heart, and his mood continued to improve. Just as he left the range of the Wind Spirit Gorge, he saw a figure standing ahead for a long time. As he approached, Sumu's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of that person. Wei Zhuo. It seemed that Wei Zhuo had been waiting for him here for quite some time, but Sumu barely recognized him in his current state. One of Wei Zhuo's hands was bandaged and hung in front of his chest, while the other was propped up with a cane. His face was bruised and swollen, completely devoid of the suave appearance he had before. Wei Zhuo, who beat you like this? Sumu frowned and asked. Sumu, you finally came out. Hurry up and come with me. Something big has happened. Wei Zhuo said anxiously. If we don't go back soon, someone will die? What happened? Sumu felt something was wrong and hurriedly asked. The entire 5th courtyard is in trouble. Your sister is in a precarious situation now. You need to go check on her. Wei Zhuo said urgently. Sumu's expression changed drastically as he fixed his gaze on Wei Zhuo. What did you say? What's wrong with Yun? Someone is demanding protection fees from her. When she refused, they attacked her. I don't know what kind of cultivation technique she's practicing, but every time she fights back, she gets so hot all over. Now she's lying in bed unconscious, and the pharmacist said Yun is in trouble. Wei Zhuo hurriedly explained the situation. Before he could finish, a gust of wind swept by, and Sumu vanished from in front of him. Turning around, Wei Zhuo saw that Sumu had already reached the foot of the mountain. Hey, she's in the dormitory. Wei Zhuo shouted as he jumped up, then hurriedly limped down the mountain. Wait for me. I've been waiting for you for 2 days. Can you take care of the injured? In a corner in front of the 5th courtyard dormitory, several students dressed in colorful clothes were sitting together drinking, occasionally glancing at the 5th courtyard dormitory. It's been a whole day, and no one has come out. Those useless cowards must be scared out of their wits. If they dare to come out, we'll beat them up on sight. I heard that Huang Yun is about to die, right? That useless Sumu can actually endure this? Not only is that waste good for nothing, but he's also a coward. He doesn't even dare to come out when his sister is on the verge of death. The group mocked, and suddenly one of them caught sight of someone rushing toward the dormitory. They focused their eyes and realized it was Sumu. That bastard finally dared to come out. It was worth it for me to wait here for 2 days. Haha, brothers, it's time to get to work. The group smashed their wine jugs and grabbed nearby sticks before charging out to block Sumu. Sumu, stop. You little bastard. Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? The group shouted as they charged out, but Sumu showed no signs of stopping, as if he hadn't heard them at all. The group was instantly enraged. How dare he treat their words as if they were nothing? They accelerated and blocked Sumu's path. Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? Are you deaf? Get over here and pay your protection fees. The group shouted arrogantly after blocking Sumu, but he merely glanced at them coldly. Get lost. You dare to tell me to get lost? The group was infuriated, and one of them, with a fierce expression, swung the stick in his hand towards Sumu's head. Sumu's face darkened, and he threw a straight punch. Bang! The stick, as thick as an arm, shattered under his iron fist. The attack didn't stop there. He continued to strike the person's abdomen, sending him flying. Puffed. Bang! The group didn't even have time to react to what had happened when they saw their companions spitting blood and flying out. When they turned back, they saw Sumu staring at them coldly, like the gaze of death. Chapter 82. You want to collect protection fees? The group felt a chill run down their spines and retreated in fear, looking down at the half-broken stick on the ground, a wave of coldness rushing to their heads. This was a specially made wooden stick. Even someone in the embryonic realm wouldn't be able to break it, yet it was shattered into pieces by Sumu's punch, leaving only this half. How terrifying must that punch's power be? The group gulped nervously, watching Sumu without daring to move. Sumu cast a cold glance at them, then rushed toward the dormitory. Saving Huang Yiyun was the most important thing. He would settle accounts with these scoundrels later. Seeing Sumu rush toward the dormitory, the group breathed a sigh of relief, their legs going weak as they collapsed to the ground. Just now, they thought they were really going to die. Wang Qi, after a long while, they finally remembered the person Sumu had sent flying and turned around in a panic, only to see Wang Ji lying on the ground over 300 feet away, unmoving. The group gasped and rushed over. Sumu had sent him flying over 300 feet with just one punch. It was simply terrifying. Wang Yi, Wang Yi. The group rushed to Wang Ji's side, calling out constantly, but he showed no signs of movement. One person trembled as he reached for Wang Ji's breath, just as his fingers touched Wang Ji's nose. He quickly withdrew, as if shocked, and sat down on the ground. Dead, he's dead. What? The others were stunned, their minds buzzing. Wang Ji was in the first stage of the embryonic realm. Although his cultivation wasn't high, it was still much stronger than a new student. Sumu actually killed him with a single punch, and he hadn't even used sword intent. The group turned pale, swallowing nervously, their eyes filled with terror. Yiyun. Sumu rushed into Guan Yifei's dormitory and saw Huang Yiyun lying on the bed. His expression suddenly changed. The people in the dormitory saw Sumu return and were just about to show joy when they saw him rush to the bedside. And those beside the bed hurriedly made way. Sumu, filled with anxiety, checked Huang Yiyun's condition, and upon seeing it, his heart sank. Why? Why has it come to this? Sumu couldn't accept it, feeling immense pain. Ever since their misunderstanding was resolved, Huang Yiyun had wholeheartedly supported him, and in his heart, he had already regarded Huang Yiyun as his own sister. Sumu. The old student and the mentor saw Sumu in pain, their faces filled with compassion. Tian Yue placed a hand on Sumu's shoulder and comforted him. Sumu, don't worry. We should think of a way quickly. We still have a chance to save Yiyun. Sumu didn't hear Tian Yue's comforting words at all. He only wanted to save Huang Yiyun, to save his sister. He calmed down and kept calling for the mad immortal emperor in his heart. Senior, stop shouting. I'm thinking of a way. The voice of the mad immortal emperor sounded impatient in his mind, and hearing this made Sumu breathe a sigh of relief. With the mad immortal emperor's abilities, he would surely think of a solution. Her condition is already very serious. She is beyond the help of medicine. Beyond the help of medicine. Sumu's heart sank, as if a heavy stone was pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. If even the mad immortal emperor said there was no hope, then it truly was hopeless. However, the mad immortal emperor suddenly changed her tone, igniting hope in Sumu's heart. What others can't do for me, the mad immortal emperor, is a piece of cake. I will first help her restore her heart pulse. As long as her heart pulse does not continue to be damaged, there is still hope for salvation. After hearing this, Sumu let out a long sigh of relief, then smiled wryly. Big brother, can you not breathe so heavily when you speak? You almost scare me to death. He grabbed her hand. Sumu immediately took Huang Yiyun's hand. The high temperature made him tremble. After a while, a tingling sensation began to rise in Sumu's hand. It was the power of the mad immortal emperor flowing through his arm into Huang Yiyun's body. Huang Yiyun immediately reacted with a soft grunt. Her scorching face lost some of its redness, and her body temperature dropped significantly. Sumu was pleased to see this. After a moment, the tingling sensation in his hand began to fade. All right, I can protect her heart pulse for 5 days. Within these 5 days, you must open up a second dark pulse and swallow the ice sovereign soul. The tired voice of the mad immortal emperor echoed, and Sumu's expression became serious as he nodded slightly. Senior, thank you for your hard work. From the tone of his voice, Sumu could tell that the mad immortal emperor had consumed a lot of power to restore Huang Yiyun's heart pulse. You should quickly think of a way to replenish my strength. Sumu nodded heavily, took a deep breath, and turned to look at Tian Yue and the others. Just as he was about to speak, he saw their faces filled with disbelief. Sumu, what did you just do? Tian Yue stammered, pointing at Huang Yiyun. Her words filled with shock. What do you mean? What did I do? Sumu looked confused, glancing at Huang Yiyun. He then understood what had shocked them. Dear mentors and classmates, you don't have to worry, I will cure you. Upon hearing this, the shock on Tian Yue and the others' faces deepened, looking at Sumu as if he were a monster. Yue, what on earth is going on? Sumu's expression darkened as he asked, a fierce anger rising in his eyes. Hearing this, Tian Yue snapped back to reality, her face filled with rage. For days ago, a group of rogue students suddenly targeted our 5 Academy students to collect protection fees. If we didn't pay, we would be beaten up. Even if we paid, they would come back for more next time, and if we couldn't produce it, we would still be beaten. Iyun has a fiery temper and never paid them even once, driving them away time after time. But those people were too shameless. When they couldn't beat her, they called in stronger ones. Iyun knew she was at a disadvantage, and after several confrontations, her body was severely injured. She initially wanted to back down, but those rogue students insulted her, and she couldn't help but fight back again, not only injuring them, but almost losing her life. As she spoke, tears welled up in Tian Yue's eyes, filled with pity for Huang Yun. After all, no matter how powerful Yun was, she was just a little girl. Sumu's head buzzed as he suddenly remembered what Huang Yun had said on the day of school opening. Brother, don't worry. If anyone dares to hurt you, I will make sure they die without a corpse. Looking at Huang Yun again, Sumu felt heartbroken, realizing that Yun had ended up like this because of him. Yun, don't worry. Anyone who dares to hurt you, I will ensure they die without a corpse. Sumu whispered to Huang Yun, and after speaking, he rushed out. Sumu, what are you going to do? Come back. Tian Yue and Gu Siqing were frightened, their faces changing drastically as they hurriedly ran out. They saw Sumu quickly disappearing from sight, and they were instantly anxious. Let him go. Guan Yifei stepped forward and said. Tian Yue and the other two turned to look at her, immediately jumping up in panic. He isn't even in the rebirth realm. How can he fight those people? Yifei, we should go help him. How can we help? Go help him beat up students and slaughter students? Guan Yifei said in a deep voice. Tian Yue and the others were stunned by her words, then suddenly remembered what Sumu had just said, instantly jolting. I have already notified the dean. He'll be back soon. Whoosh. Sumu rushed out of the dormitory and immediately saw the few people carrying Wang Ji's corpse leaving. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he charged directly in front of them. Sumu. The few people saw Sumu blocking their way and immediately retreated in fright, their faces turning pale. Just now, you wanted to collect protection fees, right? Sumu said coldly. The few of them instinctively nodded, then shook their heads frantically. No, we didn't bang. Without waiting for them to explain, Sumu lifted his leg and delivered a knee strike, sending one of them flying into the air. Whoosh! The moment the pain appeared on that person's face, before he could even spit out a mouthful of blood, Sumu flew up and kicked him directly in the neck. Crack! The sound of the neck breaking was clear and audible. Bang! That person fell heavily to the ground, instantly motionless, his neck torn, and his head limply smashed against the ground. Hiss! The remaining two saw that person killed by Sumu's kick, their hair standing on end, realizing how terrifying his strength was. Then Sumu turned to look at them, and the two snapped back to reality, their faces filled with terror as they stared at Sumu. What do you want? You dare to kill students. You're done for. You're done for. The two stuttered, pointing at Sumu and shouting, but as soon as they finished speaking, they turned and ran. Although the Martial Arts Academy forbids killing, they were afraid for their lives. At this moment, they hated their parents for not giving them 2 more legs, running away in a frenzy. Run? Can you escape? A cold light flashed in Sumu's eyes as he charged out like a leopard, the violent force causing the bluestone slab beneath him to crack. Chapter 83. Are you going to talk or not? My dear mother, I haven't seen that waste for a few days, and he's even more terrifying. As the two ran for their lives, their hearts and livers trembled, half their souls scared away. Wasn't it said that his strength was only comparable to the peak of the Fate Palace realm? Wasn't it said that the last time he injured the senior students of the Third Academy, it was because he was flaunting the sword intent? And as long as he had a weapon, wouldn't he be afraid? Who the hell spread this rumor? I must kill him. The two were filled with hatred for the person who spread the rumor. Wasn't he Su Mu supposed to be not terrifying? One punch and one kick could kill a person. Isn't that terrifying? That is too fucking terrifying. Whoosh. The sound of breaking wind came from behind. One of them turned back to look and saw Su Mu not only catching up but also holding the sticks they had dropped. No. This person was terrified and ran faster, while Su Mu was getting closer. He immediately leaped, and the stick came crashing down on his head. This person, scared to death, hurriedly raised his hand to block. Bang! Crack! The stick hit his arm, not only breaking the bone, but also causing a comminuted fracture. The arm smashed onto his head, and he was directly knocked to the ground, letting out a miserable cry, just as Su Mu coldly and mercilessly swung the stick down again towards his head. No! Don't kill me! I was wrong! Don't kill me! This person immediately cried out for mercy, tears and snot flowing. But it was too late to say anything now. The stick slammed down on his head, directly shattering his skull. Bang! Whoosh! Su Mu didn't even glance at him, holding the bloodied stick and chasing after the other person. It's over, I'm dead for sure. The other person saw Su Mu directly smash that student's head in, scared enough to wet himself, crying out in despair as Su Mu chased him down. Help! Who can save me? Who can save me? I'm willing to give him everything. Don't chase me anymore. I was wrong. Big brother, spare me. This person was on the verge of collapse as Su Mu closed in, seeing that Su Mu was only 7 jong away. Scared that he stumbled and fell to the ground, rolling a few times before stopping. Now, he was even less likely to escape. Watching Su Mu charge up, leaping and swinging the stick, casting a shadow over him, he was terrified to the point of completely wetting his pants. Bang! A heavy sound echoed. This person trembled all over, and in his sight, the stick smashed down beside him, shattering into pieces. This person looked pale as he gazed at Su Mu, who was now so close, his mind completely blank. After a moment, the person finally realized he wasn't dead. Su Mu's strike had missed. Trembling, he turned to look beside him and saw a ground full of broken sticks, with a pit formed where the stick had just hit the ground. He swallowed in terror. If that blow had landed on him, the outcome would be unimaginable. Clang! Su Mu drew his sword, pointing it at the man, who immediately fell silent in fear, raising his hands and not daring to move an inch. Who sent you? Su Mu asked coldly, determined to uncover the true culprit behind it all. It was Senior Li Kong. The man stammered, trembling, no longer daring to harbor any hope or conceal anything. Li Kong? Su Mu frowned, not having any impression of him. Take me to him. The man swallowed again, standing up shakily, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. When Su Mu had attacked them earlier, he hadn't drawn his sword. But now that he had, it seemed he was intent on killing, and the man feared he would lead him to Li Kong just to kill him. I don't know where Senior Li Kong is. The man spoke shakily, fearing Su Mu would misunderstand, and quickly waved his hands to explain. Senior Li Kong doesn't have a fixed location, so it's hard to find him. Really, believe me, he usually comes to find us. We generally have a hard time locating him. Su Mu nodded, and the man immediately breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he believed him. But the next moment, the man's expression froze, looking at Su Mu in disbelief. Since you don't know where he is, you're of no use to me. Su Mu's voice turned cold as he pulled out his sword, and a blood hole appeared on the man's neck. Blood sprayed from the wound, and the man's eyes quickly lost their color as he fell to the ground. Su Mu wiped the sword on the man's body, sheathed it, and casually walked in a direction. No fixed residence? Then he must be within the Marshall House. Li Kong, even if I have to turn the Marshall House upside down, I will find you. As he walked, students along the way were startled and jumped aside upon seeing Su Mu. What a strong, killing intent. So familiar. Isn't he that Su Mu? He actually dared to come out. Li Kong and the others have been looking for him, listening to the discussions of the students. Su Mu gradually understood why Li Kong and his group were targeting the 5th Academy. They weren't targeting the 5th Academy, but him. to deal with him. They oppressed the entire Fifth Academy and nearly caused Huang Yiyun's death. She was not worth dying for. As he continued forward, Su Mu was no longer in a hurry. Since Li Kong and his group were after him, finding them would be easy. He just had to wander around, and they would come looking for him. Passing by an alley, Su Mu paused and turned to look inside, where a group of people was surrounding someone and beating him up, their style very similar to that of the previous group. Inside the alley, Wei Zhuo was being beaten by a group of senior students, curled up with his hands over his head to avoid being hit in vital areas. Bang! A stick slammed into his back, and Wei Zhuo merely let out a muffled groan. Even after being beaten to the point of vomiting blood, he had not cried out in pain. Throughout the ordeal, he had only one thought. The humiliation he suffered today would be repaid in the future. Your bones are really hard. A senior student, panting from exertion, spat a mouthful of thick phlegm onto Wei Zhuo's face. Bang! Quickly tell us where Su Mu is right now. Damn it, are you going to speak or not? You've waited 2 days at Feng Ling Gorge. You wouldn't know where that little bastard is? Sitting at the back of the alley, Li Kong toyed with a dagger, growing increasingly impatient as Wei Zhuo refused to speak after being beaten for so long. He stood up and waved his hand to signal the senior students to stop. Li Kong walked in front of Wei Zhuo, bent down, glanced at the dagger in his hand, and then stabbed it into Wei Zhuo's thigh. Wei Zhuo's eyes widened, blood vessels bursting in his eyes, the intense pain twisting his expression. This stab is only in your thigh, but the next one could be your lifeline, Li Kong said coldly, pulling the dagger out, causing Wei Zhuo to tremble all over from the pain. No one has ever been stubborn in front of me, Li Kong. You're the first, but I don't believe a eunuch can remain so tough. Wei Zhuo trembled all over, fear and dread appearing in his eyes for the first time. For a man, the worst thing to accept is not being a man. I will give you 3 breaths time. If you don't speak, Li Kang's tone grew increasingly cold, the dagger rubbing against Wei Zhuo's thigh, ready to stab down at any moment. Wei Zhuo gritted his teeth, his whole body shaking, struggling immensely inside. In his heart, he had always regarded Su Mu as a rival, and a respectable one at that. He admired Su Mu's tenacity and resilience. Deep down, he regarded Su Mu more as a good mentor and friend. But now, was he going to betray his friend? Wei Zhuo, Su Mu outside the alley, caught sight of Li Kong stabbing the dagger in a Wei Zhuo's thigh through a gap in the crowd, and his killing intent surged. Just as he was about to rush in, he heard Li Kang's words, and in an instant his anger soared. Stop! Clang! The sharp sword was drawn, the blade in hand. Aren't you looking for me? I'm right here. Chapter 84. I'm here to avenge you. Hearing Su Mu's roar, everyone in the alley was startled and turned to look outside. There stood Su Mu, sword in hand, blocking the alley entrance. Su Mu. Confusion flashed in the eyes of Li Kong and the others, but they quickly recognized him, their faces turning sinister. You turtle, you finally dared to come out. We've been waiting for you for 4 days. Bastard, do you know how long we've been looking for you? The main character had finally appeared. Li Kong and his group were both happy and furious. They were happy because they had searched for Su Mu for a full 4 days, and furious because Su Mu had wasted so much of their time. Su Mu, what are you doing here? Get out! Wei Zhuo shouted anxiously as soon as he saw Su Mu. Wei Zhuo, they dared to bully you like this. I'm here to help you take revenge. Su Mu turned to Wei Zhuo, speaking firmly. Wei Zhuo was taken aback by these words, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rising, but he quickly suppressed it. What vengeance do you need to take? Just run. You're not their match. Too much talk. Li Kong kicked Wei Zhuo back into the alley, disdainfully spitting out a mouthful of phlegm before looking at Su Mu with a ruthless gleam in his eyes. Su Mu, you're the only one in the Fifth Academy who hasn't paid the protection fee. I heard you earned quite a few credits before. Hand them all over. What if I don't pay? Su Mu replied coldly. Don't pay? Then we'll just have to find a way to make you pay. Li Kong toyed with the dagger, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. All right, then come and take it if you can. Su Mu's words remained icy, the sword in his hand slowly rotating, the sword intent rising. Seeing Su Mu so resolute, Li Kong sneered disdainfully, wondering where his courage came from. The lowest cultivation among them was the 3rd level of the transformation realm. He nodded at one of his men, who understood, picked up an iron rod from the side. and walked toward Sumu. After taking a few steps, he suddenly accelerated, swinging the iron rod down toward Sumu's head. Seeking death. You dare to come alone, even in the Life Palace realm? You're just here to die. Can't you just be a turtle? Why come a hand us you credits? As the man swung the iron rod, Li Kong and the others all sneered. In their eyes, Sumu was already dead. Thinking of the more than 500 credits on Sumu, their eyes were filled with greed, as that was no small sum for them. Wei Zhua, in the corner, held his stomach in pain, looking despairingly towards the alley's exit, closing his eyes in hopelessness. This was it. This beating had been in vain. Moments later, Li Kong and his group frowned, their smiles slowly disappearing as they saw the man who charged at Sumu suddenly freeze in place. Lao Lu, what are you doing? Why aren't you moving? Li Kong couldn't help but shout. These few people had been sworn brothers, or they wouldn't be here beating up Wei Zhua together. Clang. Suddenly, a crisp sound of something hitting the ground startled Li Kong and the others. They focused their eyes and saw that the iron rod in Lao Lu's hand had fallen to the ground. Li Kong and the others widened their eyes, feeling a sense of foreboding, and then they saw blood dripping from Lao Lu's body, their gazes instantly locking in on him. Blood. Watching drop after drop of blood fall from Lao Lu onto the ground, Li Kong and the others couldn't believe their eyes. And then they saw Lao Lu's body tremble as a sharp sword pierced through his back with a poochie sound. Lao Lu. Seeing the sword that had pierced out, Li Kong and the others felt their hearts tremble and gasped in shock. Poochie. Sumu looked at Lao Lu, who was staring at him in disbelief, coldly pulled out the sword and pushed Lao Lu down with a hand. Bang! Lao Lu fell heavily to the ground and soon lost all signs of life. Lao Lu. Li Kong and the others' expressions changed dramatically as they watched Lao Lu lying motionless on the ground, blood spreading out on the floor, their expressions gradually turning ferocious. He killed Lao Lu. Beast, I want you to pay with Lao Lu's life. Kill him. Except for Li Kong, the others screamed in rage, picking up their weapons and charging at Sumu. Wei Zhua, hearing their furious shouts, felt his eyelids twitch and opened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Lao Lu's corpse on the ground, utterly dumbfounded. He killed the old student in the embryonic realm. Even if Lao Lu was the weakest, he was still at the 3rd level of the embryonic realm. What realm is Sumu in? How could he possibly kill Lao Lu, who was at the 3rd level of the embryonic realm? What level has he reached? He looked up at Sumu in horror, only to see 4 old students charging at him, plunging him into despair again. No matter how strong Sumu was, he was just one person, and among those 4 was even someone at the 4th level of the embryonic realm. Clang! As the 4 old students rushed up, Sumu turned the sword in his hand, and the sound of the sword rang out. Infatigable sword technique. Passing judgment. Clang, clang, clang. The 4 old students were all quite powerful and did not underestimate him like Lao Lu had. Defeating them was not so easy. The 4 launched a furious assault on Sumu, making it difficult for him to secure victory. Li Kong watched the battlefield with a cold gaze, playing with a dagger in his hand, his eyes filled with intense killing intent, but after a while, the killing intent in his eyes turned into shock. He could hold on for so long. His cultivation is at the 1st level of the embryonic realm, and he is not far from the 2nd level of the embryonic realm. Li Kong was so shocked that the dagger cut into his finger, but he was oblivious, his eyes filled with growing astonishment. When he received the task from Du Shiji, the task stated that Sumu's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the Life Palace realm, and he had already found it hard to believe that a new student could be so strong. But how long had it been since he received the task? Sumu had already reached the 1st level of the embryonic realm, and was even about to break through to the 2nd level. If Du Shiji hadn't lied to him, then Sumu had continuously broken through to the peak of the 1st level of the embryonic realm in just a few days. Impossible. It's impossible for anyone to cultivate that fast. Li Kong kept denying it in his heart. Even a genius with a 10th grade Life Palace couldn't cultivate so quickly. He must have hidden his cultivation before. It must be. Wei Zhua listened to the continuous sounds of clashing, opened his eyes again in disbelief, looking at Sumu, who was withstanding the 4 old students without losing ground, completely dumbfounded. When did he break through to the embryonic realm? Wasn't he still at the 7th level of the Life Palace realm before? His understanding of Su Mu's cultivation was still at the new student benefits level. After all, he hadn't seen Su Mu fight since then. Li Kong could know Su Mu's accurate cultivation because Du Shiji had checked Su Mu's cultivation in the academy. It had only been a few days since the new student benefits, not even 9 days. Wei Zhuo was so shocked by Su Mu's cultivation that his mind went blank. Since entering the martial mansion, he had only improved 1 realm. In the same amount of time, Su Mu had improved 4 realms, plus a major realm. Is this something a person can achieve? Is his life palace really a trash life palace? At this moment, he was already questioning his life. If Su Mu was considered a trash life palace, then his life palace was even worse than trash. Clang, clang, clang. The 4 old students were still crazily attacking Su Mu, but their anger had been worn down by Su Mu's formidable strength, their faces now filled with shock. How could his strength be so strong? This is completely inconsistent with the intel. Didn't Li Kong say he was at the 9th level of the Life Palace realm? He was clearly almost at the 2nd level of the embryonic realm. That bastard Du Shiji is playing us. The 4 of them cursed Du Shiji in their hearts. Realizing that they were not here to deal with Su Mu, it was Su Mu who was here to deal with them. Chapter 85, immediately, right away. Clang, clang, clang. Almost there. After a round of battle, a glint flashed in Su Mu's eyes. His strength was now stabilized. What does he mean by almost there? The 4 were taken aback by Su Mu's words, and just as their doubts arose, Su Mu's power suddenly surged. Clang! With just 1 sword, he split them all apart. Zzzzz. The 4 were forced to retreat step by step, supporting themselves against the wall to avoid falling. Hiss! Wei Zhuo saw Su Mu push back the 4 with 1 sword, and his scalp tingled. That was 3 at the 3rd level of the embryonic realm, and 1 at the 4th level. The gap between him and Su Mu had suddenly widened to a despairing level. Su Mu rubbed his shoulders and rotated his neck with an expression of enjoyment. Fighting is the best. After 5 days without a fight, he felt like his body was about to rust, especially after just breaking through. His power felt uncomfortable. After this battle, his strength was completely stabilized. He also gained 10 more drops of essence liquid. Upon inspecting his sword veins, he found that he now had 170 drops of essence liquid. After this battle, the number of drops might reach 200. Seeing Su Mu's movements, the 4 exchanged glances and understood what Su Mu's earlier words meant. He was using us as a sharpening stone. Damn it! This feeling made them hate it deeply, gritting their teeth in anger, and then they all looked at Li Kong. Boss, it's time to strike. Give him a killing blow. Now they weren't confident in taking down Su Mu, but as long as Li Kong made a move, Su Mu would undoubtedly die. Li Kong was only 1 step away from the 5th level of the embryonic realm. A cold light flickered in Li Kang's eyes as he nodded, holding the dagger and stepping forward. Wei Zhuo was startled when he saw Li Kong make a move, looking at Su Mu and unconsciously swallowing. Now, can Su Mu defeat the combined efforts of 5 people? He no longer dared to determine the outcome. Su Mu had given him too many shocks. Even if Li Kong was strong, he couldn't be certain that Su Mu would definitely lose. Of course, it would be better if Su Mu won, but he feared that his little heart couldn't withstand such shocks. Whoosh! Li Kong raised his hand, the dagger spinning rapidly in his palm, before charging violently towards Su Mu. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 4 old students followed, attacking Su Mu from different directions, not believing that Su Mu could defend against them all. Seeing Li Kong coming, a serious expression appeared on Su Mu's face. Li Kang's strength was definitely not to be underestimated and was surely above the 4, otherwise he wouldn't be their leader. Then, seeing the 4 charging at him from different directions, a cold smile involuntarily appeared on Su Mu's lips. How naive they were to think that he wouldn't block the alley and just stand at the alley entrance. Infatigable sorte technique. Return to the sect. This time, using the 3rd style of the unfathomable sword technique, he executed it even more skillfully and with greater finesse. Ding, ding, ding. As the sword drew a semicircle in front of him, transparent swords appeared. This time, not all were fused into the sword but with Su Mu's slash. They surged toward Li Kong and the others like a torrential wave. Seeing dozens of transparent swords coming at them, Li Kong and the others' faces changed. What kind of move is this? Damn it, he wasn't even using all his strength before. Is this really the waste they spoke of? It's simply terrifying. At this moment, they had a new understanding of Su Mu's strength. However, their murderous intent towards him grew even stronger. Since such a prodigy had offended them, if they didn't kill him, the next to die would be them. No holding back. With Li Kang's furious shout, the five of them immediately gathered all their strength to attack Su Mu. Clang! The transparent swords in their hands continuously shattered, reducing some of their power and leaving them with numerous injuries. But they continued their assault. As all the transparent swords broke, Su Mu turned the sword in his hand and leapt into the air, returning to the sect. He shouted in his heart again, and all the shattered pieces of the transparent swords gathered into the sword in his hand. This was the true power of returning to the sect. Li Kang and the others' expressions changed again, but they still charged forward with gritted teeth. Clang! Li Kang, holding a dagger, struck fiercely, meeting Su Mu's sword head-on. The dagger and the sword sparked as they collided. Sharp sword intent rushed towards Li Kang, and countless wounds appeared on his face in an instant. Bang! Li Kang was unable to withstand the immense force, and was sent flying by a single strike. Swish! Clang, 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 clang. In midair, Su Mu performed a 360-degree turn and swung his sword towards the four. Bang, 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 bang. All four were struck and sent flying, and as they landed, their weapons fell to the ground. The four looked at the broken swords in their hands, then at the sword tips on the ground, their pupils shrinking into pinpoints, their bodies turning cold. With just that one strike, all their weapons were broken. The swords they used were not inferior. They were only slightly less than Su Mu's. Yet they were completely shattered by a single blow. This was no longer a difference in swords, but a complete suppression of strength. His sword intent and combat techniques were terrifying. That bastard Du Shiji really brought us here to die. The four cursed Du Shiji in their hearts again. Li Kang stood up, wiped the blood from his face, and looked at Su Mu with fierce intensity. But he had to admit that they were no match for Su Mu. This waste was so strong, it seemed they would have to ask Du Shiji for more money. Li Kang looked up, seeing two straight walls behind him, which were also sealed off. Apart from the alley entrance,